According to the saying, when the yin and yang of 3 generations perish, the Taoist masters will face extinction. The Chen family confronts the brink of annihilation. My father, consumed by his obsessions, secretly employs sinister sorcery behind my grandfather's back in a desperate attempt to alter our fate. Chapter 1. Borrowing Shadows for Life. There is an old saying, the balance of yin and yang must not be disrupted. The lineage of Taoist masters shall cease after 3 generations. My grandfather was a practitioner of the Mai sect, and thus it was destined that my generation would bring an end to our family line. My father, aware of our family's fate, was unwilling to accept the prospect of extinction. As the years progressed, his fixation grew ever more intense. Consequently, he resolved to conceal his intentions from my grandfather and employ a nefarious spell to defy destiny. This technique, known as borrowing shadows for life, necessitates the selection of a prosperous family, the moment of childbirth. It involves deceiving the spirits and deities to obtain the soul of the unborn child. However, this method is fraught with moral transgression, as the borrowed soul results in the death of the fetus, which is why my father had long refrained from utilizing it. To assuage his conscience, my father set his sights on a certain Lu family in the village, known for their abundant male descendants. He preemptively arranged for a coffin at the local funeral parlor, placing it in our courtyard as an offering. This spectacle deeply alarmed my mother, who, before she could voice her concerns, was met with my father's grave countenance. "If you wish for a son, do not question anything," he insisted. Approximately 10 days later, in the dead of night, my father abruptly sprang from the bed, muttering incessantly, "Oh no, how has this happened so soon?" My mother, thinking he was sleepwalking, refrained from speaking up. Suddenly, he turned serious and commanded, "Chunlan, hurry up and stoke the fire to prepare a meal, 3 meat dishes and 1 vegetable, along with wine and meat. Also, boil 5 eggs to place in the wine cups, and ensure 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls are arranged." This startled my mother, who questioned my father's sudden whimsy. "At such a late hour, who are we cooking for? There's no time left." My father's expression was terrifyingly serious. He gestured fervently with both hands, his complexion growing increasingly grim. He continued, "You must do exactly as I instruct. If you wish for a son, spare me the chatter. In the side room, there are 4 paper figures. Move them to the table. Furthermore, ensure that a white candle is lit at each of the 4 corners. No matter what transpires, you must not gaze upon the flames. Once the meal is prepared, wait for me outside in the yard." Though my mother was frightened, she adhered to my father's commands without question. She swiftly busied herself with the fire and cooking, and when the dishes were ready, she took the keys and headed to the side room. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of 4 paper figures, each clad in official robes, sitting side by side on the kong. They appeared so lifelike that she nearly succumbed to terror. It was already midnight. My father, behaving as if possessed, wandered through the village, ultimately driving 7 coffin nails into 7 distinct spots throughout the hamlet. In the rural darkness, illuminated solely by the vast moonlight, my father's face bore a red hue, tinged with a hint of madness. He arrived at the Lu family's doorstep, listening to the anguished cries of a woman in labor within. He fashioned a piece of yellow paper into the shape of a boy and inscribed the current hour with a vermilion brush. Then, he bound it around the waist of the paper figure with 3 red threads and affixed it to the entrance of the birthing home. Afterward, my father knelt on the ground, holding the red string in one hand, bowing his head as he implored, "Heaven is unjust. I, Chang Guoqiang, have lived my life as a good man, yet due to the revelation of celestial secrets, I am left without descendants. You, who have committed numerous wrongs, flourish with offspring. Today I borrow one of your sons, and when my child grows, I shall return your family a life of wealth and prosperity." Upon uttering these words, my father abruptly tore down the paper effigy. The sound was jarring, akin to the ripping of a dogskin plaster, and a blood-red handprint abruptly appeared on the door of the Lu family home. It is said that at the moment the paper figure was torn, the wife of the Lu family witnessed her child being dragged away by a pair of bloodied hands. In her anguish, she crawled from the bed, wailing uncontrollably, heedless of her family's attempts to restrain her, as she screamed frantically, "Return my child." Both mother and child met a tragic and untimely demise, the scene steeped in horror and bloodshed. The spell had already been cast, leaving no path for retreat. My father, clutching the paper figure, hurried homeward. Meanwhile, my mother was busily preparing a meal. When she inexplicably heard a commotion within the house, it seemed to revolve around how to divide 5 eggs among 4 individuals. Stealthily, she peered inside and was startled to find the paper figure with greasy corners of its mouth, evidently partaking in food. Terrified, she fled to the yard to await my father. Upon their meeting, astonishingly, my father moved aside the coffin lid and beckoned my mother to lie down beside him within. After sealing the coffin once more, an oppressive chill enveloped the dark interior, and my father suddenly urged, "Chunlan, quickly remove your trousers now. What on earth is this about? Do not ask so many questions. Hurry. If you delay, it will be too late," my father pressed on, affixing the yellow paper figure to my mother's abdomen, and the two engaged in an intimate act within the confines of the coffin. When dawn broke, my father emerged alone and instructed my mother not to leave the coffin for 7 days, otherwise they would both perish. True to this, my mother successfully conceived that very month that in exchange for 2 lives, my father secured my own. Grandfather was well aware of the situation and was exceedingly enraged, lamenting that my father had committed a grave sin and would inevitably face retribution that in this world. Every occurrence is governed by an inherent cause and effect, and a borrowed child must eventually be returned. On the day of my birth, my father glanced at me and subsequently isolated himself in the incense hall, kneeling before the portrait of our ancestral deity, ultimately fasting to the point of death. When he passed, my father's visage was contorted in agony, his body marked by numerous purple bruises, as if he had been mercilessly lashed with a vine. That year was the end of June in 1987 when I entered this world. Grandfather remarked that my arrival cost 2 lives, my father paid 1, while my mother was destined to pay the other. I have inquired about the circumstances of my mother's demise countless times, yet grandfather, fearing it would sadden me, has refrained from divulging the truth. Since the day I was born, I have never laid eyes on my parents. It was grandfather who, through immense hardship, nurtured me to adulthood. But he, a renowned diviner of the Ma-E sect, abruptly ceased his practice following my birth, vowing never again to engage in fortune-telling or divination for anyone. His withdrawal prompted numerous influential figures to implore him to return, including some whom he could not afford to offend. Grandfather was compelled to take me far away, adopting a new identity. However, throughout his life, he possessed no skills beyond divination. Bound by his solemn oath, he resorted to collecting refuse to sustain me. Despite our poverty, I remained resolute, consistently ranking first in my examinations year after year. During my first year of middle school, a middle-aged man named Lu Jinhua arrived at our doorstep in a Hummer. He arrived at our doorstep, burdened with a plethora of gifts, imploring my grandfather to read his fortune. However, my grandfather had long sworn an oath that, regardless of the sum Lu Jinhua might offer, he would not acquiesce to such a request. Little did we know that Lu Jinhua was a notorious figure within the local criminal underworld. Scarcely a week passed before I found myself abducted by his henchmen on my way home from school. That day, I was taken back to his residence. My grandfather immediately discerned Lu Jinhua's intentions. For the sake of my safety, he chose to relent. With a heavy sigh, he inquired what Lu Jinhua wished to know. Lu Jinhua responded, "I, Lu, am a man of principles and did not wish to trouble the esteemed diviner. However, I have recently encountered some difficulties and stand at a pivotal crossroads in my life. I hope Master Chen might provide some guidance." My grandfather then slowly rose, his keen eyes fixed intently upon Lu Jinhua's face for a significant moment before stating, "Having sworn an oath not to read fortunes for others, breaking my vow today would result in my blindness. As an old man with a young grandson, this reading requires a fee of 600,000. Will Master Lu part with such a sum for this divination?" Chapter 2. Betrayal of Gratitude. My grandfather, a distinguished diviner of the Ma-E sect, was accustomed to receiving substantial fees, with 600,000 not being an excessive sum. However, after years of seclusion from the world, he found himself entangled with a ruthless individual like Lu Jinhua. Concerned for my safety, My grandfather reluctantly broke his vow. Lu Jinhua's underling, incensed, pointed a finger at my grandfather and shouted, "Old man, are you tired of living? 600,000? That's enough to buy your life." Remaining composed, my grandfather sat calmly in his chair, unfazed by the insults hurled at him. Once the tirade subsided, he replied, "My grandson has just entered junior high this year. He has 3 more years of high school ahead, and after that, he will pursue a university education. If I were to lose my sight, how would I provide for him?" Lu Jinhua epitomized the unscrupulous rogue who amassed wealth through nefarious means. A decade ago, during a redevelopment project in our city's slum area, developers found themselves at an impasse. It was then that an intermediary introduced them to the thug Lu Jinhua, who swiftly signed an agreement with the developers to clear the area within a month. Astonishingly, he accomplished this feat in merely 7 days. Leveraging his newfound connections, Lu monopolized all municipal projects within a few short years, paving his path to success with ill-gotten gains. Yet, as the adage goes, the heavens may unleash rain upon the reckless, and calamity may befall the arrogant. While our family may be unable to confront him, he too has formidable adversaries. Not long ago, Lu Jinhua and his henchmen celebrated at a bar in the West, only to find their reserved seating occupied by a group of university students. When a server approached to request the students vacate the table, even mentioning Lu Jinhua's name, he expected them to comply. Instead, the young men boldly retorted that Lu Jinhua was merely a fool. Uncertain whether it was sheer bravado or the audacity of youth, a brawl erupted in the bar. Surrounded by a pack of ruthless men from the underworld, 6 college students were dragged to the riverbank by Lu Jinhua's associates, bound to a tree and mercilessly beaten. One young man with tousled hair declared, "If you do not kill me today, I shall ensure that both you, Lu Jinhua, and all your cohorts face a wretched demise tomorrow." Fueled by liquor and feeling insulted, Lu Jinhua, provoked in his authority, commanded his subordinates to systematically knock out all of the young man's teeth. That same night, Lu Jinhua was roused from his slumber by a barrage of phone calls, nearly all urging him to flee post-haste. Delay could cost him his life. Realizing he had stumbled into peril, he swiftly sought refuge in a nearby rural village. In the span of a single night, all his enterprises were shuttered and every project halted. Those involved in the fray were apprehended one after another. Puzzled, Lu Jinhua could not fathom who he had offended. When he inquired with several individuals, they all advised him not to pursue the matter, for it was a situation that money could not remedy. Desperate and cornered, yet unwilling to relinquish his hard-won dominion, he contemplated seeking divine intervention. Recalling his grandfather's mention of a sum of 600,000, Lu Jinhua hesitated. After all, he was a man well-versed in the storms of life. He instructed his subordinates to procure the funds, asserting, "I have faith in Master Chen's abilities. Should Lu Jinhua survive this calamity, there shall be a substantial reward in due course." As 600,000 in cash were brought into the household, his subordinate displayed an unmistakable defiance, his gaze brimming with menace. Should grandfather fail to provide a flawless answer, that day, the 2 of us would undoubtedly face dire consequences. On that very day, I bore witness to grandfather's extraordinary skills in physiognomy. He instructed Lu Jinhua to take a seat and gently closed his eyes, resting his hands upon Lu's forehead. Grandfather's 10 fingers danced with agility, probing for the bones beneath the surface. In a hushed tone, he proclaimed, "Your facial features exude a sense of lifelessness, yet within your skeletal structure lies a glimmer of hope. The prominence of your cheekbones signifies power and authority. However, the gauntness of your cheeks is razor-sharp, resembling a wild wolf of the mountains. You have caused your parents much suffering in your youth, and should you have siblings, conflict is inevitable. Your rise in youth shall be ruthless. Without ruthlessness, you shall not stand." As grandfather's hands moved backward, I observed him gently touch the area behind Lu Jinhua's ear, squeezing slightly as he continued, "The double dragons of your nape reveal a golden collarbone, yet the dragon's mouth gapes wide with insatiable greed. In your childhood, you were left without support, drifting aimlessly in foreign lands. Yet, with the protection of the double dragons, you managed to avert calamity. At the age of 22, You faced a brush with death, but fortune smiled upon you, allowing you to persevere. Your luck surged like a rainbow piercing the sun, but by 40, your fortunes began to wane, leading you gradually downhill. Your tendons coil like serpents around your bones, and you must navigate through 3 trials, each more perilous than the last. Lu Jinhua was already astonished by grandfather's uncanny abilities. Every word he spoke resonated deeply within him. He eagerly inquired what he should do next. Grandfather, contemplating Lu's features, informed him that the palace of his ailments had manifested a foreboding green hue, a clear omen of impending disaster. Yet paradoxically, the areas on either side of his forehead remained robust, signaling that escape would not be favorable. Thus, my grandfather took out 6 copper coins and asked Lu Jinhua to seek an oracle. The divination revealed the hexagram of litigation, with the upper line being ominous and the outcome uncertain. The oracle's text stated, "Perhaps the emperor bestows a jade belt, yet it shall be seized 3 times at court." Lu Jinhua inquired of my grandfather the meaning behind this. Grandfather elucidated that the implication was that the jade belt bestowed by the emperor would be taken away from Lu Jinhua 3 times during court proceedings. It meant that someone had once conferred upon Lu Jinhua wealth and power, which was now being retracted. The first to be taken was money, the second power, and the third would be his life. Lu Jinhua's countenance paled, and he beseeched my grandfather for guidance. Grandfather replied, "Your destiny is akin to gold within sand. In the years of earth and wood, there remains a glimmer of hope. Today, accompany me to your ancestral grave, and I shall assist you in altering your fate and averting disaster, transforming misfortune into fortune." Lu Jinhua's ancestral grave lay 200 kilometers away in Haixien, and that day, my grandfather was taken away by their vehicle. Before departing, he gently stroked my head, reassuring me not to fear, for as long as he was here, no challenge was insurmountable. I saw him board a Mercedes-Benz, leaving the city under the cover of night. At that moment, anxiety gripped me as I sat at the doorstep, waiting for an entire day and night. However, it was not until 3 days later, in the evening, that my grandfather was carried back home. Unfortunately, he had become blind, his legs fractured and unable to care for himself, his body covered in bruises, barely clinging to life. I rushed over to embrace him, asking what had transpired. Grandfather weakly urged, "Zheng, quickly gather your belongings and leave this place." I was puzzled. Why was he insisting on leaving so soon after returning? Grandfather sighed and remarked, "Lu Jinhua possesses the traits of a wolfish nature, should such a person exhibit a gentle temperament. He is destined to live a life akin to that of a submissive dog, subject to the whims of others, with a tragically brief existence. Yet, if his disposition proves to be venomous, he will undoubtedly rise as a formidable tyrant. He has just extorted 600,000 from me, and, assuredly, he will return to seek vengeance." Grandfather urged me to take the money and depart, to go anywhere I pleased, urging me not to concern myself with him. I vehemently refused, demanding to know what had transpired. Grasping my hand, grandfather, with evident reluctance, confided that he had divulged too many secrets of fate. He had intended to reserve the final divination for me, but the unforeseen variables introduced by Lu Jinhua rendered grandfather powerless. If he insisted on refraining from divination, it would spell my doom. Conversely, should he choose to read Lu Jinhua's fortune, it would lead to his demise. Yet, grandfather would rather sacrifice himself than allow me to perish. I shook my head in defiance, unwilling to leave. In this world, I had no other kin. During my childhood, it was grandfather who cared for and protected me. Now, as he lay paralyzed, how could I bear to see him so utterly alone and forsaken? At that moment, I resolved to take grandfather with me. I hurried outside to borrow a tricycle and raced back home, only to find Lu Jinhua's henchmen had already arrived. Inside, 8 burly men adorned with tattoos loomed, and grandfather was pinned to the ground, subjected to their abuse and insults. Among them, a man named Eru pointed at grandfather, demanding, "Where's the money? 60,000 for a divination? Are you out of your mind? My brother is showing you considerable leniency by not accusing you of fraud." I want to plead for their release of my grandfather, only to be captured by these individuals. They carelessly ignited the gas canister in the room. lifting me off the ground and pressing my face toward the stove. Eru declared that if I did not repay them, they would scorch my face. Ultimately, the 600,000 was entirely seized from me. I helped my grandfather to bed, and he sighed, lamenting, "It is all fate." I gritted my teeth, unwilling to accept such a silent defeat. Kneeling on the heated platform, my emotions were as tumultuous as a spilled jar of mixed flavors. My grandfather had defied his oath for my sake. If my grandfather's life were to be exchanged for 600,000, then I would rather forego the money. With a choked voice, I asked my grandfather, "Must we truly suffer this injustice in vain?" He sighed and replied, "Last night, I left a mark at their ancestral grave. But with my sight gone, I am utterly powerless." Chapter 3. The five immortals pay their respects, desperately clinging to hope. I implored my grandfather on how we might save him and inquired about the events that transpired during his absence. Initially reluctant to divulge the details, my grandfather eventually recounted the occurrences of the past 3 days under my persistent questioning. To aid Lu Jinhua in overcoming his tribulations, he had buried a clay statue of a bodhisattva at the northwest Chen position of the ancestral grave of the Lu family. He also performed a ritual to summon the spirits of the mountains and wilderness to pay their respects. Each bow from those adept celestial beings served as a blessing for the Lu family. On the day the feng shui arrangement was completed, my grandfather, concerned for my solitude at home, wished to return swiftly. However, Lu Jinhua, as subordinate, Eru, insisted on witnessing the outcome firsthand. My grandfather cautioned that he had already disrupted the natural order and would face blindness after midnight. If he delayed any further, it would lead to dire consequences. Yet, Eru disregarded my grandfather's well-being, resolutely detaining him. As night deepened, Eru stealthily made his way to the grave site, concealing himself behind a tree to observe. To his astonishment, he beheld a large white fox kneeling before the grave, behaving in a peculiar manner, its forepaws placed near its mouth as it groomed itself, resembling a creature offering incense in reverence. The sight sent chills down Eru's spine, prompting him to rush back to consult my grandfather about the phenomenon. My grandfather explained, "What you witnessed is known as the five immortals paying their respects. The five constant immortals will come one by one. Today, it is the fox immortal, and tomorrow it will be the yellow immortal." Despite his astonishment, Eru remained skeptical and insisted on keeping my grandfather for another day. Due to a violation of causality, my grandfather's once vibrant black pupils were extinguished. His legs, which had been perfectly functional just a moment ago, became crippled past midnight, leaving him paralyzed on the hotel bed, with no one to even bring him a glass of water. The subsequent events unfolded precisely as my grandfather had foretold. Eru, too, witnessed a weasel, no larger than a puppy, kneeling at the grave, bowing its head. 2 days later, Lu Jinhua encountered a benefactor who intervened on his behalf, resulting in Lu incurring over 10 million in medical expenses, along with the gruesome recompense of having the kneecap of the assailant extracted as an apology, thus bringing the matter to a close. Meanwhile, my grandfather lay discarded like refuse in the hotel, forsaken and unattended. Had it not been for the benevolent cleaning lady, he might have perished from hunger within those walls. As he recounted this, tears streamed down his weathered face. "I had hoped to shield you from calamity. Yet I find myself ensnared by the very chains of karmic retribution. Now, blinded and crippled, I am utterly powerless. From the day my memory began, it was my grandfather who scavenged for scraps to ensure my education. Over the years, he endured countless hardships and tribulations, only to lose his life due to the malice of a wicked individual. As long as there remains even a flicker of hope, I would risk everything to save him." When I voiced my determination, my grandfather, perceiving my youth, cautioned me against the perilous act of worshipping at the gravesite of the five immortals, warning that even the slightest misstep would dishonor the ancestral lineage of the Chen family. Seeing his unwillingness to comply, I resorted to threats, declaring that if he did not reveal to me the course of action, I would abandon my studies henceforth. My grandfather, unable to resist my insistence, sighed and said, "The ancestral grave of the Lu family is located in Nujiagu of Haisien, a place that is quite difficult to locate. There is a chaotic mound of graves that has been flattened, which is now transformed into a pine forest. Beyond this thicket lies the burial ground of the local populace, while the ancestral grave of the old Liu family is the largest and most magnificent among them. He then outlined the general route and added, "In the bottom of our family trunk, there lies a weasel fur hat and a bloody dagger. Under the cover of night, take these items into the pine forest. Upon reaching the Liu family ancestral grave, you will witness the 5 immortals paying their respects. You must wait until the fox pays homage before launching your surprise attack. Use that dagger to extract the fox's eyes and offer them to the earth's bodhisattva. Then clutch the bodhisattva and flee westward. Remember, regardless of who may ask you for anything along the way, do not yield under any circumstances." After sharing these extraordinary instructions, my grandfather had me cast the coins 3 times. Upon revealing the divination's interpretation, he reflected deeply. Should you encounter desolate graves, do not panic. The auspicious entry lies to the west. Amidst a dance of demons, remain steadfast in your abode, for the great celestial dragon shall subdue the malevolent spirits. Fearing that I might not comprehend, he reiterated the importance of remembering these 4 lines, stating that when I meet a person wearing straw sandals, my salvation would be at hand. After absorbing my grandfather's remarkable guidance, I gathered my belongings and prepared my equipment, embarking on the same day towards Nujiagu in Haisien. Unfamiliar with the area, I inquired along the way until I finally arrived at a dense pine forest. The mountain path was arduous, devoid of streetlights, with the bright moon hanging high above and a faint mist enveloping the woods. Beneath the feeble glow of my flashlight, I struggled for what felt like an eternity to navigate through the dense pine forest. Before me lay a sprawling expanse of graves, adorned with paper offerings and spirit banners, which inevitably instilled a pang of trepidation within me. Yet, recalling the humiliation I had endured, I dismissed my fears. Death was merely an outcome, and in dying, I too would become a ghost. The cemetery was particularly vast, and after considerable searching, I finally spotted a grand ancestral tomb beside an ancient locust tree, encircled by a brick wall and flanked by 2 stone lions. The entrance featured a gate and courtyard, while the surrounding walls were embellished with exquisite depictions of immortals riding cranes, exuding an air of opulence. Glancing at my watch, I noted it was only 10 o'clock, leaving me with a while until midnight. My grandfather had instructed me to wait until the stroke of midnight before excavating the northwest corner to uncover the clay Buddha. Yet, as I shone my flashlight around, I found no signs of the 5 immortals. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with nothing but grave mounds in sight. Although the atmosphere was somewhat eerie, I soon grew accustomed to it. In this desolate wilderness, I retrieved a whip for protection, clutching a dagger as I awaited the arrival of the fox. The night was tranquil, yet I was utterly fatigued from my arduous journey. Initially, I felt a heightened sense of alertness, but as the hours dragged on, with 2 more to go until midnight, my nerves began to relax. This relaxation proved detrimental. My focus waned, and in a drowsy haze, I inadvertently succumbed to sleep. I was unaware of how long I had slumbered when the sound of muffled sobbing jolted me awake, sending a chill down my spine, banishing any remnants of drowsiness. At such a late hour, how could there be anyone weeping in this forsaken graveyard? Straining to discern the source of the sound, I realized it was emanating from the ancestral tomb of the old Liu family. I swallowed hard, steeling myself as I quietly rose and leaned against the wall to gaze intently. Under the pale moonlight, a young girl clad in a floral dress knelt before a grave, bowing her head in prayer while tears streamed down her cheeks. The sight troubled me further. The girl appeared to be no older than 8, and at this hour, what would compel a child to visit a grave? Just as I hesitated, contemplating whether to retrieve the firecrackers from my bag to startle her, an unsettling chill crept over my back. I spun around abruptly to find a small boy clad in a dark gray funeral garment, wearing a cap and sporting braids. His cold orange eyes fixed on me. A shiver ran down my spine, my hair standing on end as I swallowed again, at a loss for how to respond. The boy spoke. "What is your purpose lurking near the Guanyin temple?" In a moment of inspiration, I declared that I, too, was there to pay respects. And upon seeing someone else praying, I had refrained from entering. The boy scoffed, "At least you possess some sense. This is the sanctuary of my 5 siblings and me. Keep your distance, for I wish to bask in the sun." A memory flickered in my mind of tales from my childhood, wherein the moon was revered as the mother of the Een, and all spirits and creatures of the mountains sought to honor the moon for their existence. Much like humanity's dependence on the sun, when the moon shone brightly, serpents and insects would often emerge from their hiding places, drawn to its light. In the next moment, the boy appeared atop the grave, lazily reclining, deftly opening his garment. In the dim light, I was astonished to see that he possessed 4 nipples, a look of sheer bliss on his face, as though he were truly sunbathing by the sea. As a result, the young girl, wiping her tears, suddenly exclaimed, "Xiao Huang, come down. I am here to plead my grievances to the Bodhisattva, and it is not your turn to interfere." The boy, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "I'm not obstructing the Bodhisattva. You may worship as you please. Furthermore, there are others outside the wall who wish to pay their respects as well." Upon hearing this, the girl abruptly turned around, and in that fleeting moment when our gazes met, I felt a tingling sensation run down my spine. I could not help but swallow hard, my calves tightening with tension, nearly succumbing to the overwhelming fright. Chapter 4. The mud Buddha. The young girl's face resembled one coated in a layer of paste, pallid and ghostly. As she spoke, her mouth revealed a set of sharp teeth, and her fuzzy visage evoked an eerie sensation. The thought of my dying grandfather loomed large. Even in death, I could not flee, for his life depended on my actions. At that moment, the girl articulated, "If you wish to worship, then do so. The Buddha is for all beings, not just for us alone." With her hands pressed together in reverence, she displayed a sincerity that persisted despite the antics of a mischievous boy. Their identities were unmistakable, and I noted that each of them had a designated time for their offerings at the grave. Steeling myself, I agreed. I concealed my dagger and ventured into the Liu family ancestral tomb. Yet, the gravity of my impending actions filled me with trepidation, causing my body to tremble and a cold sweat to stealthily dampen my back. As I stood beside her, gazing at the Buddha she referred to, I was startled to realize it was indeed the Liu family grave. The girl gradually knelt, revealing a furry tail behind her. I inhaled deeply and inquired, "Little one, what do you seek from the Buddha?" She turned her head and replied, "Of course, we hope for the Buddha's grace, that we may ascend to immortality and escape this wretched place." Her features oscillated between those of a fox and a human, alternating from sinister to innocent in an instant. Gathering my resolve and recall, I'm truly loath to do this, but with my grandfather's life hanging in the balance, let's lay the blame squarely on Liu Jianhua's perfidy. The vixen ceased its struggles, its pair of lustrous, obsidian eyes gleaming with an uncanny brilliance. I excised them, and not a drop of blood was spilled. The sensation of those orbs in my grasp was akin to holding a pair of precious gems. The young boy clad in his burial shroud was incensed by this act. He bared his fangs, attempting to rescue the maiden. I hastily retrieved a string of firecrackers from my rucksack, ignited them, and hurled them towards the boy. The cacophony of explosions sent him scurrying away in terror. Without delay, I located the northwest corner of the Liu family's ancestral graves, where I indeed found a patch of yielding earth. I dug with my bare hands, and within a foot, I unearthed a clay idol the size of a melon. The deities encountered in temples are typically depicted with downcast eyes, embodying compassion for all beings. This effigy, however, was grotesque in appearance, its mouth agape, emanating a foul stench. Even more unsettling, the idol was audibly panting, and with each breath, it absorbed iridescent halos into its abdomen. Following my grandfather's instructions, I placed the vixen's eyes into the idol's maw. Upon consuming the first, the idol smacked its lips. With the second, it emitted a contented belch. I later learned from my grandfather that the white vixen had spent 59 years cultivating in the mountains, and in one more year, it would have transformed into a beautiful woman, possessing magical powers and ascending to the ranks of a terrestrial immortal. Her eyes contained the essence of her life's cultivation. As instructed by my grandfather, I removed the peculiar idol, swiftly wrapped it in cloth, and clutching it tightly, I fled westward. Throughout the journey, I clutched tightly, fearful of any misstep. Oddly, the earth beneath me felt not cold, but rather warm, akin to a small furnace. To the west lay the desolate hills of a graveyard, a place seldom trodden by human feet, where silence reigned supreme. Initially, there was a narrow path, but as I ventured further, it dwindled to a mere thread, choked by thickets and dense jujube trees, rendering progress exceedingly arduous. As I hurried along, I realized my flashlight was lost, and I had to rely on the dim glow of the moonlight. Several times, I narrowly avoided losing my cap to the gusting winds. It was summer, and after much exertion, beads of sweat adorned my forehead, while my scalp throbbed with irritation. Sensing no pursuers, my pace slackened. With the faint moonlight, I discerned that the ancient trees cloaked patches of untended graves. A chilling breeze stirred, sending scraps of paper money swirling aloft. The flickering will-o'-the-wisps among the graves heightened my anxiety. After what felt like an eternity, I trudged on for another 20 minutes, yet I remained ensnared within the graveyard's confines. The absence of landmarks left me disoriented, and a wave of hesitation washed over me as I dared not move recklessly, silently wishing for the sun's ascent. Suddenly, I was startled by the sound of vibrant music echoing through the mountains. A wedding procession appeared in the distance, led by a gallant groom astride a majestic horse, followed closely by a red bridal sedan carried by 6 bearers. As they approached, I realized it was too late to evade them. The groom tightened the reins, and his golden-maned steed reared majestically, exuding an air of grandeur. "Pray tell, friend, for which family do you hail?" The man scrutinized me from head to toe, his gaze ultimately settling on the clay Buddha in my arms. A spark of joy illuminated his eyes as he exclaimed, "My good fellow, carrying such a precious gift. Could it be that you are attending my esteemed friend Huang's wedding? Wedding?" A wave of anxiety washed over me. Who in the world weds at such an hour? Indeed, I am Huang Santang, heading to Niujia village for a marriage, but due to the collapse of the Qingshi Bridge, I must take this lesser-known route. The young man spoke gently. I, merely a child just beginning my first year of junior high, had never encountered such a scene before. Yet my grandfather had assured me that as long as I held the statue of the Buddha, I would be safe. Glancing at the groom's embroidered boots adorned with images of soaring clouds, I inquired, "Is Niujia village located to the west from here?" Huang Sanlang chuckled heartily and replied, "Indeed, based on the local orientation, it lies in the northwest. Moreover, this area has only Niujia village as a stopping point. It appears you are indeed attending Huang's wedding. Come, let us hasten. We must not tarry." His gaze remained fixated on the clay Buddha I held, a grin revealing his yellowed teeth. My grandfather had mentioned that only by heading west could I find salvation. At this point, I paid little heed to whether they were human or ghostly figures. Resolute in my decision, I adopted a dead horse as a living horse approach and followed the wedding procession. In the stillness of the night, under the moonlight, we walked for a full hour, eventually arriving at a grand residence adorned with festivity. The sounds of celebration filled the air, and the entrance was embellished with vibrant decorations, flanked by stone lions draped in bright red flowers. Though dawn had yet to break, the mansion was bustling with a lively crowd, creating a scene of great merriment. Huang Sanlang cordially invited me into his abode, remarking, as an outsider, "You must be unfamiliar with this place. Do indulge yourself in the feast." Upon hearing his words, my stomach indeed rumbled audibly, having been tormented by hunger after a day of toil. The vibrant atmosphere around me dispelled the trepidation that lingered in my heart. Huang Sanlang then inquired when I would present him with the gift I carried. I remained steadfast in my grandfather's counsel, resolutely vowing not to part with the clay Buddha. I concocted an excuse to evade his question, and with the wedding festivities bustling around us, he turned his attention to other guests. The expansive courtyard was adorned with at least 20 to 30 tables, each laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wine. In our tradition, both the bride's and groom's families host a feast. Thus, the scene before me was comprehensible. However, I pondered the timing. Surely this could not be a second marriage? I found a seat of my own, fixating on the steaming array of poultry and fish, swallowing hard. Grabbing a chicken leg, I was suddenly interrupted as a figure beside me grasped my hand. Clad in a voluminous cloak, his features were obscured, leading me to believe he intended to snatch my morsel. "Are you out of your mind? There are 2 chicken legs. Take one for yourself," I retorted. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. "You do not see the Buddha's blessings, but instead witness the demon's devouring vitality. Young benefactor, you carry a ghostly burden, cloaked in the guise of divinity. Now, blinded by malevolent spirits, you wander the gates of the underworld, oblivious. Should you partake of this infernal feast, even the Bodhi tree may struggle to save you." His words rendered me momentarily speechless, and when I looked down, I noticed he wore a pair of nearly worn-out straw sandals. Chapter 5. The Enigmatic Marriage. As the words fell, the figure before me produced 2 willow leaves from within his embrace and placed them upon the table, urging me to cleanse my eyes with them. Following his instruction, I felt a searing sensation in my eyes, causing my vision to waver. Upon glancing at the man seated beside me, I was seized by terror, collapsing to the ground in fright. He was no longer a mere man, but rather a weasel clad in the garments of the deceased. My previous concern for the clay Buddha cradled in my arms was rendered moot, as it had seemingly transformed into a desiccated corpse. The once grand estate had devolved into a forsaken village, with paper horses and carts accumulating in the courtyard. Inside the dwelling, the 8 immortals' tables had become mere slabs of stone, laden with offerings meant for the departed. Cold sweat cascaded down my brow. My grandfather's words rang true. This was undoubtedly a scene of chaos and malevolence. Before I could inquire about the mysterious figure's intentions, he declared, "I am a wandering arhat from the Great Compassion Temple. Out of compassion for the Buddha, I have hesitated to expel these malevolent entities. However, in recent days, children have been vanishing within a 10-mile radius, all due to the mischief of these fiends. Today, I shall not allow them to continue their wickedness." Following his gaze, I beheld a pair of weasels adorned in bridal attire, swaying out from a grave mound. They had taken a tomb as their wedding chamber, flanked by burning red candles on either side of the gravestone, with paper money strewn about the area. Lying in parallel upon the ground were 6 young boys and girls, seemingly oblivious to the realm of the living. The figure in black slowly lifted his voluminous cloak, his sharp brows sweeping the surroundings with a fierce intensity. Rising in indignation, he thundered, "You vile creatures have committed countless atrocities, devoid of conscience and bringing harm to the innocent. Today, I stand here to declare your doom." In an instant, a resounding chime echoed in my ears, accompanied by the roar of lions that left me disoriented and dazed. Before my eyes, a magnificent golden Buddha materialized in the air, causing the weasels to scatter in fright. However, upon reaching the edge of the desolate village, they seemed to collide with an unseen force, spiraling aimlessly in place. Soon after, villagers armed with torches rushed in, wielding fishing nets to capture every last one of the yellow-furred creatures present. As calm finally descended, 3 distant crows of roosters resounded, heralding the dawn. In an effort to conceal the lifeless fetus within my bosom, which would have been difficult to explain, I listened intently as the villagers expressed their gratitude to the monks, realizing that these individuals hailed from the humble community of Niujiago. A week prior, the village had experienced the mysterious disappearance of 3 men and 3 women. Coincidentally, a wandering monk named Yuan Hui from the Great Compassion Temple passed through, and upon learning of the events, surmised that malevolent spirits were at play. Niujia village was the original settlement of Niujiago, which had once faced a devastating landslide, forcing its inhabitants to relocate 20 miles away. In a bid to rescue the missing, Yuan Hui led the village's able-bodied men to this place to capture the monsters. My grandfather directed my escape here, aware that I was harboring a dead fetus and constantly teetering on the brink of life and death. Through divination, he discerned that great fortune lay to the west, thus instructing me to venture in that direction. The villagers, some with fiery tempers, brandished knives with the intent to slay the creatures. Yet, Yuan Hui swiftly intervened, urging everyone to first cover the weasels with chicken cages. Subsequently, he employed mugwort, sulfur, and saltpeter to fumigate the weasels, rendering them incapacitated and ultimately releasing them back into the wild. when Yuan Hui requested the dead fetus from me. I recounted in detail the matters concerning my grandfather. After listening, he expressed his sentiments and informed me that this was a case of a ghostly fetus, a practice from the Mai school of feng shui. This technique involves summoning the stillborn child of a woman who died unexpectedly, utilizing the earth from 5 temples for worship, masquerading as a bodhisattva to bind the soul, and burying it before a grave to attract mountain spirits and ghosts for veneration, which would, in turn, bring wealth with each offering. However, this method carries its own drawbacks. Once the ghostly fetus matures, it may retaliate against its master, causing harm to one's lineage. Thus, he intended to take it back to the temple to dispel the malevolent energy of the ghostly fetus with the power of the great dragon. This matter echoed my grandfather's words precisely, prompting me to hand over the ghostly fetus to him. That day, I hurried home, entering just before dusk. I found my grandfather still incapacitated in bed, and a wave of anxiety washed over me. Had I failed? He inquired whether I had offered the fox's eyes to the clay bodhisattva. I nodded and recounted my experiences at the gravesite. Upon hearing my account, he sighed and advised, "Alas, you have slain that little fox. Soon, you should burn the weasel's hat and cast the knife into a well, hoping to evade future entanglements." A heavy weight settled in my heart as my grandfather informed me that within 7 days, his sight would return, but as for the fracture, it would likely take some time to heal, for after all, it takes 100 days for bones to mend. I suggested he visit a hospital, but he merely waved his hand, stating that such ailments were beyond the capabilities of modern medicine. Subsequently, I adhered to my grandfather's instructions, and after 3 days, he indeed regained his sight. He reflected that the ancestral grave of the Liu family was situated in a land blessed by auspicious feng shui, which by rights should have brought them wealth and prosperity long ago. However, an imposing boulder lay buried in the northwestern corner before the grave, obstructing their fortune. The Liu family was never destined to enjoy such blessings, but it was my grandfather who arranged for the stone to be removed. Yet, in such a sacred location, it was inevitable that it would attract the spirits of the wild. Thus, he excavated the eyes of a malevolent spirit and fabricated a statue of the bodhisattva for worship, inviting the 5 immortals to pay homage and cultivate there. Now that the fox has returned the eyes to the little demon, the feng shui has inevitably been disturbed, leading to a disruption in the fortunes of Nujiagu, and calamity for livestock is assured in the future. Indeed, events unfolded as foretold. 3 years later, an avian influenza outbreak sent shockwaves throughout the province. At that time, Nujiagu was designated as a breeding base for a certain enterprise, and overnight, hundreds of thousands of birds perished, truly a testament to the adage, feng shui nurtures life, yet it can also bring death. Interestingly, mere weeks after the disruption of the feng shui, Liu Jinhua's son committed murder. In a desperate attempt to exonerate his child, Liu Jinhua employed every conceivable means. Yet, one cannot conceal fire with mere paper. Amidst a series of crackdowns on organized crime, he met a violent end. And the incident even garnered attention from evening newspapers and television stations, becoming a source of public satisfaction. Had I not personally witnessed the supernatural entities beyond the wilderness, I would not have felt such curiosity and reverence. Reflecting on the enigmatic and peculiar principles of fate and feng shui felt akin to unlocking another door within me. My grandfather consequently fell ill, leaving him with weakened legs, and the weight of supporting the entire family rested upon my shoulders. In order to make ends meet, I spent my days scavenging for refuse and collecting discarded items, which often left me with an unpleasant odor. The ridicule from my classmates made me deeply resentful of my studies, and I contemplated dropping out of school. Yet, the allure of my grandfather's expertise in the art of divination lingered in my mind. Through my relentless efforts, he eventually consented to teach me. However, he insisted that I must focus on my studies, aspire to attend university, and refrain from using my skills in divination until I turned 18. When I inquired about the reason behind this, he merely stated that the practice of divination requires a certain opportunity and cautioned against flaunting knowledge of feng shui and fortune-telling, implying that there are always greater forces beyond oneself. and he feared that my youth might lead to misjudgment. I readily acquiesced to his wishes and spent an entire night brimming with excitement and unable to sleep. From that day forth, I diligently memorized foundational knowledge and immersed myself in the studies of divination and fortune-telling. In our school of Ma-Yi, we primarily categorize individuals based on their bone structure, skin characteristics, and bloodline. Our revered ancestor, the Ma-Yi Taoist, was said to have once been a monk before embracing both Taoism and Buddhism, ultimately authoring the timeless masterpiece, Ma-Yi Shun Xiang. Although there is an old adage that claims one's appearance reflects their heart, and it is indeed possible to discern good from evil through physiognomy, who can truly guarantee that a good person will never harbor malevolent thoughts? Thus, my grandfather advised me not to overly rely on divination for discerning others. I once asked my grandfather why I could not pursue a livelihood through divination. He solemnly replied that throughout this lifetime, too many secrets of the heavens have been revealed, leaving me with only one fortune, which will be bestowed upon me when I turn 18. I was overcome with tears, pleading with you not to leave this world, for you are my sole relative in this life. My grandfather did not respond to my cries. Some matters are fated, and he had long since prepared for what was to come. Chapter 6. The Qinglong Temple to support my studies. My grandfather began supplementing the family income by assisting others in selecting auspicious dates for weddings and funerals, gradually gaining a modest reputation within the community. My education extended beyond the conventional curriculum. I also delved into the esoteric arts of Taoism. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes. A mouse's offspring knows how to burrow. As his grandson, I inherited not only the family's renowned Yizheng Exine Fa, but also mastered the intricate teachings of the Ma-Yi sect. The sole regret was the lack of practical application for my knowledge. Days turned into months, and months into years. Before I knew it, I had matured into a young man with affections for a girl I cherished. Although we hadn't formally entered into a romantic relationship, we had shared a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. On the very day I completed my college entrance examination, I made a point to get a haircut, don a fresh outfit, and spritz myself with floral cologne before stepping out. My grandfather, seated at the threshold and puffing on his pipe, inquired, "Zheng, are you not dining at home tonight?" I replied, "Yes, I'm meeting Zhang Na for a gathering." "You ought to smoke less, Grandpa." He chuckled, reflecting on how I had grown up, and then teasingly asked if I had feelings for Zhang Na. I candidly responded, "Of course I do. I intend to marry her one day." I then playfully requested if he could cast a fortune to see if we were fated to be together. With a chuckle, he admonished, "You, having passed the university entrance exam, should not become complacent. If you graduate without earning, prepare for a life of solitude." Before the exams, I had passed a note to Zhang Na, and she had promised to be my girlfriend upon gaining admission to university. I was filled with anticipation for the future and hoped my grandfather would refrain from worrying. With a heart full of joy, I rode my bicycle to the northeastern restaurant, stopping along the way to purchase a fresh bouquet. However, upon arriving at the entrance, I was intercepted by Aunt Wang. Before I could greet her, she fixed me with a stern expression and said, "Chen Zheng, come here, I need to speak with you." I parked my bicycle, and she continued, "How have I treated you over the years?" A sense of foreboding crept into my heart as I responded earnestly, "I have been raised by my grandfather after losing my parents at a young age. I have always been grateful for your kindness, Aunt Wang, and I remember everything." Aunt Wang took a deep breath. "You are a good child, and I will not beat around the bush. I know you have feelings for our Zhang Na, but you're still young. Although you are classmates, you are not suited for each other. Do you understand what I mean?" I initially thought she was joking and replied, "Aunt Wang, we are not that young anymore. I will be 18 in a month, and Zhang Na is just a few months older than me. Once we enter university, we will be adults." Just as I was gaining momentum in my argument, Aunt Wang suddenly raised her voice. "Enough. Is what I'm saying not clear? It's not that I disdain you. You are a good child. However, I am well aware of your family's circumstances. We do not want Zhang Na to suffer in the future. So, if you value the care I have given you over the years, do not pursue Zhang Na." Each of Aunt Wang's words struck me like nails to my heart, clearly revealing her disdain for my family's poverty. In that moment, my self-esteem suffered a grievous blow. However, I truly hold a deep affection for Zhang Na. Once I turn 18, Not only will I have the opportunity to attend university, but I will also be able to practice fortune-telling. I am confident that my life will undergo a remarkable transformation in 5 years. Regrettably, Aunt Wong does not afford me the chance to express my feelings. Shortly thereafter, my Nokia phone chimed with a message. Upon glancing down, I discovered it was from Zhang Na. She conveyed, "Chen Zheng, my mother spoke to me, and I believe there are misunderstandings between us. It would be best to maintain our distance from now on." Approximately 30 minutes later, a red Porsche came to a halt outside the restaurant, driven by Li Shuai, the lowest-ranking student in our class. His father is a developer who reportedly donated over $1 million to the school to facilitate his admission into our high school. I distinctly remember Li Shuai's appearance. He indeed hails from a lineage of considerable fortune. Notably, he has a mole on his scalp, positioned between the forehead and the Baihui point. The closer this mole is to the crown of the head, the more auspicious it is. However, once it crosses the crown and descends to the back of the head, misfortune follows, and if it reaches the cervical vertebrae, calamity looms. Furthermore, it is a grave misfortune to experience hair loss, as it may lead to strokes and other dire risks. In addition to these traits, Li Shuai possesses alluring peach blossom eyes, which exude a hazy, almost intoxicating charm. His lips are thin, and his high cheekbones lack flesh, indicative of a person with a cold disposition. As he passed by me, he deliberately revved the engine several times, the roar of the motor echoing, as he brushed against my arm and vanished at the end of the road. I did not attend that gathering of classmates. A budding first love, yet to commence, has thus come to an abrupt end. My spirits are particularly dim, yet a gentleman remains composed in adversity, and the wise accept their fate. Given our family's circumstances, we cannot provide a dowry, nor do we possess a residence in a reputable school district. A forcibly harvested fruit lacks sweetness, and I find myself powerless in this situation. Returning home in a state of disillusionment, I discover my grandfather seated in his rattan chair, smoking, his expression devoid of surprise, as if everything had unfolded according to his expectations. Waiting for me, I approached and seized his pipe. My grandfather coughed twice, appearing even more frail than in previous days. He remarked, "You are nearing adulthood. These years of modest living I imposed upon you were intended to illuminate the nature of human relationships. In this world, kindness is as fragile as spring ice. Human affections are even more ephemeral. It is natural for people to favor wealth over poverty. I do not expect you to become a paragon of virtue admired by all. I merely hope that, regardless of the circumstances you encounter in the future, you remain true to your heart. I cannot accompany you throughout your life. After today, you must learn to mature. If you still feel discontented, retreat to your room and rest well. I have 2 bottles of Wuliangye beneath my trunk, gifted by others." My grandfather spoke wisely. This world is never devoid of benevolent souls. Yet who has decreed that the kind-hearted must be selfless? I rubbed my temples and lamented, "Grandfather, when will I be able to profit from my divination skills?" The time is yet to arrive. My grandfather seized back the pipe when I was unprepared. Gazing at the setting sun, he murmured, "It shall come." I inquired who he referred to, thinking perhaps someone was calculating auspicious dates once more. As a result, my grandfather remarked, "In just over 2 months, you shall commence your studies. I must earn some tuition for you." Our urban village has fallen under the ominous influence of the Qinglong curse. Those who dare to act may find themselves in misfortune. Just as I was pondering his words, 2 impeccably dressed, middle-aged men knocked on the door. Noticing it was ajar, they pushed it open and, upon seeing my grandfather, greeted him politely, "Greetings, Master Chen." My grandfather nodded and replied, "A few days ago, I discerned the signs of the 5 dragons shifting in our urban village. You arrived at the hour of the rabbit, which aligns with the conflict of wood and earth. You must be seeking guidance regarding the timing of the demolition." Demolition? My jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. After years of hardship, could I truly become a beneficiary of redevelopment? While our property values may not rival those of the bustling metropolis or the capital, they are still considerable in this quasi-first-tier city. With 3 large rooms, compensation should amount to at least 1 or 2 million. Yet, My grandfather's next words were akin to a bucket of cold water on a sweltering summer day, plunging me into despair. If you wish for the smooth progress of the urban village project, I can relocate, but our home must not be demolished. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences. What do you mean by that, sir? One of the middle-aged men inquired. My grandfather explained, whenever there are significant constructions, it inevitably disturbs the five directions and the earth dragons. Our home rests atop the eastern azure Emperor Dragon King. If demolition is unavoidable, you may leave this house for the construction of the Azure Emperor Dragon King Temple. Failure to comply will lead to uncontrollable turmoil. Chapter 7. The turn of events. I am well aware of my grandfather's resolute character, yet could he not express himself with a touch more subtlety? The matter of demolition is of great significance. What if it truly falls through? When my grandfather proposed the construction of a temple, I found it rather precarious. Moreover, having resided here for over a decade, I had never once heard him mention the concept of the QNGL-ing-SH, green dragon killing. The middle-aged man who visited us pondered for a moment before responding, Master Chen, some matters are beyond our purview. We shall return to consult with our employer and convey further information to you afterward. As soon as they departed, I turned to my grandfather and said, Grandfather, mere mortals should not dwell in the domain of deities. Do you not think our family's ongoing struggles might be related to the feng shui? My grandfather, tapping his pipe, remarked, that is quite likely. The QNGL-ing-SH of our old residents is indeed extraordinary. Should they insist on proceeding, they shall come to regret it. If they do not believe it, let them wait and see. Yet, one must consider the reality of our society. Actions are seldom taken without tangible proof. How could a few spoken words lead to the establishment of a temple? My grandfather had long since retreated from the world, and the tides of history had all but obscured his presence. Who still remembers him? During the period of urban village demolitions, my grandfather set out on what was to be his first extended absence. I called him, and he informed me that the current renovations and demolitions were a matter of national importance. As common folk, we stand little chance against such formidable forces. If they are determined to proceed, then so be it. As for the belongings within the house, aside from our own clothing, nothing is permitted to be taken. My grandfather's words are always resolute, and I know he would not deceive me. As events unfolded naturally, the urban village gradually began to relocate. With a heavy heart, I gazed upon the ruins of the old house where I had lived for over a decade. The demolition project progressed fervently, and I called my grandfather to inquire about his whereabouts. He mentioned he was out trying to earn some money, and I cautioned him against engaging in any illegal activities, such as scams. He affectionately scolded me before hanging up the phone. The northeastern restaurant owned by Zhang Na's family had also shut its doors. Left without a place to call home, I sought refuge in my classmate Ma Tao's house. During our 3 years of high school, Ma Tao's parents were exceedingly strict. Although they were often away, they never failed to return home to confront him whenever report cards were issued. Typically, his mother would discipline him in the early hours, followed by his father later in the night, leaving Ma Tao in a state of despair, ultimately compelling him to ask me to switch report cards. My family was impoverished, and as long as I could ensure a meal, these matters were manageable. That day, Ma Tao confided in me a secret. He revealed that Zhang Na's father was unable to repay a loan shark and that collectors had come knocking at their door. It was said that Li Shuai had settled a debt of 300,000 yuan under the condition that Zhang Na must enter into a relationship with him. After hearing this, I couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps the beautiful first love of our student days did not have to end so tragically. Upon learning of Aunt Wang's misfortune and recalling the care she had bestowed upon me over the years, I felt a pang of discomfort in my heart. Their family owned a restaurant, and during my childhood, when my own family was struggling and my grandfather was away, I fell gravely ill with pneumonia. Had it not been for Aunt Wang and her husband rushing me to the hospital and attending to me diligently, I might have perished long ago. Subsequently, it was thanks to the financial assistance of that couple that I was able to navigate through a challenging period of my life. The myriad of small gestures has taken root in my heart. Such matters cannot be succinctly articulated in mere words. A drop of kindness deserves to be repaid with a torrent of gratitude. Although Aunt Wang may possess a somewhat superficial outlook, I cannot stand idly by and watch Zhang Na plunge into peril. Sitting on the sofa at Ma Tao's residence, I chain-smoked, my thoughts disordered and my heart restless. Each sip and bite seemed predestined. This situation had insidiously become my inner torment. Whenever I closed my eyes, I would awaken in the darkness. And if I chose to turn a blind eye to suffering, watching Aunt Wang's family sink deeper into despair, I feared I would never find peace in my lifetime. Suddenly, I sprang up from the sofa and tapped Ma Tao, who was engrossed in a video game. "Taozi, do you have any money? Lend me 300,000. Ma Tao choked in surprise, his eyes widening. "Do I look like someone who has 300,000? Brother, selling my house wouldn't even cover that amount." The memory of my grandfather's promise of 600,000 was still vivid. Being his grandson, having received his teachings since childhood, surely I could manage to secure 100,000, couldn't I? Of course, that was my thought. If I could just wait a little longer and earn enough money, I would be able to repay this debt of gratitude. Ma Tao informed me that Zhang Na's family currently resides in the tall, peculiar building. If I wish to clarify matters, it would be best to visit soon, rather than foolishly wait until their wedding while remaining uninformed. This revelation left me somewhat astonished. The building, which we locals refer to as the Big Monster Building, is devoid of natural gas, stands 28 stories tall, and its elevators are frequently out of order. Each floor accommodates over 20 households, with communal kitchens and restrooms, and it is reputed to be the residence of the most impoverished relocated households in the city. After expressing my gratitude to Ma Tao, I rode my bicycle to the Big Monster Building. That day, I did not encounter Zhang Na, but I did witness her father, Zhang Dequan, being assaulted outside. 3 ruffians were mercilessly kicking him while hurling insults demanding repayment. Fearing for his life, I shouted, "I have already called the police." The assailants pointed at me, threatening, "You little brat, just wait." I responded with a universal gesture, jesting that I, too, had weathered many storms in my youth. I recalled that Zhang Dequan was a chef, and his family's northeastern restaurant thrived on his culinary skills. It had been quite some time since I last saw him, and I was taken aback by his current state. I helped him to his feet and offered him a cigarette, inquiring, "Uncle, what happened?" Zhang Dequan took a couple of deep puffs and replied, "This is not my fault." "Uncle, what transpired?" I pressed. "Listen, you must adjudicate this matter." I went to their mahjong parlor to play, and directly across from me was a Pishio statue. After 4 rounds of mahjong, I lost over 1,000 yuan. I suspect they were cheating. You see, a Pishio is known for only consuming wealth without expelling it, especially since it had been consecrated by a Taoist priest with cinnabar. Isn't that a scam? I accused them of cheating, and as a result, the owner and his son beat me up. Tell me, can this be blamed on me? Uncle Zhang grew increasingly agitated, leaving me momentarily at a loss for words. If he claimed that this Pai Shio could attract wealth, or that someone had summoned a spirit, I might concede there was some merit to his argument. Yet, if one possessed such abilities, would they even need to operate a modest mahjong parlor? Thus, it seemed Uncle Zhang was merely seeking excuses for himself. I inquired, "Uncle, is Zhang Na at home?" I called her, but no one answered. It appeared she had acquired a wealthy boyfriend and forgotten her father. Uncle Zhang tilted his head, grumbling under his breath. Suddenly, Zhang Na's voice erupted from behind. "Zhang Daqian, you hit my mother. You are a scoundrel." I turned to see Zhang Na, adorned in designer attire, standing not far off. Zhang Daqian, infuriated, rose and brushed the dirt off his clothes, exclaiming, "How dare you curse your father? The issue of hitting your mother is not my fault. She refused to give me money. Moreover, I gambled to win money to support your university education." He commanded, "Take your money and leave. I do not wish to see you." Zhang Na pulled a wad of cash from her bag and tossed it into the air. Zhang Daqian, elated, nodded and bowed, resembling a dog eager for a treat. He scooped up the money and vanished into the throng. I exchanged glances with Zhang Na, noticing the transformation in her demeanor. A pang of discomfort flickered within me. After a brief moment, she coldly remarked, "Do you need something from me?" I stood across the street, gazing into her eyes, and asked why. She took a deep breath, her eyes reddening slightly. "I have worked tirelessly to study and gain admission to university, all to change my fate. But how can I, with 300,000 in debt? It's not merely $30. What can I do?" Casting aside her words, she turned and made her way towards the dilapidated building. In that moment, A twinge of sympathy stirred within me. The scars left by one's family of origin are wounds that some carry throughout their lives, untouched and unhealed. In my youthful fervor, I was indeed impoverished, unable to provide her with any financial assistance. Yet, I possessed a profound understanding of true Taoist mysticism, which I believe could enable me to earn enough to help Aunt Wang and her family navigate this challenging period and repay the debts of gratitude accumulated over the years. However, gazing upon the forsaken structure, littered with debris, I felt as though I were a defeated rooster, my spirits utterly dejected. For a mere penny could thwart even the most heroic of endeavors, let alone 300,000. Just then, the middle-aged man who had previously sought my grandfather for auspicious dates rushed over to me, grasping my hand with a tremor of excitement, his expression a curious mixture of desperation and tears. He implored, "Young brother, I have finally found you. Where's your grandfather? Please bring him back. Whatever the terms. We can negotiate." Chapter 8. The man-eating sand pit. The middle-aged man, Wang Jianping, recounted that after our home was reduced to rubble, the foundation inexplicably began to seep water. Initially, no one took it seriously, but to our astonishment, the flow of water only increased. Within a single day, a shallow puddle less than half a meter deep had formed. Wang Jianping arranged for a pumping device to be brought in. However, curiously, no matter how much water was extracted, the puddle stubbornly remained at around half a meter in depth. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly innocuous depth, barely surpassing an adult's knee, had claimed the lives of 3 individuals. The following morning, a transport driver passed by and noticed a lifeless face submerged in the puddle, the back arched and floating upon the water's surface. He promptly reported the grim discovery to the authorities. Upon investigation, the police found that the deceased bore no signs of struggle or injury, their orifices filled with silt, indicating a classic drowning incident. A puddle barely deep enough to submerge an adult's knee should not have been capable of drowning even a 3-year-old child, let alone an adult. Strangely, on the 3rd day, another worker met a similar fate. Silently and without resistance, his body was recovered, already discolored and swollen from prolonged submersion, the abdomen distended, filled with the contaminated water he had ingested. The bereaved family protested vehemently, forcing the employer to compensate generously to quell the uproar. The workers whispered among themselves, speculating that the employer had disturbed the feng shui, fearing further fatalities might ensue. However, the employer dismissed such superstitions, directing Wang Jianping to fill the puddle with a load of sand, believing that without water, no further misfortune could occur. That night, an astonishing and horrifying incident occurred. At the construction site, there were 2 old bachelors on night watch, one named Old Wu and the other Old Zhao. They toiled tirelessly for their earnings, unrestrained in their actions, caring little for the consequences. Lured by the promise of higher wages, they chose to stay overnight. One evening, while the 2 were enjoying drinks in their tent, Old Wu ventured out to relieve himself. After a considerable time had passed without his return, Old Zhao began to worry. Grabbing a flashlight, he set out in search of his companion. He circled the construction site several times without spotting him, his curiosity piqued, until he reached the remnants of our home, where he encountered something that still sends shivers down his spine. As Old Zhao approached the vicinity, he felt an inexplicable chill in the air. He illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight and was startled to find Old Wu squatting on the ground, his back turned to him. This sight took Old Zhao by surprise, and with a mix of annoyance and concern, he called out to Old Wu, questioning why he had been gone for so long. Old Wu remained silent, prompting Old Zhao to step closer and tap him on the shoulder. The sensation was unnaturally rigid, akin to striking a wooden post. At that moment, feeling a bit disoriented, Old Zhao tugged at Old Wu, jesting, "If you've had too much to drink, just say something. In the dead of night, I might think you've been spirited away by a ghost. Come on, there's still half a bottle left for us to share." He pulled with all his might, but Old Wu did not budge. Confused, Old Zhao inquired again about his friend's actions. Leaning to peer at Old Wu's left side, he noticed Old Wu turning his face to the right. This gesture amused Old Zhao, who thought to himself, how could a nearly 50-year-old man still be so bashful? Thus, Old Zhao hurried a few steps, circling in front of old Wu, and swung his flashlight. At that moment, a terrified gasp escaped him, prompting him to stumble backward in a panic. He beheld old Wu's face, ashen and filled with mud and sand. As he opened his mouth, grains of sand cascaded down his lips, while dirty water oozed from his ears and eyes. His eyes gradually swelled to a crimson hue, and his features contorted in a grotesque manner, instilling such dread in old Zhao that he fled without a second thought. In his frantic escape, old Zhao dashed aimlessly about the construction site, only to find himself utterly lost. Exhaustion set in, parching his throat, and the darkness enveloped him, rendering the weak beam of his flashlight insufficient to discern direction. However, hope arose as he spotted a clear puddle of water. He cupped his hands and drank deeply. Yet to his bewilderment, the more he drank, the thirstier he became. At that moment, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, startling him. "Brother, are you all right? Why on earth are you eating sand?" Turning around, he discovered a young man who had stealthily come to scavenge for scraps in the dead of night. The stranger's words sent a tremor through old Zhao, and as his foggy mind cleared, he realized he had unwittingly swallowed a mouthful of sand. He retched repeatedly, unable to expel it, nearly choking in the process. That very day, he sought medical attention to cleanse his stomach. Strangely enough, old Wu had vanished. The boss rallied everyone to search for a day and a night, ultimately uncovering old Wu beneath a sand pit. In a chilling twist of fate, old Wu had perished from ingesting sand, blood seeping from all his orifices, his ears and eyes filled with murky water, precisely mirroring the horrifying sight old Zhao had witnessed that fateful night. In less than half a month, 3 lives had been lost. Had it not been for old Zhao's fortuitous escape that evening, he too would have surely met a tragic end. The project was thus compelled to halt, and according to the agreed timeline, any further delays could result in substantial penalties, leaving the entire company in a state of trepidation. The escalating chaos began to feel increasingly ominous. In an effort to soothe the anxieties of the staff, he consulted several feng shui masters, mystics, and even Taoist priests. Yet none provided any tangible solutions. Wang Jianping recalled his grandfather's words about the house being unsuitable for demolition and the necessity of transforming it into a Qilong temple. In a bid to remedy the situation, which had reached a critical juncture, he realized that another loss of life could lead to severe repercussions for the owner, including the potential revocation of qualifications. Therefore, when he saw me today, it felt as comforting as reuniting with a family member. After recounting the situation, Wang Jianping grasped my hand and said, "Young man, where is your grandfather? Quickly call him. Whether it be money or the temple, everything can be negotiated." I too recognized the gravity of the matter, especially since 3 lives had already been lost. I believed my grandfather would not remain indifferent if a solution were possible. Upon reaching my grandfather, he informed me that he was preoccupied with a significant task and would not return for at least a fortnight. As soon as I relayed this to Wang Jianping, he became frantic, snatching the phone from me and exclaiming, "Master Chen, money is not an issue. Whatever others offer you, we will double it. I implore you to show mercy and return swiftly." The last few words echoed as Wang Jianping fell silent, his expression one of despair. I inquired, "What did my grandfather say?" "It's turned off," he replied. "Turn off?" I refused to believe it, I said, and promptly redialed, only to discover that it was indeed switched off. This perplexes me, for I am well acquainted with my grandfather's character, though he is not a paragon of virtue. He is certainly not devoid of compassion. I said to Manager Wang, "You have seen for yourself that my grandfather's phone is off. He may have other matters to attend to. Please provide me with your number, and should he return my call, I shall inform you." With a sigh, the other party agreed, and we exchanged contact information. I accompanied him to the site of the old residence, which lay shrouded beneath a blanket of sand, its surface uneven and dotted with a few lingering puddles. Approaching the sandy pit, an inexplicable chill crept along my spine, leaving me bewildered. After all, I had lived in that house for over a decade. Could there be some hidden secret? Throughout the years, I had learned much from my grandfather, and I had a sense of the situation. Wang Jianping casually inquired what I perceived. I replied, "There is something beneath the soil. I can sense it. Please, do not disturb it. or someone may perish. He sighed again, saying, "Young brother, having followed Master Chen for many years and being his direct descendant, if you possess knowledge in this area, I implore you to assist us. Financial matters are negotiable. Our boss incurs daily losses of several tens of thousands. My grandfather had once stated that one should not read fortunes before the age of 18, yet he made no mention of refraining from studying geomancy. In geomantic practices, disturbing the earth at an inopportune time or excavating in the wrong direction during the foundation laying can easily provoke the 5 yellow killing star, disturbing the spirits of the deceased and leading to bizarre occurrences. This matter pertains solely to the art of locating dragon veins and burial sites in geomancy. And to be frank, I harbored a flicker of hope. With Wang Yi facing a deficit of 300,000, I pondered deeply and resolved to give it a try. Thus, I proposed, "Very well. If you are willing to grant me 300,000, I shall make an attempt. Should I fail to resolve the matter, I will return the money to you." Chapter 9. Physiognomy. Wang Jianpain expressed his astonishment. "Can you truly resolve this?" I spread my hands and inquired if he had any alternative options. My grandfather had promised to return in half a month, and, as his grandson, having apprenticed under him for many years, I was undoubtedly far more capable than the charlatans found on the streets. Observing his hesitation, I quickly discerned that he harbored doubts regarding my abilities. However, upon witnessing my eagerness to take on the challenge, he seemed less anxious and remarked, "It's not that I doubt you, but if you can provide an accurate reading, I will discuss the matter with my employer." In this era, aside from romantic partners preferring the youth, there exists a prevailing belief that with age comes greater wisdom in all matters. My grandfather forbade me from employing the art of physiognomy. Thus I had to devise other means. I patiently inquired what he wished to ascertain. Wang Jianpain furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment, before stating, "I am nearing the age of knowing my destiny, so there is little for me to discern for myself. Instead, I wish to inquire about my son and his future academic pursuits. According to the traditions of the rivers and lakes, when a father seeks insight for his son, he naturally hopes for a prosperous and illustrious future. A wandering practitioner might utter a few cleverly veiled phrases to persuade one to part with their money. Thus, I proposed to analyze his son's birth chart and asked, 'Was your son born in 1992? Wang Jianpain affirmed, "Indeed, he was born in May 1992. Why don't you generate a birth chart and see which direction he might take in the future?" I remained unhurried, merely smiling and narrowing my eyes as I observed him. Wang Jianpain began to appear somewhat uneasy, countering with, "Are you still going to perform the reading? Is it that you cannot discern anything?" I said, if he were still alive, he should be starting middle school this year, right? Upon hearing this, Wang Jianpain became agitated and reproached me. "What do you mean? My child is alive and well. Why are you cursing him?" At this moment, I couldn't help but smile inwardly, having struck a nerve, yet he continued to perform in front of us. I feigned anger and declared, 1992 was the year of the monkey, and with the tiger and monkey in opposition, that year would bring both great joy and sorrow. Your destiny is of the metal element, specifically gold, that is ineffectual. The coldness of metal and water brings harm to descendants and lineage. Wang Jianpain was taken aback for a good half-minute, swallowing several times, and exclaimed, "Incredible, truly incredible." Seizing the moment, I continued, "I offered to read your fortune out of goodwill, yet you are testing me. As a fortune teller, I too have principles. If I do not profit from the offerings at the Qinglong temple, then so be it." Ignoring him, I turned to leave. To be honest, that money was quite significant to me. It was not merely a transaction. I needed to establish my worth, for only then would others regard me with respect. Otherwise, they might think I was deceiving them. I pretended to feel wronged, almost resembling a mistreated young bride. Seeing my determination to depart, Wang Jianpain grew frantic, repeatedly apologizing. Left with no other option, he suddenly knelt before me, clasping my leg, and wept, "Please help me. If this matter does not succeed, I fear I shall never recover." I said, "Assistance is attainable. You may contact the boss on my behalf. 300,000, no less, not a penny. As for the establishment of the Qinglong temple, I shall exert my utmost effort. Furthermore, I have yet to sign the demolition contract. If it cannot be realized, then consider the 300,000 as the price of selling the house. To persuade him solely based on a divination to part with 300,000 is rather unrealistic. Just as my grandfather once remarked, he fears my youth and inexperience. I can comprehend this sentiment. Utilizing the old house as a wager instills in me the confidence to mitigate this impending feng shui catastrophe. At that moment, Wang Jianping made a phone call and obtained the boss's consent. He inquired whether I preferred cash or a transfer to my card. I relayed my card number to him, and upon receipt, I commenced my endeavors. During this interval, I began to contemplate our family's feng shui. However, Wang Jianping stood by, hesitating. His words caught his throat. I understood. He wished to inquire about divination. In light of the 300,000, I encouraged him to express whatever was on his mind. Wang Jianping swallowed hard and lamented. In truth, I have been contemplating divorce recently, yet I find it hard to relinquish the emotional ties forged over so many years. Alas, do you think I shall truly pass through life without having children? His words stirred a wave of reflection within me. 18 years ago, my father, driven by his obsession, employed the ruthless method of borrowing the Yin to bring me into this world. Thus, it can be said that human nature is invariably beset by greed, an affliction from which none can escape. This is especially true for those who rise from poverty to wealth. The desires once buried deep within will sprout forth like bamboo shoots in spring, one after another. I remarked, Uncle Wang, the ancients understood the importance of not forgetting the knowledge gained through poverty and the loyalty of a wife who stands by one's side in hard times. To put it bluntly, you are a man who, having suddenly acquired wealth, lacks the virtue to match your station, and thus there will inevitably be a flaw. This flaw, alas, lies in your offspring. Should you continue to engage in unprincipled actions, it is likely that further troubles will ensue. He paused, his tone faltering, his gaze drifting with uncertainty. I sighed deeply and added, though I may not possess your years or your extensive good deeds, I firmly believe that such acts will yield favorable outcomes. Wang Jianping stood there, momentarily frozen, and I sensed a stir within him, hoping he would refrain from making foolish decisions. In the aftermath, I learned that Wang Jianping's wife had suffered a miscarriage due to a car accident. In that moment of life and death, she exerted all her strength to push him out of harm's way, thereby saving his life. Though she survived, she was left with the inability to bear children. For over a decade, Wang Jianping had not forgotten his roots. As his career began to flourish, the desire for an heir to inherit his legacy grew increasingly fervent. I inspected the remnants of the old residence, where a layer of sand had been spread. Aside from its dampness, there was nothing particularly unusual about it. Yet, considering the temperature hovered above 30 degrees Celsius throughout the day, one would expect even small puddles to have dried up, let alone moist sand. Most astonishingly, upon stepping into the sandy expanse, I felt as if I had entered a room blessed with cool air, an immediate and refreshing chill enveloping me. I dug down about 10 centimeters with my bare hands, encountering the cool, damp earth beneath. Aside from that, no peculiarities were observed. I recalled my grandfather mentioning the presence of a qinglong beneath the foundation. Could the issue lie within the soil? Or perhaps, is there a mischievous spirit at play? Wang Jianping inquired if I had discerned anything. He intended to employ an excavator to unearth the entire sand pit and construct a drainage channel to divert the water into the sewer system. I urged him to remain calm. The immediate priority was not to resolve the drainage issue, but rather to prevent any further incidents. Moreover, I harbored a profound intuition that this matter was far from over. It was noon, and the oppressive heat obscured any strange occurrences. I instructed Wang Jianping to cordon off the area and convene everyone after dark to address the predicament. As for the 300,000 in divination fees, it should be duly deposited into my account as promised. I placed the property deed in his hands. The sum was substantial, and a mutual safeguard was prudent. With time still on my side and an apprehension of potential dangers looming that evening, I departed the construction site to prepare a few essentials. Chapter 10. The Ghost of the Alley. Thus, I boarded a bus and made my way towards the alley located north of the Shanqing Temple in the city center. Every city possesses a gathering place where one can find figures such as fortune tellers, Taoist priests, and monks. In our city, it is the Daxiner. To prepare for the events in the sand pit that night, I deliberately ventured to seek treasures near the Shangqing temple. The willow branches flanking the temple possess the power to ward off spirits. And by weaving 8 willow twigs into a whip and suspending it at the center of a well, its potency would grow with time. As I climbed to reach the willow branches, I misstepped and inadvertently stumbled upon the fortune-telling stall of an elderly man nearby. Before I could offer an apology, the old man erupted in anger, exclaiming, "Are you blind or just foolish?" I sought to save an ignorant young woman from her suicidal plight. And here I set up my mystical arrangement, vanquishing spirits in my dreams, only to have you disrupt it, you little rascal. The havoc wrought by that female ghost is your responsibility. I had intended to apologize, but the old man continued his tirade with expletives, prompting me to retort. At your age, you ought to speak with a modicum of decorum. What ghosts are you attempting to catch in broad daylight? Were it not for your seniority, I would have certainly given you a good thrashing. The man, disheveled and clad in rags, bore 2 prominent yellowed teeth that likely had not seen a brush in years, appearing quite weathered. He tossed his unkempt hair aside and rolled up his sleeves, preparing to confront me. Just then, a man and a woman came rushing down the alley, shouting from 50 meters away, "You old fraud, stop right there." The old man's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, "Son, help your father. Now is the time to show your filial piety. I love you." While hastily dismantling the fortune-telling booth, I noticed the 2 individuals pursuing me, prompting me to make a swift escape. I was utterly bewildered by his audacious actions. In all my years, I had never encountered someone so unabashed. I thought that since he had departed, all would be well, but to my astonishment, a man and a woman seized me without hesitation. I inquired about their intentions, and the man retorted, "Enough of your pretenses. Your father deceived my girlfriend during a reading and pocketed 2,000 yuan. You must repay this debt." "Your girlfriend?" I gazed at the heavily made-up woman before me, who was nearing retirement age, while the young man, perhaps in his early 30s, possessed striking good looks, albeit with shifty, wandering eyes, indicative of dubious intentions. Upon noticing the luxury imported Mercedes parked at the end of the alley, everything around me began to make sense. Having just been duped by that old lunatic, my frustration grew. I attempted to clarify that I was merely passing by, but the couple had no intention of letting me off the hook. The young man, with a tender gaze, reassured the woman, "Don't be afraid, my dear. If he refuses to repay, we shall go to the police." A crowd of passers-by was drawn to the commotion, encircling us, and I could faintly hear accusations labeling me a fraud. I protested, "My father has long since passed. Do not be deceived." How ruthless to invoke one's own father in such a deceitful scheme. It seemed inevitable that I would be taken to the police station. The young man clung to me tightly. "This evening, I must attend to matters at the sandpit, yet I find myself unprepared due to a multitude of preliminary tasks left unattended. Should I continue to procrastinate, I fear I may run out of time." I proposed, "How about this, gentlemen? I possess some knowledge of physiognomy and could offer you a reading." The young man, his face etched with disdain, retorted, "You? Have you even matured enough to engage in deception?" In an effort to extricate myself swiftly, I resorted to certain tactics. The art of fortune-telling, in ancient times, was referred to as the shock door, implying that a single utterance could astonish the interlocutor into compliance. Physiognomy is one such method. Upon examining the young man, I discerned a rare countenance indicative of great wealth and fortune. However, upon closer inspection, something seemed amiss. His face bore a faint layer of gray, a haze, his complexion fluctuating between brightness and dullness, suggesting an unstable foundation, akin to a frail boat adrift on turbulent waters. This led me to contemplate the notion of cosmetic surgery. Infuriated by his incessant accusations of being a fraud, I retorted, "You insipid fool, born with a wretched visage, seeking to transform your appearance through surgery to achieve a countenance of affluence. Merely a gilded toilet, outwardly resplendent, yet harboring a foul stench within." What? The young man faltered, only to quickly regain his composure, angrily retorting, You speak nonsense. Who has undergone surgery? Are you a physician? Speak further without evidence, and I shall be compelled to report you." As he spoke, he cast a glance, intentional or not, towards the woman. I harbored no fondness for men of his ilk. Those who, possessing functional limbs, choose instead to depend upon wealthy women. His reaction to my words revealed surprise, and his demeanor was no longer as aggressive as it had initially appeared. If a person undergoes cosmetic surgery, the art of face reading becomes unreliable. Indeed, one's fortune can be altered by changing one's appearance, yet such luck resembles a tree without roots. The young man before me has had his temples and the area associated with spouses augmented. His muscles are robust and radiant, ensuring he will find a desirable partner. To be candid, aside from her age, the lady seems to possess many commendable qualities. The woman retorted sharply, "Your confidence is quite remarkable. Tell me, 3 days ago, I visited the Chen temple to offer incense, and your father stopped me, claiming he could read my fortune. He said I would come into a windfall within 3 days and even sold me an amulet. Yet, yesterday, I suffered a business loss of 200,000. You must provide me with an explanation." As the onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle, I had already formed a judgment about the woman. The area of her fate, marked by her intertwined eyebrows, bore chaotic horizontal lines, its hue dark and foreboding, while her pupils harbored a hint of malevolence. She was clearly afflicted by an evil presence. A bold hypothesis emerged in my mind. "Madam, you have lost your spouse in middle age, inviting a sinister energy to entwine itself with you. If this matter is not addressed promptly, it may lead to calamity." Her complexion shifted dramatically. "I have mentioned my widowhood to your father. It must have been he who disclosed it." The more I scrutinized her countenance, the more I sensed something amiss, particularly the faint black thread visible within her pupil. It is known that one's eyes cannot tolerate even a grain of sand, let alone a stray hair. I stepped forward swiftly, locking my gaze on her eyes. "What are you staring at me for?" she asked, her demeanor betraying her anxiety. Something was indeed amiss. Her eyes were tainted with malevolence. I promptly seized her right hand, provoking the young man's fury. "How dare you lay a hand on my girlfriend? Are you seeking a fight?" As I delved into the mysteries of Taoist sorcery, I became aware of the existence of ghostly veins within the human body. If the pulse in one's palm pulsates, it signifies the disturbance of malevolent forces. Immediately, I pressed down firmly on her palm, and to my astonishment, I discerned the visage of a pallid middle-aged man within her pupils. I intoned solemnly, "Did you emerge on your own accord, or shall I compel you to appear?" The man, in a state of panic, retorted, "Whom are you addressing?" I brandished a willow branch and struck the woman's palm with a resounding crack. She emitted a piercing scream, her voice oscillating between masculine and feminine tones. In an instant, her expression shifted to one of deep-seated malice, a scene witnessed by all present. With a frigid glare, the woman surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing upon the young man, whom she accosted with venomous rage. "You wretched couple, desecrating my grave with your lewd acts. I shall forfeit my chance at rebirth, yet I will not spare you." A wave of shock rippled through the crowd, and the young man's face turned a sickly green with terror. Trembling, he implored me, "And no, it is not my fault. She compelled me." This was a matter of their private lives, and I had no desire to pry. Utilizing the techniques of a shaman to exorcise spirits, I pressed my fingers to the crown of the woman's head, dispelling the malevolent energy that had coalesced within her. In a few days, her deceased husband would likely return. For engaging in such lewd activities near one's grave is a profound affront. Chapter 11. The water ghost. She immediately convulsed a few times and fell to the ground, her head thrown back. I then said to the young man, "Everyone can attest that she fell on her own. It has nothing to do with me." With that remark, I chose not to engage further and turned to leave the alley. I purchased some ink and paper before hastily returning to Ma Tao's residence. Ma Tao was perpetually engrossed in video games, his cluttered desk strewn with cigarette butts and instant noodle containers resembling a refuse dump. I greeted him, but he ignored me, so I retreated into solitude to begin my talismanic drawings. The act of drawing talismans is a sacred endeavor, with each character accompanied by a specific incantation. Through the delicate strokes of ink, I inscribed symbols that bridged heaven and earth. As a practitioner of the Xiang school, my approach to talismans diverged from that of Taoist traditions, primarily in the use of ink rather than traditional methods, and my talismans tended to embody a gentler essence. As dusk approached, Ma Tao persistently knocked on the door. I presumed he sought my company for dinner and informed him I would not be joining. "What dinner?" he retorted. "A filthy old man is looking for you." "Who?" I inquired, somewhat puzzled, and rose to open the door. The disheveled man with his prominent, weathered teeth caught my attention as he grinned. "Young friend, we meet again." "It's you." My frustration bubbled over, and I seized his collar. Calm down, he chuckled, waving a Spider-Man figurine before my eyes. "My spirit child informed me of your presence here. However, dear young talisman master, it seems you are blissfully unaware of the calamity that awaits you. I couldn't bear to see you unprepared, so I came to offer a word of warning." I was furious. "Do you think I would believe you?" He remained calm and composed. "You are still young. Do not be so quick to anger. We are all practitioners of the mystical arts. One must lead through virtue. Let the matter of striking me be set aside for now. I ask you, have you ever been to the sandpit in the urban village?" "How do you know?" I exclaimed in surprise. "Do you think Wang Jianping would seek you out alone?" Some time ago, he had already scoured the vicinity of Shangqing Temple for con artists. Although I was aware of the true nature of the sandpit, I chose not to divulge it to him. Look at the old madman, speaking with such confidence, as if he possesses profound insight. Could he truly be an expert? I inquired where he had discerned this. He merely turned his face aside and retorted, "You, child, have such poor discernment. I come to visit, and you do not even offer tea or water, nor a single cigarette." In order to clarify the matter of the sandpit, I forced a smile and pulled him into the room. The old madman casually picked up a talisman I had drawn and remarked, "Not bad. In this day and age, few understand the symbols of the 5 stars and 6 Yao." The fact that he could recognize my Mai Sek's secret talisman astonished him, causing him to retract his previous disdain. "Now let us discuss the sandpit." I offered him a cigarette. The old madman took a few puffs and then drained the remaining half-bottle of mineral water, lamenting, "That place is rife with resentment. Heed my words. Do not get involved." I questioned, puzzled. "That was once my home. How could there be any resentment? Please clarify." "This matter is shrouded in ambiguity. Once enough lives have been claimed, only then will it be deemed safe. Mind your own affairs. Indulge in your meals. Enjoy your drinks. Pursue your romantic endeavors. But do refrain from meddling in the matters of the sandpit." The eccentric old man stretched languidly, uttering these words before hastily departing from Ma Tao's residence. And to my annoyance, he had the audacity to pilfer my only lighter. A sense of unease crept into my thoughts, yet I dared not call my grandfather. However, having already received the payment, it seemed illogical to relinquish my pursuit so easily. As midnight approached, I established contact with Wang Jianping, who promptly arrived to escort me. Observing Ma Tao engrossed in his gaming, I remarked, "Brother, excessive gaming can be taxing. It's prudent to take a break. Additionally, your financial prospects are particularly auspicious today. A bath might enhance your fortune, perhaps even yielding exceptional rewards." Ma Tao retorted with a quip about my sanity, continuing to coordinate the assault on Shabak via YY. According to my calculations, 3 o'clock in the morning would be the hour of clearest insights. At the very least, I needed to ascertain the situation. This time, Wang Jianping was accompanied by 3 workers. Despite the loss of 3 lives, the allure of substantial rewards often inspires bravery. The moon hung like a silver disk, its luminescence akin to flowing water. The oppressive heat began to dissipate as we approached the sandpit, giving way to a chilling atmosphere. The art of physiognomy encompasses a vast domain, including the observation of heaven, earth, and humanity. The method of observing the energy field determines fortune and misfortune. For instance, the energy of the earth resides 3 feet above the surface, while anything below that belongs to the land. Should there be a congregation of yin energy, it may manifest at the surface level. Today marked my inaugural venture into this realm, and a tinge of trepidation lingered within me. This is the old house where I have lived for over a decade, yet the circumstances we face today were entirely unforeseen. The sand shimmered under the moonlight, and as I dug my hand into it, I discovered that the bottom was saturated with murky, inky water. Wang Jianping appeared anxious, questioning the situation at hand. If necessary, he suggested we summon an excavator. I urged him to remain calm. After all, we had only just arrived, and it would be prudent to wait and reassess our course of action. The method of observation revealed a heavy presence of negative energy in this place. But such energy does not necessarily indicate a threat to life. Could it be that supernatural forces were at play? I tightened my grip on the willow branch. If there truly were malevolent spirits present, I would not hesitate to confront them. Standing on the familiar soil, now reduced to a desolate wasteland, I felt a surge of anxiety. As time passed, Wang Jianping and the others yawned incessantly. The four of them had set up a small tent nearby, taking turns to lie on the air mattress and succumb to sleep. Before long, even those assigned to keep watch had drifted into slumber, leaving only me, fixated on the sandpit. As the sounds of their rhythmic snores echoed around me, I contemplated that if no disturbances occurred by 3 o'clock, I might indeed have to heed Wang Jianping's advice. In less than 30 minutes, a peculiar incident unfolded at the sandpit. Wang Jianping emerged from the tent, dazed and disoriented, and wandered off to relieve himself. Upon returning, he began to wander in circles around the sandpit, as if in a trance. Soon, the other three joined him, each stepping onto the sand in close proximity, leaving behind footprints that would quickly be obscured. The mysterious death of Old Wu, who met his demise by ingesting sand, remains an enigma to this day. The behavior of the four individuals has increasingly become peculiar, leading me to suspect it is akin to what Old Wu experienced. Observing them as they circled repeatedly, they abruptly crouched down and began to dig into the sand with their bare hands. Fearing that an incident might occur, I approached and called out to them loudly. Their expressions were vacant, devoid of any response. Soon, I witnessed a chilling scene. Wang Jianping scooped up the murky water overflowing from the sandpit with both hands and began to drink deeply. After draining it, he stuffed a handful of mud and sand into his mouth, crunching it with an unsettling sound. Despite the season being midsummer, a layer of frost inexplicably cloaked the surface of the sandpit, evoking a sense of the coldness associated with the frost of autumn. The faces of the four were turning a ghastly shade of green, clearly afflicted by malevolent forces. Should these sinister energies penetrate deeper, damaging their facial features, it could wreak havoc on their internal organs, leading to a point of no return. Upon observing the other three, I noted they exhibited similar disturbing behaviors, with one even burying his head into the pit, wriggling downward like a worm. This bizarre tableau remains vividly etched in my memory. My calls were futile. In an effort to shield them from further malevolent influence, I promptly affixed protective talismans to their vital points. Instantly, their bodies became rigid, frozen in place, with sand still lodged in their mouths, just as I thought I had rescued them. A sudden glance over my shoulder startled me. A vague figure had inexplicably materialized in the center of the sandpit. Rubbing my eyes, I beheld them kneeling on the ground, seemingly engaged in an unknown activity. Three individuals, clad in the garb of construction workers, knelt beneath the hazy light of the moon. Around them, the sand was sodden with foul water, and I faintly detected the noxious odor of rotten eggs. Steeling myself, I gripped the willow branch tightly. Its presence instilled a profound sense of reassurance within me. I recalled my grandfather's words. The grievances of the restless spirits could influence the five senses of ordinary mortals. Common phantoms might only affect one's sight, allowing them to witness their own tragic fate, instilling fear. Yet, should the three flames of yang energy wane, a malevolent spirit might seize the opportunity to possess an unsuspecting soul. More formidable specters could emit assent, rendering the need to extinguish one's yang energy unnecessary to bring about harm. Although the first two souls had perished by drowning, and the last had suffocated in the sand, all three were indeed wrongful deaths. Among them, the water ghost belonged to the element of earth, akin to a tree without roots, unable to enter the realm of the underworld, forever trapped in the depths, unable to reincarnate unless a substitute could be found. Yet, in my recollection, no one had ever drowned in our ancestral home. Their immobile forms, kneeling in silence, puzzled me greatly. In an effort to swiftly mitigate the threat posed by these water spirits, I cautiously approached, gripping the willow branch tightly. Just as I prepared to swing the branch and take action, an unforeseen event unfolded before me. Chapter 12. The wooden wedge. I had thought that scattering them would prevent any further incidents, yet I was woefully naive. The three figures simultaneously lifted their gazes towards me, and an abhorrent stench enveloped the air, reminiscent of rotten tofu, causing me to retch involuntarily as I instinctively covered my mouth and nose. As the moonlight illuminated their faces, the skin appeared to slough away like crumbling tofu, while their hair grew wildly, and hollow eyes oozed with foul liquid. Their skin gradually decayed, accompanied by a nauseating, pungent odor. I could not suppress my reaction and expelled the contents of my stomach. "Damn it!" I shouted, summoning courage within myself as I swung a willow branch towards them. Suddenly, a mysterious whirlwind swept across the ground, and in the blink of an eye, the three vanished without a trace. My heightened state of anxiety left me drenched in cold sweat. Standing amidst the desolation, I struggled to find peace within my tumultuous thoughts. What I just witnessed felt all too surreal, yet an odd sensation lingered within me. If they were indeed vengeful spirits, they should have sought to take my life upon seeing me. Could it be that something truly resides beneath the foundation of our home? And who was that old madman? How did he possess this knowledge? The distant crowing of chickens gradually pulled my thoughts back to reality. I dialed for emergency assistance, arranging for the 4 individuals to be taken to the hospital for gastric lavage, though they were thoroughly exhausted from the ordeal. News of the haunting in the village pit spread throughout the town. The entire experience seemed increasingly peculiar upon reflection. Consequently, at noon, I made a special trip to Shangqingwen Alley, only to find that the old madman was regrettably absent. In the afternoon, Wang Jianping contacted me again, inviting me to visit the construction site. He mentioned that the boss would also be present today to discuss how to proceed. By 4 o'clock, I arrived once more at the urban village, only to find it teeming with people, with construction vehicles already in place. Among the crowd was a portly, balding middle-aged man, surrounded by a throng of onlookers. Upon spotting him, Wang Jianping hastily approached to greet him. To my astonishment, I discovered that Li Shuai and Zhang Na were also present. Were they merely here to observe the commotion? Before I could speak, Wang Jianping took the initiative, saying, "Mr. Li, this is Chen Xinxiang's grandson. We encountered some peculiar incidents here yesterday, but rest assured, it will be handled properly. Isn't this Chen Zheng?" Li Shuai scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. "Why aren't you busy washing dishes at the restaurant? How did you get entangled in superstition?" He continued, "Dad, this person is my classmate. Don't believe him. If he were truly capable, would he need to scavenge for a living? You have no idea. Back in school, he emanated an odd odor that was simply repulsive. At that moment, it dawned on me that the owner responsible for the urban village renovation was Li Shuai's father. After hearing his words, I felt an overwhelming urge to quit, but having accepted the payment, I found myself trapped. I noticed Zhang Na, standing beside Li Shuai, feigning ignorance of my presence, which left me feeling quite helpless. Nevertheless, I resolved to secure the payment as soon as possible, and once I conquer my inner demons, I would truly embark on my university journey, soaring like a dragon across the seas and returning like a tiger to the mountains. Suddenly, Mr. Li spoke up, his expression gradually darkening as he reprimanded Wang Jianping with fervor. "Old Wang, you have been with me for 7 or 8 years. I acknowledge your cautious nature, but this level of caution is excessive. What kind of society are we living in? The Shenzhou 5 has already returned, and you still believe in this?" Wang Jianping attempted to explain. "Mr. Li, please allow me to clarify. No more explanations. If I hadn't come today, who knows how long the project would be delayed? You have truly disappointed me." Following this, Mr. Li gestured to his assistant nearby, prompting the young man to instruct the workers to commence their tasks. They intended to excavate the sandpit and set up large pumping equipment, planning to refill it with sand once the water was drained. However, I had distinctly perceived a malevolent aura emanating from the sandpit the previous night. If it were to be disturbed, it would certainly lead to disaster. I interjected, I urge you to seal this place off and focus on transporting materials elsewhere. No one is permitted to approach here. Otherwise, calamity will surely ensue. Get lost. Stop causing trouble. The young secretary advanced to shove me aside. Tome ater disbelief, zank naskoft disdain feli, chenjenk. I have already informed you that we are at cross purposes. Resorting to such despicable tactics to gain my attention will only deepen my aversion towards you. Aversion? Upon hearing her words, I was infuriated to the point of explosion, especially as I gazed into Zhang Na's eyes. The saying that one's appearance reflects their inner self holds true. A person's preferences, temperament, and moral character are all revealed through their eyes. It became clear to me that my connection with her had reached its conclusion. Li Shuai pointed towards the sandpit and declared, in broad daylight, one cannot indulge in superstitions. Let us excavate and see. I refuse to believe there is anything that cannot be unearthed. The excavator commenced its methodical operation, and as the first scoop plunged into the damp, black mud, an overpowering stench of decay and mildew wafted through the air, prompting those present to instinctively cover their mouths and noses. As a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, I sensed that further calamities were imminent. My apprehensions were soon validated when the excavator operator, seemingly possessed by an inexplicable urge, abruptly altered the machine's course. The colossal shovel descended upon a nearby worker, shattering his skull in an instant. A swirling gust of ominous wind stirred the dust, and before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the dump truck designated for transport toppled over, claiming the life of an onlooker, a woman drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Such bizarre events left no room for skepticism. The scene erupted into chaos, yet amidst the frantic rescue efforts, an eerie silence enveloped the atmosphere. All gazes turned towards me, even the owner Li wore an expression of shock. I sighed deeply. I warned you against digging, yet you chose not to heed my words. Now that disaster has struck. It is too late for regrets. I approached the fetid pit, feigning no surprise at the discovery beneath the very house I had inhabited for over a decade. Stepping closer to the gaping hole, I reflected on the myriad forms of malevolence that one might encounter. For instance, the soil beneath our feet may have remained undisturbed for centuries, yet it harbors the excrement of countless creatures, tainted waters, and the remnants of deceased beings, all of which coalesce to form a potent aura of malevolence. Should such a sight be unearthed, it could wreak havoc upon the fortunes of the unwary, and in dire cases, even claim lives. The feng shui master, through meticulous calculations, discerns the day when malevolent energies are at their weakest, employing rituals to dispel such negativity. The earliest practitioner of this art was undoubtedly Lu Ban. Listening to the incessant sound of water being drawn, I turned and advised, upon returning home, you must immerse yourselves in a bath, cleansing your bodies at least 6 times. Trust me, it is infallible. Wang Jianping inquired, what shall we do with this wastewater? I replied, I shall remain here. In today, as circumstances, it is no longer a matter of whether Mr. Li believes a life has been lost, which is undeniably significant. Upon hearing this, they appeared quite relieved. The water extraction persisted for several hours, and Wang Jianping chose to stay as well. As the ground gradually dried, a wooden wedge, a full half-meter in width, emerged. Its material was unknown, yet it had remarkably withstood decay while buried underground. Wang Jianping exclaimed, what is this? Upon observing the carvings of incantations on the surface of the wedge, I was momentarily taken aback. To ascertain the truth, I even leapt down to examine it closely, only to be met with a shocking revelation. Chapter 13. The living stake, as anticipated, the 3 vengeful spirits I encountered at dawn were all summoned by it. Wang Jianping was taken aback when he saw me leap into the pit. In a state of panic, he paced back and forth, urging me to come back up quickly, fearing it would be too late to avert further calamity. I reassured him, explaining that some truths must be personally verified to be truly understood. What secrets lie within the old house, where I have lived for over a decade? As I touched the wooden stake, a chilling gust swept through, releasing a foul stench of decay. My vision began to blur, and through the haze, I discerned the 5 deceased individuals from before, all immobile, crouched on the ground. their faces directed towards the wooden post. No wonder I had seen the three spirits. It was not that they had failed to reincarnate, but rather that they were anchored in place by the stake. Wang Jianping inquired, "What exactly have you discerned?" I replied, "This is a living stake." "What kind of stake? Is it something your family has done?" I shook my head, explaining that this house had existed for as long as I could remember, buried at such a profound depth. Who could say from which era it originated? After a thorough inspection, I confirmed my findings and climbed back out. The concept of the living stake originates from the techniques of Luban. In ancient times, when undertaking extensive construction projects, it was believed that such actions would disrupt the feng shui, disturbing the spirits of the deceased, leading to numerous misfortunes in the project and even resulting in fatalities. Prior to commencing, the practitioner would select specific young boys and girls, born under auspicious astrological signs, to be placed at the focal point of the feng shui array. Often, the numbers chosen were odd: 1, 3, 5, or 7. Some would entomb the living in sealed boxes, suffocating them, while others would provide only water, withholding food until they perish from starvation. All means are employed to torment the victim, ensuring that their final moments are steeped in despair. The greater their resentment, the more secure the undertaking becomes. I divulged everything I knew to Wang Jianping, who was left astounded and inquired how we should proceed. Indeed, I had been contemplating my grandfather's words regarding the establishment of the Qinglong Temple. The 5 elemental dragon deities, particularly the Azure Emperor Dragon of the East, preside over the flourishing of all things associated with the wood element. Below lies a wooden stake. Could there be a connection between the two? The purpose of driving a living stake serves 2 primary functions. First, to honor the spirits of the deceased and restore the feng shui. Second, to suppress malevolent entities. Regardless of the intent, extracting it would be an unwise decision. As I pondered this, a buzzing sensation filled my head, and I felt profoundly uneasy. If it were merely an ordinary ghost causing the disturbance, it might be resolved with ease. Yet the presence of the Luban living stake raises concerns about what lies beneath. I am increasingly skeptical that the years of poverty we have endured are intricately linked to this phenomenon. Furthermore, I harbor suspicions regarding the 5 individuals who met with untimely deaths. Were their demises truly accidental? I asked Uncle Wang, "Do you have detailed information about the deceased?" "Recent photographs would be even better." Wang Jianping responded with curiosity. "Why do you seek this information when they are already dead?" I clarified, "The purpose of driving the living stake is to suppress the foul entities underground. However, with the recent deaths of 5 individuals, I find the circumstances suspicious. If I could obtain their birth dates, I might uncover some valuable clues." Wang Jianping asked me to wait for a moment, as the workers he had hired were merely temporary. He made a call to the finance department to retrieve the deceased's identification. After approximately an hour, the finance team sent over the information of 5 individuals, for whom I performed a divination. The more I examined their cases, the more unsettling I found them. The 5 individuals were characterized by their midlife spousal conflicts, childhood paternal issues, old age parental conflicts, women's struggles against their husbands, and physical disabilities. It appeared they were afflicted with the burdens of widowhood, bereavement, isolation, loneliness, and disability. I exclaimed, "This is a life-borrowing situation." "Life borrowing? What ist? How could one borrow a life?" Wang Jianping shook his head, utterly skeptical. "Even my own life is borrowed," I asserted. "Thus, I am profoundly convinced of the feng shui arrangement I have observed. A fortunate life cannot be borrowed. To tamper with it lightly invites divine retribution. My father has already paid the ultimate price. Conversely, a wretched life is different, resembling those ruffians in society who, when faced with intense conflict, often declare, 'My life is worthless. I could easily part with it.' My understanding deepened, prompting me to leap into the pit for a second time. I began to excavate around the living stake, surrounded by a foul, decaying odor. Fortunately, the rotten mud was soft, making the digging relatively effortless. Before long, I unearthed 5 black coffins, each measuring only 30 centimeters in size. Upon seeing the coffins, Wang Jianping's expression stiffened, and he inquired about their purpose. I gently caressed the surface of the coffins. Each was coated with a waterproof layer, and although their burial duration was unknown, they appeared remarkably pristine. I shook my head, reflecting, within the small coffin lies the soul of the one whose life was claimed. On that fateful day, Old Wu and Old Zhao were destined to meet their demise due to the fateful alignment of 5 misfortunes. Old Zhao, however, was spared from death, and as the living stake remains in place following the demolition, it will draw individuals of 5 distinct destinies. Should they approach, they will unwittingly have their lives taken. Even if the foundation is not excavated today, 5 lives will inevitably be lost. Are you suggesting that the deceased 5 are here? His expression was peculiar, and he remained profoundly respectful toward matters of the supernatural. I nodded affirmatively. Indeed, those whose lives were claimed by the living stake will have their souls return here, bound to this place for eternity, unless they await the next opportunity to borrow a life. Wang Jianping still found it difficult to comprehend. He inquired, why borrow a life at all? Moreover, what would be the consequence if one did? I replied, I now suspect that the individual who initially established the living stake exploited the 5 wretched destinies to perpetuate an unending source of energy, ensuring that the malevolent spirits beneath the stake remained trapped in their torment. In truth, there was another matter I withheld, aside from suppressing the spirits beneath the living stake. It could equally bestow good fortune upon those dwelling in the vicinity. Yet, I had never truly felt fortunate. With that said, I carried the 5 small coffins to a shaded area, away from the light, and opened each one. Inside, each contained a diminutive wooden figure, adorned with strange incantations and inscribed with symbols representing their respective destinies. As I broke the seals on the incantations, a sudden gust of wind arose. Wang Jianping sneezed several times, his complexion turning ashen. As a ghost traverses the human body, the 7 spirits are tasked with guarding and resisting. If one's physique is not sufficiently robust, one may easily be struck by a spirit. Should you fail to withstand the impact, it results in possession by the ghost. He trembled and remarked, how peculiar, why is it so cold? It's nothing, they have already departed. I sighed in relief. However, in the next moment, an unexpected incident occurred. As twilight descended and the sun cast its glow upon Wang Jianping's face, I found it difficult to discern his features, as if something obscured his visage. Simultaneously, Wang Jianping continued to rub his eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. He yawned several times, saliva trickling from the corner of his mouth, and in a slurred tone expressed, how strange, why can't I see clearly? Chapter 14. The veil of malevolence. Wang Jianping's features gradually became rigid, his complexion turned ashen, and his eyes brimmed with palpable resentment. Notably, a small black spot began to coalesce at the position corresponding to his fate in the realm of physiognomy, visibly manifesting before our eyes. In the eyes of a practitioner, such an occurrence heralds an ominous sign of impending death. Wang Jianping continued to rub his eyes, slowly realizing that something was amiss, and hurriedly inquired about my observations. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, his pupils were laced with a web of crimson veins. Within moments, he began to gasp for breath, akin to a beast on the verge of fury. It dawned on me that Wang Jianping had been choked by malevolent energy. Considering it was precisely 6:45 in the evening, the sun was setting, and a quarter of an hour prior marked the peak of Yin energy. Among the 12 divisions of the day, there exist 3 periods of extreme Yin, should one encounter the clash of fates or unfavorable annual influences. It is all too easy to be overwhelmed by sinister forces, leading to inexplicable actions. Suddenly, Wang Jianping ceased to acknowledge me, bowing his head as he muttered to himself, "You dare to bully me, damn it. I toiled diligently to earn a living. Why should I be looked down upon? You owe me money. You owe me money. You shall pay for this. I will kill you. I will annihilate your entire family." As he spoke, his complexion darkened further, taking on an ominous shade of purple, his gaze fierce and predatory, as if he were ready to consume another. A chilling dread seeped into my bones, an inexplicable fear enveloping my heart. Had I not been familiar with Wang Jianping, I might have fled in a panic, stealing my resolve. I recalled the calming techniques my grandfather had imparted to me. Within the realm of mental disciplines lies a technique known as the observation of the body. One begins by bringing the index and middle fingers of both hands together, crossing them over the chest and pointing towards one's own eyebrows. The left eyebrow is referred to as Jidu, while the right is known as Luoho. Should these 2 points be sealed, an individual may perceive things otherwise hidden from sight. Indeed, upon observing Wang Jianpain, I noted that the celestial lamp, one of the 3 flames representing the essence of the human spirit, had extinguished, and the 2 flames upon his shoulders had dimmed significantly. Without the celestial lamp, a person becomes akin to a luxurious villa with its doors wide open, inviting all to enter and reside. I intended to assist him in rekindling this celestial light, but as I approached, I discovered that a figure stood behind Wang Jianpain, clad in a flowing red robe and hunched over. The individual concealed themselves behind him, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. Despite my prior mental preparation, I was taken aback. According to the classifications of spirits, there exist 5 colors: gray, white, black, red, and green. A figure in red indeed signifies a vengeful spirit. Should the red transform into green, it would not only be I who would flee, but even my grandfather would be compelled to turn and run. If one were to fall victim to a vengeful spirit, calamity would undoubtedly ensue. Regardless of who ultimately bears the misfortune, as a practitioner of divination, I cannot simply stand idly by upon discovering such a matter. The current challenge lay in the necessity of unveiling the true visage of the spirit, for only by examining its features could I identify its weak point and employ my divination techniques to dispel its essence. To my astonishment, the entity had already perceived my intentions. Refusing to raise its head, its face pressed firmly against Wang Jianpain's back. The figure in the crimson attire pressed both hands against her cheeks, her disheveled hair cascading around her, while her red garments clung tightly to her back. With each step she took, she moved in small, delicate strides, trailing closely behind. I wished to draw nearer. However, Wang Jianpain, who had been muttering to himself, suddenly pivoted, his face almost brushing against mine. The lifeless gaze emanating from his eyes sent shivers down my spine, prompting me to involuntarily retreat a few paces. He barked, "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing. You have a bit of dirt on your back," I hastily clarified, feeling a sense of trepidation. Wang Jianpain coldly retorted, "Keep your distance, leave." Each of his utterances was now under the influence of the vengeful spirit behind him. Those possessed tend to lose their composure, and Wang Jianpain was no exception. I quickly interjected, "Uncle Wang, someone is approaching from behind. Is it that scoundrel Li Dongsheng?" His gaze, filled with a predatory malice, turned sharply. Regrettably, the ghost clinging to his back mirrored his movement, and I still failed to discern its true form. At this point, my words seemed futile, so I resolved to stabilize his emotions temporarily. I heard Wang Jianpain mutter, "I will slaughter him. Damn it, Li Dongsheng, you owe me money, you owe me money. I will annihilate your entire family." His chilling tone accompanied his ramblings, and though I stood before him unafraid of the spirit on his back, I pondered the potential consequences if Wang Jianpain were to go mad and randomly seize a brick to strike me. I cautiously inquired, "Uncle Wang, where are you headed?" Wang Jianpain's body remained motionless as he slowly turned his head, revealing a single eye of the specter clinging to his back, its minuscule pupil resembling that of a venomous serpent in the mountains. In that moment, as our gazes met, I trembled with unease. The malevolent spirit gradually obscured his eyes with its hand. Regrettably, I was still unable to discern the ghost that plagued Wang Jianpain's back. He appeared burdened as if carrying a crimson sack, and despite my incessant calls, he paid me no heed. He hurriedly made his way out of the village, his pace swift, yet he exhibited no signs of exhaustion, as if his body were not his own, devoid of any discomfort. Meanwhile, I was at my wit's end, trailing him out of the village, the path arduous and nearly costing me half my life. After a considerable struggle, we finally emerged from the village, only for him to slip into a van parked at the roadside. At that moment, Wang Jianpain had succumbed to the spirit's influence, a phenomenon the Taoist would refer to as spirit obscuring the heart. This implies that apart from negative emotions, he could perceive nothing else. For instance, if one were to be jostled while waiting for the bus, they might typically brush it off. However, once under the spirit's influence, Even the slightest discomfort could be magnified to the point of contemplating violence. Just as Wang Jianping prepared to start the van, I swiftly followed him inside. I pulled out my phone, ready to call the police, but hesitated just before dialing. My goodness, if the call were to connect. How would I explain to the officer that someone was possessed by a ghost? Heaven help me. I feared that I would find myself detained for making a prank call. Wang Jianping's eyebrows, extending to his forehead, bore a faint shade of black, reminiscent of someone who had just returned from a masquerade ball. Since boarding the vehicle, I noticed he had not once blinked, as the car slowly navigated toward a villa district on the outskirts of the city. He parked the van beside the road, his expression utterly vacant, before retrieving a large wrench from within. I maintained a cautious distance, fearful of any sudden outburst from him. Many may dismiss the notion of possession as trivial, yet they fail to comprehend its terrifying implications. Life is sustained by the harmonious balance of spirit, energy, and essence. The energy represented by the heavenly lamp is an innate vitality bestowed upon us at birth. Only by extinguishing this heavenly lamp can malevolent entities wreak havoc. Minor conflicts can be magnified infinitely, and should Wang Jianping unleash chaos, the spirit would seize the opportunity to cultivate its power, possibly advancing even further. The streets were sparsely populated, especially in such a secluded villa district where one rarely encounters passersby. Yet, Wang Jianping ambled forward like a deranged killer toward the community entrance. At that moment, a young man, around 20 years old, emerged from a security booth and confronted him for identification. My heart raced. If I did not intervene soon, he would be in grave danger. Chapter 15. Possession. Wang Jianping tilted his head as he scrutinized the security guard before him, his breaths heavy and labored. A faint frost had begun to settle upon the fine hairs of his face, and with each exhalation, a wisp of mist escaped into the chill of the season. The gusts of chilly wind prompted the guard to rub his eyes, perplexed. Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Do you have the property owner's access card? In a rush to prevent any further dialogue, I grasped the guard's arm and hastily explained, "Brother, he is the father of Li Dongsheng from your community. He is a bit senile and has lost his way." The guard, bewildered, retorted, "What nonsense is this? Li Dongsheng must be nearly 50 by now. Who are you? This is an upscale neighborhood. Outsiders are not permitted entry without an invitation." Wang Jianping continued to tilt his head, his gaze fixed intently upon the community, resembling a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Just as I opened my mouth to clarify, the wind on the street intensified, causing the guard to instinctively lower his head. The surrounding lights flickered erratically, blindingly bright. Suddenly, I felt a cool breeze at the back of my head, as though something had dashed past. I had previously noted the eerie silence of the villa area, where homes stood shoulder to shoulder along an empty, desolate road. Yet, when the wind ceased, Wang Jianping had vanished. Both the guard and I stood in stunned silence. There was only one path. Where could he have gone? A sense of dread washed over me as I urgently inquired, "Where does Li Dongsheng live? Hurry, we must act swiftly." The guard, equally shaken by the sudden turn of events, was left astounded by the inexplicable disappearance of a living man. He noticed my furrowed brow and anxiously inquired what was amiss. "What happened with that person just now?" I replied gravely, "Don't worry about it. Come with me quickly. If anything goes awry, you will be able to call for help." I still possessed 2 talismans, but the technique of body observation could not be employed recklessly. I had only one chance. Should I fail to subdue the malevolent spirit, it could very well lead to a catastrophic tragedy. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for further explanation. So I urged him to accompany me to Li Dongsheng's residence. That villa stood as the pinnacle of the community, nestled in a tranquil corner. After traversing a rockery flower bed, we beheld a Porsche parked at the entrance. The security guard pointed towards the French-style architecture and said, "This is Li Dongsheng's home. He seldom returns to stay here." By the way, was that person just now human or a ghost? The villa was encircled by a 2-meter-high wall topped with electrified fencing, and I had indeed failed to spot Wang Jianping. Surely, he could not have leapt over with extraordinary agility? I dashed to the front door and pressed the doorbell. Before long, Li Shuai's voice crackled through the intercom. "Chen, how on earth did you find my house? Apologies, but I don't have any junk here, And besides, we live in a high-end community. How did you, a scavenger, manage to get in? I then heard him speaking to someone else on the intercom. Nana, come and see. Xinjiang has followed you all the way to our home. Another voice inquired, Li Shuai, who is this? Li Shuai introduced me as his classmate. A mere scavenger and a fraud. Laughter erupted from within the house. Since he is your classmate, let him in to join us for some fun. The cacophony of noise was deafening. Aside from Li Shuai, there were others present, seemingly engaged in a game of patty. I am utterly convinced that Wang Jianpain has arrived. Yet where has he vanished to? A person of sound mind should not simply disappear. Once possessed by a malevolent spirit, Wang Jianpain would undoubtedly unleash a reign of terror. Danger has encircled this place, yet they remain blissfully unaware. Li Shuai then inquired, where is the security? The security officer leaned closer to the intercom, adjusted his cap, and respectfully replied, hello, owner, I am security officer Xiaoma. What on earth are you doing? Allowing just anyone to waltz in. What about the safety of the residents? Li Shuai continued, and who gave you the authority to bring him to our doorstep? What if he comes to steal? Who will take responsibility for that? Li Shuai unleashed a torrent of reprimands. I apologize, owner, but besides him, there were others who mentioned visiting your home, so I... Silence. Li Shuai interrupted sharply, exclaiming, others? Good heavens, I must call your manager. You let all sorts of riffraff lead to my home. Do you not understand your own position? I'm truly sorry. Please don't file a complaint. If the manager finds out, I'll incur a fine, and I desperately need the money. Just as I attempted to interject a word of reason, the security officer shoved me aside, anxiously exclaiming, it's all your fault. If a complaint is filed, I will be dismissed. I will be dismissed. Li Shuai, having been indulged since birth as a privileged heir, finds it exceedingly difficult to possess empathy. And his contemptible demeanor of condescension seems to reveal his power more vividly the more he bullies the weak. The young security guard repeatedly offers apologies. Yet Li Shuai remains relentless. As someone urges him to hasten and open the champagne, he commands through the intercom, expel that scrap collector from beside him. The guard expresses his gratitude profusely, then turns to me with a grave expression, saying, please leave our community. I replied, brother, I absolutely cannot leave. If I do, something terrible will surely happen. The guard sighed, you heard him. If I don't expel you, he will file a complaint against me. You have no idea how favorable the conditions are at our company. If it weren't for my uncle working here, I wouldn't even have been able to enter. They pay me $3,000 a month with insurance, and they provide staples like rice and oil. However, the regulations are stringent, and allowing you in is a violation. If he genuinely complains, I will be dismissed. Yet, Wang Jianpain cannot simply vanish from this world. He harbors a debt-related grievance against the Li family, and the resentment that has festered within him has now erupted following his possession by a vengeful spirit. He will not rest until he has avenged himself on Li Dongsheng. In a certain sense, the Li family's villa could be regarded as a house of ill omen. Observing me standing there, the guard lamented, brother, I can see you are also a person of modest means. Let us not make things difficult for one another. I have younger siblings to support, and this job is vital for me. With each step he took, I was escorted out of the community. Upon returning to the security booth, the atmosphere was dim, and his partner was dozing in the inner room. To my utter astonishment, before I could depart, the security guard received a call on his rather loud domestic knockoff phone. Every word spoken on the other end was crystal clear. A man scolded, Xiaoma, did you allow someone into the community? No, I didn't came the hesitant reply. You say no, yet I just received a call from a resident. Gather your belongings. Tomorrow you shall settle your wages with the finance department. The guard, named Xiaoma, pleaded, manager, he has already promised not to file a complaint. Please, my parents are ill and rely on my earnings. If you dismiss me, what will happen to my family? Xiaoma was on the verge of tears, but the voice on the other end remained icy. Our company has regulations. Individuals like you, lacking organization and discipline, are not worthy of inclusion. After the call ended, an uncomfortable sensation settled in my heart. He lost his job because of me. I intended to offer him some words of comfort, but Xiaoma abruptly shoved me aside. He stood frozen in place beneath the flickering streetlight. his countenance shifting between shadows and light as he muttered to himself, "You deceived me. You deceived me. Why did you deceive me?" A tightness gripped my heart as I beheld the change in Xiao Ma's demeanor. A sinister aura enveloped him. Each heavy breath exhaled a faint mist, his body moving rhythmically in a slow undulation, his expression growing increasingly ominous. Just as Xiao Ma turned, I caught a glimpse of a red shadow clinging to his back. A pair of pallid hands gently covered the eyes of the young horse, causing him to dash away towards the community in a frenzy. "Stop!" I cried out in desperation, shaking the sliding door with fervor. The middle-aged man in the security booth was roused from his slumber, grumbling as he stepped outside. "What is the matter?" he demanded. "It's urgent," I replied. "The young horse is possessed. Hurry, or it may lead to calamity." Chapter 16. The ghost's longevity. The middle-aged security guard was far less amenable than Xiao Ma. No matter how I pleaded, he steadfastly refused to grant me entry. The malevolent spirit in red was unleashed because of me, and if I could not subdue it swiftly, every life it claimed would add to the karmic burden I had incurred. The guard insisted, "You must call the owner. Only with their permission can you enter. If you delay, the owner may perish. We have regulations." We remained at an impasse for nearly an hour, until a private vehicle arrived at the community, its access card malfunctioning, requiring the guard assistance. Seizing the opportunity while the guard returned to fetch the key, I stealthily opened the rear door of the car and slipped inside. There lay a 2-year-old boy, peacefully asleep in his safety seat. The driver was the child's mother, and upon noticing my presence, she panicked and exclaimed, "Please, don't harm my child. I can give you anything you want." I replied, "I apologize, but you must take me into the community to the innermost building. The owner's name is Li Dongsheng." The woman readily agreed, perhaps mistaking me for a criminal. As the vehicle crept forward, I took a deep breath to steady my nerves. Just as I was about to express my apologies, the young mother said, "If you're in trouble, you can confide in me. If it's money you seek, I have 10,000 yuan in cash. Rest assured, I want to alert the police." Though the woman appeared relatively composed, my explanations fell on deaf ears. With the destination nearing, I refrained from pressing further. By this time, Xiao Ma should have already arrived at Li Dongsheng's residence. When the woman parked outside the Li family's home, the villa's grand door stood wide open. A sense of foreboding washed over me as I hastily pushed open the car door and stepped out. After taking a couple of strides, I turned back to indicate to the woman to roll down the window of the car, gesturing towards the villa belonging to the Li family. After a moment's hesitation, she complied. The light was dim, and I could only make out her silhouette, which seemed to suggest she was no older than 25. I kindly advised her, "It would be prudent for you to leave the neighborhood with your child. Are you planning to blow this place up?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Blow it up?" I was taken aback, but quickly dawned on me that she still regarded me as a villain. I spoke sternly, "Your child is too young. There will be malevolent spirits lurking nearby tonight. If they were to collide with your child, it could lead to serious illness. It would be best for you to refrain from returning home for the time being." Regardless of whether she believed me, I did not look back and swiftly entered the Li family villa. As I stepped into the courtyard, a profound dread enveloped me. The ground was stained with fresh blood, and numerous shards of glass littered the area. The anguished cries of men and women echoed from within the house, a haunting lament that pierced the air. To prevent the malevolent spirits from escaping and causing further harm, I turned back and affixed a talisman to the doorframe of their residence. I swallowed hard, momentarily disregarding the potential repercussions of my actions. I bit my fingertip to summon my energy and recited an incantation. With the auspicious days in order, the primordial essence lingers. The brilliance of the essence shines, and the original spirit disperses. In the instant that I sealed the space between my brows, I scrutinized the villa once more. The pervasive black mist had transformed the abode into a veritable lair of ghosts. I promptly drew a line of blood at the position of my life palace, employing the method of sealing the soul through the gate of appearance. We had reached a critical juncture, as the malevolent spirits had emerged from the very foundation of our home. In truth, even without my intervention, it would have been unearthed by Bosley. However, at this juncture, it is too late, and to claim that I am unafraid would be disingenuous. The realm of spirits delineates 5 grades of malevolence. With the vengeful spirit clad in red ranking second, one can only fathom the extent of its power, yet the greater threat lies in those it possesses. Frankly, my heart is racing so fiercely that it feels as though it might leap from my throat. I take a deep breath to soothe myself, noting that the door to the room is ajar. I stealthily approach, the sound of weeping still echoing in my ears. The room is engulfed in darkness, and beneath my feet, I tread upon shattered glass from broken bottles. Utilizing the dim light from my phone, I locate the switch. With a crisp click, the light illuminates. Yet, before I can survey my surroundings, the light extinguishes once more. I attempt to reignite it, but the illumination fades again. After several futile attempts, it appears as though someone is deliberately extinguishing the light. Ultimately, I can no longer endure this ceaseless farce and boldly shatter the silence by shouting into the room. "Who are you?" As the words escape my lips, a sharp click resounds, and the light flickers back to life, followed by the illumination of the entire space. However, it is not the bright glow of incandescent bulbs, but rather a dim, pallid light, rendering the room eerily silent. Even the previous sobbing ceases abruptly. Strangely, there is nothing before me. I inquire again, "Xiaoma, where are you? If you're truly in need, I can lend you some money." Yet, I receive no response. The murky light casting a somber stillness upon the room. For safety's sake, I clutched the talisman tightly in my hand, though a sense of unease lingered within me. I had overheard Zhang Na on the intercom earlier. Yet, despite my arrival, there was no response. Had something befallen them? I cast a swift glance around, taking in the spacious hall filled with an abundance of spirits and a grand 3-tiered cake atop a table. The floor, marred with shoe prints and bloodstains, created an unnerving atmosphere. As I approached the staircase, I paused before ascending, suddenly aware of a dripping sound, as if the ceiling were leaking. Instinctively, I looked up to find 4 men and 1 woman standing by the railing of the second floor. Their faces were ashen, devoid of color. 2 of them were soaked. Filthy water trickled down from their garments, splattering onto my head. 1 man was caked in mud, as if he had just crawled out of mire, his mouth stuffed with soil. Another bore the gruesome sight of having half a head, while the sole woman appeared grotesquely disfigured. Upon seeing them, I gasped in horror. These were precisely the 5 souls who had perished in the sand pit adjacent to our ancestral home. How could this be, when I had clearly opened 5 small coffins? It was evident that these 5 were the vengeful spirits who had met their demise through borrowed life. Why had they materialized in Li Dongsheng's residence? Could the birth of this incident somehow relate to him? With Xiao Ma and Wang Jia in pain absent, yet these 5 phantoms present, and the talisman dwindling to but 1. My only course of action was to find a way to breach their ghostly gate. The 5 specters stood on the second floor, their heads slightly bowed, gazing down at me with an aura of resentment. The atmosphere was particularly oppressive, and I dared not make a move. I fixated on the 5 of them, my palms already poised to unleash a lethal strike at any moment. In terms of momentum, I could not afford to appear weak. With my vital points sealed and the lantern of life aglow, as long as I remained calm and unafraid, they would find me impervious to their advances. Conveniently, the staircase was adjacent to the kitchen, where I spotted several pairs of chopsticks on the countertop, which brought a flicker of hope to my heart. After all, chopsticks could be wielded against malevolent spirits. Ghosts are, in essence, manifestations of magnetic fields. When resentment is strong, the magnetic force intensifies. When it is potent enough to obscure your vision, the specter reveals itself. The realms of yin and yang are distinct, and one's body may suffer varying degrees of harm accordingly. Thus, ordinary objects cannot touch a ghost. However, chopsticks are different. They embody the principles of yin and yang. One moves while the other remains still, the moving one representing yang and the static one representing yin. This dynamic interplay is rooted in the early philosophies of yin and yang in our culture. Moreover, food is considered the cornerstone of existence, and chopsticks are the singular item that transcends even the heavens. Armed with chopsticks to confront a ghost, lacking knowledge of the arcane arts, one may only graze its corporeal form. Yet, in the hands of someone like me, They transform into improvised talismans, with the room now devoid of any presence, and the malevolent spirit in crimson having vanished from sight. Should it harbor ill intentions, I would have no choice but to fight to the death. The last remaining talisman was exceedingly precious. I hastily seized 9 chopsticks, inserting 8 into the waistband of my trousers. Grasping one, I invoked the principle of yin and yang in motion, the 9 purple fire of the heavenly gate. When facing the vengeful spirit, should I drive the chopstick into its crown, it would undoubtedly scatter its soul in terror. Without hesitation, I took action. Should anyone catch sight of my current attire, they would undoubtedly consider me a fool. However, when it comes to vanquishing malevolent spirits, mere appearance is of little consequence. What truly matters is the outcome. As I hastily ascended to the 2nd floor, before I could even make a move, 5 restless souls slowly knelt before me, repeatedly bowing their heads in reverence. This scene was so unexpected that I found myself momentarily stunned. Among them, one wept, pleading, "I implore you, Master Chen, could you restore the lifespan of the deceased?" Chapter 17. The mad Taoist, the 5 figures bore eerie expressions, their eyes filled with resentment and fierce unwillingness, though they were but wretched souls. Who truly desires to embrace death? Yet, how do they come to know my name? I had never crossed paths with these 5 departed souls during their lifetimes. I dared not let down my guard. The mere presence of a villa, harboring 5 vengeful spirits, is no exaggeration to say that a common person could lose several years of life after a single night's rest here. The term ghostly lifespan, as uttered by the 5 spirits, refers to the remaining years of life. For instance, if a person is destined to live for 80 years but passes away at 70, the remaining 10 years are deemed their ghostly lifespan, which they must spend in the underworld before they can be reincarnated. Hence, there exists a saying among the folk, to pass away peacefully in old age. But what concern is their ghostly lifespan to me? A perplexing statement stirred unexpected emotions within me. I inquired as to why they lingered here. Wasn't it so that upon opening the 5 coffins, they'd been set free? The sound of weeping echoed once more as they lamented. We are ensnared by a pair of hands, trapped within our coffins and unable to escape. Though you have released us now, our ghostly lifespans remain incomplete, preventing us from reporting to the underworld. I pressed for details regarding their deaths. The one who drowned had been held beneath the water by a pair of hands, while another had been dragged into a sand pit by the same unseen force. The woman, too, had faced a similar fate. When the cart overturned, she could have evaded it, yet a hand pulled her towards it. All these events seemed inextricably linked to those strange hands. The 5 souls, tragically drowned and barefoot, trembled in place, while one who had perished in the sand was oozing murky water from his ears. The other 2 were grotesquely mangled, judging solely by the manner of their untimely deaths. Even if they were to exhibit reason today, who could guarantee that they would not wreak havoc tomorrow? I remarked, "I do not recognize you at all. I cannot assist with your ghostly longevity." However, what the people in this room? Upon hearing my words, they became frantic, urgently pleading, "Our ghostly longevity is with you. Please return it to us, we implore you." Their agitation grew, their voices turning hoarse, their bodies quivering, and their gazes turned increasingly venomous. Yet, when I pressed for information about the others, they suddenly lost control, lunging at me with outstretched hands, attempting to seize my throat, exclaiming, "Return it to me. Give me back my ghostly longevity." I seized a chopstick, stepped back, and with a resounding crack, struck one of the men across the face. Seizing the moment, I intended to drive the chopstick into their vulnerable points. However, just before I acted, an icy chill coursed down my spine, as if I had plunged into a freezing abyss. I tried to turn, but my body had inexplicably become paralyzed. The 5 vengeful spirits cowered in the corner, huddled together, their forms a murky shade of gray. A pale hand slowly emerged beneath my armpit, its coldness penetrating. Even the slightest touch sent my body's hair standing on end. It explored my skin with meticulous precision, more thorough than any medical examination. I find myself unable to turn, my limbs rendered rigid, and apart from my eyes and mouth. I'm immobilized. A wave of panic washes over me. If he intends to take my life, I possess no strength to resist. In a desperate bid to alter the dire straits, I even contemplate unleashing the blood yang technique to extricate myself from his predicament. Just then, I hear a languid voice. "You little rascal, I told you not to meddle, yet you refuse to heed." The old madman? A surge of joy fills my heart. The hand that had ensnared my body slowly retreats, and the old madman continues. "After all these years, you must let go, whether you desire to or not. It is time to return to where you truly belong." Though I do not turn around, the room suddenly fills with the scent of wine, and his deep, resonant voice reverberates through the space. "Great decree of the divine, Lord of wind and fire. The merits are not trivial. Soar through the cosmos. Slay the demons. Eradicate the malevolent. Capture the spirits and souls. With the thunderous command, heed my call. Ignite the fire incantation, swift as the decree." Suddenly, a wave of heat envelopes the room, and the malevolent spirit that had tormented me howls in fury, a chilling wind rising from the ground, and in an instant, the ghost vanishes without a trace. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I perceive within its anguished cries a sense of unwillingness, sorrow, and pain, as if lamenting the injustices of fate. With the departure of the spirit, I regain my ability to move. As I turn around, I see the old madman, his face blackened by the flames, spitting and grumbling. "Damn it, what a loss this time. That fire incantation cost me dearly. All the tribute wine I painstakingly gathered is gone. Damn it. Thank you, master," I reply with utmost respect. "There is no need for gratitude. After all, I lost the bet." His tone carried a hint of resignation, yet he persisted with a hint of reluctance. "Young man, given that I saved you, do enlighten me. Does your grandfather cheat?" "Cheat," I replied, somewhat perplexed. The old madman's eyes sparkled with intensity as he nodded vigorously. "Yes, indeed, cheating. When he left, he challenged me to rock, paper, scissors 30 times. 30 times. Not once did I prevail." I pondered, how could a dignified earthly deity like me be so unfortunate? It must be that he is cheating, intending for me to rescue you in your hour of need. "My grandfather sent you?" In an instant, I grasped why the old madman possessed such intimate knowledge of my family affairs. Yet, my grandfather had been absent for so long, with no word of his whereabouts. "Master, what has my grandfather gone to do? And what was that malevolent spirit in red all about?" "Your grandfather has gone to meet someone." The old man's gaze seemed tinged with fear as he took a deep breath and sighed. "As for the matter of that spirit, it is best you remain uninvolved. Given the current circumstances, it has been unleashed, but you must not disturb the living root, especially you. For the next few days, you must stay with me and refrain from wandering." The revelation that beneath our residence lay a living root was enough to unsettle anyone. Before I could inquire further, the old madman produced a superhero keychain from his pocket and tossed it towards the corner of the room, saying, "You lot, come with me. As for the issue concerning the spirit, I shall devise a solution." As the words fell from his lips, 5 figures emerged from the shadows, flickering like a flame, each bowing in reverence before transforming into a wisp of smoke that seeped into the doll. Once the old madman had tidied up, he turned and said, "Let us go home." "Home? What about Wang Jianping and the security guard, Xiaoma? I have no idea what has become of them, and I fear that once possessed by the vengeful spirit, he may act recklessly," I responded with urgency. The old madman sighed. "You have arrived too late, for have already perished. If you had acted more swiftly, perhaps a few could have been saved." What? Panic surged through me as I hastened toward the other rooms. The second floor was deserted, so I ascended to the third, pushing open the door to the master bedroom. There stood Xiaoma, wielding the wrench taken from Wang Jianping, shattering the skulls of 4 individuals. The room resembled a hellish nightmare. An eerie smile adorned Xiaoma's face, while his voice echoed with the haunting refrain. "Why did you deceive me? Why did you deceive me? Why must you lie to me? Chen Zheng, save me." Zhang Na's voice cracked in desperation as Li Shuai shoved her forward, retreating to the wall, pleading, "I will pay you. I beg you. I was wrong." Chapter 18. 7 Steps to Absolute Clarity. Upon entering the room, my ability to perceive the essence of those present did not wane. Thus, I can assert with complete certainty that he is not under the thrall of malevolent spirits. Inside the chamber, only Li Shuai, Zhang Na, and a classmate of his remained. Their courage utterly shattered, fear manifesting as they soiled themselves in abject terror. The scene was truly harrowing. If at the outset, Li Shuai's audacity to commit murder was instigated by a ghostly influence, then all his subsequent actions stem from his innermost being. As the adage goes, the heart of an honest man harbors a Buddha. If you force that Buddha into becoming a demon, there will be no chance left for lamentation. I called out loudly, "Brother, cease your foolishness. There is still a path to redemption." Xiao Ma slowly turned his head, his visage smeared with blood, rendering him even more fearsome than the specters I had previously encountered. In a low, tormented voice, he lamented, "He deceived me first. It is all his fault. My existence has become unbearable. Why must I be further tormented? Why?" Li Shuai hastily retorted, "You should blame him. If he had not appeared, how would you have found yourself in this predicament?" In this dire moment, what folly it was to shift blame. Observing Zhang Na's trepidation, I felt a pang of compassion. During my tumultuous middle school years, it was Aunt Wang who lent her support, helping me endure a particularly arduous period. Later, it was Zhang Na's academic assistance that enabled me to excel during the crucial college entrance examinations. When I consider it, their family has shown me immense kindness. I cannot allow a mere personal grudge or prejudice to overshadow the gratitude I owe for their past help. Yet here we are, still trading barbs in such a dire time. I turned to reprimand Li Shuai and said, "Xiao Ma, put down your weapon. There is still hope." Regardless of the conflicts with Li Shuai, I had to prevent the situation from worsening. As soon as I finished speaking, Xiao Ma paused for a few seconds and then slowly replied, "I have no more chances." "Wait, you still have a chance. Trust me." I took a deep breath and continued, "I can read your fortune." "Read my fortune?" He gently shook his head and proceeded towards Li Shuai and the other two, who had been cornered against the wall. Although there were 2 men and 1 woman, Xiao Ma was capable of dispatching 4 opponents. He was far more formidable than his appearance suggested. He scoffed, "I've lived enough. What use is there in reading fortunes? You may have lived enough, but what about your parents? Your younger siblings?" At that moment, Xiao Ma's tightly wound resolve began to unravel. I recalled how he had once spoken to himself about his family while under the influence of despair. The loss of his family's financial stability had driven him to madness, and his deepest concern was for his young siblings. My words cut through Xiao Ma's heart like a knife. His eyes glistened with tears, and his voice trembled. "What will happen to them? It's all your fault. I must kill you." His hatred intensified, and he truly began to approach me. We were now about 7 paces apart. For someone consumed by rage, it was difficult for him to comprehend reason. Thus, I made a bold decision to read his fortune within those 7 steps. Reattach the severed string. I spoke in a low voice. A person's destiny is predetermined, their fate shaped by their bone structure, while their fortune is merely a superficial appearance. Though bone structure is innate, one can alter their fortune through external appearances. Judging by your impoverished bone structure, it is indeed true that before your auspicious period arrives, enduring poverty is a challenge that even celestial beings cannot alleviate. The sun and moon, represented by the 2 corners of your forehead, are flawed, indicating a decline in the health and fortune of your parents. The dim hues suggest a fate of early demise for them. However, they are still alive, leading me to conclude that they have suffered a calamity resulting in physical impairments. I uttered these words thrice, yet he showed no sign of halting his advance. The blood beneath our feet rendered the ground slick, each step he took eliciting a squelch sound. Frankly, my heart trembled in response, yet retreat was not an option. Allowing Zhang Na to perish before me would render me ungrateful to Aunt Wang for her years of kindness. My mind raced, and I later marveled at my quick reflexes. I continued, "Based on the 5 prisons reflected in your face, you possess a wood element, indicating a gentle disposition. However, the fiery aspect on your forehead could incite wrath akin to a raging wildfire, harming the innocent. The deficiencies in your parents' well-being mirror the flaws in the sun and moon on your forehead, while your younger siblings remain unestablished. After years of serving your parents, You have yet to reap the rewards of your virtue. If you cease now, I shall bestow a blessing upon your brother. I had revealed all that I had discerned. Noticing that Xiao Ma still showed no intention of stopping, I nearly succumbed to panic. Fortunately, the response was swift. In this world, there are no fortuitous windfalls, especially for someone like him. Your grandiose words, devoid of risk, would only render you a deceiver. I hastily added, once your ambitions are realized, you shall traverse the treacherous paths of suffering, devoid of any protective virtue, enduring the unrelenting agony of blades piercing your flesh, scaling the mountains of knives, and plunging into the inferno, endlessly. Conversely, I can assure you that your brother shall attain wealth and prosperity. At the seventh step, Xiao Ma stood before me, his raised wrench unwavering, gradually regaining the glimmer in his eyes. My anxious heart finally found respite. As I realized I'd been drenched in sweat without even noticing, the room fell into a profound silence. Zhang Na and the others had even closed their eyes. Within those 7 steps, I discerned the tribulations of his earlier years, yet he was not a man devoid of fortune. The predicament he faced was merely a twist of fate. Had I not intervened, Xiao Ma would have been destined to atone for his life's transgressions in the underworld. Yet in his next life, he would still ascend to a prosperous lineage. After I finished speaking, Xiao Ma slowly lifted his head, asking, "Is this truly the case?" "Indeed," I affirmed with a serious nod. Observing his contemplation, I continued, "Lay down your weapon. If the divine does not redeem you, then allow me to guide you." Xiao Ma muttered to himself, "Indeed, what will happen to them after I am gone? Having taken a life, there is no turning back. As long as my brother and sister are well, I am willing to sacrifice anything." Although the consequences of this decision were grave, it was a small price to pay to save 3 lives. Subsequently, I inquired about his family's whereabouts and the birth dates of his siblings, producing the only talisman I possessed, urging Xiao Ma to prick his finger and let his blood fall upon the charm. I placed the talisman in the palm of his hand and set it alight, the flames flickering gently, yet he still refused to relinquish his grip. The fire scorched his palm, causing blisters to form, while I retrieved a small amount of ash and applied it to the location of the horse's brother. This was not an ordinary method of marking a spot. Rather, it was a technique to concentrate an individual's fortune into a singular point. The features of a person are equally influenced by the principles of feng shui and with the secret art of the facial gate. I focused a lifetime of blessings at the spot representing prosperous siblings. After his demise, this boon would be sufficient to alter his brother's fate at a crucial moment. Chapter 19. The forced marriage. After marking the mole on Xiao Ma, I felt a momentary sense of relief. Little did I anticipate that he would suddenly swing the wrench with ferocity towards Li Shuai. In a moment of life and death, Li Shuai unexpectedly pulled Zhang Na towards him. Bang! The wrench struck Zhang Na's head with a resounding force. Gazing at Zhang Na, sprawled in a pool of blood, I completely forgot her previous mockery towards me. My mind was flooded with memories of our time spent together. In a frenzy, I cradled her in my arms, her head drenched in crimson. Panic seized me. Even facing the frenzied Xiao Ma had not evoked such terror. I was at a loss, repeatedly imploring, "Stay awake. Please don't fall asleep." Suddenly, the door was kicked open once more, and a cacophony of voices commanded, "Raise your hands." I was unaware of who had summoned the police, but they arrived just in time to stabilize the situation. In my embrace, Zhang Na extended her hand, attempting to touch my face. I quickly grasped her hand, offering reassurance. "It's all right. Trust me. Everything will be fine. I've seen your fortune. You're not destined for an early demise." "I'm sorry, These are the last words I heard from Zhang Na. The ambulance arrived, and I was taken away by the police for questioning. Before exiting the villa, a throng had gathered at the entrance, among them Wang Jianpain and the old madman. Strangely, a talisman was affixed to Wang Jianpain's life palace, as if he were a character from a horror film, being led away by the old madman. At the police station, I provided my statement. Xiao Ma confessed to everything, and as a bystander who acted courageously, I was awarded a certificate and a monetary reward. Zhang Na has succumbed to a profound coma and is currently undergoing emergency treatment in the ICU. After departing from the police station, I made my way directly to the hospital. Outside the ICU, Aunt Wang was alone in her vigil, her appearance frail and worn. Upon seeing me, she sighed deeply and said, "Please, take a seat. How is the doctor?" "Her life has been preserved, but the daily expenses exceed 10,000. Our family simply cannot bear this financial burden any longer." Aunt Wang sighed again, revealing that her father had gambled away yet another sum just yesterday, and all our relatives and friends have exhausted their willingness to lend assistance. I handed Aunt Wang a savings book containing 300,000. She was taken aback upon seeing the money. Standing beside the glass window, I gazed at Zhang Na in her hospital bed and reflected, I have never known my parents. My grandfather raised me. We lived in dire poverty during my childhood. The year Aunt Wang encountered me was when I was begging on the streets, and 2 beggars had assaulted me, snatching my coins, but it was you, Aunt Wang, who came to my aid. "Those are all bygone days," she replied, clenching the savings book tightly. Her head bowed as tears streamed down her cheeks. "I am so sorry, Zhang. There is nothing to apologize for. Rather, it is I who owe your family." I cast a lingering glance at Zhang Na's bedside, but Aunt Wang stopped me. "Zhang, there is something I must tell you. I fear that if Zhang Na does not awaken, this matter will remain an unfulfilled regret." Before I could respond, she continued, "Your uncle Zhang has incurred substantial debts, borrowing from loan sharks behind our backs. The creditors are relatives of Li Shuai, who happened to be present that day. Upon seeing your uncle Zhang, he expressed his desire to marry Zhang Na and offered to resolve the financial issues. If we refuse to comply and are unable to repay the debt, they will sever Uncle Zhang's hand. Both my spouse and I are engulfed in fear. Zhang Na is also aware of our family's plight. She wept for 3 consecutive days over this matter, and it was only through the threat of our own demise that she consented to marry Li Shuai. We are cognizant of the relationship between you and Zhang Na. We had planned for her to attend university. According to our intentions, after marrying Li Shuai, she would abandon her studies. What purpose does a university education serve? Upon graduation, is she not destined to marry anyway? With no wealth and no home, and living in constant uncertainty, even the most profound love can succumb to the harshness of reality. In my youth, I was deemed beautiful, and my family sought suitors from the ranks of the elite. At that time, I was merely captivated by your Uncle Zhang's steadfast nature. He treated me well and would prepare delightful meals to win my affection, so I forsook my parents to venture forth with him. But look at where we are now. Not only has our financial situation deteriorated, but he also resorts to violence at the slightest discontent. Tell me, what is the value of love? I refrained from responding to Aunt Wang. Her life experiences do not mirror my own. After bidding her farewell, the hour was late. The doctor informed us that Zhang Na had suffered a severe blow to her head, and even if she were to regain consciousness, she would likely face lingering effects. A deep-seated resentment filled my heart. The matter with Li Shuai is far from resolved. Once Zhang Na awakens, I shall confront him and settle both old and new grievances. As I stepped out of the hospital, the night enveloped the world in a hazy gloom, and the streets appeared desolate. My own circumstances are equally tragic, lacking a place to call home, akin to the wandering souls of the night, breathing yet indistinguishable from the shadows that lurk in the dark. Upon receiving the message from Ma Tao informing me that his parents had returned today, a bitter smile crossed my lips. It seemed I would likely be spending the night on the streets. Meandering to the intersection, I stumbled upon a small fortune-telling booth, where an eccentric old Taoist, clad in tattered garments, dozed off. Surrounding the booth were a few plush toys, initially giving the impression of a ring toss game. As I halted, he yawned and remarked, "Finished with your little lover, have you? What brings you here? Was it not obvious?" "Naturally, I awaited your arrival. I lost a bet to your grandfather and promised to protect your life. If I do not accompany you today, the vengeful spirit will claim your soul, and you would be none the wiser." The mad old man shot me a knowing glance. Across the intersection stood a red-clad specter with disheveled hair, illuminated by the streetlight. Bowing his head, his long hair obscured his entire visage, and more disturbingly, his lower legs had already turned a sickly hue. Startled, I was about to inquire about the situation when the deranged Taoist gestured for silence. 1, 2, 3, 4, he counted aloud. "What are you counting for?" I asked, perplexed. The Taoist remained silent, and when he reached 10, a large vehicle roared past. He craned his neck and shouted at the red specter, "Mind your own business. With me here, you may as well give up." As his words faded, the red specter gradually vanished into the shadows of the night. The eccentric Taoist then stepped into the middle of the intersection, retrieving an ancient bronze coin from the ground, beneath which lay a white paper effigy. As the large vehicle rolled by, the head of the paper figure was abruptly severed from its body. I too am a practitioner of the mysterious arts, and upon witnessing this scene, a cold sweat broke out upon me. Had it not been for the mad Taoist presence, I would surely have passed through here, and it would have been my demise. Let us depart. Once you unseal the 5 coffins, the vengeful spirits beneath shall not spare you. For the time being, refrain from wandering about aimlessly and follow the Taoist faithfully. How could there possibly be living piles beneath our family as foundation? An instinct within me suggests that the old lunatic must possess knowledge of secrets unknown to others. One matter perplexes me. When I was at Li Shuai's residence, the malevolent spirit had ample opportunity to take my life, yet it chose not to act. He squinted and pondered for a moment before stating that this matter must be addressed with your grandfather, then turned to begin tidying up the divination stall. However, my grandfather's phone has been off, and I have no idea where he has gone. I pressed on with my inquiries. You mentioned that my grandfather went to meet someone. Who exactly did he meet? Are there matters you are concealing from me? Furthermore, how is it that Wang Jianping mysteriously disappeared yesterday, only to be found in your company? The mad Taoist finished packing and handed me the bundle, saying, "Yesterday, Li Dongsheng was in the vicinity. Before Wang Jianping could commit murder, I had him subdued. Li Dongsheng must not perish. We still rely on him for the Qinglong Temple." The events of the night felt akin to a nightmare. Zhang Na fell into a coma, and all of this was orchestrated by Li Shuai. Regardless, this enmity has been established. That day, the mad Taoist and I retreated to his home to rest. Despite its dilapidated state, it was surprisingly a 2-bedroom apartment. At dawn, the mad Taoist took me back to the foundation of the old residence. Standing beside the great pit, I gazed at the living piles still standing steadfastly underground. All that had transpired stemmed from this very point. I inquired of him, "Who, pray tell, is this malevolent spirit?" He merely shook his head, yet in his gaze, I sensed that the mad Taoist was concealing something from me. Chapter 20. The Underneath Man Before Long. Li Dongsheng arrived in person, extending a courteous greeting to the mad Taoist. The gathering of laborers was already underway, preparing for the construction of the Qinglong Temple. After the harrowing events of the previous night, Li Dongsheng was now entirely compliant with the words of the mad old Taoist. As the Taoist recounted the events of that fateful night, he noted Li Dongsheng's habit of resting at a high-end club near the park before returning home. My attention, however, was fixated ahead, causing me to overlook Wang Jianping's whereabouts. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the mad old Taoist, a tragic incident might have indeed transpired yesterday. During the construction of the Qinglong Temple, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. No matter how they tried, the temple walls simply could not be erected. Either the structure would collapse or the bricks would crack, and there were even instances of individuals inexplicably breaking their legs. The workers, perplexed by these phenomena, decided to cease their efforts, fearing that further attempts might result in fatalities. I observed the grave expression on the mad Taoist's face as he gently stroked his grimy beard, lost in contemplation for a moment. He then centered his focus on the foundation, arranging 6 talismans in 6 directions. As the mad old Taoist performed his incantations with a series of hand gestures, a chilling breeze enveloped me, causing a sense of dizziness. In a daze, I distinctly saw a red-clad specter standing at the center of the talismans, while a golden armored deity stood above each of the 6 talismans, wielding weapons to bind the malevolent spirit, preventing its escape. I rubbed my eyes, assuring myself I was not mistaken, and exclaimed, "Master, please look. Do not speak of it. The malevolent spirit beneath the post will return to its original form at dawn. What you perceive as a divine general is but my talisman of the 6 Jia." The mad Taoist whispers a warning. In order to subdue the malevolence, your grandfather divided the corpse and soul for confinement. Now that the soul has been released by you, the corpse still remains. Should they reunite, they would transform into a ghastly specter. Fortunately, it is daytime. The red-clad spirit is constrained. Otherwise, who knows what might occur come nightfall. The mad Taoist, holding a luo gong, instructs everyone to continue constructing the house, directing them to first erect 5 pillars representing the 5 directions and the 5 earth dragons. As soon as the 5 pillars were erected, the crowd gasped in astonishment, for crimson blood began to seep from the base of the stone columns. This place is too cursed. I shall not work here any longer, regardless of the remuneration. The clamor among the people grew incessantly. During the day, the yang energy is strong, and the ordinary people's senses are dulled, rendering them incapable of perceiving the red-clad spirit. They merely feel a vague discomfort. The blood seeping from beneath the stone pillars is, in fact, a manifestation of malevolence, capable of obscuring the eyes of the ordinary. It is akin to the well-known legend of Long Jing at Beijing Bridge, albeit with a different type of malevolence and a distinct form of manifestation. The mad Taoist, demonstrating his skills, commands considerable respect among the crowd. He urges them to remain calm and instructs Li Dongsheng to place a call for 10 pounds each of hemp seeds, yellow millet, wheat, and soybeans, as well as to procure a rooster that has never been bred. Li Dongsheng casually makes a couple of phone calls, and his subordinates promptly set out to fulfill the task. In this world, wealth can compel even the most elusive spirits to comply, no matter how troublesome the task. Individuals like Li Dongsheng, who hold significant influence, will find countless eager to curry favor. I sensed an ominous presence. The vengeful spirit ensnared by the 6 Jia talisman was exceedingly fierce and harbored a profound aversion to the construction of the Qinglong temple. Fortunately, the 6 Jia talisman wielded by the mad old Taoist was remarkably potent, keeping the spirit confined and unable to escape. The 2 requested items were soon delivered. 5 types of grain, as recorded in the rites of Zhou, represented the quintessence of the 5 cereals. These grains nourish the 5 vital organs and possess the ability to subdue malevolent entities, attracting wealth and fortune. In antiquity, affluent families would carefully package these grains and place them in the corners of their homes, believing in their power to draw prosperity. The mad old Taoist scattered the grains in a circle around the 6 Jia talisman, using 2 bricks to delineate the inner and outer sides of the grains, while arranging gray tiles in the center among the stones. He then lit 3 incense sticks before the red-clad spirit, lamenting, "Dust returns to dust, earth to earth." There exists a distinction between the realms of yin and yang. Why cling so stubbornly to this mortal world? At that moment, I realized that the Qinglong temple was not under my grandfather's jurisdiction, but rather the responsibility of the mad old Taoist. With a swift motion, the mad old Taoist severed the rooster's comb with a sharp blade and retrieved a rusty iron nail stained with chicken blood from his bosom. He stepped over the grains and approached the vengeful spirit, saying, "I apologize. I am bound by my duty to fulfill another's request. Whatever obsessions you hold must be relinquished. Do not look back on the road to the Yellow Springs. I shall assist you in crossing the Golden Bridge into the realm of the dead." With the spirit restrained by the 6 Jia talisman, the mad old Taoist forcefully drove the iron nail into the spirit's chest. At that very moment, blood gushed forth from the 5 pillars once more. The mad old Taoist pointed at the tiles, bellowing, "Heavenly clarity, earthly sanctity, ascend to the skies, traverse the earth, emerge from the shadows, and enter the realm of the dead. For my command, do not linger." Swiftly, as the law dictates, a chilling wind surged forth, and the incense burned with increasing intensity. For reasons unknown, when the iron nail struck the ghost's chest, I felt an identical pang of pain in the same spot on my own body. Instinctively, I lifted my garment to inspect, revealing a crimson dot the size of a thumb. It was an indescribable sensation, excruciatingly painful, accompanied by a sense of anxiety and discomfort, even evoking tears. The ghost in red was being dragged towards the tiles by the frenzied old Taoist's incantations, and from my close proximity, I beheld the ghost's true form for the first time. She was a middle-aged woman, roughly in her 40s, drenched in blood, her abdomen gruesomely slit open, with a long umbilical cord trailing grotesquely from her body. She howled in agony, and in an instant, the wind howled with a vengeance. Although the others could not see the ghost's visage, the bone-chilling cold sent shivers down their spines. The old Taoist maintained his hand gestures, commanding, "There's a distinction between yin and yang. If you depart this place dutifully, I shall report your plight to Yama, alleviating your suffering. Otherwise, you shall endure the torment of skinning and bone extraction in hell." Child, everyone present exchanged bewildered glances. Someone murmured, "Did you hear that? It sounds like a woman calling for her son. How strange. Why is it so cold?" The fragmented echoes struck me like a thunderclap, for in the next moment, that voice returned. Zheng, 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 chun zheng. My heart felt as though pierced by 1,000 needles, and my eyes burned with tears. As I gazed upon the ghost before me, I fell to my knees with a thud, tears streaming down my face. "Mother, it's you." Recalling that day, she caressed my body with her frigid hands, driven solely by longing and reluctance. She merely yearned to embrace me. "Do not stand there foolishly. Go to the side of the golden bridge and swiftly extinguish the central incense stick." The others present soon sensed the abnormality and retreated to a distance of at least 5 meters. Meanwhile, I knelt upon the ground, howling. Why is there such overwhelming resentment? Tell me why. The mad old Taoist replied, "I had intended to use you to guide him across the golden bridge. Yet your mother's obsession is too strong. Even in her ghostly form, she recognizes you. We shall discuss this later. Extinguish the central incense stick now." "Mother," her voice faltered, unwilling to cross the golden bridge. "I was originally a fortune teller, capable not only of discerning one's fate, but also of perceiving the manner of their death. At the moment of death, a soul retains the most excruciating memories of its life. Consequently, upon seeing my mother's visage, I deduced that she had endured immense injustice and suffering during her lifetime. The despair I perceived was heart-wrenching. As mother and child, I could feel her love for me. My grandfather once remarked that my father starved himself to ensure my healthy growth, yet the cause of my mother's death was never mentioned. My heart felt as though it were being cleaved by a blade. That was a life taken to torment a living being to death. I could scarcely fathom the depths of despair my mother must have faced. Even in death, she found no peace. I swallowed my anguish and gritted my teeth, demanding, "Tell me, beneath the life stake, is it my mother's corpse? And how did my mother truly die?" Chapter 21. The Art of Luban. I must ascertain whether the being beneath the living stake is indeed my mother, despite never having met her as her child. Our blood is intertwined. No one shall harm her, not under any circumstance. The mad Taoist's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he urged, "Chen zheng, hasten and extinguish the incense. Is she or is she not?" "Yes." Upon hearing the mad Taoist's affirmation, I forcefully snapped the incense stick. The tile shattered with a resounding crack, and a chilling wind swept through the grains, sending dust swirling. The 6 Jia talismans turned to ash, and my mother's soul was carried away by the gust. The mad Taoist was visibly agitated, exclaiming, "What have you done? Do you realize you nearly brought about my demise?" I retorted angrily, "You nearly caused my mother's death." The mad Taoist protested, "I was guiding her to the underworld." "You speak nonsense. Do you presume I am too young to comprehend?" I argued passionately, glaring at him. Upon death, the heavenly soul ascends, the earthly soul returns to the ground. The human soul guards the corpse, and the 7 spirits return to the realm of heaven and earth. However, the living stake is an exception. My mother's 2 souls and 7 spirits are bound beneath the living stake. Her 3 souls and 7 spirits have not returned to the cosmos. So how could she attain rebirth? You are clearly intent on harming her. Having uttered these words, I approached the debris, picked up the shattered tile, and turned it over to reveal a lion traversing through thunderclouds. It clutched a menacing little ghost in its mouth, and at the bottom, there was a line of tiny seal script. With a cold smile, I remarked, "I have encountered a record of this in literature. This object is known as thunderclouds treading the evil. It can summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens. Listening to you, it seems my mother is truly condemned to eternal unrest. What is this thundercloud of malevolence? In broad daylight, is this place haunted?" Li Dongsheng hurriedly approached the mad old Taoist. "Moreover, master, You previously mentioned that once our Qinglong temple is successfully established, I would experience great fortune. Why then does it seem there is discord among you? I fix my gaze upon the mad old Taoist. The art of Luban is most sinister, neither Buddhist nor Taoist, yet capable of subduing demons and vanquishing evil. The thundercloud of malevolence was initially employed in the construction of ancient temples on desolate mountains by burying it atop the roofs. One could evade lightning strikes and prevent mountain spirits and specters from infiltrating the sanctuary. The mad old Taoist raised his thumb in approval, nodding in affirmation of every word I uttered. The emergence of Luban's art predates Taoism by 2 dynasties. In a feudal society, craftsmen held a lowly status. When emperors and generals constructed tombs to avert the revelation of the burial sites, they would often execute the craftsman upon completion. Luban harbored a deep-seated hatred for this practice, and thus he created the divine art of Luban, divided into 2 volumes. The upper volume focused on mechanisms, while the lower volume centered on harm. Before me lay a mere tile, perched atop the great hall, revered and worshipped. It had already attained a certain spirit. Upon recognizing the tile's true identity, the mad old Taoist sighed. I have indeed underestimated you. Just now, I attempted to draw forth your mother's spirit using you, and not only did I fail, but I also lost one of my treasures in the process. Li Dongsheng interjected. I do not concern myself with your disagreements, but master, you must promise me to alter the feng shui. I locked eyes with the old Taoist. His sudden appearance was already fraught with surprises. Do not dawdle. If I promise you, I shall undoubtedly assist you. Or do you wish to test my resolve and risk having your ancestral grave disturbed? The insane old Taoist spoke with a harsh tone. In front of everyone, even a prominent figure like Li Dongsheng did not dare to utter a word in rebuttal. Our gazes locked, and the mad old Taoist fished a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a deep drag before speaking. Your life was borrowed from your father while he was alive, and it must be repaid by the time you turn 18. This Qinglong temple was established for you, and from now on, you will be under the protection of the Dragon King. The underworld cannot seize your soul, and a borrowed life can be disregarded, leaving no debt to repay. No wonder the 5 deceased have been demanding ghostly longevity from me. It turned out all of this was orchestrated by my grandfather. I steadied myself and asked in a solemn tone, how did my mother die? Your grandfather killed her. His nonchalant words struck a painful chord within me. Anger surged through me like wildfire, and I seized his collar. You're talking nonsense. Say it again, and I swear I'll kill you. He arrogantly tilted his head back, indifferent, repeating, your grandfather killed her. Your grandfather killed her. Your grandfather killed her. What do you do about it? You can't silence the truth, you little brat. When I roamed the world, your father was still in diapers. How dare you grab my clothes? I was driven to madness, losing my reason, and swung my fist with great force. The mad old Taoist grasped my wrist and, with a simple push, sent me sprawling onto the ground. Li Dongsheng hurriedly approached the mad old Taoist, bowing and scraping. Taoist, please calm down. This little brat dared to provoke you. I will have someone take care of him. The mad old Taoist pushed him away with disdain. Get lost. Your father was nothing but a stench of copper. You smell even worse. I find it hard to believe his words. The harrowing image of my mother, transformed into a vengeful spirit, lingers vividly in my memory, making it unfathomable that my grandfather could be so cruel. Open the coffin. I rose slowly, brushing off the dust from my attire, and enunciated each word with conviction. Open the coffin. Even if it leads to my demise, it matters not. I seek only the truth, allowing her to rest in peace, free from torment beneath the grave. Once the coffin is opened, your fate will be irrevocably altered. I care not, I replied with utmost seriousness. Very well. The eccentric old Taoist waved his hand dismissively. Proceed as you wish, as Chen ergo has said. The path you take is of your own choosing. All is destined. Master Chen, what about my situation? Li Dongsheng interjected eagerly from his side. The mad old Taoist offered a few perfunctory remarks, yet Li Dongsheng was utterly compliant, treating him with a reverence akin to that reserved for ancestors. The painstakingly constructed brick wall, which had taken considerable effort to erect, was once again disturbed at the old Taoist command, inciting the workers. who had initially gathered out of curiosity to resume their labors. Though they were reluctant, they could not defy Li Dongxing's wealth. I pressed him repeatedly, demanding to know the circumstances surrounding my mother's death. Yet, he remained tight-lipped about the events of 18 years prior. During the wait to dig the pit, he regaled me with tales of his past. The mad old Taoist introduced himself as Qin Guangda, claiming that he had been sent to Longhu Mountain to study the craft as a child. Once dedicated solely to the pursuit of the Tao, he recounted a moment during a medicinal herb gathering in the mountains, when he stumbled upon a warm spring pool and beheld a large, emerald-green toad perched beside it, blowing bubbles. Qin Guangda discovered that the frog had grown a pair of double eyelids, which he found increasingly intriguing. In a moment of impulse, he popped a bubble, inadvertently causing the frog to be struck dead by lightning. After its demise, the frog went to Longhu Mountain to lodge a complaint. Following a thorough meeting among the mountain's inhabitants, it was unanimously decided to expel Qin Guangda from the sect. In his youth, Qin Guangda had narrowly escaped the purges of supernatural beings during those turbulent years, nearly falling victim to the soldiers. It was the father of Li Dongxing who secretly delivered meals to him. In gratitude, the first act after his acquittal was to assist Li Dongxing's grandfather in selecting a site of auspicious geomancy. Before dusk, the wooden stakes were once again unearthed. However, when a digger was employed to pull one of the stakes, it remained utterly immovable, as if it were fused with the very earth itself. I furrowed my brow, perplexed. When a worker approached and inquired, "Boss, no matter how hard we pull, it won't budge. What's going on?" Qin Guangda sighed. "This is the 1,000-pound weight technique from the art of Luban. If we were to forcibly extract it, the malevolent energy would rebound upon us." "When did your grandfather learn the teachings of Luban?" "I have known him for many years and was unaware of this." Chapter 22. The 1,000-pound weight. Not only was Qin Guangda unaware, but I'd also lived with my grandfather for over a decade without ever hearing of his mastery in the Luban art. A worker inquired of old Dao Qin about the nature of the living pile, to which old Dao Qin responded, "The Luban 1,000-pound weight has long since merged with wood and earth. Have you ever heard of disturbing the soil beneath the head of the Tai Sui?" The crane operator nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course, we in this trade are akin to snatching sustenance from the mouth of the earth deity. I once had a colleague who unearthed a piece of Tai Sui and sold it for 20,000 yuan. Before he could even spend the money, he met his demise." Old Dao Qin circled the large pit and remarked, "The 1,000-pound weight is far more formidable than Tai Sui. If you were to extract it, losing your life would be the least of your worries. It could very well bring calamity upon your entire family. Is that true? In that case, I refuse to proceed." I interjected, standing aside. This Luban art was entirely new to me, yet observing old Dao Qin's confident demeanor suggested the matter would not be overly troublesome. "Shout, Li, have your men procure a pig slaughtering knife and a paper effigy," commanded old Dao Qin. "Uncle Qin, at this hour, where am I supposed to find such things?" Li Dongxing replied helplessly. Old Dao Qin furrowed his brow. "If you do not bring me those items, do you believe I won't offer you as a sacrifice?" "All right, you have a final say." Li Dongxing conceded and turned to call the driver, instructing his subordinates to search the city. The pig slaughtering knife possesses the power to sever all malevolent obstacles. It is an object of utmost rigidity and vitality. In ancient times, just like the butchers and executioners, such knives were meant to be handed down through generations. Should this knife ever break, the practitioner must withdraw from their profession, lest they harm their descendants and lineage. In the context of the 12 time periods, the pig is associated with the high hour, which belongs to the element of Yin water, marking the time of day when the Yin energy is at its peak. The butcher's knife symbolizes the dispelling of all worldly impurities and is often employed in exorcising malevolent spirits. The principle of Yin and Yang is inescapable when wielded properly. The butcher's knife can serve as a talisman against evil. However, if kept within one's home, it may exude a malevolent aura, potentially harming one's fortune. As for the paper figure requested by the old Taoist Qin, I find myself somewhat perplexed. As night gradually enveloped the surroundings, the task of excavating the living post was monumental, and the workers were filled with curiosity, eager to witness the proceedings. The area was soon illuminated by electric lights. Once Li Dongxing's driver arrived with the paper figure, the scene became crowded, with onlookers craning their necks, fearful of missing the spectacle. My spirits, however, were low. Beneath the living post lay my mother, and my 18 years of existence symbolized her 18 years of suffering. The old Taoist Chen took the butcher's knife, stained with a layer of blood rust, and examined it thoughtfully, remarking, "It is a fine blade, imbued with sufficient malevolence. Someone come and steady the paper figure." The others promptly retreated to a safe distance, as ordinary folk often regard such matters as ominous. I willingly took the paper figure and asked the old Taoist how to proceed. He instructed me to align the paper figure with the living post. Just as I complied, he sliced his fingertip, pricking the paper figure's eyes. Then, wielding the knife, he struck down upon the figure's head, shattering the paper construct woven from vines. Strangely, an ethereal human silhouette began to materialize upon the surface of the wooden post. Old Taoist Chen brandished his cleaver, striking at the shadow before him with 3 resounding blows. To my astonishment, blood began to flow profusely from the wooden stake. A foul odor reminiscent of rotten eggs permeated the air. Old Taoist Chen, ever the trickster, had deceived me by claiming there was something buried deep below. As I leaned down in curiosity, he climbed onto my shoulders, incessantly muttering, "Evil spirits, be gone. May the Tao's energy endure. May the ancestral masters protect us." His words startled me, and as he ascended, I sprang up, grasping his trousers to pull him down. With a loud rip, his bright red undergarments were revealed, the thumb-sized hole glaringly conspicuous. Those above rushed to assist old Taoist Chen, while I clung to his trousers, striving to pull him back down. After much struggle, he cursed and threatened to fight back, yet upon witnessing the decaying wooden stake, my heart sank. The heavy weight had been shattered, revealing merely an ordinary post. I spoke solemnly, "Taoist Chen, where is my mother's soul?" I had offered a sacrifice to the malevolent spirits, shattering the weight, and now she had likely merged with the corpse's spirit. As the hour of the rat approached, she would transform into a vengeful ghost. Erguzi had warned that if you discovered this, it would be fate's design. However, before the hour strikes, the body must be burned. In the midst of this conversation, old Taoist Chen had pulled up his trousers once more. Little did I expect that after 18 long years, my first encounter with my mother would unfold in such a grim spectacle. I wished to shield my mother's corpse from the prying eyes of others. Once the noxious stench of rotten eggs dissipated, I implored the venerable Master Chen to assist in distancing the onlookers, allowing me to descend into the abyss with my tools alone. After the destruction of the Lubon technique, the wooden stakes had succumbed to decay, crumbling to dust with the slightest touch. As I meticulously excavated the earth, a crimson-hued coffin gradually emerged from the depths. With utmost caution, I dug around the coffin until it was fully revealed, preparing to pry open its lid with a crowbar. My mother had become a desiccated corpse. Beneath her wrinkled skin, I could discern the faint flow of blood. This was the root of Master Chen's concern. The corpse's evil ghost malevolence is a confluence of the earth's malevolent energy, propelled by the vengeful spirits of the deceased to inflict harm upon the living. Once the hour of the rat passed, my mother would rise from her coffin, first consuming the blood of fowl, then that of livestock, and ultimately turning her wrath upon humanity. Her abdomen had been slit open, and her hands and feet were pinned to the coffin with wooden wedges. I shut my eyes, my mind flooded with memories of her torments in life. The most harrowing thought was that even in death, she would find no solace. Throughout my childhood, I often envied other children for having both parents, especially when I was bullied. I was frequently derided as a wild child, bereft of mother and father. Though it pained me, I harbored no hatred towards them. As my grandfather once said, my father had perished in his quest to repay debts for others, ultimately starving himself. Although I never experienced the familial life that others enjoyed, I remained steadfast in my belief that they loved me. Kneeling before my mother's lifeless form, I could scarcely fathom that the suspect in her murder could be none other than my beloved grandfather. In that fleeting moment, I found myself at a loss for what to do. It seemed as though my mother was cradling something in her hands before her chest. As I approached to examine closely, I discovered a red cloth bundle concealed beneath her garments. Upon unwrapping it, I unveiled a small coffin, not much larger than a mobile phone, adorned with a talisman. This was a heavenly coffin, traditionally used in ancient times to conceal malevolent spirits and entities. Typically placed upon the beams of a house, it earned its name from this very practice. Although heavenly coffins come in various designs, our Ma'i sect possesses but one singular talisman. My world felt as if it were on the verge of collapse. Taking a deep breath, I managed to quell my tumultuous emotions. I tore away the talisman and gently opened the small coffin. Inside lay a tiny wooden figure, its hands, feet, and head inscribed with the characters for widowed, solitary, orphaned, lonely, and crippled, while a dried umbilical cord was coiled around its waist. On the back of this small figure, my name, Chen, was boldly etched. Bound by the bloodline of my mother and I, it sought to borrow the lifespans of 5 wretched souls. Indeed, I was the one who benefited from the birthing stakes beneath the old residence. Chapter 23. Grievances and Vengeance. Why? Could it truly be that my grandfather is responsible for my mother's demise? I felt as though struck by lightning, standing there in a stupor, utterly bewildered. Once I regained my composure, an overwhelming desire surged within me to confront my grandfather and seek the truth. Kneeling beside my mother's coffin, my eyes ablaze with sorrow, I murmured, "Mother, I am at a loss for what to do. If you possess any awareness from beyond, I hope you can convey to me in a dream how I should proceed." The malevolent spirits can absorb the essence of heaven and earth. After I opened my mother's coffin and allowed it to bask under the moonlight, her features gradually regained clarity. I remained rooted to the spot, awaiting the passage of time, as I observed the return of color to her lifeless form. She was a woman of dignified appearance, exuding a simplicity that was striking. In death, one's features become rigid, the circulation of life ceases, and the marks of time fade away. Yet, the Ma'i sect can still discern the past of the deceased through subtle signs. I stood beside my mother's body, gazing upon her countenance. I perceived that in her youth, she hailed from a prosperous family, blessed with 3 doting brothers, all of whom cherished her deeply. She was endowed with a rich ancestral legacy, but her fortunes began to wane after the age of 20. I also discerned that she had suffered an injury at the age of 13. Judging by her bone structure, it was evident that she possessed a frail destiny, having been afflicted by mountain spirits and malevolent entities. My father must have saved her life during that tumultuous time. Upon her maturation and subsequent marriage to my father, her fortune began to decline with the passage of years. As a practitioner of divination, my father engaged in the exorcism of malevolent spirits, inevitably entangling my mother in the web of karmic repercussions. After watching the first half of my mother's life, I found myself in tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Suddenly, Master Chen sighed beside me, saying, "It is nearly time. Take heart." "Master Chen, was it truly my grandfather who did this?" I inquired, my eyes reddened with sorrow. The Taoist replied, "I returned only after your mother had passed. Ergo claimed responsibility for the act, but he never divulged the reasons. I believe you should ask him yourself." The old house, where I had resided for over a decade, lay in ruins, and my grandfather had vanished without a trace. I was left alone in this city, akin to a wandering spirit. In that moment, I truly felt homeless. Taking a deep breath, I asked, "Where's my grandfather?" Ergo mentioned that if you uncover the secrets of life and death, you should seek him at 58 North Zhonghua Road in the province. Master Chen stretched lazily and added, "According to the wager between your grandfather and me, once your mother's body has been cremated, I shall guide her spirit to the underworld." I nodded, aware that my mother was trapped in the cycle of life and death, her suffering transforming her into a vengeful spirit. The bond between mother and child is profound, and thus she would surely haunt me upon her release. Yet, the separation between the realms of the living and the dead means that being tormented by a vengeful spirit could deplete my vital energy and disrupt my fate. I even suspected that the incident involving Li Shuai nearly being killed was an instinctual reaction by my mother upon seeing me being wronged. "Would you like some?" Master Chen offered me a canister of gasoline. The moonlit essence nourished the body of my mother, restoring her to the appearance of her living self, resembling a slumbering figure. Old Taoist Chen cast a glance at me, expressing his sentiments. Of course, if you find it too difficult to proceed, I can't assist you. I steadied my resolve. I shall do it myself. Having had no opportunity to fulfill my filial duty in life, I wished to accompany her on her final journey. After dousing her body with gasoline, I fought back tears as I ignited the flames. In that moment, as the fire blazed fiercely, my emotions shattered completely. Tears and snot streamed down my face, and my hoarse cries blurred the line between wailing and weeping. Old Taoist Chen retrieved a yellow talisman, lamenting, "This is the Nine Dragons' life talisman. In life, beyond passing away peacefully, the only certainty is the unexpected calamity. Your mother, tormented in her final moments, harbored a deep-seated attachment to you, transforming into a vengeful spirit, unable to find release. As it is said, with the opening of the Nine Dragons talisman, the underworld finds peace. Typically, I sell this for 9,980, but considering our connection, I offer it to you." He cast the talisman into the roaring flames. As it turned to ash, my mother's body vanished along with the fire. Overwhelmed by grief, I could barely contain my sobs. Old Taoist Chen shook the three-clear bell, scattering a handful of paper money, his resonant voice echoing beneath the night sky. "By the decree of the Supreme, I transcend your lonely soul, banishing all specters and granting blessings to all beings. For those with heads, liberation. For those without, rebirth. Whether by gun or knife, through drowning or hanging, in both bright and dark demise, wrong souls and vengeful creditors seek retribution. Kneel before me, the 8 trigram shine, step forth from the precipice, and be reborn in another realm." In a moment of urgency, I called for salvation, beseeching others to transcend the cycle of life and death. After the flames had subsided, I personally gathered my mother's ashes. Once all matters were settled, I spent the night at the home of Master Chen. That evening, I experienced a dream wherein I beheld my mother, clad in white garments, visiting me. She uttered not a word, merely cast a fleeting glance before vanishing from my dreams. Though Master Chen appeared somewhat miserly in his words, his actions spoke of generosity. He lent me some money to ensure my mother's south resting place at the funeral home. Subsequently, I purchased a train ticket to the provincial city. On that day, Master Chen made a special trip to see me off, mentioning that he would visit my grandfather soon for another round of games. My emotions were in turmoil, rendering me unable to fully comprehend his words. My mind was solely preoccupied with the thought of confronting my grandfather and seeking clarity on all matters. This marked my first venture away from home. Arriving in a foreign city, my thoughts consumed by the tragic fate of my mother. I felt a heavy sense of melancholy and a hint of trepidation, repeatedly pondering what I would say upon meeting my grandfather. Would I seek vengeance for my mother? Yet, he is the man who raised me for 18 years, my only remaining kin. I had never found myself in such a convoluted dilemma. Nevertheless, I must confront the reality that lay before me. I owe myself an explanation. After disembarking from the train, I hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take me to number 58 North Zhonghua Road. The northern taxi drivers are often quite loquacious. Upon noticing my despondent demeanor, one assumed I had suffered a heartbreak and offered a few words of consolation before inquiring about my purpose on North Street. I said, "My grandfather is there." The driver looked somewhat surprised. I was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" The driver sighed, "Are you not aware? North Street initially aimed to create an ancient-style town, but the investors abandoned the project, leaving behind numerous unfinished buildings. From dawn till dusk, not a soul can be seen, which has truly burdened the local populace." I awkwardly replied, "I genuinely did not know. I'm also from out of town." The driver continued, "Well, as long as you're certain you have relatives there, otherwise, once I drop you off at North Street, you'll have to catch the public bus at 4:50 in the afternoon. If you miss it, you won't be able to get to the city." I expressed my gratitude for the driver's kindness, but I felt that my grandfather's request for me to come must hold significant importance. My taciturnity led the driver to perceive my disinclination for conversation. I gazed out the window, lost in thought, as we gradually transitioned from the bustling metropolis to the outskirts. I'm not sure how much time passed, but when I finally regained my focus, We had arrived at North Street on Zhonghua Road. As I stepped into the area, a desolate and dilapidated scene unfolded before my eyes. I found myself pondering, had my grandfather truly been here all this time since leaving home? With each step, I mentally rehearsed how I would interact with him. Following the numbered sequence, I walked along a street that stretched several hundred meters with only a few scattered shops. Finally, I halted before the shop numbered 58. Looking up, I noticed a plaque hanging above the entrance, inscribed with Chapter 24, Waiting for a Dragon at the Yuewei Hall. The plaque, worn by the passage of time, bore the marks of neglect. I carefully extracted a small wooden figure and placed it upon the desolate street, lighting 2 incense sticks and inserting them beside the figure's head. Within these offerings resided the essence of 5 innocent souls, which I intended to return in my grandfather's presence. Although I yearned for life, the thought of bargaining with the lives of others for my own survival filled me with an enduring sense of guilt. As the fragrant smoke spiraled around the wooden figure, it astonishingly drifted through the crack of the door and into the Yuewei Hall. A wave of surprise washed over me. Was my grandfather truly unwilling to release them? Hastily, I quickened my pace and thrust open the wooden door. Inside, the dim light revealed a meticulously cleaned space, adorned with minimalistic decorations. A single table and 4 chairs occupied the center, accompanied by an altar brimming with offerings. My grandfather stood before the portrait of the ancestral deity, beside which lay 5 small, white paper figures. The ethereal smoke that had entered the room divided into 5 tendrils, each finding its way into the mouths and noses of the paper figures. As the candle flames flickered, my grandfather lifted the paper figures and gently set them ablaze. Prior to my arrival, I had envisioned countless scenarios for our encounter. Yet, as we finally stood face to face, I found myself as if ensnared by a fishbone, unable to utter a single word. The dimness of the room, illuminated only by the red candles beside the wooden figure, lent an eerie quality to the surroundings. My grandfather coughed violently, prompting an instinctive urge within me to step forward. However, as I took my first stride, hesitation gripped my heart. Gazing at my grandfather's silhouette, he appeared more haggard than in the days prior. As he stifled a cough and slowly turned around, I discerned a hint of lifelessness in his countenance, a harbinger of his imminent demise. He cast a glance at me, exhaling a heavy sigh. I took the initiative to speak. Grandfather, my mother. His cough was severe and his body unsteady, compelling him to take a seat in the armchair as he murmured, Zheng, has your mother been laid to rest? A wave of fear washed over me. Although the answer was already etched in my mind, I desperately wished for him to affirm that it was not his doing. My body trembled with anxiety. My grandfather glanced at the portrait of our ancestral figure, his eyes clouded with reminiscence, and remarked, in 4 hours, you shall reach the age of 18. Sit down, I shall tell you a tale. He lit an oil lamp at the corner of the table, and as we sat across from one another, he offered a faint smile, feigning a facade of ease. Thus began his recounting of the past. Zheng, do you know that the rebirth of souls is overseen by the earth god? According to tradition, the emissaries of the underworld hand over the souls to him. However, the soul destined for the Liu family was intercepted on its journey by your father. At that moment, the earth god and the underworld officials were frantically searching for you. Your mother was hidden within the coffin, evading capture. Had she been discovered, all would have been in vain. Your father deliberately cast an enchantment, using a banquet to ensnare the ghostly emissaries. Although the plan succeeded, none could have anticipated the strange events that unfolded on the 7th day after the Liu family matron's burial. Due to her tragic demise, the family dared not bury her in the ancestral grave, opting instead to hastily inter her in a secluded spot on the back hill. On that fateful day, a shepherd happened to be tending his flock in the same vicinity and came across the disturbed grave of Liu's wife, surrounded by a multitude of dead wild dogs, each one having met a gruesome fate at the jaws of a beast, with blood splattered all around. Following this eerie incident, the village began to witness an alarming number of livestock and poultry deaths, prompting the villagers to sense that something was amiss. A few days later, as the butcher made his way home under the cover of night, he noticed a shadowy figure lingering near your residence. Known for his audacity and sense of justice, The butcher assumed it was merely a petty thief and approached with a stick in hand. Upon confronting the figure with a push and a demand for explanation, he was met with a sight that chilled him to the bone. It was none other than Lu's wife, returned from the grave. Her hair matted with dirt and her lips stained with a crimson hue. In a panic, he fled, collapsing in a bed upon reaching home, stricken by a severe illness. At that time, your father was quite renowned in the village, and upon visiting the butcher, he discovered that the man had been overwhelmed by the miasma of death. The tale of Lu's wife rising from her grave spread throughout the village, instilling fear in the hearts of the residents. From the 10th day onward, families with nursing infants began to experience inexplicable disappearances. Witnesses recounted seeing Lu's wife, moving stealthily like a cat, scaling walls to enter other homes, and soon after, cries would erupt from those households, lamenting the loss of their children. This grim pattern persisted for several days, until one day, upon returning home, your father encountered Lu's wife seated upon the bed, cradling an infant in her arms. Although he possessed knowledge of the arcane arts of the Mai sect, he knelt before the daughter-in-law of the Lu family, offering his apologies, as his actions were fundamentally unjustifiable. The corpse's lingering attachment was profound. If the child remained unlocated, it would likely continue to disturb the peace. Particularly troubling was the infant in her arms, who, due to the miasma of the corpse's poison, was on the verge of death. Your father had no choice but to summon the villagers for assistance. Together, they managed to subdue the resurrected daughter-in-law of the Lu family. He dared not strike her down completely, fearing retribution would befall you in the future. Thus, he could only disperse her malevolent spirit, leaving her essence to wander the village. Before your birth, your father inscribed a document to inform the underworld of the truth, hoping to exchange his life for yours. However, the emissaries of the afterlife were unyielding and had subjected him to severe torment prior to his capture. In an effort to evade the pursuers of his soul, I fled with your mother, and at long last, we reached the day of your birth. On that day, a man named Chen sought to challenge me. He was my junior apprentice, and we had both been disciples of the Mai sect since childhood. Gifted yet obstinate, his obsession with the path to immortality led him to violate the sect's rules, resulting in his master stripping him of his powers and expelling him. I knew not when he had acquired his malevolent arts, yet we had been locked in a rivalry for a lifetime, neither of us claiming victory. Chen inflicted a venomous curse upon your mother, driving her to madness. The situation was dire. If the parasites continued to breed, not only would your mother perish, but you would also meet a tragic fate. Your grandfather sighed, gazing at his waning visage, while my tears flowed uncontrollably. Grandfather said, I share this not to lament my own compulsion, but because your mother indeed perished by my hand, sacrificed to lend you a breath of life. And I buried her beneath the living tree. I clenched my fists, for as grandfather had stated, my mother was indeed slain by him. Yet the ultimate blame lay with a man named Chen. The tenderness and reluctance in grandfather's gaze were palpable. He then began to cough violently, expelling a copious amount of blood. I yearned to assist him, but grandfather waved his hand, saying, my time is short. Allow me to continue. I gritted my teeth, tears welling in my eyes. Grandfather continued, in this world, debts must be repaid. A life for a life is a simple truth. Yet, the living and the dead on land belong to the underworld, while the fates of those in water are governed by the water realm. The 5 emperors and dragon kings do not belong to either the water realm or the underworld. Therefore, I intended to place your life beneath the Dragon King's temple, ensuring that the underworld would have no claim over you. This was also your mother's wish. I nodded repeatedly, for the Taoist priest Chen had previously informed me that debts must be settled, and 18 years would mark the day of my repayment. The light of the oil lamp gradually dimmed as grandfather remarked, a person is akin to an oil lamp. Without a wick, no amount of oil could sustain it. After his passing, there would be no need for grand ceremonies. A simple burial at the foot of a mountain would suffice, for it was a divine blessing that he could witness my growth into adulthood. He also recounted how, during my childhood, he deliberately sent me out to beg, for only by experiencing the harshness of life in my youth would I come to cherish the future. Ultimately, I inherited his legacy, for it was the destiny of our Chen family. Grandfather glanced at the time, his gaze drifting toward the window. Indeed, the profession of divination is one that invites peril. Thus, I have reserved the final oracle for you. Born of borrowed fate, you are akin to a tree without roots, destined to wither after the age of 18. Remain steadfast here, awaiting the arrival of a dragon to seek your counsel. As he spoke, a sudden flush of crimson illuminated his pallid visage. I exclaimed, how could a dragon possibly exist in this world? In tears, I lamented, wishing only for his survival. Grandfather adjusted the oil lamp at the table's edge and sighed. At 90 years of age, I have lived enough. My journey to the provincial city was meant to secure your tuition. However, the man claimed he had no money and suggested trading a shop for debt. Who would have imagined this desolate place? A few days ago, I encountered Chen Junyi once more. Our past grievances have now concluded. Do not seek him out, nor harbor thoughts of revenge. Focus on your studies in this city and strive to be an ordinary person. I am an outsider, celestial master, and upon my passing, the disturbance will surely reach Longhu Mountain. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, unless it is a matter of life and death, do not employ the Taoist secrets I have imparted to you. Grandfather's vitality waned, resembling the flickering flame of the oil lamp on the verge of extinguishment. Suddenly, he grasped my hand and bestowed upon me an object. This is the Mai Tianji talisman. I now entrust it to you. From this moment forth, you are the leader of the Mai sect. Until that dragon appears, you must not use the sect's extraordinary techniques to alter anyone's fate. For doing so will incur divine retribution. You must await that dragon. Chapter 25. The corpse puppet opens the way before uttering these words. My grandfather's skin gradually became wrinkled, and a chilling aura of death permeated the room. At the stroke of midnight, the clock halted, and my grandfather, resembling a deflated balloon, ceased to breathe. I knelt on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. My grandfather, who had nurtured me for 18 years, had passed away. Just then, a gust of cold wind swung open the door. A young girl, clad in a gray robe and holding a white lantern, entered. She appeared to be of similar age to me, yet curiously, she was dressed in mourning attire. Upon her entrance, the girl exclaimed, I come to see off the esteemed elder Chen on his journey, after which she bowed slowly. I wiped my tears and scrutinized the girl. Although she possessed a striking beauty, her demeanor was frigid, exuding an air of forbidding. The girl introduced herself, saying, I am Chen Huayun, the granddaughter of Chen Junyi. At that moment, I felt a surge of anger and replied, You need not feign concern. Leave at once. Chen Huayun responded with composure. My grandfather stated that if you seek vengeance, you may do so at any time, but before that, I must reclaim the soul restraining nail. As she spoke, she moved behind my grandfather, placing her hand upon the crown of his head and extracting a 3-inch long copper nail. My brows furrowed tightly as I inquired about the significance of this action. The purpose of the soul-restraining nail, when struck upon the crown, is to temporarily seal a person's 3 souls and 7 spirits. Even in death, the soul remains trapped within the body, allowing life to linger for a brief period. Chen Huaijun remarked, Master Chen should have perished a fortnight ago. Before his vitality waned completely, he was engaged in a significant endeavor and, out of necessity, sought my grandfather's assistance to use the soul-guarding technique to bind his 3 souls and 7 spirits, thereby extending his life by an additional 15 days. Chen Huaijun wiped the nail clean, secured it in a red handkerchief, and turned to say before my arrival, My grandfather mentioned that he has long set aside his grievances with Master Chen. You are his sole descendant, and should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. With that, she left her phone number and departed without a backward glance. To me, the name Chen Junyi was akin to that of a sworn enemy. Even if my grandfather forbade me from seeking vengeance, how could I possibly approach him? Due to financial constraints, my grandfather's funeral was rather modest, lacking a hearse or mourners to accompany us. A light rain fell in the early hours yesterday, leaving the ground slightly damp and cool. I hired a cart and, alone, pulled the coffin down the street. Just as I emerged from the intersection, I beheld dozens of luxurious cars parked by the roadside, while in the center stood 8 men clad in Qing dynasty official robes, their faces obscured by wide-brimmed hats. Yet they carried a dragon-headed stone coffin with an air of authority. As the car doors swung open, all who disembarked donned mourning attire. To be frank, I was indeed taken aback by the spectacle before me. Yet regardless of who approached, I would not retreat a single step. I advanced slowly, inching closer to the lead vehicle. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses walked at the forefront. Upon meeting my gaze, he removed his glasses, knelt suddenly, and with hands clasped, proclaimed, "We honor the ascension of Master Chen to the celestial realm." The crowd erupted in a thunderous cheer. A venerable old Taoist, donned in a ceremonial robe and wielding 3 pure bells, led 8 officials clad in ceremonial garments to carry forth the coffin. The air around these 8 figures was thick with an ominous aura, and despite their tightly wrapped appearances, it was not difficult to discern their true nature. They were all zombies. The 8 corpses halted before me, and amidst the sea of kneeling figures, I stood frozen in bewilderment. The Taoist opened the stone coffin and introduced himself as Zhang Qingtsong, an elder of the Tianshi Fu, revealing that my grandfather was the only a master of diverse lineage in existence, destined to be welcomed back to the Tianshi Fu after death and granted the title of celestial official, to be honored in the ancestral shrine. Reluctant to comply, I was confronted with the grim reality that should my grandfather fail to return to Longhu Mountain, his soul would descend into the netherworld, subjected to the tortures of hell. With the protection of the ancestral master, he could be spared such torment. Furthermore, the highest form of reception from the Tianshi Fu was the Qinglong, Azure Dragon, guarding the coffin, with the zombies clearing the path. The 8 formidable corpse puppets served as instruments for vanquishing demons and were tasked with returning my grandfather to his rightful place, representing the utmost honor he could receive. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to allow them to carry my grandfather's remains into the dragon coffin for his liberation from suffering. The zombies forged a path as thousands paid their respects. My grandfather had passed away, yet he had never shared any details regarding the Tianshi Fu with me, only instructing me to await a dragon's arrival. The funeral concluded once my grandfather was escorted back to the Tianshi Fu by the corpse puppets. For a long time, I lingered in an abyss of sorrow, unable to extricate myself from the depths of grief. However, once the clouds of despair began to lift, I was confronted with a harsh reality. How would I manage the expenses of university? I was admitted to the provincial normal university, yet the annual tuition and living expenses present a formidable financial burden for me. Faced with economic hardship, I reluctantly relinquished my dream of attending university. On the day of the semester's commencement, I deliberately positioned myself across the street from the university campus, watching as eager students were accompanied by their families into the school. I must confess, I felt an overwhelming sense of envy. However, there was little I could do, such as my fate. And it is also the fate of the Chen family. During my days working in Shenzhen, I seized a moment of leisure to return to my hometown, hoping to seek clarity from the venerable Master Chen regarding many uncertainties surrounding my grandfather and the Tianshi mansion that needed verification. As I stepped into the alley, I spotted Master Chen engaged in fortune-telling for a young woman. His attire today was rather peculiar. Wearing sunglasses, he gently held her hand while nodding his head and lamenting. "Ah, dear patron, your hands hold the fortune of wealth, yet your fate is beset with tumultuous waves. Indeed, a rough journey lies ahead." "What should I do, master?" the woman inquired, her face filled with hope. Master Chen reassured her, "Do not fret, for if I can foresee it, I can also resolve it. Your beloved is like the fleeting willow fluff in the wind, elusive and ungraspable. Purchase for me a yellow dragon talisman and affix it to the golden ditch this evening. I assure you, from now on, she shall never stray from your side." The young woman, taken aback, eagerly asked where the golden ditch might be. Master Chen waved his hand, beckoning her closer, and whispered a few words into her ear. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip and exclaimed, "Oh, you are quite insufferable, master." After handing over 1,000 yuan for the fortune, the bashful woman, feeling embarrassed, hurriedly clutched the talisman and departed. Chapter 26. The engagement. As the old Taoist observed the departing figure, He removed his sunglasses and tossed them aside, casually lighting a cigarette and taking several deep puffs. Upon raising his gaze, he caught sight of me. "Goodness, when did you return?" The old Taoist exclaimed in surprise. I replied, "Aren't you supposed to say Wuliang Tianzuan? It's quite unbecoming for you to utter such exclamations. It truly tarnishes your esteemed image. Moreover, resorting to aphrodisiac for deception is rather unscrupulous." I had discerned at a glance that the talisman he provided was a rather aggressive love charm, historically employed in the old society to stimulate livestock such as pigs, horses, and cattle. "You misunderstand," the old Taoist retorted. "Sometimes strong measures are required to treat strong afflictions. I am compassionate by nature, helping others while also seeking a monetary reward." Just as I was about to voice my thoughts on his lack of shame, I swallowed my words. He then inquired about my grandfather's current state. "My grandfather has passed away, and his remains are taken by the Tianshi mansion," I responded. "You mentioned having practiced at the Tianshi mansion. What exactly is that place?" "It would be best if you refrained from such inquiries. Matters of the Tianshi mansion are beyond the reach of individuals like us," the old Taoist replied, shaking his head in a mysterious manner. "Why is it that since its establishment, all the Tianshi have borne the surname Zhang, yet my grandfather was a Chen?" "I am not your grandfather," he calmly stated, tidying up his fortune-telling setup and putting away the plush toys beside him. Observing his rather ostentatious demeanor left me feeling quite exasperated. Realizing that further inquiries would yield no fruitful answers, I resolved to refrain from embarrassing myself further. I happened to visit the hospital and learned that although Zhang Na had regained consciousness, she had forgotten many things. Under the intentional embellishment of Aunt Wang, Zhang Na believed that it was thanks to Li Shuai's assistance that she had been saved. Each individual makes different choices in life. Some sacrifice love for wealth, while others forsake their future for affection. Lives diverge, and so do paths. Although the matter of 300,000 yuan is indeed vexing, the debt of gratitude owed to Aunt Wang for my childhood could be considered settled with this sum. Furthermore, the unfamiliar gaze that Zhang Na directed at me signaled that she had irrevocably changed. On my way back to Shunsheng, I received a call from the owner of the barbecue restaurant, urging me to return to work swiftly and threatening to withhold my deposit. It was truly a headache. Lacking education and skills, the only talent I possessed, fortune-telling, could not be utilized. I would not starve to death, but I might exhaust myself. I remained uncertain as to when that dragon would finally appear, yet I was convinced that my grandfather would never betray me. However, upon reaching my doorstep, I discovered that the main entrance had been forcibly pried open. My anger surged. How could there be such a lack of humanity? I was so impoverished that I could scarcely afford a pair of shorts, and yet someone dared to steal from me? Yet, as I pushed the door open, I was met with the sight of Chen Huaijuan, clad in white, standing before the portrait of our ancestral deity, gazing upward. To be frank, she was quite beautiful. Her serene features exuded an ethereal charm, making it difficult to perceive any trace of worldly concerns about her. However, I had little interest in the child of my adversary and replied earnestly, "I remember locking the door when I left. I will check shortly to see if anything is missing." Chen Huaijun picked up 3 incense sticks and, after paying homage to the ancestral master, turned back with a disdainful remark. "Just look at yourself now. The Chen family has truly fallen to this generation." I furrowed my brow and asked, "Are you here to stir up trouble?" Chen Huaijun replied slowly, "My grandfather and your grandfather were both disciples of the same master, the talented Zhang Lani from the Tianshi Temple. He was once proclaimed the most gifted individual closest to Zhang Daoling in 800 years. Yet, to everyone's surprise, he withdrew from Longhu Mountain at the age of 30, relinquishing the position of the Ma-Yi sect leader. Both my grandfather and yours were his disciples, and likewise, you and I are the 3rd generation. In fact, my grandfather has always praised me as a once-in-a-century genius, so I am quite aware of my own capabilities without his words. However, I have always been waiting for a dragon. After all, you broke into my home. Surely, it was not merely to mock me with a few words? If that is the case, you may leave. My heart aches profoundly. Does it not satisfy you?" I replied helplessly. "A useless effort," Chen Huaijun scoffed, before tossing me a golden yellow slip of paper. I glanced at it and saw the ancient characters Xianguan, Du Tai embroidered in golden thread. I inquired, what is this? Chen Huaijun explained. Longhu Mountain has sought out my grandfather to have him acknowledge his ancestry, but the Tianji talisman is with you. The disciples of Longhu Mountain claim that only the one who possesses the Tianji talisman is the rightful sect leader. They came yesterday, but you were not present. So I was tasked with conveying that you are to go to Longhu Mountain on October 1st to receive the 5 Thunder Talisman. I will not go. I shook my head. Are you insane? Do you know what Longhu Mountain represents? Chen Huaichuan's gaze resembled that of someone observing an extraterrestrial. In fact, my grandfather mentioned before his passing that the Ma-I sect would be entrusted to me. I am the leader of the Ma-I sect. Yet upon arriving at Longhu Mountain, I find myself subject to others. I refuse to believe that such favorable circumstances exist in this world, especially since I'm still waiting for a dragon. If you wish to go, then go. Longhu Mountain inquires, stating that from this moment forth, you are the leader. Then hand over the Tianji talisman to me. That is quite excessive. You have already been made the leader, yet you still demand something in return? Such insatiable greed is truly a poor habit. I shook my head repeatedly, not to mention the immense significance of the Tianji talisman. Simply put, as it is a relic of my grandfather's, no one has the right to claim it. To my surprise, I saw Chen Huaichuan pull up a chair and sit down. Resting her chin on one hand, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing me as if I were a mere commodity. This left me feeling somewhat displeased. She certainly did not regard herself as an outsider. I even wiped the corners of my eyes and asked her if there was something in them. Chen Huaichuan replied, before my grandfather passed, he spoke with your grandfather about matters concerning us. My grandfather insisted that you marry me, agreeing to assist him in extending his life for 15 days only on that condition. Therefore, on the day of the funeral, when we donned mourning attire, I was fulfilling the role of a granddaughter-in-law. I was taken aback, hastily stepping back and informing her to refrain from such notions. As a young man in the prime of my life, I am firmly opposed to arranged marriages. Furthermore, Chen Huaichuan's grandfather, Chen Junyi, is the avenger of my mother's death, marrying into the family of one's enemy. Surely my grandfather has not lost his senses. I said, it is impossible. You might as well give up hope. We are sworn enemies, and besides, I am not a man you can easily possess. She sighed and replied, our marriage contract has already been established and sealed by the Celestial Master's house. To annul this union, one must ascend to the Jade Cloud Palace on Mount Longhu to seek the Celestial Master's approval. Otherwise, this is our fate. Chapter 27. The stench of death. Why would such a stunning beauty wish to marry me? What could she possibly desire? From my understanding of my grandfather, his last words failed to mention this matter, indicating it is of little importance. Moreover, love and marriage are matters of personal freedom. In this day and age, who still clings to the notion of arranged marriages? What does beauty matter if it cannot alter one's fate? I am destined to be the man she can never possess. Thus, I waved my hand dismissively. No need for farewells. After watching Chen Huaijuan depart, I reflected on her visage, feeling a twinge of discomfort. As a practitioner of the Ma-I school, one must not only master the art, but also embrace its complexities. Observing her eyes alone, the phrase cold as steel fits her perfectly, and her age suggests two possible truths. Firstly, she may have weathered significant storms, gaining insight into the myriad facets of life. Secondly, she could be inherently cold-blooded, prioritizing self-interest above all else. Given that Chen Huaijuan appears to be of a similar age to mine, it seems improbable that she has encountered substantial tribulations. Thus, it is likely that her nature is inherently frigid, perhaps stemming from a deeply troubled upbringing. Therefore, I resolved to keep my distance, lest I inadvertently become ensnared by her fatal allure. Closing the door to the Yuewei Hall, I pondered the reality of our North Street locale, where even scavengers seldom tread. Whether the door is locked or not bears little consequence. My grandfather urged me to await a dragon, yet where in this world does one find a dragon? In the past, the elderly gentleman who tended to the school's boiler was utterly deaf. Conversing with him required one to raise their voice to the point of hoarseness, as he could scarcely discern a single word. The more I pondered this, the more troubled I became, and thus I resolved to cease my thoughts. During moments of ennui, I found myself at home, delving into the mysteries of celestial symbols. To be candid, I could not discern any notable difference. Early the following morning, my phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, I was surprised to see it was Aunt Wong calling, as she typically avoided me. As soon as I answered, she exclaimed, "Zhang, I have learned about Zhang Na's condition from the province. There's a hospital called the AI that may offer treatment. Your uncle Zhang and I are considering bringing Zhang Na to see them." Although the ties of causation between us had already been clarified, Aunt Wong persistently implored me for assistance over the phone. I, being tender-hearted, felt compelled to help, especially given our shared history as classmates during high school and the 6 years I had been nourished by Zhang Dequan's hospitality. If I possessed the means to lend a hand, I would strive to do so. Around 8 o'clock, Zhang Dequan and the others arrived by vehicle at the entrance of the Weiwei Hall. I went out to greet them, and I noticed Zhang Na was bundled up tightly, her complexion pale and her eyes vacant, evidently indicating that her spirit had suffered some damage. In many cases, such injuries are irreversible. After all, among the numerous individuals recovering from mental illness, how many truly return to a state of normalcy? What possessed your grandfather to leave you a house in this desolate place? Aunt Wong muttered in complaint. I merely offered an awkward smile in response, informing her that I was merely settling the debts incurred. Although the power is cut off at night, fortunately, there is water. I ventured out to replace the gas cylinder. As long as there is food, life can continue. Aunt Wong did not forget to remind me. Last time, I am grateful for your help in saving our Dequan. When Zhang Na's fiancé arrives, I will have him treat you to a meal. I deliberately glanced at Zhang Na, who seemed indifferent to the idea. This left me with a sense of helplessness as I shrugged. It appeared that during Zhang Na's unconsciousness, Aunt Wong had woven quite a few tales. After a night of silence, the following morning, I accompanied the family to the Great Love Hospital. The service at the hospital was exceedingly commendable. Every nurse we encountered bowed and greeted us. To be honest, I was also taken aback by such an impeccably formal environment. Upon reaching the reception desk, Aunt Wong informed the young nurse, "I am here to see Director Zhang. I have a prior appointment." The nurse scrutinized the four of us with a rather peculiar gaze. Soon, she revealed a professional smile and said, "Hello, please proceed to the neurology department on the left side of the 4th floor. You will find the information regarding Director Zhang on the door plate." "Is your Director Zhang the most esteemed?" Aunt Wong inquired. The nurse nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Director Zhang's appointments have been booked since the beginning of the year. He is the pillar of our hospital. See that, Dequan? Wealthy individuals are indeed different." Aunt Wong remarked proudly. "My daughter is fortunate. In my time, I gave birth in a county hospital crammed with over 10 people in one room, and the conditions were utterly deplorable. As soon as we reached the 4th floor, I sensed something was amiss. I first followed the signs to locate Director Zhang's office, which is the only room in the entire hospital devoid of windows, casting an air of gloom within. In the realm of feng shui, such a place is referred to as the gate of life and death, signifying that the living must depart, as must the deceased. Existing in the liminal space between yin and yang, a degree of yin energy is to be expected, yet peculiarly, the director's room is arranged to cultivate a gathering of. After watching Aunt Wong and her family enter, I poured some mineral water onto the floor, observing in astonishment as it gradually coalesced into a pool. Feng Shui emphasizes the importance of gathering energy. Yang residences attract yang energy, while yin residences attract yin energy. However, the ability of the water outside Director Zhang's door to accumulate is evidently amiss. Noticing the faint green moss emerging in the corner, a sense of unease began to stir within me. How could there be such a heavy presence of corpse energy in broad daylight? I glanced at the department, where the windows were tightly shut, the curtains drawn, and Aunt Wong, as if guarding against intruders, had secured the main door. I leaned in closely to eavesdrop on their conversation. Aunt Wong inquired, "Doctor, do you think my daughter, having awakened for nearly 20 days now, will suffer any lasting effects?" The doctor's voice emerged hoarsely, as he replied slowly, "Her condition is quite challenging to treat. She requires hospitalization for observation over the next few days." Aunt Wong pressed, How much does it cost to stay here? The doctor reassured her, all expenses have already been covered. You may rest easy and wait for her recovery before her discharge. Is that true? Can such a large hospital deceive us? She responded incredulously. In a moment, we shall complete the necessary paperwork for her admission. Chapter 28. The oddity. I gaze at the information on the door, which read, Director Zhang, Chief Neurologist. While others' nameplates proudly displayed their alma maters, his introduction was conspicuously blank. Just as I was about to scrutinize the 2-inch photo, the door swung open, startling Aunt Wang, who recoiled a few steps, clutching her chest. Zhang, you nearly gave me a heart attack. By the way, I need a favor. Zhang Na needs to be hospitalized, and your Uncle Zhang is utterly clueless. Could you go and take a look? Aunt Wang, I still have a few questions for the doctor. What questions? Hurry up and help. Aunt Wang urged, pushing me forward. Just before the door could close, I caught a glimpse of Zhang Xiang's face. Although we had only exchanged a fleeting glance, my expertise in physiognomy revealed no trace of anger upon his countenance. It is well understood that life is sustained by a mere breath. As long as a person draws breath, a glimmer of vitality will illuminate their features. Conversely, regardless of how serene a corpse may appear, prolonged observation imbues an unsettling sensation. Though his demeanor was cultured, the hollowness in his gaze was unmistakable. What are you dawdling for? Go and assist, urged Zhang Daqian, pulling me aside to complete the paperwork. I hurriedly said, Uncle Zhang, do you believe in me? Zhang Daqian sighed, of course I do. After all these years, what with our relationship? You may be from modest background, but you are indeed a good lad. However, Aunt Wang thinks that Li Shuai's every utterance is golden. I've told her before, but alas, it's all in vain. Zhang Daqian shook his head, exhaling deeply, seemingly harboring intentions to facilitate a connection between Zhang Na and me. Yet I am acutely aware that, even in the absence of Li Shuai, our situation remains dire. Recalling the ominous atmosphere at Zhang Xiang's doorstep, I cautioned, we must not allow Zhang Na to be hospitalized. This hospital harbors unsettling secrets. Although Zhang Daqian still bore the countenance of a petty individual, he at least regained the capacity for rational judgment. He inquired, what do you intend to do? After a moment's contemplation, I realized we had indeed ventured into a den of thieves. For the sake of Zhang Na's safety, Uncle Zhang and I resolved to extract her before her admission. According to our plan, the 3 of us would accompany Zhang Na to her ward. Just before entering the elevator, Uncle Zhang feigned an ailment, claiming he had a stomachache, and persuaded Aunt Wang to assist him in seeking medical attention. As soon as they turned the corner, I seized Zhang Na's hand and urged her to flee. What are you doing? She questioned, bewildered. Aren't we supposed to be hospitalized? This hospital is not what it seems. Follow me. I insisted. A swift glance at the hospital corridor revealed a pristine and upscale environment, yet it was eerily devoid of life. Observing the confusion in Zhang Na's eyes, I realized that she had forgotten my identity. Fate often unfolds in the most peculiar ways, often disregarding our desires. Some individuals, from a young age, dream of marrying into wealth, yet often find themselves empty-handed in the end. As we dashed through the first floor of the inpatient department, we encountered another corridor before reaching the exit. The entire hospital exuded an oppressive ambience, the air thick with the scent of disinfectants, accompanied by a silence that was almost stifling. Everything conspired to evoke a profound sense of discomfort. As I approached the corner of the corridor, a shadowy figure emerged silently, startling both Zhang Na and myself. Goodness, Zhang Na exclaimed, you nearly scared me to death. Weren't you supposed to be accompanying my father to the hospital? Aunt Wang stepped forward, grasping Zhang Na's wrist with a smile. Oh, my dear daughter, I've finally found you. Your father is fine. He managed to go for his appointment on his own. How could I leave you here alone? She urged, come along, quickly, let us go to the ward. Zhang Na glanced back at me, then protested, Mom, Chen Zheng mentioned that the ward here, isn't very good. What does that country bumpkin know? Hurry, come with me. Aunt Wang tightened her grip, practically dragging her back. Zhang Na's expression darkened, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. Mom, you're hurting me. Could you please be gentler? I'll go back with you. In that moment, I decisively pushed Aunt Wang aside, causing her to tumble to the ground, wailing in protest and cursing under her breath. Zhang Na struck me in anger, demanding, "What are you doing pushing my mom?" Apologize immediately. I fixed my gaze on Aunt Wang's features and spoke in a low, firm tone. "Take a good look. Are the shoes on her feet truly your mother's?" At that moment, Aunt Wang was wearing a pair of red cloth shoes adorned with 5 golden flowers, and the sight of her petite feet, reminiscent of bound lotus blossoms, left Zhang Na momentarily speechless. She gasped, "How is this possible? When did my mother's feet become so small? Who are you?" I positioned myself protectively in front of Zhang Na, my demeanor wary. Suddenly, she covered her face and let out a soft, melodic laugh, her large eyes gradually revealing a faint gray hue. Indeed, the discerning eyes of the grandson of Chen Xinxiang from the Ma-Yi sect are commendable. However, little seer, do you not recognize my true identity? What has happened to my mother?" Zhang Na inquired, her expression one of confusion. "Mom, have you been possessed?" "I am Zhang Na." She chuckled. "My dear daughter, come, let mother embrace you." "Do not go near her. She is not your mother." I intervened, positioning myself between the two. Confronted by this enigmatic woman, a flicker of anger ignited within me. Who are you truly? Initially, I presumed they were merely targeting Zhang Na. But this individual, capable of invoking my grandfather's name upon our first encounter, led me to suspect that their true aim was me. After all, my grandfather had retreated from the world when I was born and had not harbored any enmity for 18 years. If there were indeed a formidable adversary, he would have surely disclosed it to me before his demise. I stared coldly at the woman before me, enveloped in an aura of death. She strolled languidly down the corridor, suddenly breaking into a wide grin. "I will take this woman's life. Will you permit it? Try it and see." I inhaled deeply, realizing her intentions were premeditated. If I did not act today, Zhang Na would be ushered into the hospital room. Her death could easily be dismissed as a medical mishap. Given Zhang Da's lack of wealth and influence, he would have no recourse to seek justice afterward. As soon as my words fell, Aunt Wang's face gradually became etched with wrinkles, the corners of her eyes lifting, and astonishingly, several flies emerged from her eyes. Chapter 29. Wang Lin's cheeks sprouted fine hairs. Her figure gradually hunched over. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into an elderly woman. I sensed the terrifying aura of death surrounding her. Taking a deep breath, I pondered that if I adhered to my grandfather's dying words, Zhang Na would likely face dire consequences. As she approached me slowly, her nails morphed into dark, purple claws. With a sinister gaze fixed on Zhang Na, she declared, "Today, she belongs to us. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall perish." Zhang Na cowered behind me, her face drained of color. I inhaled deeply. I could not stand by and watch her perish. I bit my finger, forming the spirit officer's seal, and my arm became adorned with an intricate array of runes. These were spells my grandfather had inscribed upon me. The sole condition for their release was to await the arrival of the dragon. Yet today, trapped in this perilous situation, if I did not act swiftly, not only would Zhang Na be doomed, but I would be as well. With my grandfather's remains still fresh, these malevolent spirits sought to disturb me. I recited the incantation, "Ancestors above, grant solace to the form, disciple's soul, 5 organs of the dark abyss." Strangely, there was no hint of fear on the face of that eerie old woman. Rather, she appeared exhilarated. Clenching my teeth, just as I was about to break the seal, a loud crash resounded. The hospital's tempered glass had been shattered. A wine gourd hurtled towards me with astonishing speed, striking me squarely in the mouth and instantly interrupting my incantation. I collapsed heavily onto the ground, blood spilling from my lips due to the impact of the gourd. I could scarcely fathom whose ally this intruder might be. Fortunately, my teeth were resilient. However, I feared my appearance might be irrevocably marred. At this moment, even uttering incantations was a strenuous task. Suddenly, a middle-aged man clad in a brown robe entered the scene. He appeared disheveled, with a scruffy beard and hair that looked as though it had not been tended to in 2 or 3 years. Upon seeing him, the elderly woman's eyes narrowed with suspicion as she spoke in a grave tone. "Wang Lin, if you interfere with my affairs at Wanshou Mountain, you must consider the consequences." The middle-aged man slowly raised his hand, and the gourd filled with liquor, which had nearly knocked out my teeth, soared back into his grasp. He tilted his head back and took a hearty drink, then declared with an air of authority, "Leave." The elderly woman, incensed by Wang Lin's disdain, retorted sharply, "This is not the desert. Do you truly think I fear you?" As she spoke, a smirk spread across her lips, revealing two sharp fangs that gleamed like those of a wild beast. The middle-aged man's tone shifted, becoming unexpectedly somber as he replied, "Since you refuse to leave, then remain." He raised his hand, tossing a talisman in the direction of the elderly woman, and snapped his fingers. With a crack, flames erupted along the path that the gourd had just traversed. The talisman disintegrated into ashes, morphing into a colossal dragon's head. The dragon's body surged through the flames, encircling the elderly woman, waves of scorching heat crashing against her. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "Wang Lin, I, Wanshou Mountain, have no quarrel with you. If you dare to kill me, the Mountain Master will not let you go. I have roamed the martial world. There is no ghost I fear to capture, no monster I hesitate to slay," Wang Lin proclaimed, tilting his head back to drain the last of the gourd's contents. With audacity, he declared, "The heavens and earth are boundless. All laws converge as one. Let the fierce fire transform into a dragon, safeguarding my heart of the Tao break." The flames seemed to possess a life of their own, penetrating the elderly woman's features. Her visage contorted, and her body trembled incessantly. Her garments turned to ash. Amidst her violent struggles and anguished cries, her skin gradually shriveled until it was reduced to cinders. I covered my mouth where he had struck, wondering if there truly existed a means to save her. Wang Lin, inebriated, approached me. Had he not appeared so disheveled and unkempt, he might have been considered quite handsome. He glanced at the woman, now nothing but ash, and remarked, "There are those who wish to compel you to act, to have Mr. Chen impart your secret arts back to the world. Your fate remains unfulfilled. I shall accompany you until that dragon manifests. How do you know about my affairs? Who are you truly?" I scrutinized him from head to toe. "I am Wang Lin, known as the Desert Ghost Hunter, having been born in the vast wilderness. I owe a great debt to Mr. Chen, who has now passed. I come to repay that debt on your behalf." Wang Lin spoke with a calm dignity, briefly recounting the connection between him and my grandfather. Yet, my mind was in turmoil. What was the significance of Mount Wanshou? Dr. Zhang Xiang exuded an overwhelming aura of death, while the elderly woman, whom Wang Lin had slain, still emanated the stench of decay. Zhang Na had long been rendered speechless by the series of traumatic events, huddling in a corner, her body shaking with fear. Such traumatic amnesia, as explained by science, occurs when the brain encounters terrifying experiences, triggering a self-protective mechanism that erases all memories associated with fear. Once this occurs, it is prone to recurrence. As for my current state, those densely packed runes have once again burrowed beneath my skin, and reflecting upon it truly sends shivers down my spine. Had it not been for Wang Lin's timely intervention, I would undoubtedly have unraveled the constraints binding me. Observing that Zhang Na was unable to fend for herself, I hoisted her onto my back and remarked, "By the way, let us delay our departure for a moment. Her parents are still at the hospital registering. Wanshou Mountain is aware that those two individuals hold no significance for you. They shall not intervene. Let us proceed." With a swift kick, Wang Lin shattered the glass and led me away from the Great Love Hospital. On the roadside stood a girl of about 11 or 12, clad in coarse linen garments, her long ponytail swaying gently in the breeze. She sweetly inquired, "Daddy, did you not say that person was a particularly formidable elderly gentleman? He appears no older than I." A wave of emotion washed over me. I had not anticipated that he would bring his child along. I sincerely expressed my gratitude to the father-daughter duo. Wang Lin affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, explaining, "Chen Xinxiang has passed away. He is the grandson of the elderly gentleman I often speak of. Fortunately, we arrived just in time." "Wait, how did you know I was here?" I asked, puzzled. "We visited your home. The hospital was located by Xiaoyu based on the clues you left behind," Wang Lin replied, holding the little girl's hand. "Her?" I stared at the quirky girl before me, unable to discern her features with certainty. 3 years prior, in the ancient temple of the desert, her family had fallen victim to a wolf demon. I had slain the demon and rescued her in the process. However, Xiao Yu subsequently lost her memory and has been by my side ever since. I expressed my gratitude to both of them once more. Yet the bustling street was hardly an appropriate venue for conversation. At that moment, I carried Zhang Na on my back and returned to the Yuewei Hall with the two of them. After settling Zhang Na comfortably while she rested, I took the opportunity to seek out Wang Lin, probing into all the questions that lingered in my mind. Moreover, what exactly is the origin of Wanshou Mountain? Wang Lin informed me that Wanshou Mountain serves as the imperial mausoleum of the capital, presided over by a concubine from the Ming dynasty. It is said that she is transformed into a corpse spirit, holding an esteemed status. The phrase, "you do not disturb me, and I shall not disturb you," has reverberated through the ages, instilling fear in ancient emperors. It compelled the hidden dragon emperor to be restless, ultimately leading him to construct a Buddhist temple to offer incense and pay homage to this enigmatic figure. The elderly woman he killed was a maid from Wanshou Mountain. At that moment, I sensed that there was also an old eunuch in the hospital. Both were, in fact, zombies. After hearing his words, I was particularly astonished and exclaimed, "Are you implying that Zhang Xiang is a eunuch zombie?" Chapter 30. Goo Poison. I am unaware of his name. At that moment, my only concern was to hastily escort you away, avoiding a direct confrontation with him. Engaging in a scuffle within the bustling city could potentially endanger innocent bystanders. Wang Lin appeared rather indifferent, casually gesturing as if he wished to retire upstairs for some rest. I found myself perplexed, pondering where I might have offended the people of Wanshou Mountain. The elderly woman had stated that their manipulation of Zhang Na was merely a pretext. Their true objective was to compel me to unravel the seal. Did they not fear death? No, I shook my head. Perhaps they could scarcely be considered living beings anymore. I inquired, did my grandfather have any grievances with the people of Wanshou Mountain? Wang Lin admitted his ignorance, explaining that Wanshou Mountain adhered to a principle of mutual non-interference, seldom venturing into the world. From what he understood, the significant figure entombed within had never sought to provoke others, nor did anyone dare to provoke her. At that moment, Xiao Yuer descended from the second floor, clutching her stomach and exclaiming, "I'm so hungry. Is there anything to eat here?" "Indeed, there is. In the kitchen." "Allow me to fetch it for you," I replied, hastily rising, eager to avoid any semblance of negligence. These two individuals were my saviors. Without them, my very survival would have been uncertain. I prepared a warm meal for Xiao Yuer and inquired about her age. She replied that she was 11. Yet her memories only began at the age of 8, the year Wang Lin had taken her in. Observing her cheerful smile lifted my spirits significantly. It seemed as though the little girl had not interacted with outsiders for quite some time, chattering away with enthusiasm and delight in conversation. A simple dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes was devoured by the little fish with an insatiable appetite. I was taken aback by her fervor and urged her to slow down. Perplexed by her hunger, "Has Wang Lin been mistreating you? How can you be so famished?" As she continued to eat, Little Fish lamented, "You have no idea. I have been traversing far and wide with him, and the time spent begging for food far exceeds that spent preparing it." She then poured out her grievances, describing Wang Lin's laziness, his transient lifestyle, and how he would go wherever there was a task at hand. He only desired a jug of wine in his endeavors of subduing demons, and financial matters were merely incentives. However, he had become exceedingly miserly. In his pursuit of vanquishing demons, she had narrowly escaped death at their hands numerous times. The common folk still offered only meager coins, often insufficient even to purchase steamed buns. I consoled her, "Rest assured, you can stay here. When Uncle has wealth, I shall treat you to delicious meals." Suddenly, Little Fish inquired, "By the way, is that girl upstairs a girlfriend?" I nodded, then shook my head, for she had not explicitly accepted my affections, and our relationship remained delicate. While I was still entangled in these thoughts, Little Fish expressed her concern in my haste to eat. "I forgot to warn you. Your friend has been cursed with a poison, and without an antidote, it could be dire." "What poison?" My mind buzzed as I turned and hurried upstairs. Upon reaching the door, the anguished cries of Zhang Na echoed from within. I remember everything now. "Chen Zheng, save me, save me." I forcefully thrust the door open, only to find Zhang Na prostrate on the floor, writhing in agony. Through tears, she uttered, "Chen Zheng. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It has all come back to me. I remember everything." I rushed to assist her, any past grievances now completely forgotten. In her distress, Zhang Na's nails lacerated my arm. I observed a multitude of flesh aphids burrowing their way out of her skin. She was intensely itchy, incessantly scratching herself, leaving her exposed skin covered in bloody welts. Concerned that Zhang Na might harm herself, I restrained her wrists. "Zhang Na, it's all right. I'm here for you, and I will save you. I'm so itchy. It hurts so much. Please, just kill me. I can't bear it any longer." Hearing Zhang Na's anguish cries, I was convinced that Zhang Ziang had administered a curse during her medical treatment. Zhang Na was no longer capable of coherent speech as flesh aphids emerged from her arms, palms, and behind her ears, causing a dense array of bloody spots to erupt across her body. Feeling helpless, I suddenly heard Xiao Yuer's voice from behind. "She's been afflicted with Agon curse, a particularly potent form of venom. If my memory serves me correctly, it courses through the body following the flow of vital energy, triggering attacks every 20 seconds until it has completely eviscerated the victim's internal organs." I turned to see Wang Lin and Xiao Yuer standing side by side, the latter holding the plate of shredded potatoes I had prepared, her face smeared with grease. If an ordinary child were to behold Zhang Na in her current state, they would surely scream in terror. Yet she recognized me, her innocent gaze seemingly untouched by the horror surrounding her. I urged, "How can we save her?" "It is futile," came the reply, "unless we employ another form of poison. Using venom to combat venom, we can only await her demise." Xiao Yu, having devoured the rice and potato strips with great enthusiasm, gazed at me with longing, saying, "Brother, is there more?" "I'm still hungry." Zhang Na began to tremble, her pupils dilated, her consciousness slipping away. The parasites beneath her skin continued their torment, and I could only watch helplessly as she suffered. At that moment, Wang Lin nudged me, producing a handful of sand from a pouch at his waist. "This is the desert's golden sand, capable of suppressing all malevolence. Place it beneath her tongue." Eagerly, I complied, and indeed, the flesh-eating insects on her body ceased their assault. As I observed Zhang Na slipping into a deep slumber, memories of my school days flooded back. My grandfather often said that one must endure what others cannot to shoulder great responsibilities. Thus, he sent me to beg, allowing me to experience the warmth and coldness of human relationships. This also instilled in me a deeper sense of gratitude than most. If she were to perish before my eyes, I feared I would never find peace in my life. Turning away, Wang Lin blocked my path, cautioning, "Do not act impulsively. Someone is forcing your hand." Gazing into Wang Lin's calm eyes, I reflected on the virtue of discernment. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. "I must save her," I declared. Yet, Wang Lin remained steadfast, arms crossed, unyielding. "Stand aside." The ghostly patterns on my body gradually emerged. Clenching my teeth, I thought, I have no acquaintance with Wanshou Mountain. If something is coming for me, so be it. Why must innocent others be involved? I stepped closer to Wang Lin, feeling the runes beneath my skin resembling chains that tightly ensnared me. I could distinctly sense the suppressed power within me. My grandfather had once cautioned me, transforming me into something akin to a ferocious beast, unparalleled in strength. Wang Lin, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "They have indeed discerned your nature, understanding precisely how to provoke you. However, I shall still refuse to comply with your wishes. You leave me no choice." I slowly formed the Lingguan finger, murmuring, "Ancestral master, grant me solace." Wang Lin shook his head. "You're still too young." What did he possibly mean? As I pondered this, a colossal wine gourd suddenly came hurtling towards me. With a resounding crash, I was sent flying, crashing against the wall before slowly descending to the ground. Chapter 31. Zombie's father, please strike gently. His shredded potatoes are exceptionally delicious. Little fish, filled with concern, hurried over to inspect and added, "Fortunately, it doesn't interfere with cooking." I cover my swollen face, fuming. Are you truly helping me or causing me harm? You've struck me with that gourd twice in a day. Wang Lin stretched lazily, saying, "Stay grounded and stop running about. And remember, you cannot best me." Little Fish leaned closer, earnestly declaring, "My father is incredibly formidable. Last time he struck a wild boar, one blow from a gourd shattered its brain. However, I think my brother is quite impressive too. With his delicate skin, he seems even tougher than the wild boar." I was on the verge of being driven mad by this father-daughter duo, and I waited convinced they would not sleep. I requested Little Fish to assist in cleaning Zhang Na, but she appeared somewhat reluctant. Left with no choice, I offered her a dish of scrambled eggs with persimmons as a reward, and only then did she cheerfully agree. Subsequently, I descended to the first floor, where Wang Lin shook the gourd and inquired, "Is there a place nearby to procure some liquor?" I felt a surge of delight. Indeed, as a notorious drinker, he thrived on the presence of alcohol. The nearest store in Yuewei Hall was at least 5 kilometers away. Suppressing my joy, I replied, "The nearest one is over 10 kilometers away. We must head south from here until we see tall buildings, then the shops will be below." Wang Lin licked his lips, expressing his frustration. "What a desolate place this is. It's far less convenient than our vast desert." I was intentionally misguiding him, hoping to lead him as far away as possible. Wang Lin opened the gourd and poured out some wine, savoring the last sip. He remarked, "I shall step out to procure more wine, and to prevent you from wandering aimlessly, I must impose upon you for the time being." He produced a talisman, gripping it tightly in his palm. As the paper ignited, he unexpectedly struck my chest with great force. In that moment, I felt as if something had burrowed into my heart, and with each pulse, an unsettling sensation coursed through me. Furiously, I exclaimed, "What on earth have you done to me?" "This is a spirit I sealed away years ago. It possesses the ability to manipulate one's heartbeat. I instructed it to keep watch over you. Should you dare to break the seal, it will ensure your discomfort," he replied with an air of triumph, as though he had anticipated my thoughts. "Look at you, with such an innocent appearance, yet you are truly despicable and cunning," I retorted in exasperation. Nonetheless, Wang Lin remained unfazed, turning and rushing towards the direction I had indicated. Once he had distanced himself, I attempted to recite a spell. "Ancestral Master." My heart constricted painfully as though gripped by an unseen hand, leaving me with a numbing discomfort. Words eluded me, yet I persisted, trying again and again, all in vain. Suddenly, a disheartened male voice echoed in my ear. "Brother, could you please refrain from chanting incantations haphazardly? Do you have any idea how difficult it is for me not to kill you?" I was taken aback. "Are you the spirit subdued by Wang Lin?" "Indeed, that is correct," came the voice, resonating within my very being in broad daylight. I hastily urged him to cease listening to Wang Lin and to follow me from now on. Once we resolved the current predicament, I would enlist the paper craftsman to burn some gold and silver ingots for him, along with crafting 2 beautiful maidens to attend to him. The ghost let out a chilling, mocking laugh, proclaiming, "Do not waste your efforts. I shall not be subdued by might, nor shall poverty sway me. I am a ghost, not a man, and I shall never engage in treacherous acts of betrayal." I found myself at a loss for words, utterly confounded by a mere ghost-esque defiance. In exasperation, I slapped my thigh, inwardly cursing the situation. Just as I wrestled with the ghost residing in my mind, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Daqian and Aunt Wang returning. As they stepped inside, I quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I was in such a rush on my way back that I forgot to inform you." Aunt Wang inquired about Zhang Na. I gestured towards the upstairs, prompting both Aunt Wang and Zhang Daqian to hastily ascend. Yet, an unsettling feeling washed over me, according to Aunt Wang's character. After I had left her at the hospital today, she should have scolded me. Upon this realization, I turned abruptly, only to behold a long, flowing braid emanating from the back of Uncle Zhang's head. These were not the Zhang Daqian couple. They were clearly controlled zombies. Taoist texts describe, the soul is a young entity, attached to a person's spirit, governing mental and cognitive activities. The corporeal spirit, or pu, is an yin entity, connected to the human form, governing physical actions. Upon death, the 3 souls each return to their rightful places, yet the 7 corporeal spirits dissipate into the cosmos. If the 7 spirits do not disperse, the individual becomes akin to a beast, commonly referred to as zombie resurrection. Having watched films featuring the illustrious English uncle, one learns that zombies are characterized by their leaping movements, a result of the rigidity that ensues post-mortem, rendering them incapable of walking as the living do. Furthermore, during funerary preparations, the corpse's feet are often bound, leading to the prevalent portrayal of zombies as perpetual jumpers in cinematic offerings. However, it is imperative to note that not all zombies exhibit this behavior. Those that have been subjected to ritualistic practices or recently deceased corpses may move with the fluidity of the living. As I observe the two individuals ignore me, a sense of disquiet washed over me, prompting me to shout, "Little fish, secure the door. Do not open it under any circumstances." Given the soundproofing of our home, she would undoubtedly hear my plea. Suddenly, Zhang Daqian turned around. His eyes transformed into a menacing crimson, exuding an aura of ferocity. I inquired whether they were the zombies from Wanshou Mountain, yet the two undead paid me no heed. Hastening towards Zhang Na's room, I was acutely aware that this was an attempt to provoke me into action. His overt machinations were far more terrifying than any covert schemes. Bound by the specter weighing on my chest, I found myself unable to assist. The resounding bang of the door being struck from upstairs echoed ominously. I exclaimed in agitation, "Brother, could you refrain from hindering me?" Yet he responded, "That cannot be. One must adhere to principles in the afterlife. Wang Lin has stated that if you dare to cast spells, I shall deal with you." In a state of despair, I retorted, "Do you possess sight? Did you not see those two zombies?" "I am not blind." He expressed a measure of dissatisfaction. "Then let it be so, if you choose not to assist me. At least little fish must be saved." I endeavored to appeal to his emotions and reason with him, but alas, he was as obstinate as a mule. I even harbor suspicions that he was as stubborn as a mule in life, which ultimately led to his demise at the hands of others. In utter desperation, I implored, "Dear spirit, please remain calm and do not hinder my efforts. If I refrain from casting my spells to save the souls in peril, I beseech you not to falter at the critical moment." After my repeated entreaties, the spirit finally acquiesced. I hurriedly approached the portrait of the ancestral master, shifting aside the incense burner to reveal 5 ancient coins beneath it. For those of us in this profession, the objects on the altar are all instruments of the craft, and these coins, having been venerated for a considerable time, had acquired their own essence. I then reverently proclaimed, "O revered ancestor, grant me a portion of your sacred incense, that I may vanquish demons and uphold the righteous path." Chapter 32. The corpse driver. I threaded the 5 emperor's coins with a red thread beside the table, holding the ancestral incense burner as I rushed upstairs. I noticed cracks appearing in the doorframe. If I were any later, they would have truly collided within. Bold demon, cease your actions at once. I swung the 5 emperor's coins, tainted with the ashes of the ancestral incense, and struck them against the back of the counterfeit Zhang Daqian. With a resounding crash, as the coins met the zombie's form, flames erupted and the illusion dissipated. He transformed into a male clad in a burial garment, his visage altered. His 10 fingers sprouted long, sharp nails, and a thick braid adorned the back of his head, presenting a complete appearance of a Qing dynasty individual. The impersonator of Aunt Wang lunged to attack me, but I reacted swiftly, throwing a handful of incense ash her way. Not all incense ash wards off evil. It is the essence of grains from the bottom of the incense burner that can condense the divine will of the ancestor. This has a certain restraining effect on all malevolent entities. As the ash was cast, she instinctively shielded her eyes. Seizing the opportunity, I delivered a swift kick, and upon seeing her fall, I hastily pressed the 5 emperor's coins against her life palace. The sound produced when the copper coins made contact with the zombie's skin was akin to red-hot iron plunging into water. She cried out in agony, her illusion shattered, revealing her true visage. "Be cautious," a voice from my abdomen warned. I quickly raised my head, only to find that Zhang Daqian had somehow ascended to the rooftop, his limbs adhering to the wall, crawling like a gecko. The female zombie's visage was marred by the scorching of 5 emperor coins. I had initially intended to vanquish her in one fell swoop, but the situation grew dire, compelling me to retreat just before the male zombie lunged at me. "Thank you." Brother Ghost, I inhaled deeply, striving to steady the tumultuous flow of my vital energy. Allow me to unbind the seal. Otherwise, they shall perish. He hastily replied, No, no. We have principles in the realm of spirits. A wave of despair washed over me. With Wang Lin diverted, several hours had slipped away in this back-and-forth exchange. I found myself cornered by two zombies, their sharp fangs bared, eyes glinting with predatory intent. Yet, upon glimpsing the entrance, a sudden realization struck me. It was indeed daytime. How could zombies possibly emerge now? Puzzled, I promptly instructed the little fish inside, quickly, open the windows and let the sunlight in. Understood, came the response from the little fish, and my anxious heart finally found solace. As that pair of zombies advanced once more, I shouted, Open the door. The little fish complied, and warm sunlight cascaded onto the zombies, igniting them in a fiery embrace of white smoke. They shielded their eyes and recoiled, but before I could revel in my triumph, the air was once again filled with the sound of delicate bells. The pair of zombies, ensnared by the chime, executed a backward somersault and landed on the first floor. Subsequently, a figure clad in a raincoat and adorned with an oversized conical hat entered slowly. With a casual flick, he cast two additional hats, perfectly positioning them atop the zombies' heads to shield them from the sunlight. The zombies, now eerily calm, returned to his sides, standing motionless like guardians. The man slowly clapped his hands and smiled. Splendid. You are indeed the grandson of Master Chen. Are you from Mount Wanshou? A wave of bitterness washed over me. I regretted sending Wang Lin away, for I now felt as though I had walked into the lion's den. As a corpse driver, how could I possibly be enslaved by a zombie? He let out a cold laugh and continued, I have come to discuss a business proposition with you. Lest you truly believe that my golden and silver corpses cannot harm you. As he spoke, the man gradually raised his head, revealing his exceedingly grotesque visage. His face was riddled with festering sores, and his crooked smile was more terrifying than that of a genuine specter. It is a universal truth that those who come uninvited seldom do so without purpose. Since he was here, I resolved to hear him out. The corpse driver inquired, Mount Wanshou has been pressuring you to take action. Do you understand why? I shook my head, recalling how my grandfather had urged me to await a dragon to replenish my fate. Yet, Mount Wanshou relentlessly tempted me, even willing to risk annihilation to provoke me into action. I could not comprehend how I had offended them, or if perhaps Mount Wanshou sought to thwart my attempt to divine for that dragon. The corpse driver remarked, The calamity of the golden dragon 50 years ago has granted Chen Junsheng this opportunity. Consequently, the descendants of those involved are now covetously eyeing the true dragon's fortune. They will not allow you to smoothly divine for the true dragon. I lamented, My fate is incomplete. My grandfather warned me in his final moments that if I do not divine for that dragon, my days shall be numbered. Indeed, this is the destiny of the Chen family. The corpse handler suddenly paused, then stated, As long as you agree to let me have the first hexagram after the dragon has been read, I can assist you in dispelling the girl's affliction within. It became evident that he was the one seeking the hexagram. Fortune-telling itself was not particularly challenging, yet altering fate proved to be a formidable task. The renowned Ma-Yi sect was famed throughout the world precisely for their ability to defy destiny and change one's fortune. Should my fate be initially established and announced to the world, the powerful and influential would surely flock to me. The first hexagram, known as the life and death hexagram, possessed the potential to reverse fate and was also the most accurate of all. I was taken aback to discover that this corpse handler harbored such intentions. He continued, I understand that the person inside is significant to you. You may refuse, but Zhang Xiang will undoubtedly compel you to act. I sensed, albeit vaguely, that many did not wish for my fate to be established, including Longhu Mountain, who desired for me to receive the talisman on October 1st, simultaneously urging me to avoid reading for the dragon. However, if I could not even protect those close to me, what good would it do if the life and death hexagram could bring me wealth rivaling nations? I nodded and replied, Very well, I agree. Yet you must also promise me one thing. Speak. The corpse handler's expression brightened with joy. Let us slay that old eunuch, Zhang Xiang, I declared through clenched teeth. Even if the poison afflicting Zhang Na could be neutralized, that old eunuch would undoubtedly seek other means to trouble me. The corpse handler appeared somewhat conflicted, pacing restlessly for a moment. He stroked his jaw, which tilted at an awkward angle, visibly torn. However, I quickly discerned his thoughts, and in pursuit of my goal, I suddenly erupted into laughter. The corpse driver was greatly puzzled and inquired about my amusement. I replied, "How is it that a master of corpse driving fears the very zombies you are meant to control? If that is the case, I suggest you promptly incinerate those golden and silver corpses and return home to tend to your fields, you spineless coward." In an instant, he erupted in fury, pointing at me and exclaimed, "Whom do you insult? I am a descendant of the Shanxi lineage. Even the corpse spirits have had their pots emptied by our ancestors. What pretentiousness is this? Will you engage or not? If not, then begone. Do not disgrace yourself here." My provocation stemmed from the belief that one's visage reflects one's heart. A person's character, preferences, and disposition are often expressed in their facial features. His thick eyebrows, unevenly fanned at the corners of his eyes, encroached upon the area of his temples, while the droop of his eyelids made his brows resemble a curtain. Chapter 33. The parasite most notably, his pupils were streaked with a faint crimson hue, and his eyeballs appeared to bulge unnaturally. His teeth protruded grotesquely, and combined with his pallor and physique, these attributes led me to deduce, through the ancient techniques of the Ma-yi sect as 5 elements divination, that he possessed the characteristics of both fire and earth. Individuals exhibiting such traits, like Run, are typically known for their volatile temperament, yet they often exhibit an unexpected caution, coupled with a penchant for debauchery. In just a fleeting glance, I discerned his general disposition. The adage that one may know a person's face, but not their heart, holds little weight for practitioners like myself. Thus, my method of provocation indeed bore fruit. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Let us do it, but make it clear from the outset. I am aiding you in this endeavor, and once your destiny is established beyond the first divination, you must grant me a bone reading." How does that sound? I mused on his rather petty nature. To alleviate Zhang Xiang's concerns, I readily acquiesced. As the leader of the Ma-yi sect, there are numerous unique techniques that can only be employed once one's destiny is partially realized. Particularly, the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity symbols holds the power to reshape fate itself. To my surprise, this unsightly creature proved to be quite knowledgeable. I then inquired about his name. The corpse transporter responded, "I am Wu Daxiong, the foremost disciple of the Xiang corpse sect." Subsequently, he tossed me a small vial of quick-acting heart-saving pills, stating, "I merely found a random bottle to contain them. Give it to that woman in your house, and I assure you she will recover." As I uncorked the vial, a noxious odor immediately permeated the room, nearly overwhelming me. "What on earth is this?" I thought, worried that it might harm Zhang Na. Wu Daxiong hurriedly exclaimed, "Quick, cover it up. Otherwise, the scent will dissipate." "What is this?" The Tua insect, a tool specifically employed by our corpse-reviving lineage to manage disobedient zombies. It counters the ghastly parasite within that woman. If she consumes this, we can lure it out with a piece of raw meat. At a loss for how to proceed, I found myself relying on Wu Daxiong, who resolutely shook the bell. The 2 zombies, lurking in the shadows, remained motionless. I ventured to the kitchen to retrieve a substantial piece of lean meat. Upon returning, I was confronted by Xiao Yur, who stood before me with wide, expectant eyes. "Big brother, you're lying. What about the scrambled eggs with persimmons?" I gently ruffled her little head, saying, "Go play for now. We'll make it later." Puffing up in indignation, she muttered to herself, "Men are indeed no good, always deceiving, great deceivers." I felt a sense of helplessness. I would have to teach her a lesson someday about moderation, for an extreme disposition would make finding a suitable partner challenging in the future. Gazing at Zhang Na, who lay quietly on the bed, her body marred by countless crimson spots and scabs, I noticed that the meat-eating insects, upon exposure to air, quickly shriveled, resembling scattered grains of rice. Prizing open Zhang Na's mouth, I cleared out the golden sand, only to observe something writhing beneath her skin, threatening to rupture at any moment. Wu Daxiong poured the Tua insect into Zhang Na's mouth, and in an instant, she convulsed as though struck by a seizure, her body trembling violently, her head repeatedly striking the bed. I attempted to restrain her, but despite my calls, Zhang Na remained unresponsive. Continuing, Wu Daxiong used a dagger to slice open Zhang Na's soul, and as blood flowed forth, he swiftly pressed a piece of lean meat onto the wound. Zhang Na's skin pulsated like a balloon, expanding and contracting repeatedly. After approximately half a minute, Wu Daxiong carefully removed the piece of meat, revealing it covered in grotesque black and white maggots. "Burn it. This woman will awaken by nightfall," he declared, handing the meat to me. Noticing my instinctive hesitation, he chuckled. "Rest assured, as long as your skin remains unscathed, it cannot harm you." "Thank you," I replied, "but there is no need for gratitude. Just remember to reserve the first divination for me. I will be guarding the tomb at Longlin Mountain, so I shall take my leave now." Wu Daxiong yawned and was about to exit through the door when he added, "By the way, Zhang Xiang's old eunuch is formidable. He was a royal physician in life, and my elder has mentioned that he has already transformed into a yaksha, impervious to destruction by thunder and fire. If you intend to confront him, we must prepare thoroughly." I nodded, thinking to myself, how can the living allow the dead to bully us? Let us act decisively. Once Wu Daxiong departed from the Yue Hall, I remained beside Zhang Na. At some point, Xiao Yuer appeared next to me, gazing at Zhang Na, and remarked, "Brother, she is so fortunate." Fortunate? I was taken aback. It seemed Zhang Na was indeed far removed from happiness, perhaps even steeped in misfortune. She had excelled academically, achieving the top score in her school's entrance examination to Tsinghua University. Yet, a tragic calamity had shattered her dreams of attending university. The father's reckless gambling, coupled with the mother's insatiable desire for her child to marry into wealth, seems to have placed an overwhelming burden solely upon her shoulders. Although Aunt Wang is a good person who has decreed that a virtuous individual cannot also be selfish, Zhang Daqian, possessing a fundamentally decent character, has nevertheless become infatuated with gambling. Thus, the influence of one's family of origin on a child is profoundly significant. Before long, Xiao Yuer expressed her delight at the thought of her brother preparing potato shreds for her, proclaiming how happy it made her. Reflecting on that icy gaze, I smiled faintly. Perhaps it is so. As I awaited Zhang Na's awakening, I began to ponder how to deal with Zhang Xiang, who would undoubtedly devise a means to provoke me into action. Ancient texts have recorded that zombies are averse to juju pits. Striking a zombie's back 7 times with these pits could vanquish it. Similarly, wood struck by lightning possesses a formidable deterrent against the undead. Yet, if I am aware of such facts, would Zhang Xiang remain oblivious? Moreover, lightning struck wood is exceedingly rare. Where might I procure it? As dusk fell, Wang Lin returned home. Upon entering, he sniffed the air and remarked, "Such a strong scent of corpse energy, with a hint of sulfur. Have the members of the Xiang corpse sect arrived?" I hastily replied, "Let us not concern ourselves with the Xiang corpse sect for now. I need a favor. Zhang Na is unharmed. Help me eliminate Zhang Xiang, and I shall compensate you." "Sure, 1 million. Wang Lin chuckled. "How much?" I erupted in anger. "Damn it. Xiao Yuer has mentioned that Wang Lin earns rewards for subduing demons and spirits outside. Others receive a mere few coins, and I, being magnanimous, could offer 20 yuan. Surely that would suffice?" I retorted indignantly. "Have you lost your mind? Why is it that others can settle for less, while you demand 1 million from me?" "I am willing." Wang Lin scrutinized me up and down, saying, "I just returned and contemplated. I cannot keep my gaze fixed on you. Let Niu Chang accompany you for a while until that dragon appears." Once Wang Lin had given his instructions, he ceased to concern himself further and retreated to his room to meditate and rest. Were it not for the fact that I could not overpower him, I would truly desire to confront him now. The specter that clung to me was equally reluctant, yet, under the oppressive authority of Wang Lin, it had no choice but to relent. After being entangled by Xiao Yuer into preparing a dish of persimmons and scrambled eggs, dusk gradually enveloped the sky. In the dead of night, Zhang Na awakened, seeking my counsel and hoping for alignment. She asserted that nothing had transpired between her and Li Shuai, and during that time, all she desired was the means to attend university. I merely comforted her, urging her not to overthink. Yet, as I turned away, a pang of sorrow tugged at my heart. At this moment, I wished fervently that I were oblivious to the art of fortune-telling. Chapter 34. Longland Mountain. She incessantly apologized to me, expressing her deep regret for the hurtful words she had once uttered. She claimed that many of her actions had been coerced by Aunt Wong, asserting that she had no choice regarding her family. Everything had been a matter of necessity. As she clutched my arm tightly, I sighed. Rest assured, my dear friend, we have shared 3 years as classmates. I shall not abandon you in your time of need. I was uncertain whether she comprehended my meaning, yet some matters truly cannot be reversed. At that moment, Zhang Na noticed the scar on my arm. Startled, she gasped and began searching for a mirror, but upon seeing the marks on her own face, she completely fell apart. I reassured her, do not worry. It is merely a wound inflicted by the poison of the goo. Once it is fully healed, I have a remedy. After finally calming her turbulent emotions, I observed that Zhang Na appeared quite frail, so I encouraged her to rest well while I took care of everything. Suddenly, I heard Aunt Wong's piercing voice berating me. It was evident that she had returned. I hurried downstairs, and upon seeing me, Aunt Wong became agitated, pointing at me while reprimanding me incessantly. She accused me of being ungrateful, a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing, likening me to a toad attempting to feast on swan meat. She questioned my intentions, expressing concern for her and her husband's unfamiliarity with the area and what would happen if they got lost. Everything is fine. I know the way. Zhang Dequan scratched his head in confusion. Be quiet. Marrying you has been the unluckiest fate of several lifetimes. You were always fond of gambling. Now that you have ceased, you do nothing but squander your days, merely waiting for death. Li Shuai, adorned in designer attire, entered the Yuewei Hall. He deliberately fiddled with the Mercedes car key in his hand, scanning the room with a look of disdain. Is this a place for humans to reside? He remarked. Tell Zhang Na that I have come to fetch her. I responded earnestly, Li Shuai, do you think that wealth grants you the liberty to act as you please? The reality, however, proved that wealth indeed affords one such liberties. He smirked provocatively and glanced at Aunt Wong, inquiring, what do you think, Aunt Wong? Just as Aunt Wong was about to concur, I interjected, my voice low and resolute. I do not care what relationship you have with Zhang Ziang, or who taught you to act this way. Zhang Na shall not leave with you. Aunt Wong, taken aback, pushed me forcefully and demanded to know my meaning, her complexion turning pale with indignation. If Zhang Na were to leave Yuewei Hall, Zhang Ziang would undoubtedly find ways to compel me into action. This matter concerned me, and I cannot stand idly by. Zhang Na, with her face veiled, stood at the corner of the second floor and declared, Mom, Dad, you should go back. I have recalled everything. I have died once. This time, heaven has allowed me to awaken, and I shall no longer conform to your whims and become a sycophant. I intend to remain here. You must leave. Aunt Wong, accustomed to being assertive, rushed towards the second floor, but halfway there, a yellow talisman floated gently in the air. As it suddenly ignited into ashes, a female ghost-clad in red materialized and instantly possessed Aunt Wong, rendering her motionless. Subsequently, from within Wong Lin's room, his annoyed voice echoed, Take her home. If she returns here, I will instruct the hanging ghost to send her on her way. Zhang Deqian was struck with fear. His face drained of color as he repeatedly apologized. He lamented that he did not approve of Zhang Na and Li Shuai's relationship. In response, Li Shuai angrily retorted, Zhang Deqian, don't forget the 1 million you owe me. Shall I pay with my life instead? Zhang Deqian, filled with agitation, replied, All right, you said it. Don't regret it later. Li Shuai stormed off in a huff, while Zhang Deqian, accompanied by Aunt Wong, hurriedly returned to their hometown that night. 1 million is indeed no trifling sum. I sighed, pondering how even a single penny could confound a hero, let alone 1 million. After bidding farewell to everyone, Zhang Na wept. She could never have imagined that her father was burdened with such a colossal debt. I chose to remain silent about the intentions of those from Wanshou Mountain, who sought to lure me into action for their own selfish reasons. At that moment, Xiao Yu knocked on the door, urging, Brother, when will dinner be ready? I am so hungry, so very hungry. Zhang Na, puzzled, inquired about Xiao Yu's identity. The relationship between that father and daughter was complex and could not be easily explained in a few words. I merely concocted an excuse, urging her to rest comfortably while I prepared the meal. I reflected on how all experiences, though fraught with tension, had ultimately been harmless. As for Wang Lin, he merely forbade me from unsealing the enchantment, leaving my other affairs untouched. After finishing my meal, I seized the chance of stroll to escape and seek out Wu Daxiang. Standing by the desolate roadside, I realized that hailing a taxi here was a matter of luck. After a lengthy wait, fortune smiled upon me as a taxi came to a halt. Upon entering the vehicle, I instructed the driver to take me to the Longlin Mountain Cemetery. The driver glanced at me, cautiously inquiring, at such a late hour, "Going to cemetery. Are you a person or a ghost? Isn't this redundant? Master, allow me to touch." I extended my hand. The driver made contact, feeling the warmth of my breath, and with a thump on his chest, he exclaimed, "Thank goodness, it's a person." I've been particularly unfortunate these past few days, often encountering spirits. Just a moment ago, I picked up a girl who asked to be let off for convenience, and she vanished into a graveyard, which terrified me. This trip not only turned out to be futile, but I also nearly lost my life. From merely a fleeting glance, I could discern that the driver indeed bore a dark omen, beset by misfortune. Such individuals are prone to ghostly encounters on nocturnal journeys. I advised him, "Master, you ought to take a proper rest for a while. Running night shifts too frequently is bound to attract unclean entities. Do you think I desire this?" He lamented, "I must pay the daily vehicle fees, and my children are awaiting their tutoring fees. I scarcely dare to take a day off." His heavy sigh conveyed a profound sense of helplessness. As we departed from North Street, I pondered the implications of the driver's dark aura. Surely, I would not escape unscathed in his company. By this time, a dense fog had enveloped the surroundings, while the road remained discernible. The trees on either side appeared shrouded in mystery. Before long, a woman clad in white waved from the roadside. Her movements resembled a slow-motion frame, gentle and repetitive. The driver, intrigued, mused, "Could it be that my luck has turned today? I have passed this way in broad daylight, without seeing anyone hailing a ride. Yet today, I spot a woman." He added, "Brother, I shall give her a lift and earn a bit for fuel." At that moment, he activated the right turn signal. As we drew closer, the woman's features gradually became discernible. Her complexion was pallid, clad in a hospital gown, her body appearing remarkably rigid. "Do not stop," I bellowed. The driver, startled by my sudden outburst, hesitated for a moment. I continued, "Take a good look. Her wrist is bound with a number that only the deceased in a morgue would bear. Accelerate." My goodness. Taken aback, he hastened his pace. Through the rearview mirror, we noticed that the girl had vanished, replaced instead by a gaping pit by the roadside. This was no ordinary fare. It was a summons to death. I cast another glance at the driver's countenance, which was increasingly devoid of vitality. It remained uncertain who was influencing whom, yet given the current circumstances, this road promised to be fraught with peril. "Driver," I urged, "proceed steadily forward, and regardless of whom you encounter hailing for a ride, do not halt." Alas, how arduous it is to earn a living. By day we transport passengers, and by night we encounter specters. Chapter 35. The Weasel at this moment. The driver spoke with a hint of despair in his voice. The vehicle's speed gradually decreased, and the fog thickened little by little. Both of us found it peculiar. This road was scarcely 2 kilometers long. Even at a leisurely pace, we should have emerged within 10 minutes. Yet we had been driving for a full half hour. According to folklore, there are 2 types of encounters with spirits during nighttime travel. If one encounters a benevolent ghost, it may hold you back, impeding your progress and causing your speed to dwindle, akin to being trapped in a ghostly maze. Conversely, should one confront a malevolent spirit, the driver would find themselves presented with 2 paths, misleading the unsuspecting into believing they face a choice, when, in truth, both paths lead to dead ends. Fortunately, we were fortunate enough to avoid a fork in the road. Along our journey, numerous passengers hailed rides, men and women, young and old, each clad in various attire. The tension hung heavy in the air, and both the driver and I felt as though our hearts were lodged in our throats. Finally, as the fog began to lift, we spied a uniformed traffic officer patrolling nearby. The driver, still intent on speeding past, was halted by my urgent nudge. Have you lost your mind? Stop. That's a checkpoint. If we drive through, we're in serious trouble. Thank you. I thought it was still a ghost, he replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. As an ordinary individual subjected to such a harrowing night, he was understandably on edge. Fortunately, he had encountered me. Otherwise, if he had attempted to return alone with an empty vehicle, the outcome could have been dire. The officer inspected our identification and informed us. A major traffic accident has just occurred ahead, and the road is temporarily closed. Please pull over and turn off your engine. As the traffic police's voice faded, I vaguely discerned 4 ghostly figures in the distance, wielding iron chains and leading a number of ethereal men and women. Their forms appeared insubstantial, and from afar, disembodied heads floated ominously, sending shivers down my spine. This eerie spectacle was witnessed solely by me. The driver, consumed by fear, trembled so violently that the officer suspected him of being under the influence and insisted on drawing his blood, inadvertently leading to a disastrous turn of events. The night enveloped us, and I found myself captivated by the drifting heads in the distance. Fixating on their departing path, an inexplicable heaviness washed over me, accompanied by faint whispers that danced around my ears. The voice was soft and persistent, gently calling my name, as if someone were murmuring secrets beside me. Each syllable resonated deeply within my heart. Without realizing it, I began to follow the direction of the floating heads, unwittingly venturing deeper into the dense woods. Even as branches tore at my clothing, I remained oblivious to the pain, wandering for what felt like an eternity until I found myself halfway up the mountain. Suddenly, a wild hare darted from the underbrush, startling me and snapping me out of that uncanny trance. Beads of sweat adorned my brow, and my legs ached. I had lost track of time. Turning back, I beheld the chaotic scene at the foot of the mountain, an ambulance blaring amidst the horrific wreckage of a bus overturned by a truck. How peculiar it was that I had ascended the mountain in such a state. Wiping the sweat from my forehead, I increasingly sensed that today was steeped in the supernatural. Were it not for the constraints of my abilities, I would have certainly sought to divine my fate. As I contemplated my descent down the mountain, a chilling voice suddenly echoed behind me. Chen, you were destined to be a soul stealer. Your lifespan merely 18 years, abruptly cut short. Today, you shall accompany me to the underworld for your report. I was taken aback and turned to see a ghostly official clad in ceremonial robes, clutching a golden ledger. He snapped the ledger shut, his gaze icy and unyielding. Wait, I hastily interjected. Might there be some misunderstanding, my lord? I am quite alive. Why must I report to the underworld? Furthermore, my father has settled my debts. Not sufficient. The ghostly official's tone darkened as he flung forth an iron chain that ensnared my neck. With a forceful tug, I found myself firmly bound. The spectral visage of a decapitated soul materialized beside me, and the ghostly official, seemingly from nowhere, produced a whip that cracked ominously twice. I found myself inexplicably compelled to follow the crowd ahead of me. The bright moonlight illuminated the mountain path, revealing a landscape dotted with tombs atop the slopes. In the distance, a flickering flame appeared, akin to a lantern guiding the way to the realm of the dead. It would be disingenuous to claim I felt no trepidation. After all, the ghostly officials were not human and would not entertain reason. I clasped my hands in a gesture of supplication. If I continued to adhere to my grandfather's dying words, I might indeed find myself face to face with him in the underworld. Confronted with this life and death dilemma, I felt utterly helpless. I began to form the spiritual gesture of the linguan. Yet before I could utter the incantation, a fragrant breeze swept past me. It sent reminiscent of a young woman's delicate perfume. I could not help but glance back, where a girl clad in red, her figure graceful and ethereal, appeared to glide up from the mountainside. In her hand, she held a paper lantern, its delicate glow casting an enchanting aura around her, rendering her form almost indistinguishable from that of a spirit. The ghostly messenger halted, watching the girl with caution, one hand resting upon the hilt of his blade. The girl stood in the path of the ghostly figure, so close that I could see the red veil masking her face, her long, elegant neck gleaming with an alabaster sheen, her skin as smooth as fine jade, seemingly delicate enough to shatter at a touch. She wore red embroidered shoes and carried a small bundle on her back, adding to the eerie ambience of the mountain. The soft light from the lantern painted the surroundings in hues of crimson, causing the ghostly figures to struggle restlessly. The ghostly messenger, perturbed, cracked his whip sharply, silencing the scene instantly. In the realm of the underworld, we handle our affairs. Uninvited guests should promptly remove themselves, he declared with indignation. Suddenly, the girl covered her face and let out a peal of laughter, her voice ringing like silver bells, utterly delightful. She continued, "The ghostly messengers are known for their loyalty and righteousness. Yet today, you venture alone to carry out your duties. Has the protocol been cast aside?" The messenger scoffed. "My partner is absent today due to personal matters. Is that a problem?" I was bemused by the thought. Do even ghostly figures have days off? Moreover, today is not a Saturday. The girl's laughter abruptly ceased, her tone turning grave as she warned, "In 3 breaths, if you do not depart, I shall extinguish your lineage." As her words echoed, she gently waved the lantern. Suddenly, the messenger covered his eyes, his expression shifting drastically. Hiss! He emitted a beastly roar. His eyes turned a blood-red hue, and 2 fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth, while his features bore a striking resemblance to those of a weasel. The crimson ghost robe adorning him transformed into something akin to paper craft, and his gaze was vigilant. Within me, tumultuous waves surged. I had been ensnared by an illusion. It is said that the yellow weasel possesses the art of enchantment, and indeed, this proved true. The weasel ranks among the celestial beings of Wuchang, wielding formidable powers that surpass those of ordinary spirits. Folklore recounts that the yellow sage possesses a peculiar temperament. Should you show it kindness, it may repay you with abundant fortune and ease in all endeavors. However, once you depart from this world, it will demand recompense from your descendants, doubling the blessings it once bestowed, thereby disturbing 3 generations and ultimately leading to the tragic downfall of your lineage. Chapter 36. The demon-slaying sword if you hold a grudge against him. This entity would eagerly trade lives with you, intent on exterminating your entire lineage. Thus, it is said that when dealing with such malevolent creatures, one should neither show kindness nor harbor enmity. The wisest course of action is to maintain a respectful distance. Pondering over my misfortune, I remain baffled as to how I incurred their wrath. These vile beings even masqueraded as ghostly enforcers to deceive me, nearly ensnaring my very soul. As the red-clad woman's lantern emitted a dazzling radiance, the surrounding scenery gradually came into focus. The moonlight was hazy, and a chilling breeze swept through the air. Before me lay a disarray of graves, a labyrinth of tombstones standing haphazardly, while beneath the towering shrubs lurked a multitude of yellow weasels. Some burial mounds had been burrowed into by these creatures, their beady eyes watching me and the woman in red with an unsettling intensity. The most terrifying aspect was their organized and disciplined formation, advancing towards us en masse, resembling a colossal clan. Yet the woman beside me exhibited no signs of fear. She calmly surveyed our surroundings with her lantern, her intentions shrouded in mystery. The yellow weasel masquerading as a ghostly enforcer declared, "This person is to be taken away." The woman retorted, "Are you not afraid that the Dragon Gate will annihilate your entire kin?" With a graceful motion, she glided to my side, her touch transforming the iron chain, binding me into an ordinary hemp rope. I expressed my gratitude to her while contemplating her identity, for in my sheltered life alongside my grandfather in a small county, I had never encountered such a formidable figure. Might she also be a friend of my grandfather? Judging by her countenance, she couldn't have been much older than myself. As I beheld the vast multitude of weasels converging across the hills, I remarked, "Young lady, I appreciate your chivalrous intervention. However, the sheer number of these creatures is overwhelming. If you possess the ability, you should prioritize your own escape." "Silence," she retorted with a disdainful snort, her eyes brimming with contempt. Just as the spectral emissary brandished his blade, the woman in crimson advanced, lantern in hand. With a defiant roar, her garments billowed despite the stillness of the air, and her piercing cry reverberated through the valley. Strangely, The sound acted upon the creatures as a thunderclap, causing the swarming weasels to writhe on the ground. Some even suffered hemorrhaging from their orifices, a spectacle that astonished even the ghost soldier. As the situation spiraled out of control, a sigh echoed through the forest. Alas, it lamented, dispelling the woman's shriek. Upon hearing the sigh, the fallen weasels prostrated themselves, a bizarre scene that left even a mystic like myself dumbfounded. The aged voice then continued. My subordinates are ignorant and have caused offense. I implore you to forgive them. The woman scoffed, lantern in one hand and the other pointing towards the depths of the desolate tomb, unrelenting. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your machinations. I advise you to cease your endeavors forthwith, or I shall incinerate your weasel den, dragging your progeny to the abattoir, flaying them, and turning their pelts into trophies, their flesh to feed the hounds. The audacity of her tone astonished even me. What, indeed, was the origin of this girl? However, she afforded me little opportunity for contemplation, launching into a tirade against me. Strangely, the enigmatic figure who had yet to reveal himself bore the brunt of her wrath with remarkable restraint. Once he had vented his frustration, he grasped my sleeve and hurried down the mountain, and along the way, not a single yellow weasel dared to impede our passage. I urged her to slow down, for while ascending the mountain may be a trivial endeavor, descending presents its own perils. Should I inadvertently stumble and fall, it would be a source of great embarrassment to perish, having evaded the clutches of a monster. I could distinctly feel the wind brushing past my ears. Her hand was soft, and a subtle fragrance wafted into my senses, dispelling all traces of my prior fatigue. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, I found myself immensely curious about the visage concealed beneath her veil, yet she remained tight-lipped, and I refrained from inquiring. After all, should she turn out to be like Moon Yinping, whose mere glance could result in an engagement, it would complicate matters. Likewise, I harbored a multitude of questions for her, particularly concerning her earlier mention of long men and the identity of the mysterious figure interred within the yellow weasel's grave. My grandfather established the Yuewe Hall on North Street, and the Yellow Weasel Mountain was a path I traversed daily. It seemed rather coincidental that this figure chose to confront me shortly after my grandfather's passing. Could this be linked to that dragon? Before I could voice my thoughts, the girl in the red dress, holding a lantern, unfastened the bundle on her back. She produced a reddish-brown wooden sword, proclaiming, "This is for you." It is called the Jinxie sword, crafted from jujube, which struck by lightning 1,000 years ago. Not only is it exceedingly rare, but the blade was sealed with lightning patterns by a revered figure at the very moment it was struck, preserving the full force of the thunder. "Who exactly are you?" I inquired, appraising her from head to toe. Each of her expressions was enchanting, despite my only being able to glimpse half of her face. This is the most exquisite and beautiful visage I have ever beheld. She emanates a fragrant aura, her presence seemingly enveloped in an ethereal mist, creating a hazy beauty akin to flowers seen through fog. I harbored no inappropriate thoughts after a brief moment of admiration. My attention was drawn to the sword in my hand, which was truly magnificent. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, I understood the significance of the wood struck by lightning. Known as thunderstruck wood, it embodies the essence of the harmonious union of heaven and earth's yin and yang. Jujube wood, being relatively hard, is most suitable for the carving of runes. Yet, genuine thunderstruck wood is exceedingly rare, and those imitations created by electric shock lack divine properties. Gently caressing the jujube sword, I observed that the hilt was inscribed with ancient seal characters that read, "Exorcise evil." Though it appeared to be a benign wooden sword, it concealed a formidable lethality. As I closed my eyes and stroked it, a tingling sensation coursed through my entire being. My heart soared with joy. Indeed, this was authentic thunderstruck wood. Could it be that she was aware of my intent to eliminate Zhang Ziyang? That old eunuch had persistently compelled me to employ secret techniques. If I did not act swiftly to remove him, I could not guarantee that others would not perish as a result. Just as I lifted my head to inquire about her identity, the girl inexplicably vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. I felt bewildered, for where she had stood was now only a scattering of crimson plum blossom petals. I picked up a petal and brought it to my nose, inhaling its intoxicating fragrance. As if she were reappearing before me, I stood there, glancing around in confusion, and called out, "Hey, who are you, really?" My voice echoed, as if capable of penetrating great distances. After a brief interlude, the enigmatic woman in red began to recite in a low, mournful tone. The autumn wind whispers, invoking sorrow and lament for separation. Our gazes entwined. Words linger on the verge of utterance. A heart burdened with myriad emotions finds it challenging to articulate its grief. In parting, my thoughts dwell solely on you as we share the luminous moon across distant horizons. Her voice ebbed from near to far, gradually fading into the embrace of the night. Aside from my bewilderment, clutching the plum blossom, the night once again enveloped itself in silence. Standing beneath the shroud of darkness, I gazed toward the direction in which she vanished, perplexed by her intentions. Why, in a moment of clarity, did she respond to my inquiry of her identity with a love poem? Chapter 37. Cooperation as a half-hearted scholar. I am undoubtedly aware of the meaning behind the poetic verses she recited. Literally interpreted, it conveys the emotions of a couple parting ways due to certain insurmountable forces. Yet, the truth remains, we are complete strangers. At this moment, I find myself utterly perplexed. Could it be that my grandfather has secretly arranged a marriage for me? I scratched my head and weighed the Xiaomu sword in my hand. While I have no objections to being introduced to a potential partner, I would at least prefer a more suitable match. Gazing at the sword, I observed the intricately carved lightning patterns, which, to my discerning eye, undoubtedly reflected the craftsmanship of a master artisan. The exquisite detailing and the inherent thunderous power within the blade indicated that it had been infused with the primal essence of thunder, meticulously sealed with Taoist esoteric techniques to preserve its attributes intact. Though the sword is splendid, I find myself in a desolate wilderness, faced with the daunting challenge of a lengthy journey ahead. As I continued on my way, the headlights of a car illuminated the path behind me. My heart soared with joy as I turned and waved frantically, hoping the driver would offer me a ride. Fortuitously, the driver indeed came to a halt. He first rolled down the window, leaned out, and earnestly stated, "Before you get in my car, you must clarify. Are you human or ghost? If you're a ghost, I want to take you." Upon closer inspection, I realized this was the very driver who had previously offered me a ride. He recognized me too, but before I could express my delight, he seemed ready to leave. In a moment of panic, the vehicle unexpectedly stalled. The driver exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, I forgot to engage the handbrake." Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly opened the door and slipped inside the car. He hastily exclaimed, "Brother Ghost, I have an elderly mother to care for and young children to support. I truly wish to avoid death. You previously rode in my vehicle without compensating me, and if we are to deceive anyone, it should not be solely at my expense." His face, already plump, was now contorted with distress, creating a multitude of creases that rendered him akin to a large steamed bun. It dawned on me that he perceived me as a specter. How odd! Had we not encountered each other before? I extended my hand for him to feel, and the driver continued, "Brother, let us not jest any further, shall we? It's nearly 20 miles, and you run faster than my vehicle. Who are you trying to fool by claiming to be a human? Moreover, take a good look in the mirror. Is there anyone that resembles you?" At that moment, I glanced into the rearview mirror and was taken aback by the bizarre sight of my own reflection. My face inexplicably coated with a layer of white powder and my cheeks adorned with crimson circles, making me appear exceedingly strange. I, too, was startled by my own appearance. Wiping my face, I instructed, "Take me to the Longlin Mountain Cemetery, and I shall pay you," though it pained me to part with the money. I produced a 100 yuan note. The driver's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rubbed the bill in his hands, murmuring softly, "This ISNT ghost money, is it?" Upon confirming its authenticity, he continued to stammer, "Brother, I have a weak heart. Please do not frighten me. If you scare me to death, I shall become a ghost as well, and then we would both be spirits, face to face, and who can say who would prevail?" I found his absurdity amusing. I pinched his cheek firmly and, in a deliberately eerie tone, declared, "Take me to the Longlin Mountain Cemetery, for I wish to go home. If you continue to prattle on, I shall invite you to my abode as a guest." The driver, as if invigorated by some unseen force, grasped the steering wheel tightly. He dared not meet my gaze and murmured, "Fasten your seatbelt." I shrugged it off, thinking to myself, having faced death once, what difference does it make? I chose to ignore him, closing my eyes to gather my thoughts. I concentrated on the energy emanating from the jujube, which soared nestled in my embrace. Its warmth coursed through my veins, dispelling the fatigue that had accumulated over the past few days. By the time we reached Longlin Mountain, it was quite late, and the faint glow of lights flickered in the distance. Wu Daxiong, the guardian of the graves, was a man of the mountain. Do not be misled into thinking that the role of a gravekeeper is a mere triviality. Such notions are fallacies. They are, in fact, legitimate civil servants, and many strive relentlessly for a chance to join their ranks. The benefits and welfare are remarkably generous, which suggests that Wu Daxiong's family must possess some influence. Nestled against the mountains and by the water, this picturesque locale had once been examined by a feng shui master, who determined that it held the auspicious symbolism of a Qilin delivering a book. It signifies academic success and is a rare feng shui treasure capable of aiding the scholarly pursuits of future generations. The gimmick of associating this site with educational prestige has driven the prices of graves to dizzying heights. Now, as I surveyed the landscape, it was evident that the hills were dotted with the tombs of affluent ancestors. Yet, do their descendants necessarily gain admission to esteemed universities? Perhaps that is not guaranteed. In the dead of night, I scaled the wall into the cemetery, making my way first to the duty room. As I pushed open the door, a Qing dynasty zombie with braided hair lunged at me. Fortunately, my reflexes were sharp, allowing me to retreat a few steps in quick succession. "Wu Daxiong, you scoundrel. Are you trying to kill me?" I called out, but there was no reply. The Qing dynasty zombie prepared to strike once more. In a moment of peril, I drew forth the sword of exorcism. As long as I refrained from attempting to unseal its power, the ancient spirit within my heart remained obedient. Seizing the opportunity, I thrust forward, but the zombie reacted swiftly, likely sensing the immense threat posed by the sword, and quickly evaded. At that instant, the door to the inner chamber swung open. Wu Daxiong rushed out in haste, exclaiming, "Freeze!" The Qing dynasty zombie momentarily settled down. Wu Daxiong inquired, "Are you all right? It's entirely my fault for not leaving you my contact number earlier. Next time you come, please inform me in advance, as I am particularly prone to insecurity. Even during my rest, I have the silver corpses guard over me." Although I felt a surge of irritation, I chose not to delve deeper into the matter, for he had already expressed his sentiments. The brief skirmish had instilled in me a profound confidence in the sword of exorcism. Its might was formidable, effectively countering all malevolent entities. Even Wu Daxiong's gaze lingered upon my treasured sword, his countenance grave as he inquired about its origin. I informed him it was a family heirloom and asked how his preparations were faring. Wu Daxiong guided me into his quarters, a humble staff dormitory. Despite his unseemly appearance, the interior was meticulously clean and orderly. He had also prepared tools such as a chalk line, glutinous rice, yellow paper, copper nails, and vermilion dye with utmost seriousness, informing me that Zhang Xiang was no ordinary zombie. Initially uncertain, he observed the sword's impressive power and felt reassured. He then handed me a diary. I gathered information about Zhang Xiang through inquiries, and since my memory is rather poor, I jotted it down in this notebook. I find myself enveloped in a shroud of confusion, so I turn the pages to explore further. Scrawled within are haphazard inscriptions, some even rendered in pinyin. Wu Daxiong awkwardly admits, in my youth, I did not devote myself to my studies, and thus I struggle with certain characters. Please make do with my efforts. I fixate on his numerous entries written in a cramped hand for quite some time. The accounts regarding Zhang Xiang provoke an increasing sense of alarm within me. The once fiery indignation that surged in my heart has been significantly doused by the starkness of reality. After all, it is only the ignorant who possess an unfettered fearlessness. Often, the more one understands, the more one realizes that what was once perceived as formidable was, in truth, mere folly. Moreover, some challenges cannot be surmounted solely through courage. Chapter 38. Zhang Xiang was originally a court physician during the late Ming dynasty, hailing from a lineage renowned for their medical prowess. His grandfather served the emperor, tending to his health within the palace walls. Under ordinary circumstances, Zhang Ziang would have followed in this esteemed tradition to become an exceptional doctor. However, fate took a cruel turn when, at the tender age of 8, he suffered a grievous injury. His male organ was bitten off by a dog. In his youth, this trauma seemed insignificant, but as he entered adolescence, Zhang Ziang's demeanor grew increasingly eccentric. He developed an interest in unconventional medical practices that defied expectations. With the wealth inherited from his family, he bribed prison guards to allow him to examine condemned criminals prior to their execution, under the pretense of checking for infectious diseases. Initially, the guards feared that his experiments might result in death. However, they soon discovered Zhang Ziang possessed an extraordinary talent. Regardless of whether he performed vivisection on the prisoners, he could somehow enable them to rise and walk unaided to the execution site, provided they retained the use of their limbs. On one occasion, when the executioner beheaded a prisoner, shockingly, no blood spilled forth. The severed head rolled a few times on the ground before astonishingly blinking its eyes. This spectacle horrified all witnesses, leading them to believe that the prisoner had died unjustly, prompting higher authorities to order a thorough investigation. It was not until someone discreetly informed the officials about Zhang Ziang's practices that a comprehensive inquiry unveiled the details of his experiments on the inmates. His remarkable ability to manipulate the dead captivated the upper echelons of society. The emperor, enamored with alchemical pursuits and the quest for immortality, regarded Zhang Ziang as a prodigy. Coupled with his prestigious lineage, Zhang Ziang quickly garnered recognition and was eventually bestowed with the title of a low-ranking court physician, donning the garb of an official. Lacking the attributes of masculinity and possessing exceptional medical skills, Zhang Ziang was granted the privilege of tending to the women of the imperial harem. During that period, leveraging the clandestine conditions of the palace, he sought to rejuvenate his manhood through self-transformation, aspiring to achieve a rebirth that would allow him to develop flesh and vitality. Countless failures did not dishearten him. Instead, he commenced further experiments with the palace maidens and eunuchs. He also forged a connection with the esteemed consort Chen, a master of the arcane arts residing in Mount Wanshou. In truth, consort Chen had been discreetly observing Zhang Ziang for some time, well acquainted with the intricacies of this scientific prodigy. However, as a gentleman of virtue, he was akin to a precious jade. Once shattered, no artisan could mend its flaws. Zhang Ziang's masculine vigor resembled a broken gem. Consort Chen once engaged in a private conversation with Zhang Ziang regarding the transformation of decay into marvel. According to her, the cycle of life and death is inherently a process of reincarnation. Without a complete soul, one cannot traverse this cycle. The most effective method she proposed was to metamorphose into a zombie, akin to trees sprouting anew in spring, undergoing a rebirth through the seasons. At that moment, Zhang Ziang knelt before Consort Chen, beseeching her for guidance. She revealed that zombies do not belong to the realms of the Six Paths, and given that he currently existed as a living corpse, he was but a step away from transformation. Subsequently, Consort Chen pointed out 72 malevolent burial sites near Mount Wanshou. Zhang Ziang then realized that she sought a guardian for the tombs, having long been in search of a suitable candidate, and he was precisely that individual. Thus, in accordance with Consort Chen's directives, Zhang Ziang lay in the malevolent tomb, destined to slumber for a century. Upon the demise of that emperor, he was interred in the Ziwei cave. As per the design, he was also meant to transform into a zombie. However, just as success seemed within reach, an unprecedented explosion occurred, with heavenly thunder obliterating his form into mere fragments. Henceforth, the Wanshou mountain was solely governed by the Empress Chen. For centuries, those ancient beings had long ceased to remain entombed underground. Instead, they devoted themselves diligently to their craft and, after several generations, ventured into the medical profession. Wu Daxiong remarked, Zhang Ziang has long ceased to fear the sunlight, traversing the world like an ordinary man. With our measuring tools in hand, it's uncertain whether we could outmatch him, though if the desert ghost hunter intervenes, that would be an entirely different matter. Reflecting on that notorious drunkard, I inquired, is Wang Lin truly formidable? More than you can imagine. Wu Daxiong replied earnestly. Have you ever heard of the lame Taoist from the south, the iron Arhat from the north, the blind Lu from the east, and the ghost merchant from the west? Each of these individuals is an extraordinary master in their own right. Wang Lin is a ghost merchant? I exclaimed in astonishment. He nodded emphatically. Indeed. Trust my words. If Wang Lin were to assist you, not even Zhang Ziong, nor the old crone from Wanshou Mountain, would dare to challenge you. Recalling his offer of 1 million, it was clear he intended for me to refrain from taking action. Having arrived at this juncture, I was resolute in my pursuit. The enigmatic woman in red presented me with the evil suppression sword, which I believed to be connected to the assassination of Zhang Ziong. Judging by Wu Daxiong's words, he seemed to possess a wealth of knowledge. I inquired if he was familiar with my grandfather, Chen Junsheng. Wu Daxiong responded, stating that he had heard from the elders that Mr. Chen was the sole individual who had ever divined for the dragon. The Ma-Yi school, which captures the essence of heaven and earth, holds its first hexagram, the life and death hexagram, in the highest regard for its efficacy. Otherwise, why would we be so eager to seek you out? As for Zhang Ziong's whereabouts, Wu Daxiong had also uncovered that on the 15th of each month, he frequents the Mingwe Mountain hot springs for a soak under the moonlight. Mingwe Mountain is renowned as the finest locale for moon gazing in the entire city. Though it comes with a hefty price tag, returning late at night is quite inconvenient, so I decided to rest at Longlin Mountain. The following morning, we began to devise a plan to eliminate Zhang Ziong. Before nightfall, we ventured once more to Mingwe Mountain to purchase general admission tickets for the hot springs. However, despite it not being a holiday, the large pool atop the mountain was sparsely populated. Our initial intention was to launch a surprise attack, but given Wu Daxiong's imposing appearance, evading attention proved a formidable challenge. I was still unable to freely employ the skills my grandfather had imparted, so I bided my time for the right opportunity. Yet, before I could make a move, 2 young men clad in dark suits approached the edge of the pool. One of them stated, "Our boss wishes to have a word with you both." I was taken aback, as it was my first visit to Mingwe Mountain, and I was unacquainted with any such boss. I inquired, "Who is your boss?" "Zhang Ziong," he replied. A cold sweat instantly broke out upon hearing that name, and I scanned the surroundings for any weapons. None were in sight. Considering the disparity in our close combat abilities, the likelihood of my victory was effectively 0. The 2 before me exuded an aura of impending doom, their life forces dimmed, clearly resembling the living dead. Calming myself, I pondered that if my life were in jeopardy, I firmly believed that Wang Lin would undoubtedly come to my rescue. After weighing the pros and cons, I resolved to accompany them. Wu Daxiong's eyes were filled with terror, a stark contrast to his earlier bravado. He appeared as if confronting strangers, humbly addressing the 2 men. "Gentlemen, we merely crossed paths here. We are not acquainted, truly." He forced a smile, eager to distance himself from me. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. What is destined to happen cannot be avoided. The 2 enigmatic figures showed no interest in Wu Daxiong, leading me instead to the VIP room. Chapter 39, Dragon Gate. As I lifted the curtain, I was momentarily taken aback. There stood Zhang Ziong, bare-chested, his muscular physique starkly contrasting with his age features. The moonlight bathed his body, reflecting a subtle sheen akin to a mirror. The wrinkles upon Zhang Ziong's face gradually faded away. He inhaled deeply, as wisps of mist enveloped him, transforming into azure smoke that entered his nostrils. The formidable aura emanating from him sent a shiver down my spine. It was no exaggeration to state that should he wish to end my life, my only recourse would be to employ my grandfather's sealed techniques to escape, as I stood no chance otherwise. He appeared at least 20 years younger than before. He spoke, "The rules of Wanshou Mountain have always been, you do not provoke me, and I shall not provoke you. Young brother, do not allow yourself to be wielded like a weapon by others." I replied solemnly, "Was that old woman who compelled me to act sent by you?" Zhang Ziong reminisced, reflecting on the battle of the 5 elements dragon veins of Huaxia. Mr. Chen single-handedly repelled the onslaught of eastern geomancers at the Yellow River, averting a potential natural disaster. I have long held him in great esteem. You are his grandson, and thus a connection to an old acquaintance. Inside the VIP room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Without the exorcising sword in my possession, and with Zhang Ziong, the elderly eunuch, merely 5 meters away, it would be a simple matter for him, given his status and power, to extinguish my life. There was no need for him to offer explanations. I pressed further. Were the zombies killed by Wang Lin sent by you? Zhang Ziong shook his head. The matriarch has stated, Wanshou Mountain values harmony above all. It is inconceivable that a creature who has lived for centuries, having transcended the cycles of existence, would resort to deceit. The only truly valuable aspect of my being may well be the secret technique bestowed upon me by my grandfather, one that even death cannot sever. I inquired, if you are indeed a remnant of the past, why have you harmed my friend? It was not I who caused the harm. Zhang Ziong replied with unwavering certainty, lounging by the edge of the large pool. He held a cigar between his fingers and gestured for me to join him in the warm waters. Sensing my hesitation, he continued, having lived for a considerable duration, I possess a wealth of knowledge. Shall we sit and converse for a while? His words resonated within me. I was indeed eager to unravel the mysteries that plague my mind. What transpired 50 years ago? The dragon my grandfather spoke of, was it truly a dragon or merely a man? I yearned for answers. For to languish in aimless anticipation of a non-existent entity would be a profound waste of time. Thus, I opted to share the warmth of the hot spring with Zhang Ziong and accepted his cigar. Your grandfather was an extraordinary man, one I deeply admire, he remarked. If my grandfather were aware that you deceive his grandson, he might very well rise from his grave in anger, I retorted. The 7 wonders of Longhou Mountain is no easy place to emerge from, Zhang Ziong chuckled. The 7 wonders? I detected an odd note in his tone, as if it were a place shrouded in ill omen. When I pressed further, Zhang Ziong fell silent, refusing to divulge any more. My heart grew heavy. Engaging with such a centuries-old enigma left me uncertain of which of his words bore truth and which were mere fabrications. Seeing my silence, Zhang Ziong continued, Zhang Ziong, possess the art of poison and sorcery. I have long ceased the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents. In atonement for the sins I once committed, I now dedicate myself to healing and saving lives, and today, the number of those I have saved far exceeds those I have harmed. Is it truly not you? My mind was awash with confusion. If not him, then who could it be? Zhang Ziong sought me out once more to clarify his words, asserting that if he were indeed the perpetrator, there would be no need for such overtures. His remarks drew my attention to a notable detail. Wang Lin had not impeded my pursuit of Zhang Ziong. Perhaps he already comprehended that we would not come to blows. Zhang Ziong proclaimed, that poison was not of my doing. Believe it or not, that is your choice. Then who could it possibly be? I retorted, stay close to Wang Lin. He will safeguard you, provided you refrain from taking action. Wait patiently for the dragon to appear, and you shall uncover all secrets. Apart from Wang Lin, I, Zhang Ziong, am also someone you can trust. His tone exuded a calm conviction that filled me with uncertainty and perplexity. Whom should I truly believe? Zhang Ziong suggested, during your free time, feel free to visit my hospital. I inquired, who exactly is my grandfather? He is a prodigy of the Tianshi mansion at Longhou Mountain, the sole heir to Zhang Lanyi's teachings. However, due to an ironclad rule at Longhou Mountain, the profound arts of the Tianshi mansion are not passed on to those with different surnames. Thus, for many years, your grandfather has traversed the world under the guise of Longman. Longman? A chill ran through me. I had heard those words once spoken by the woman with the lantern. Zhang Ziong recounted, the 5 branches of Longman share a common root, originating from the golden seal and jade box bequeathed by the Yellow Emperor. This legacy continued until the early Ming dynasty, when Liu Bowen utilized this tome to aid Zhu Yuanzhang in establishing the Ming Empire. During this time, he nurtured 5 disciples, namely Shan, Huang, Jin, Liu, and Wu, who studied the 5 arts of mountains, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination as delineated in the text. Among them, the branch of mountains encompasses talismans, wellness practices, and esoteric techniques, excelling in martial skills. The medical branch comprises prescriptions, acupuncture, and incantations. The fate branch focuses on celestial omens, employing the 8 characters to divine one's destiny. The physiognomy branch is divided into 3 methods: heaven, earth, and human, capable of altering fortunes and averting calamities. The art of divination specializes in the Chiman Duanjia and Tai divination, often applied in military strategies and national fortunes. Together, these 5 branches safeguarded the Ming dynasty. Yet due to the Liu family's connection to Liu Bowen, the physiognomy branch expanded to avert imperial suspicion. The remaining 4 branches were passed down from father to son, and from son to grandson. During the Ming period, followers of Liu Bowen eradicated the world's dragon veins, with Liu appointed as the chief of the Celestial Monitoring Bureau. However, later, the Banner's forces brought ruin to our empire, leading to the fragmentation of the Longmen 5 branches. It was not until the year of the Xinhai Revolution that these branches reunited to expel foreign invaders and protect our Chinese heritage. Your grandfather, Chen Junsheng, presided over the physiognomy branch and once engaged with the Eastern Land's 9 chrysanthemums. 50 years ago, they forged a golden dragon from the bones of their fallen soldiers, seizing the golden veins of our civilization. As Zhang Xiang slowly recounted that bygone chapter, he suddenly fixed his gaze upon my eyes. With an abrupt shift in tone, it was revealed that your grandfather, Chen Junsheng, for reasons unknown, had betrayed Huaxia by bestowing the golden dragon vein upon the Eastern Islands. This treachery caused a rupture in the golden vein, resulting in 3 years of calamities and 7 years of severe drought, leading to countless heroic casualties among various sects, an event now referred to as the Calamity of the Golden Dragon. However, based on my understanding of Chen Junsheng's character, he is inherently righteous and loyal, and there is no way he would betray Huaxia. Each of his words pierced my heart like a knife. Suddenly, Zhang Zong pointed his finger at my forehead and said earnestly, "You possess extraordinary abilities. This matter pertains to the Celestial Master's house, and you must never intervene unless absolutely necessary." No sooner had he spoken than I felt an overwhelming itch throughout my body. I began to scratch, and to my astonishment, greenish spots emerged on my skin, while the color of my nails gradually took on a bluish-purple hue. Chapter 40. The note: the more I scratched, the more anxious I became, for at first, I could still feel a sharp pain, but as I continued, my skin felt as though it belonged to another, becoming increasingly numb. "It is you who has caused me this torment." I attempted to rise. Zhang Xiang cautioned, "Do not move recklessly. The hot springs of Mingwen Mountain can dispel the toxins of the dead." Thus, I make several visits each year. I observed wisps of faint green mist floating upon the water's surface, intertwining around us, refusing to dissipate. Zhang Xiang inhaled deeply, and the green mist gradually enveloped his form, causing numerous mold-like spots to surface upon his once smooth skin, while my own body slowly regained its former sensation. The reality became starkly clear. Zhang Xiang was my savior. All the noxious energies had been thoroughly absorbed, and he returned to a frail semblance of his former self, clad in simple attire, his back hunched. He spoke calmly. "Let's return. I owe a debt to your grandfather, and before that dragon appears, I shall do my utmost to protect you." Just as I wished to inquire further, Zhang Xiang had already turned away. His 2 subordinates barred my path. I had endured great hardship to reach Mingyuan Mountain, driven by a lethal intent, only to find myself the recipient of his healing. From the moment I departed from the Yuewei Hall, I was first led up the mountain by a weasel, then aided by a woman in red who presented a sword, and now Zhang Xiang tended to my wounds. And what of that mysterious Longmen? Yet, why had my grandfather never spoken of these matters? I recalled his final words, each syllable seemingly crafted to urge me away from a life fraught with intrigue and peril. Aside from the woman in red, both Wang Lin and Zhang Xiang spoke of debts owed to my grandfather. Zhang Xiang has eliminated the ominous aura of death that lingered, yet it appears that only Wu Daxiong bore the venom of the corpse. I hastily departed from the VIP lounge in search of him, but Wu Daxiong had vanished without a trace. The Mingwen Mountain hot springs are situated on the outskirts, so he could not have strayed far. With his peculiar features, I inquired at the hotel and soon learned that he had just departed. I hurriedly pursued his direction. On this occasion, he had not brought the dual corpses of gold and silver along. It was a straightforward encounter, and it was uncertain who would prevail. After racing through the darkness for approximately half an hour, I caught sight of Wu Daxiong at crossroads, spinning in place. He was in a state of distress, sweating profusely, and his pace quickened as he muttered, "I have done as you instructed. Please spare me. I beg you." "Wu Daxiong, who commanded you to harm me?" I bellowed. Before my words could settle, they were interrupted by the cawing of a crow. Following the sound, I noticed a pitch-black crow perched on a nearby utility pole, its eyes strikingly marked in black and white. Upon closer inspection, its gaze mirrored that of a human's. The crow flapped its wings, its cries growing increasingly shrill. Wu Daxiong covered his ears, collapsing to the ground in torment. At that moment, the streetlights flickered ominously, resonating with the ceaseless cacophony. With a sharp crack, every streetlight within the crow perched upon the street lamp suddenly took flight, circling the lifeless body of Wu Daxiong, before deftly extracting his eyeball and swallowing it whole. After consuming Wu Daxiong's eye, the crow abruptly ceased its flight. It lingered at the crossroads, its black beak smeared with fresh blood, as it approached me step by step, transforming before my very eyes into the likeness of Wu Daxiong. A chill coursed through my scalp. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and the crow had devoured Wu Daxiong's essence, assuming his form in an attempt to claim my life. The ghostly visage of Wu Daxiong wore an expressionless countenance, his body abruptly dissolving in a black smoke, for which a multitude of crows erupted, shrieking ferociously as they lunged toward me. In that critical moment, the talisman sword I had secured at my waist felt like a searing iron, radiating intense heat. Even the belt binding my trousers was severed by the sword's power, as it transformed into a beam of golden light, charging into the throng of crows. The sword's might was overwhelming, stirring the righteous energies of heaven and earth. With a resounding thud, the sword firmly impaled the instigator of this chaos. This scene left me in a state of disarray, and only then did I comprehend the truth. The crimson-clad woman had not bestowed the sword upon me to vanquish Zhang Ziang, but rather to save my life from the crow's soul-harvesting grasp. As I withdrew the talisman's sword, the crow gradually morphed into a pool of blood, leaving me to gaze upon the desolate street. An insatiable yearning for the truth gnawed at me, akin to a multitude of ants crawling beneath my skin. Why wait for a dragon? Was it human or demon? By what right did it possess the power to save my fate? Wang Lin, the woman in red, Zhang Ziang, and the enigmatic figure at the yellow weasel tomb. They gave me the impression that each harbored ulterior motives, creating an atmosphere of palpable discord. The maid from Wanshou Mountain, whom Zhang Ziang had slain, evidently sought to take my life. However, today he adamantly denied sending anyone to kill me. After unsheathing the sword that wards off evil, I walked for half the night, finally returning home at dawn. I vowed that if I were to acquire wealth, my first endeavor would be to purchase a car. Exhausted, I sank into the grand armchair, removed my shoes, and massaged the soles of my feet, reflecting on all that had transpired in recent days. Regrettably, I found myself devoid of any clear understanding. A faint sound emanating from the corner of the second floor caught my attention. As I turned, I could peer through the staircase's crevice and discern that it was Xiao Yue, dozing on the steps. She had inadvertently bumped her forehead against the stairs and was now rubbing the sore spot when she noticed me. She waved her hand, exclaiming, "Big brother, you're back." I inquired, "Why aren't you asleep?" I had observed her misfortune yesterday and intended to intervene, but my father suggested she follow her fate, assuring me he would assist her in times of peril. Nevertheless, I felt a twinge of concern. If she were to suffer a grievous injury, how would she manage to cook? While I waited, I inadvertently dozed off. She chuckled innocently and added, "Without you at home, my dad's cooking is utterly unpalatable." I'm still famished. A warmth spread through my heart, and I asked her to wait a moment while I checked the kitchen for something to prepare. Xiao Yue scampered down the stairs and accompanied me to the kitchen, where she stood beside me, attentively absorbing every lesson. Since my childhood, I have lived with my grandfather, and from the moment I can remember, I have begun to take care of myself. Cooking has become second nature to me. When I presented the steaming dishes, Little Fish was particularly delighted. She devoured the food eagerly, oblivious to the heat, which made me quite anxious that she might burn herself. Chewing her food, she mumbled, "Brother, your friend has left." "Left?" I exclaimed, startling her. "Yes, she left last night," Little Fish replied. As I ascended to the second floor and beheld the tidy and immaculate room, it was as if she had never been there at all. Although I had been somewhat prepared for this moment, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disorientation. Yet, Little Fish pulled out a note from her pocket, saying, "This is for you from that sister. I've already read it." Chapter 41. The dragon arrives. I took the note, upon which delicate characters were inscribed. "I am sorry. Chen Zhang. Li Shuai found me and sent me a video. My father is imprisoned in a dog cage. They are scalding him with boiling water, allowing dogs to bite him, tormenting him. Regardless of his penchant for gambling, he is still my father. Li Shuai demands my life in exchange for his release. I have promised him that he will free my father and provide a sum of money for him and his wife. I have wronged you in the past." A sensation akin to inhaling a mouthful of seawater filled my lungs as memories surged forth, overwhelming me with an indescribable sense of oppression. To exploit a living person for fortune, what a nefarious scheme, and how cunning of Li Shuai to conceive it. I am not a reckless individual. I am, in fact, quite cautious. Yet, I am aware that certain actions are imperative. I gently ran my fingers through Xiao Yu's hair. In just a few short days, I had grown accustomed to caring for her. I spoke earnestly. "I may not be able to prepare meals for you in the coming days, so learn to take care of yourself. Do not rely on that unreliable person upstairs. Father has decided that you shall not leave this place until the dragon appears. I cannot stand by and watch her walk into danger." While speaking, I deliberately glanced at the second floor, where the desert merchant resided. Regardless of what traps my grandfather may have left behind, I must seek a way to save Zhang Na. Xiao Yu advised, "Do not be angry with father. He is very stubborn and will not change his mind once he has made a decision. However, his intentions are not malevolent. He is single-minded and particularly obstinate. Sometimes, I too feel frustrated with him. Brother, do not let his demeanor provoke you. I am also quite stubborn." As I uttered these words, I made my way towards the entrance. Wang Lin's voice floated in faintly. "I promised Mr. Chen to spare your life. Henceforth, you shall not leave this room. I do not require your protection," I exclaimed in fury, kicking over the armchair and dashing towards the door. Just as I was about to form the spirit officer's gesture, the runes on my body began to spread across me. As they were on the verge of erupting into a surge of power, the spectral hands within me gripped tightly at my heart. It rendered my entire being trembling, my vital energy surging back through my meridians akin to a deflated balloon. My limbs grew weak and utterly devoid of strength. The pain was excruciating. My body quivered uncontrollably. And all this chaos stemmed from a seemingly inconspicuous ghost. It obeyed Wang Lin's command, residing within my heart like a switch, binding me firmly. I crashed heavily to the ground, yet even if I had to crawl, I would strive to escape. Xiao Yu rushed over to assist me, anxiously saying, "Brother, please heed Father's words. He will not harm you." I gasped for breath, expending nearly all my strength to rise. Meanwhile, 3 yellow talismans floated down from the second floor, affixed to the doors and windows. In an instant, an oppressive aura enveloped the room, and a faint frost began to rise within. Wang Lin declared, "I, Wang Lin, have never broken my word. What I promised Mr. Chen, I shall fulfill. If you do not obey, I shall compel you to comply." These 3 have followed me for many years. They are fiercely loyal and remarkably fierce. As for my life, I shall govern it myself. Once more, I charged towards the door. At this moment, I grasped the exorcism sword, intent on vanquishing all malevolent foes. However, at the entrance, 3 talismans swirl, enveloped in ethereal mist, revealing the visage of a beautiful woman. Instinctively, I wield the exorcism sword to dispel her, but alas, I cannot reach her. Soon after, the sound of the woman's playful laughter echoes in my ears, and the mist thickens. As the laughter abruptly ceases, 3 identical women materialize from the fog. Their expressions are filled with rage, regarding me as if I were the slayer of their father. "Begone!" I swing my sword in an attempt to scatter them. Yet the 3 women do not flinch. They encircle me, their sharp nails slicing through my skin. Their ghostly forms flit about, tearing my garments to shreds. After several encounters, an overwhelming chill envelopes me, akin to plunging into an icy abyss, rendering me near immobile from the cold. My companion, Xiao Yu, voices her concern. Cease this struggle. You cannot overcome them. They are triplets, one perished in the heavens, one in the waters, and the last on land, simultaneously succumbing in winter. The unity of heaven, earth, and humanity, combined with their vengeful spirits, can shake the very gods. Filled with indignation, I retort, Wang Lin, you are nothing but a cowardly turtle. One day, I shall surpass you, and I will urinate in your wine gourd. My words reverberate within the room, yet Wang Lin offers no response. The triplets ensnare me with their hair, freezing my eyebrows, beard, and even the fine hairs on my body in a layer of frost. Unless I can break the seal before these vengeful spirits, there lies only a path to death. Xiaoyu wishes to rescue me, but finds herself unable to approach. With each passing minute, Zhang Na finds herself in increasing peril. Why does fate treat me thus? Is this the retribution for a life borrowed? What is the dragon, and where art thou? Dragon, dragon. Who is the dragon that belonged to my grandfather? The door, so near yet insurmountable, looms like an abyss, invoking a sense of powerlessness that brings me to my knees. I wonder if the heavens have heard my plea. The sound of the car engine pierces the stillness of the morning, directing its course towards the desolate end of North Street, where a black Rolls-Royce approaches slowly. The atmosphere thickens, not merely from the little golden figures fluttering before the car, but from an intangible sense of oppression akin to facing a formidable beast with fangs and claws. As the vehicle comes to a halt, a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit steps out. He glances at the plaque of Yuewei Hall, and then at me, politely inquiring, "Hello, are you Chen Junxing's grandson, Chen Zheng?" I nod, and he continues, "Splendid. According to our agreement, your family owes the Dragon King a divination. I am here to collect it." I nearly weep with joy. The dragon I have longed for has finally arrived. If I can restore my fate, the divine arts passed down from my grandfather shall free me from constraints. The man in the Zhongshan suit strides into the house, while at that moment, Wang Lin appears on the second floor. The man's brow furrows slightly, and his previously serene features take on a more austere aspect. Wang Lin leaned against the corner of the staircase, swaying a wine gourd that seemed to be emptied. He wiped his mouth and, with a smile that was neither here nor there, remarked, "Those old fellows still cannot sit still." Zhongshan, frowning, responded, "Indeed, Chen Junxing has a backup plan, even enlisting the ghost merchant. I owe Chen Junxing a favor. I spared his grandson's life after all. That wretched old man is quite cunning." Wang Lin shrugged. Zhongshan's brow furrowed slightly as he crossed through the doorway with his hands clasped behind his back. The once ferocious triplet ghosts now scurried about like mice fleeing a cat. The three yellow talismans affixed to the doors and windows turned to ash, and the frost within the room gradually receded, leaving a veil of dew upon the windows. The contrasting temperatures enveloped the room in a shroud of mist, yet Zhongshan stood resolute, akin to an indomitable lion. Amidst the hazy vapor, a fearsome Qilin flickered in and out of sight. Zhongshan stated coolly, "Chen Junxing violated the rules back in the day. Had it not been for the old man's leniency due to his past merits, the sins of the Chen family would have been sufficient to condemn them all." Chapter 42. Tang Lin, could it be related to the calamity of the Golden Dragon? I observed how Wang Lin and the man in the Zhongshan suit seemed to regard me as mere air, utterly disregarding my presence. I recalled the day of my grandfather's funeral, which had drawn a multitude of attendees. This man in the Zhongshan suit appeared somewhat familiar, though we had exchanged no words. Wang Lin scoffed, "What does it matter if one is married or not? It's all for the sake of the Dragon Chi technique. That old fool is too cunning, always attempting to play the Good Samaritan. I find him utterly exasperating." He leapt down from his second floor with a grace reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, making not a sound. He faced the man in the Zhongshan suit. The disheveled and drowsy demeanor he once had vanished entirely, replaced by a fierce aura that struck like a blade, imposing and soul-stirring. The distance between their noses was less than 5 centimeters, a confrontation charged with tension causing the chairs and tables of the Yuewei Hall to creak, as if they were about to crumble under the weight of the moment. The man in the Zhongshan suit spoke in a low tone. "Do you intend to make an enemy of us?" Wang Lin replied. "As a mere commoner, how could I dare provoke the 13 guardians of Longmen? This young man possesses commendable qualities, loyal and righteous, though somewhat lacking in wit. If you can spare his life, I, Wang Lin, shall take my leave at once." I sensed a shift in the demeanor of the man in the Zhongshan suit after Wang Lin's arrival. There was a hint of trepidation, albeit subtle. He nodded in agreement, vowing to preserve my life. Suddenly, Wang Lin broke into a smile, causing the previously tense atmosphere to dissolve in an instant. The man in the Zhongshan suit glanced back at me and said, "I am Tang Lin. Come, let's not keep the Dragon King waiting." "No," I exclaimed anxiously. "Oh." Tang Lin regarded me with a gaze filled with perplexity. I recounted my current predicament. My friend was in distress, and I was compelled to rescue her. However, Wang Lin had warned me that someone was continuously tempting me to take action. The situation was dire, and I feared that any further delay could cost me my life. Tang Lin then proposed, "Very well, you shall take my vehicle. Once I have alleviated your concerns, you may accompany me to Longmen." I expressed my gratitude profusely, overwhelmed by anxiety, as concern often leads to confusion. At that moment, I had yet to cultivate the ability to master my emotions. Tang Lin's identity was undoubtedly more complex than it appeared. He exuded a calm demeanor, with a visage marked by determination, embodying an ethereal presence that seemed to match Wang Lin, even in the face of the treacherous desert. Particularly intriguing was their discussion of a formidable elder. I could discern that my grandfather had been well acquainted with them during his lifetime. I knew I had to exercise patience. For Wang Lin had stated that only after divining the dragon would all enigmas be unraveled. My heart was in constant prayer, hoping that Zhang Na would remain unharmed. Throughout the journey, I was beset by questions, yet I was uncertain where to begin. Due to my profession, I found myself inclined to first assess people's countenances. The appearance reflects one's inner essence. Although I might not be able to fully dissect their characters, I could glean a reasonable understanding. However, I soon realized that I was unable to concentrate. The longer I gazed at him, the more it seemed as if a mist enveloped his features, which appeared to shift continuously. Suddenly, Tang Lin chuckled. "Do not waste your efforts. With your current prowess, you are incapable of discerning my countenance." Seizing the opportunity, I retorted, "Who exactly are you? And what of that dragon?" Tang Lin replied, "Once the dragon's fate has been discerned, you shall receive a satisfactory answer, including matters concerning your grandfather. For now, your sole duty is to obey commands." His demeanor was unmistakably assertive, his tone crisp and efficient. "Obey commands?" I detected an unusual undertone in his words. It is fortunate that he did not elaborate, for in this world, there exists but one kind of person whose profession is to follow orders. By the time we returned to my hometown, it was already afternoon. Tang Lin drove me directly to the Li family's villa, where the security guard was none other than the partner of the previous guard, Xiaoma. However, the previously brusque demeanor he had exhibited towards me transformed into a facade of cordiality upon seeing Tang Lin's Rolls-Royce. He wore a beaming smile, scarcely daring to breathe. When Tang Lin expressed his intention to locate Li Dongsheng and his son, the guard did not require us to register and willingly granted us passage. Nonetheless, due to the villa's notorious reputation as a haunted house, it had long been put up for sale. My anxiety escalated as I attempted to reach Aunt Wang, only to be met with the disheartening message that her phone was turned off. I then tried to contact Li Shuai, yet still received no response. Ultimately, it was Tang Lin who made several calls, discovering that Li Dongsheng had been absent from the company for quite some time. My heart raced with worry. If we were to leverage Zhang Na's fortune, her timing must align with that of Li Shuai, though I was unaware of the precise hour. He had already been missing for over 24 hours. Tang Lin, through some special channels, arranged for assistance in the search. As we awaited news, a beautiful young woman with a child in her arms passed by us, glancing back intermittently. Noticing her evasive gaze, I wondered if she possessed some knowledge of the situation. In a moment of desperation, I approached her, causing her to gasp in fright. "Ah, please don't harm me. I haven't seen anything." She seemed somewhat familiar, Yet I couldn't place her at that moment. Why would I harm you? I replied. Please, do not misunderstand. I merely wish to inquire where this family has gone. Are you here to silence me? She asked, her eyes widening with apprehension. I felt a sense of resignation. She genuinely perceived me as a villain. I patiently explained my intentions. After taking a deep breath, she continued, Last time, I thought you had blown this place up, but you did not. That day, I heeded your advice and did not stay at home. And the following day, many people truly perished. You are the one who drives the Mercedes. I exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, Please refrain from calling me young woman. It is rather impolite. Call me sister instead. I quickly apologized, realizing my words had been rather brash. She continued, Many people died in that villa, and it has become haunted. I witnessed a young Taoist priest arriving in the dead of night to escort the father and son away. It was quite eerie that night. A procession of individuals clad in theatrical robes came to greet them. The child rode a white horse adorned with white flowers, and they lit white lanterns in the middle of the night, parading out of the community. It nearly terrified me to death. A Taoist priest? How do you know he was a priest? His manner of speaking is rather peculiar. Clad in a Taoist robe, he is undoubtedly a Taoist priest, brandishing a small bell that he shakes in front of him. Following closely behind him is a large procession, leaving the residential complex in a grand manner. I was perched on the windowsill, observing everything with clarity, and for a moment, I thought I had encountered a ghost, prompting me to capture a brief video on my phone. As she spoke, the young woman retrieved her phone to find the video I had recorded that day. Although the footage was not particularly clear, it still revealed the bizarre sight of Li Shuai dressed in a shroud. He wore a melon-shaped hat, his cheeks adorned with rouge, as the grand procession trailed behind an elderly Taoist priest. When the camera zoomed in, I was struck by a sudden familiarity with the old Taoist. It dawned upon me that he was none other than Master Chen. How could Master Chen possibly side with Li Dongsheng? Had he been deceiving me all along? The feng shui of the Li family had been altered solely by Master Chen, who had previously confessed his disdain for the Li family's sordid ways. Yet now, he had conspired to toy with me like a puppet. At some point, Tang Lin had appeared beside me, and upon seeing Master Chen, he inquired with confusion, Is it the abandoned disciple of Longhu Mountain, Qin Guangda? Chapter 43. The Jinlong Temple. Mr. Tang, do you know him? I inquired, filled with curiosity. Tang Lin nodded slightly. I've heard the elders speak of him. Qin Guangda was expelled from the sect over 50 years ago for violating the precepts of Longhushan. But how could he possibly be here? After returning my phone to the young woman, I expressed my gratitude and took Tang Lin's hand, leading him away. If Elder Qin is indeed the mastermind, he has had countless opportunities to strike against me. Why wait until now? In a state of urgency, I rushed to the fortune-telling street, only to find no trace of Elder Qin. We then ventured to his residence, but remained desolate and empty. Yet, even if he sought to provoke me into action, surely he wouldn't simply vanish without a trace? I pointed towards the main door. Mr. Tang, please help me break it down. Do not rush, Tang Lin cautioned. If Elder Qin's target is you, he will undoubtedly leave behind some clues. Even if we force our way in, it may yield no results. Reflect carefully on the places you both have visited. His words struck a chord within me, and suddenly, 3 characters sprang to mind. Qing Long Yao. Our ancestral home is situated in the Qing Long position. I vividly recall how he painstakingly assisted me in severing the life stake and releasing my mother. Master Tang, let's go to my old house, I urged. I remember he was a close friend of your grandfather. Why would he wish to harm you? Tang Lin appeared perplexed, if his words held any truth. My confusion only deepened. Frankly speaking, I held a favorable impression of Elder Qin. I never anticipated he would betray me in such a way. Tang Lin drove swiftly towards my home. The redevelopment of the industrial zone is nearly complete, leaving behind a landscape of ruins and desolation. Tang Lin, equipped with a flashlight, and I embarked on foot towards the old residence we once called home. The path was riddled with potholes, and as we approached our former abode, the terrain became increasingly treacherous. After a short journey of nearly half an hour, we spotted an ancient temple rising abruptly before us. I noticed Tang Lin's brow furrowed, his expression somewhat peculiar, prompting me to inquire, Master Tang, what troubles you? There is a heavy, malevolent energy emanating from that place, he replied. It was once the auspicious eastern position of the green dragon, which should have thrived with vitality. Yet now, it resembles a hellish realm. He continued, even without employing the marrow and cloth body observation technique, I can sense something amiss. Our family's unique feng shui causes the flora to flourish abundantly in spring and summer, allowing us to rest through a single hour of sleep here, equivalent to 5 or 6 elsewhere. As we approached the Qinglong Temple, Tang Lin handed me a talisman, instructing me to keep it in my pocket as it could safeguard my life in perilous situations. I nodded, aware that before assessing the dragon, Tang Lin would undoubtedly spare no effort to protect me. Returning to this land I had inhabited for over a decade, I gazed up at the temple's plaque, where the 3 gilded characters inscribed were Zhen, Long, and Miao. A chill crept over me. Had the Qinglong been transformed into Zhenlong, perhaps to suppress the city's green dragon position? With a decisive push, Tang Lin opened the temple door. The ground was laid with blue stone tiles, and faint candlelight flickered from stone lanterns on either side. A subtle scent of lamp oil permeated the air, and the decor appeared quite new, with the door pillars painted a vibrant red. Before the entrance, the incense burner still emitted a towering fragrance, while the intricately carved windows stood wide open. We found ourselves before the incense burner, and to our astonishment, the deity enshrined within the Zhenlong temple was none other than a child clad in shorts. Tang Lin spoke in a low voice, remarking on the audacity of utilizing the Neza temple to suppress the dragon's aura. Neza, revered as the Grand Master of the 3 altars in Taoist mythology, possesses formidable powers, particularly renowned in folklore for skinning dragons and extracting their tendons. Anxiously, I kicked open the grand door and rushed inside, only to be taken aback by the scene that unfolded before me. Before the statue of Neza knelt a man and a woman. The man donned a deep blue long robe, adorned with a large red flower slung over his shoulder, while the woman was draped in a phoenix crown and a flowing gown. They remained motionless in their supplication. Upon the offering table, the items were not fruits or flowers, but rather the belongings of my late grandfather. From left to right, there lay a hat, garments, trousers, shoes, and even grandfather's smoking pipe, all arranged in a peculiar manner that sent a chill down my spine. I called out repeatedly for Elder Chen, yet he remained elusive. The red candles scattered throughout the temple illuminated the Zhenlong temple, their flames flickering, casting dancing shadows. I observed the man kneeling before the statue, a sense of anger bubbling within me. Could it be that he was Li Shuai, a living person participating in a burial ritual? In a fit of fury, I rushed forward, exclaiming, Li Shuai, how can you still consider yourself human? Zhang Na bears you no grudge, yet you chose to harm her for your own gain. I am your classmate, yet you conspired against me. The figure remained silent, steadfast in their kneeling position. The more I pondered, the more my anger surged. With a fierce kick, I struck out, and to my astonishment, my foot sank entirely into his form. I stood there, dumbfounded. Li Shuai was nothing but a paper figure. I turned to gaze at the female protagonist, and at first glance, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Zhang Na, her skin shimmering with a faint glow in the candlelight. However, when I reached out to touch her, my fingertips pierced through her cheek, and to my utter disbelief, she too was a mere paper effigy. Don't move, Tang Lin shouted, but it was too late. I had already destroyed 2 paper figures. He sighed, saying, I sensed something amiss outside, noticing that the temple walls were adorned with yellow flags. You have disturbed the life-replacing paper figure. Your soul is now tethered here. I felt a pang of confusion, for I had not sensed any discomfort. Yet Tang Lin, with a tone of resignation, urged, take a few steps forward, then look back. Though my heart was filled with doubt, I could not dismiss the gravity of Tang Lin's expression. Slowly, I stepped forward 5 paces, and upon glancing back, I was struck dumb. My shadow remained motionless. A person without a shadow signifies a lost soul. I understood this notion did not pertain to mere lighting, but rather to the flickering candle flames, which could unveil the true nature of spirits. Just then, the great door behind me creaked ominously, slowly closing. In an instant, a chilling wind swept through the temple. Then before my eyes unfolded a scene that filled me with grief and rage. The backs of the two large doors revealed Zhang Na and Li Shuai. They were hanging lifelessly behind the gates of the Zhenlong temple, their bodies swaying gently in midair. Zhang Na! I sprinted forward, but Tang Lin firmly grasped my arm. His grip was as unyielding as a vice, rendering me unable to escape. Calm down, he implored. This is a living burial ground. You must not stray too far from your spirit. There is no light beyond the wall, and if you venture there, your soul will inevitably part from your body. The deity's statue will shatter your spirit into fragments, and at that moment, you will truly be lost. Tang Lin, with a tone of earnest concern, urged me to reconsider. I glanced back at the shadow that remained rooted in place, with only my left foot still tethered to my body. Look there. Tang Lin indicated towards the feet of Li Shuai and Zhang Na. Initially, I had overlooked it due to the dim lighting, but now I discerned two cracked and broken bowls beneath them. Within, they held crimson liquid, and at the center of the bowls, two incense sticks burned slowly. The bodies, infused with the scent of incense, exhibited signs of gradual decay. Their nails and hair were slowly growing, and a faint layer of green mold began to manifest upon their skin. Chapter 44. The living burial, the blood of the cat urging the corpse. Tang Lin blurted out. He slowly shed his outer clothing, revealing the chiseled musculature of his torso. Goodness, if we don't engage with genuine resolve today, we might truly falter here. The upper half of his body was adorned with a fierce Kirin tattoo that coiled around him, bestowing an air of extraordinary valor. Tang Lin was poised to act, cautioning me against impulsive movements. He then gradually approached the threshold where candlelight met shadow. He fixed his gaze upon the bodies of Li Shuai and Na Na, as tendrils of azure smoke swirled around them. The cat blood beneath their feet boiled ominously, while the flickering candlelight cast ethereal shadows, rendering the Zhenlong temple profoundly mysterious. The two corpses slowly raised their heads, their vacant eyes scanning the room. Their hair had grown wild and unkempt, cascading down to their waists, and their fingers bore nails as sharp as daggers. Yet, what astonished me was Tang Lin's demeanor. From his center radiated an intense heat wave, dispelling the ominous aura that pervaded the room. The Kirin tattoo on his skin writhed slowly, as if yearning to break free from its dermal confines and become a living entity. As I stood there, gazing at my grandfather's relics, I noticed they were gradually sprouting a layer of green fuzz. Tang Lin clenched his fists, standing tall and unwavering in the face of the malevolent corpses. With Tang present, not even the specters of the netherworld could hope to claim him. He raised a hand, and the tattooed Kirin erupted forth. Although the black Kirin apparition appeared somewhat ephemeral, its roar resonated with an overwhelming authority. Its voice reverberated within the Zhenlong temple, causing the doors and windows to buzz ominously. Tang Lin did not take the initiative to act. He seemed to harbor a certain trepidation. The personal effects of my grandfather had long been returned to the Tianshi mansion by the people of Longhu Mountain after the funeral concluded that day. Why then do they appear here today? Could it be that the very force that has been enticing me to act all along is the Tianshi mansion? As I touched my grandfather's relics, a sudden jolt coursed through me, rendering my entire being momentarily numb, as if my eyes were shrouded by some unseen veil. I rubbed the corners of my eyes incessantly, yet the more I rubbed, the itchier they became. My eye sockets grew unbearably warm, and two streams of blood tears began to flow slowly down my cheeks. A chill gripped my heart as the statue of Neza gradually morphed into my grandfather's likeness. At that moment, however, his forehead, hands, and feet were cruelly pinned by rusted coffin nails. My grandfather appeared frail, unable to muster even the slightest struggle. Damn it! Longhu Mountain has taken my grandfather's body, not to protect him, but to subject him to torment. Rage surged within me, threatening to cloud my reason. Yet, I cannot succumb to chaos. I needed to remain composed. Only by surviving could I hope to rescue my grandfather. Suddenly, droplets of water began to drip rhythmically from the beams of the Zhenlong temple, falling all around me. I looked up to see a circle of slaughtered wild dogs hanging from the roof, their necks bound by hemp ropes. The blood of the wild dogs dripped slowly, like rain, forming a small circle that enveloped me entirely. Living souls buried alive, cat blood hastening the corpse, suspended dogs ensnaring spirits. Such a malevolent sorcery. He seeks not only to bring about my demise, but also to condemn me to an eternity devoid of rebirth. Tang Lin proclaimed, "Your soul is still ensnared there." This place has become a desolate ground of feng shui. The venerable Taoist Chen has yet to reveal himself, and surely he possesses some hidden stratagem yet to be unleashed. I shall break through this chamber and reveal the truth. He stepped forward, approaching the two lifeless forms. The phantasm of the Qilin leapt into the air, its formidable presence seemingly poised to upheave the entire room. A torrent of scorching heat surged forth as if flames were consuming the heavens, and I was awestruck by his extraordinary prowess. Were I to wield such strength, I would undoubtedly eradicate all who dared to provoke me. At that moment, the flickering candles within the temple swayed, and through the effigy, I beheld my grandfather's visage, enduring torment. I loathed my own impotence in this dire hour. Suddenly, Tang Lin formed a hand seal and intoned solemnly, "Blazing Qilin, rise and overturn the heavens, striking fear into yin and yang, compelling submission from across the seas, and vanquishing evil spirits." Flames erupted skyward, the fire Qilin engulfing the entire room. At once, the doors and windows were shattered to smithereens. The wild dog suspended from the ceiling was swept up by the forceful gusts, swaying as blood rained down upon the Jinlong temple. Crack! The nooses around the necks of the two corpses snapped. Yet, the bodies did not collapse. They stood upright, trembling slowly and rhythmically, as if they had drawn breath. Unyielding and obstinate, Tang Lin sculpt. The fire Qilin transformed into a blazing inferno, the pooled blood vaporizing into mist. The air became saturated with a putrid stench as the inferno surged toward the two cadavers. An overwhelming pressure seemed poised to shatter this realm itself. Aside from the relics of my grandfather, everything that could ignite within the temple was reduced to ashes beneath the oppressive force of the fire Qilin. Two bowls filled with cat's blood erupted with explosive sounds. Apart from the bodies of Li Shuai and Zhang Na, we could already perceive the external environment. The apricot yellow flags fluttered in the wind, and a sudden chilling breeze coalesced into a mass of black mist. As it descended upon us, Tang Lin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his bare upper body confronting the dark mist head-on. The Qilin soared through the air, and astonishingly, we both heard the distant whinnies of warhorses. The abruptly dropping temperature caused a juxtaposition of warmth and cold, forming dew, while the sounds of the neighing steeds grew ever closer. Faintly, a cacophony of battle cries echoed, as if a multitude of troops were charging forth. Within mere seconds, the grand doors of the Jinlong temple swung open. Outside, the thick fog enveloped the scene, accompanied by a series of mournful Swana melodies. This was a funeral dirge. In ancient times, it was customary for designated musicians to play from the moment of departure until the burial, known as the trumpet craftsmen in the trade. These craftsmen possessed two remarkable skills. A masterful artisan could shatter the gates of hell with the Swana, guiding the deceased on their journey, sparing them the tribulations of the road to the afterlife. It is said that when the Swana sounds, the restless spirits retreat. Many departed souls remain unaware of their own demise, clinging to the earthly realm, oblivious to their physical death. If a spirit lingers within a home, it could lead to grave illness in children. The other skill refers to the summoning of the Yin soldiers from the underworld. The mournful melodies intertwined with the thunderous gallop of warhorses. Old Taoist Chen unexpectedly breached the gates of hell, summoning the spectral soldiers to capture us. I gripped the evil-suppressing sword tightly, knowing that if they truly broke through, I would have to fight to the death. Yet, it was peculiar that those spectral soldiers merely circled outside the temple without entering. Meanwhile, the corpses of Li Shuai and Zhang Na were covered in a greenish mold. They suddenly raised their heads, their hollow eyes striking terror into my heart, as they pursued Tang Lin and me from either side. I realized that Zhang Na was already dead. Her 7 souls were trapped within her body, and through necromantic incantations, she had transformed into a moldy zombie. Tang Lin's fist sent Li Shuai flying. Zhang Na lunged at us like a feral beast, surrounded by raging flames of the Qilin. Outside, the urgent notes of the Suona echoed, and the two transformed beings grew bolder in battle. The flames did not consume her, but rather ignited her ferocity. Chapter 45. The Yin soldiers Tang Lin, employing an ancient martial art, rendered the zombie completely defenseless, forcefully expelling both entities beyond the door. A series of melodious bell chimes reached my ears as the sound of the Suona rose and fell, heralding the entry of the Yin soldiers, astride their magnificent steeds. Tang Lin stood resolutely in the courtyard, his sword poised, embodying the might of 1,000,000 warriors. He laughed heartily, unperturbed by any fear. Countless Yin soldiers surged forth, only to be slain by Tang Lin, transforming into paper figures and horses. Yet they seemed inexhaustible, the courtyard becoming increasingly populated with these paper effigies. To my astonishment, Tang Lin found himself ensnared by the Yin soldiers. Seizing this opportunity, Li Shuai and Zhang Na breached the temple. I remained immobilized, steadfastly wielding the evil-subduing sword. Although I had ruptured Li Shuai's eye, it did little to deter him from attempting to seize me. The zombie, endowed with immense strength, confined me with a vice-like grip from both sides. Tang Lin, besieged by overwhelming numbers, faced no direct threat from the paper soldiers. At that critical moment, old Taoist Chen appeared atop the beams. Brandishing a torch, he intoned solemnly, "I did not anticipate that Tang Lin of Longmen would grace us today. Should you perish, I shall ensure your soul is properly guided. Qin Guangda, I shall end your life." I cried out in furious struggle. In response, old Taoist Chen clutched a stack of talismans, igniting them with a torch and casting them into the air. Those talismans transformed into a rain of fire, descending upon Tang Lin's surroundings. The very Yin soldiers he had dispatched became the most flammable of materials. In an instant, the area surrounding Tang Lin erupted into a blazing inferno. Qin Guangda sighed, saying, "Chun Zheng, embark on your journey with peace. I too am reluctant to do this. Yet there are forces that decree your demise. Blame your ill fate. What I Qin the old Taoist, but you shall be repaid in the next life." He shook the Sanqing bell, the sound quickening with each toll. Li Shuai bound me tightly, while Zhang Na suddenly lunged forward, tearing my garments asunder. Her movements were stiff, entirely governed by the bell's enchantment wielded by Qin, the old Taoist. Witnessing the girl I once cherished transformed into a mere shell of her former self, tears streamed uncontrollably down my face. Outside the Dragon Suppression Temple, a sea of flames raged, engulfing Tang Lin in its fierce embrace. The charred specters of the fallen formed a swirling vortex, refusing to dissipate. Strangely, relics once worn by my grandfather began to manifest upon me, including his pipe, which inexplicably appeared within my garments. I could not fathom Qin the old Taoist's intentions. Why did he compel me to don my grandfather's attire? Observing him orchestrating the formation alone, the apricot yellow banner coalesced under his command, shaping the temple's aura. Taking a deep breath, I called out to the spirit tethered to my being. "Wang Lin instructed you to ensure I do not break the seal left by my grandfather. But if you do not intervene, I shall perish." A sigh emanated from within, as the spirit replied, "Rest assured, the one amidst the flames is unharmed." The mournful melody lingered beneath the night sky, yet Tang Lin had fallen eerily silent. At that moment, they dragged me closer to the idol. Li Shuai retrieved a coffin nail from beneath the altar. He then slowly placed the nail upon my crown. I sensed the ominous threat of death and shouted toward the door, "Mr. Tang, if you do not intervene, my lifeless body may be dragged back by tomorrow." The layout of the Jinlong Temple's Yin shrine is nearly indistinguishable to the untrained eye, as both Yin and Yang shrines appear quite similar at first glance. The solitary distinction lies in the perpetual absence of light within the Yin shrine, which invariably faces north. According to Taoist scriptures, the north is the dwelling place of the myriad deities. Even in nature, one is advised against facing north while relieving oneself, typically opting for a position slightly offset to the northwest. However, the Jinlong Temple is oriented directly north, a configuration referred to in feng shui as Heaven's Gate facing earthly evil. which not only disrupts the city's auspicious energies, but also ensures that any soul perishing within this temple is neither ascended to heaven nor consigned to the earth. Tang Lin heard my cry, and amidst the raging flames came a sigh from him. I intended to wait for the shadowy figure lurking behind the scenes, but it seems I can no longer afford such patience. A silhouette emerged from the inferno, reborn from the flames, enveloped within the auspicious Qilin. The surrounding fire unable to approach. Tang Lin's eyes gradually transformed into a crimson hue. The elder Taoist Chen gasped in astonishment. How is this possible? Why have my Yin soldiers failed to drag you to the underworld? Tang Lin advanced slowly, each step deliberate. As the apricot yellow banners encircling the corners of the Jinlong temple were consumed and turned to ash with a resounding pop. Elder Chen's face drained of color as he desperately shook the Sanqing bell. Yet, Tang Lin calmly raised his hand and clenched it with force. To his astonishment, the bell shattered in his grasp. As he stepped out from the flames and surveyed his surroundings, he coldly declared, "I sit within this temple like a dragon coiled. Thunder and fire devour 1,000,000 soldiers. Should the gates of hell open, I shall take my rest. Which fiend dares to utter a sound?" The blazing Qilin spiraled around the dragon, subduing temple, swallowing the remnants of flames within its maw. As the tumultuous fire dissipated, the Qilin returned to the body of its master, transforming into a fierce and grotesque tattoo. With sheer personal strength, he vanquished the shadowy soldiers and extinguished the corpses, rendering the elder Taoist Chen incapable of resistance even before the conflict commenced. Be it through sorcery or martial prowess, Tang Lin was undeniably a rare and formidable warrior. The originally overcast sky, now cleared by the retreating storm clouds, revealed a resplendent full moon perched at the horizon, casting its silvery light upon the entire dragon, subduing temple. The relics of my grandfather that adorned my being gradually morphed into paper effigies. The ashes from the conflagration lingered, with some paper figures of soldiers remaining outside the temple. Li Shuai and Zhang Na's green-haired apparitions were also dispelled by the purifying essence of the sun. It seemed as though tranquility had been restored. However, at that moment, Elder Chen continued to stubbornly resist. He retrieved a wooden figurine from his waist, bit his finger, and pressed it to the figurine's forehead, murmuring incantations. I immediately recognized that he was employing a ghost-rearing technique, and from the haze emerged a child of 5 or 6 years. In the blink of an eye, the child appeared before me, exhibiting prowess akin to a supreme martial artist. My soul remained ensnared, yet the little ghost lunged towards my shadow. Freed from the constraints of Li Shuai and Zhang Na, I was no mere pushover. With a sudden stroke of the exorcism sword, I drove it down, pinning the little ghost firmly to the ground. Upon revealing itself, the ghost took the form of a bare-bottomed boy. He bared his teeth in a fierce grimace, displaying a pair of sharp fangs and a glint of malice in his eyes. "Daddy, save me!" the little ghost cried out incessantly. I observed a trace of dark energy in the furrowed brow of the aged Taoist Chen. In a somber tone, I remarked, "You truly possess a ruthless disposition, employing your own flesh and blood to conjure spirits, unafraid of retribution." This method originally stemmed from the ghost-rearing practices of Siam. It is said that a general from Siam, after the death of his child, instructed a sorcerer to inscribe scriptures upon the corpse, subsequently keeping the child close by. The general, having endured countless battles, bore not a single wound, and in his dreams he frequently beheld a small child calling him father and pledging to protect him. Through the general's relentless pursuit of knowledge, this malevolent practice of ghost-rearing was born. Such a connection by blood facilitates the mastery over these spirits. Yet this method transgresses the natural order. The spirits, in turn, consume the fortune of the living until it is entirely depleted, leading to either destitution or untimely demise in the streets. Tang Lin gazed into the inky night sky, where a flock of black crows soared in disarray. He spoke solemnly. "I sense that individual has departed. Who exactly are they? And why have they incited you to bring about Chen Zheng's demise?" Chapter 46. The hidden hand seeing himself at a loss, Qin Guangda felt neither despondent nor defeated. Instead, he displayed a sense of relief, almost as if he were at ease. I inquired, I am aware that you have saved my life. So why would you not only seek to harm me, but also take the lives of the innocent? What could possibly justify this? Chen Laodao chuckled softly and leaped down from the rooftop. With an air of nonchalance, he replied, "Return the little demon to me. Do as you wish with him." "Why? What has befallen my grandfather?" I demanded, my voice tinged with agitation. "A lifetime of cultivation, and yet I remain ensnared by the desires of my heart," Chen Laodao said with a self-deprecating smile. He continued, "I vowed to your grandfather to spare your life, yet I also promised another to take it. I have fulfilled my promise to your grandfather, yet I have betrayed the other." Tang Lin spoke gravely. "You must comprehend the purpose of Chun Zheng." "And what of it?" "Fallen leaves must eventually return to their roots." Chen Laodao suddenly grinned, extending his hand towards me. "Release him. Was it you who caused Zhang Na's demise?" I asked, stepping forward, unsheathing the Jinxie sword as I approached Chen Laodao. The little demon stood defiantly between us, baring its teeth with a menacing growl. Yet it dared not advance further, wary of the sword's power. Indeed, he admitted without hesitation, "Why did you deceive me?" I summoned all my strength and struck Chen Laodao squarely on the cheek. With a resounding thud, he collapsed to the ground. The little demon, intent on attacking me, was halted by Chen Laodao's intervention. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued, "I have only a few days left to live. Heed my advice. The secrets of the Celestial Master's estate are not to be divulged to those of a different lineage. You are the grandson of Chun Junsheng. In this lifetime, you must never set foot on Longhu Mountain." "What has happened to my grandfather?" I asked urgently. "He is undergoing punishment," replied the old Taoist, gently stroking the small ghost beside him. I had anticipated a flawless outcome today, believing that the people of Longmen would appear at this critical juncture. "It is all ordained by fate, and your life is not meant to end yet." At that moment, the old Taoist lightly touched the small ghost's forehead. A seal was thus lifted, and the ghost's eyes gradually turned a vivid red, releasing years of pent-up resentment into the air. The old Taoist opened his arms, embracing the ghost, and I witnessed the small ghost burrow into the old Taoist's chest, devouring his internal organs completely. He uttered not a single word regarding the identity of the hidden puppet master, yet I knew that person must be on Longhu Mountain. Tang Lin's unwavering gaze suggested he was not the least bit shocked by my grandfather's plight. I remembered him saying once that, based on my grandfather's past actions, he would be deserving of extermination, and today, I had witnessed the scene of my grandfather's punishment within the statue. Just then, the door of the Jinlong temple was pushed open. A robust figure with a head full of white hair, Zhang Zong, strode in slowly. His eyes were bloodshot, with two golden fangs protruding menacingly, radiating ferocity. Yet his body was riddled with numerous wounds, appearing disheveled as though he had just endured a fierce battle. "Tang Lin Yin Gui, did you engage him in combat?" Zhang Zong nodded slightly, remarking, "I did not catch a clear glimpse of his appearance, yet he is formidable, employing the secret technique of the Heavenly Master S. Five Thunders. Regrettably, I am still unaware of who seeks to take my life." He inquired of Tang Lin whether he intended to escort me to Longmen. Tang Lin replied, "I have promised Wang Lin that I would spare his life. You need not worry." Zhang Zong waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave the Jinlong temple, his voice resonating through the night, should danger arise. "One may seek the protection of the goddess at Wanshou Mountain." After this matter concluded, we did not depart immediately. I remained in my hometown to attend to Zhang Na's funeral affairs. Aunt Wang, unable to bear the weight of grief, succumbed to madness, while Zhang Daqian's account fortuitously received a considerable sum. I was unaware of the source of this money, and on the day following the abduction of the old Taoist Chen by the hospital, a group of Taoists approached Tang Lin and me. Their attire revealed them to be from Longhu Mountain. Upon seeing Tang Lin, they offered a slight bow and clasped their fists, stating Qin Guangdo once studied at Longhu Mountain. Now his life has extinguished far from home. Though he brought this upon himself, it is only fitting that he returns to his roots. "We hope, Mr. Tang, you will grant us permission to take him back." Tang Lin responded, "Death is akin to the extinguishing of a lamp. I shall not cling to the deceased. It is indeed fortunate for Qin Guangda to be reclaimed by you, as he severed ties with Longhu Mountain long ago. The Taoist exchanged polite remarks before his gaze settled upon me. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "On the 1st of October, Longhu Mountain will bestow the talisman. This time, it is the Five Thunder Celestial Talisman, allowing one to command the heavenly army of thunder. Young friend, being the grandson of Chen Junsheng is a great honor. Do not forget this moment." The Taoist priest exuded an extraordinary demeanor, his age comparable to that of Tang Lin. Neither servile nor overbearing, his small eyes concealed any visible pupils, and when our gazes met, I felt an unsettling sensation as though he could see right through me. I merely inclined my head slightly, neither acquiescing nor rejecting his presence. After the individuals from Longhu Mountain departed, I requested Tang Lin to accompany me to Zhang Na's grave. The weather that day was overcast, and as we entered the cemetery, a pitch-black crow perched upon her gravestone came into view from a distance. Strangely, this crow possessed human-like eyes. It stood atop the gravestone, methodically grooming its feathers. Upon our arrival at the gravesite, it ascended into the air, circling above the grave for a spell before alighting on a nearby cypress tree, its gaze still intensely fixed upon me. Gazing at the familiar photograph on the gravestone, the memories of the past 5 years played in my mind like a cinematic reel. Those recollections now felt like a fleeting dream, and as the dream dissipated, everything transformed into an ephemeral illusion. I lit 3 incense sticks for Zhang Na, with Tang Lin standing beside me. He wore sunglasses and still donned that immaculate Zhongshan suit. From a manner in which Longhu Mountain regarded him, I discerned that his identity was undoubtedly extraordinary. Moreover, following my grandfather's grand funeral, it seemed to evoke a long-buried secret from the past. In his final moments, he was expending every ounce of his life to protect me. I said, "I wish to learn more about my grandfather. I am aware that you are currently engulfed in a myriad of uncertainties. However, my directive is to escort you away. As for the past, each individual possesses their own distinct interpretations. The essence of truth shall await the revelations of those elder figures." Tang Lin remarked, "Longmen? Your grandfather was also a member of Longmen." I nodded, having anticipated this revelation upon hearing the name Longmen from Qing Guangde. "When do we depart?" Tang Lin in Guit. "I wish to validate my suspicions. Remain here for a moment. I shall return shortly." I turned and proceeded to the cemetery management area. I had visited once before while searching for Wu Daxiong. After offering a sum to the security guard, I retrieved my tools and returned to Zhang Na's grave. It was imperative that I open the coffin, otherwise I would remain shackled by this emotional turmoil for a lifetime. The cemetery merely consisted of marble structures, covered with stone slabs, which I pried open with little effort. To my astonishment, I discovered a deceased crow perched atop Zhang Na's urn. This sight solidified all my conjectures. "When did this occur?" I asked. "During the incident at the villa, she was, in fact, already in a state of brain death. She simply remained unaware," Tang Lin responded. I lifted my gaze to the black crow perched atop the treetops, observing as if it were cognizant of the entire situation. Tang Lin continued, "It is known as the spirit crow, capable of traversing the underworld to guide lost souls. This girl's 7 souls are trapped within her corporeal form, while her spirit has become entwined with the spirit crow. It has just come to escort her soul back to the realm of the deceased." Chapter 47. Entering the capital, reflecting on the experiences of these past days, I recall the crimson-clad woman who bestowed upon me the town suppressing sword, followed by my encounter with the sinister spirit crow on the streets. Thanks to the formidable power of the sword, I was able to vanquish that spectral crow. Had it not been for the town-suppressing sword, I might have met with disaster during that fateful encounter with the raven. Is this person not the one who failed to appear outside the Dragon Town temple? I inquired. Tang Lin note that the means to control the spirit crows is a closely guarded secret of the Celestial Master's residence. Had I not arrived in time, you would have perished. After a prolonged wait, the spirit crow emitted a series of cries, flapping its wings and circling above the grave. From the depths of the mountains, a dark swarm of crows was summoned. Meanwhile, the spirit crow atop Zhang Na's urn began to dissipate. transforming into a wisp of azure smoke that drifted into the mass of crows, absorbed by one among them, thus becoming a spirit crow itself. Tang Lin explained that the notoriety of the fox, yellow, white, and gray is merely due to their divine endorsement from the five constant immortals. The intelligence of crows is remarkably high. Once they surpass their natural lifespan, they learn to safeguard their existence. If they inadvertently consume the eyeball of a dying person, they gradually transition to a diet of malevolent spirits, and over time, their eyes bear an increasingly human resemblance. Crows that have attained sentience are also referred to as spirit crows and, like other supernatural beings, seek to be enshrined. They pray for liberation from the cycle of beastly existence, ensuring that even after death, their souls may inhabit the bodies of their kin, thus achieving immortality. Therefore, aside from taming, they cannot be slain. The methods to tame spirit crows remain known only to the Celestial Master's residents. Whether it be the secrets of the dragon or the tales of my grandfather, they await my exploration. I inquired, "When shall we depart?" "Now," replied Tang Lin. I nodded, departing the cemetery with him and embarking in his vehicle. We sped forth towards the capital, and just as we neared our destination, he veered towards Langfang. Stopping at a service area, Tang Lin handed me a black eye mask and instructed, "Put this on." I asked, "What is this for?" "You are not yet a member of the Longmen. Wear the mask, recline, and rest for a while. I shall awaken you upon our arrival." Of course, this is the gentler approach. Should you resist, I would have no choice but to render you unconscious. I mused internally about their enigmatic nature. Unable to contend with them, I acquiesced to his request. Barely had I donned the mask when I succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Reflecting on my past, I was born by the grace of life. Fragile and weak, often beset by misfortunes during my childhood, my grandfather relentlessly honed my spirit, imparting wisdom that excess desire breeds suffering, and that the trials of life stem from greed. He taught that by cultivating moderation and inaction, one may attain true freedom of body and mind. Thus, he urged me to venture forth and observe humanity, believing it would aid in subduing my inner demons. He also asserted that a steadfast ambition, rather than a hasty one, leads to success. Life must be approached with diligence, one step at a time. All these experiences serve as testament to the trials of my youth. As for the secrets my grandfather entrusted to me, they originate from the timeless lore of the Mai school. The Mai faction traces its lineage back to the esteemed Mai Taoist, who bequeathed it to the venerable Chen, the ancestor of Taoism, thereby assimilating the essence of Taoist teachings. Chen disciple, Chen Yishan, synthesized the myriad arts and sciences of the realm, such as divination, geomancy, medicine, and astrological disciplines, culminating in the creation of a remarkable tome, the Records of Yishan Gong. The extraordinary insights contained within this book grant one the ability to perceive the intricacies of the world. Throughout history, various dynasties have encountered tragic events attributable to this text. Consequently, the Mai faction adheres to an ironclad rule. Each leader must orally transmit this book, leaving no written record. This constitutes a curse upon their lineage. Failure to comply would result in a most unfortunate demise. However, each individual's innate talent and comprehension of the records of Yaigongshan vary significantly. The absence of written study has rendered much of the book's content lost to the annals of time. It was not until the emergence of Zhang Lanyi from the Celestial Master's residence that hope was rekindled. A prodigious talent, the origins of his knowledge regarding the records of Yaigongshan remain a mystery. Subsequently, he departed from the Celestial Master's abode to assume the leadership of the Mai faction. Throughout his life, he took on two disciples, one of whom was my grandfather. The rules of the Mai faction dictate that the records of Yaigongshan may only be passed to the faction leader, which led to a complex web of enmity and loyalty between my grandfather and Chen Huaijun's grandfather. When I was but a child, my grandfather entrusted me with the records of Yaigongshan. However, my incomplete destiny renders me incapable of bearing the immense karmic repercussions inherent in the text. My grandfather, concerned for my impetuous youth, feared that should I wield the records of Yaigongshan, I would invoke divine retribution and meet an untimely end. Only when the dragon appears will I be able to restore my destiny. After a brief slumber along the way, I awoke to find Tang Lin guiding me to a courtyard reminiscent of the 1970s and 80s. The courtyard was aglow with bright lights, and I was ushered from the car by a companion. A shadowy path led us to a red brick building, flanked by lush ginkgo trees, their leaves dense and vibrant, while the ground beneath was immaculate, evoking a fleeting illusion of traversing back to the 1970s. We ascended to the third-floor conference room. The door was unlatched, with a weathered wooden door beside it bearing an ancient iron chain lock. Tang Lin remarked, "Once you pass this threshold, you shall be considered half of Longmen." I felt a twinge of resentment, questioning the significance of Longmen to him. Yet, Tang Lin maintained his stoic demeanor, lowering his voice, failed to overcome this challenge. "And it may cost you your life." I managed a wry smile, realizing I had indeed courted trouble. Upon entering, I noticed a vacant chair devoid of a backrest, more akin to a stool, traditionally reserved for servants in ancient times. An elder gestured for me to take the empty seat. Casting a glance at it, I refrained from sitting, firmly conveying my stance that if they sought my assistance, equal regard must be afforded to me. Following the sound, my gaze fell upon an elderly woman, her attire reminiscent of Madame Xi, with silvery hair and a dragon-headed cane in hand. The atmosphere grew tense, yet she broke the silence, saying, "Do not be anxious. Those with sentiment and righteousness navigate the bridge, while the cold-hearted meet their demise beneath the blade. You have not betrayed Longmen. Thus, we of the Five Veins are naturally kin." Including myself, there were 4 elders seated across from me. I pondered in my heart. My grandfather had instructed me to await a dragon, yet now, instead of the dragon, I found myself confronted by the dragon gate. Subsequently, the first to speak, an elderly gentleman, calmly inquired, "What do you observe upon the table?" I too noticed the extraordinary object on the round table. Initially, I presumed it to be jade. But if it were indeed jade, they would not have gone to such lengths to seek me out. Our sect specializes in the art of physiognomy, which encompasses a particular mastery known as the observation of qi. Every person and object possesses a unique aura. For instance, antiques excavated from tombs exude a certain, while weapons that have taken lives emanate a killing intent. Thus, any object endowed with spirit carries an essence. The qi we refer to bears a resemblance to the profound concept of as articulated in Buddhism, both being vast and intricate. The surface of this object is enveloped in a potent malevolent aura, its thin layers reminiscent of jade scales, strikingly akin to the legendary dragon scales. Chapter 48. The Dragon Lock. Well, however, I sensed an unsettling aura. If these were indeed the legendary dragon scales, it would be unlikely for anyone to approach them. Thus, I closed my eyes, concentrating my vital energy in my temples, silently reciting the incantations of the Mai sect. At this moment, the hue of my pupils deepened, rendering me seemingly monstrous in the eyes of outsiders. I gazed intently at the scales encased within the glass dome for a considerable while. A faint crimson hue shimmered upon them, exuding a potent malevolence. Such an aura is typically manifested only by vengeful spirits. Hence, I surmised that these were human bones, specifically polished fragments of a scapula. In the realm of feng shui, the intangible fortunes of a person can also become targets for theft. One nefarious practice involves grinding the scapula of a blood relative into thin slices and placing them in the ancestral grave of the target, thereby usurping their fortune, which bears a striking resemblance to this object. Such occurrences can transpire on a grand scale, from an entire nation down to a single village or household. Mountains and rivers may be referred to as dragon veins, while human shoulders are likened to dragon wings. If sufficient quantities are buried in a specific location, they can intercept the local geomantic energies. The gazes of those around me converged, clearly reflecting their curiosity about my insights. Consequently, I shared my observations in meticulous detail with everyone present. The elderly gentleman, upon hearing my revelations, gently applauded and remarked, "Indeed, your perception of the external appearance and internal structure is commendable. You have not abandoned the craftsmanship of the Mai sect." He then addressed those beside him, instructing, "Please bring in another chair." Shortly thereafter, Tang Lin appeared at the door, carrying a similarly styled official chair into the room, while taking the small stool outside. The old man said, "Please, take a seat." I expressed my gratitude to the elder. Casting aside my previous anxieties, I settled on only half of the chair, adhering to the customary practices of the older generation. The old man inquired, "Did your grandfather ever speak to you about the Dragon Gate?" While I had learned of the Dragon Gate through others, my understanding of the calamity of the Golden Dragon remained limited. I humbly shook my head, seeking his wisdom. Dan Wuyo sighed and introduced himself. "I am Dan Wuyo, the leader of the mountain sect." As for the calamity of the Golden Dragon, it refers to an event 50 years ago when the people of the East, using the bones of their fallen soldiers, forged the Golden Dragon, seizing the precious resources of our land. Your grandfather, Chen Junsheng, was among those who sought the dragon back then. Realizing the implications, I understood they were casting blame upon my grandfather. Nevertheless, I held unwavering trust in my kin. Lifting my head, I offered a smile. "Regardless, he is long gone, and you may craft your narratives as you wish." The elderly lady beside Dan Wuyo glared at me with disdain and began to mock me vocally. The art of divination and fate reading is a treasured legacy of our ancient culture. Chen Junsheng was not merely adept in these arts. He possessed profound knowledge of the supreme techniques of the Tianshi sect, as well as the extraordinary skills of human and earthly divination. He led the 5 sects in fierce battles against the East, contending for the 3 origins and 9 fortunes. The East, having concealed the dragon coffin along the Yellow River and plundering our water resources, faced the wrath of Chen Junsheng, who, employing the mountain suppression of the Great Array, inflicted casualties upon their sorcerers by the hundreds. At that time, our land was under the auspices of the 5 yellow fortunes, with prosperity on the horizon. The Golden Dragon, symbolizing wealth, lay dormant, yet Chen Junsheng conspired with the East on Myoji to unearth the position of the Golden Dragon in our realm, establishing the 7 mystical passes. Pierced by thousands of katana forged in the land of the rising sun, the dragon's veins bleed. They further polished the dragon scales using the bones of their fallen compatriots, causing the great currents to flow from the east, and our homeland has endured 2 decades of calamity. At that time, Chen Junsheng was taken to the east by an onmyoji named Kimura Takuya under the guise of academic exchange, summoned to the ISC Grand Shrine. Now I ask you, does he not qualify as a traitor? The elderly woman slammed her hand on the table, and a young girl in her 20s approached. She produced a black and white photograph and placed it on the edge of the round table before turning to face me. 3 yuan and 9 movements, each cycle lasting 20 years. It is precisely because of your grandfather's actions that we have lost 2 decades. This incident has transformed the practitioners of the Xianmin into supernatural beings. Chen Junsheng, following Chen Junyi, retreated into the depths of the mountains, later proclaiming his withdrawal from the world after the storm had passed. We inquired about his reasons, yet he remained silent. After hearing the elderly woman's tale, I was left speechless. The other elders at the round table exhibited unwavering composure. Yet the old woman was the most agitated. I suspected my grandfather must have offended her in his youth. Regardless, I would not be swayed by their numbers or opinions. The elderly woman likely anticipated my contrition, perhaps envisioning me kneeling in shame or weeping in a plea for forgiveness. My demeanor, however, remained casual and composed. Watching her face pale in anger, Shan Wuyo, concerned for the elderly woman's health, urged her to let go of past grievances. The elderly woman sneered, "I, Huang Wanrong, will never forgive the descendants of the Chen family." Chen Junsheng met a comfortable death, while my husband was imprisoned in a barn during that great incident, subjected to brutal beatings, force-fed cow dung and hay, and tortured to death. You expect me to let go? How can I? Dan Wuyo felt a wave of embarrassment. He turned to me and said, "This time, I sought you out to propose that our 5 branches unite as one. Longmen has always been a family. As long as Longmen exists, those extraordinary individuals of Huaxia will have the opportunity to cross the river and transform into dragons." Before I could speak, Huang Wanrong interjected coldly, "Old Dan, I am giving you face, but if he wishes to cross the Longmen, he can." Chen Junsheng willingly handed over the golden vein to the people of the East, and, as his grandson, he must reclaim it. I remained silent, listening to their heated argument before me. At that moment, Dan Wuyo turned to me, inquiring about my thoughts. I cleared my throat softly, feeling awkward, and said, Esteemed elders, I believe there must be some misunderstanding. My grandfather instructed me to wait at home for a dragon to seek me out for divination. If there is any misunderstanding here, I would rather not waste any more time. I pushed back my chair, preparing to leave. The young woman beside Elder Huang angrily exclaimed, Do you really think Longmen is a marketplace? Let me tell you, your return is a sign of respect. Do you have any idea how many people are eager to cross the Longmen? I sighed in resignation. I am not in a hurry. Why are you? Did you not hear the conditions your grandmother just presented to me? She wants me to single-handedly challenge the divine palace of the East. Is that madness? Dan Wui cast a glance at the surrounding elders and spoke in a hushed tone. Do not be anxious. The matter of the calamity of the Golden Dragon can be temporarily set aside. The primary reason for summoning the descendants of the Chen family to the capital is for another significant matter. Of course, it also pertains to the dragon visage left behind by Chen Junsheng for his progeny. This statement effectively tethered me to the situation. To be candid, my fate is incomplete, rendering me incapable of bearing the karmic repercussions of the Yigong mountain record. In recent days, I have found myself incessantly questioning the existence of dragons in this world. Among the 12 zodiac animals, 11 are familiar to us, while the dragon symbolizes a more profound spirit. However, among the 5 elements masters of northeast China, there exists the esteemed Qinglong master. I exclaimed in astonishment. Do dragons truly exist? Dan Wui nodded affirmatively. I eagerly pressed on. Where can they be found? At the Long Lockwell in Beijing Bridge. Chapter 49. 9 chrysanthemums. After so many convolutions, the other party finally broached the subject, leaving me with an unsettling sense of doubt. Indeed, Shan Wuyo continued. However, the Dragon Gate has its rules. The hidden realm of dragons is not to be entered by those who are not of the Dragon Gate, as you are not yet one of us. I cannot take you there. I widened my eyes in disbelief. Were these old foxes deliberately toying with me? They summoned me to the Dragon Gate. Yet Huang Wanrong refused to comply. Without her consent, my entry was impossible, and without entry, I could not present my divinations to the dragon. Deprived of that opportunity, I would merely become an ordinary fortune teller in the realm. I inhaled deeply. Old man, may I suggest that you are playing me for a fool? Patience, he replied, his countenance exuding an air of cunning that was decidedly discomforting. He continued, the incident involving the theft of the Golden Dragon vein is fraught with oddities. Logically speaking, your grandfather would not have been able to smuggle such a substantial entity out of the country. As for the recent visit from the Easterners for a Buddhist exchange, it is a fa ade. Openly, monks preach and expound, while covertly, it involves practitioners of yin and yang. I fixed my gaze upon his eyes. So what? I struggled to suppress the fury that flared within me as they alternately provoked and extinguished my ire. I vowed that, given the choice, I would rather perish than engage further with them. Since the Dragon Gate had lain dormant for many years, we had not engaged in any contests. This time, they had deliberately returned with the Golden Dragon vein to bait us into action. Shan Wuyo commanded someone to produce a photograph. As I leaned in closer, I beheld an image of a monk gilded in gold. They once seized the fate of the Hua, Xia, using human bones, sealing the golden vein within the body of a high monk, who accepted offerings from mortals to achieve the purpose of siphoning luck. This brings me to the second matter for which I sought your presence. The Ma-E-Sex method of observing the aura can discern the energy field of objects, while the dragon physique technique can differentiate the strength of one's fortune. The old fellows and I are skeptical of their benevolence. Yet the matter concerning the Golden Dragon vein demands caution. We have witnessed your capabilities. Recently, it has become evident that you have no ties to the Kimura family. Hence, you shall oversee this reception and seek opportunities to clarify the situation. If it truly is the Golden Dragon vein, we will spare no effort to ensure it remains in Huaxia. If not, we can avoid unnecessary conflict. Old Lady Huang remarked. Our late Elder Liao's greatest wish before his demise was to reclaim the fortune that was to be taken away. Should you assist us in accomplishing this task, I promise you a place in the Dragon Gate. I shrugged. Was there truly any choice left? If I did not lend them a hand, they would not take me to the Dragon Lockwell. Shan Wuyo said, for the next few days, you shall remain in the capital. I will have Huang Hui arrange your accommodations. 3 days hence, you may volunteer to accompany us. Many adept individuals will arrive. If matters proceed smoothly, my first act will be to take you to meet the Dragon King and restore your destiny, allowing you to join the Dragon Gate and establish a lineage within the Dragon Gate's auspicious pathways. I was well aware that these old foxes were concealing something. After the meeting concluded, the young lady named Huang Hui approached me, eager to guide me away. The others from various factions also stepped forward to shake my hand, establishing a semblance of familiarity. As I departed alongside Huang Hui, we stepped outside where Tang Lin gestured for us to come over, a faint smile adorning his face. Miss Huang, for the next few days, I shall assume the role of your driver. The notion of having the renowned 13 Protectors Tang Lin as my chauffeur certainly provided ample fodder for boasting upon my return. Huang Hui remarked with a chuckle. Is he truly that famous? Why such an unrefined nickname? I directed my gaze towards Tang Lin. He, however, maintained a stoic expression and informed me that these secrets would only be unveiled upon my entry into Longmen. Before we departed, the fact that I had arrived in the capital reminded me of someone who might possess knowledge of certain undisclosed matters. Thus, I inquired by the way, do you know where Wanshou Mountain is located? Tang Lin and Huang Hui exchanged glances, seemingly perplexed by my request. Noticing their expressions, I curiously asked, is there a problem? Are you going for a sightseeing trip, or? Tang Lin probed. I wish to meet a friend, I replied. Zhang Xiang? He further inquired. I nodded, increasingly convinced that the individuals from Longmen had already discerned my intentions. It seemed that Zhang Xiang's words from that day were indeed truthful. It would be ideal to encounter the esteemed concubine Zhen, but if that proves impossible, I would appreciate their assistance in contacting Zhang Xiang. After all, being in the capital, it would be reasonable to seek out an acquaintance, wouldn't it? Huang Hui scoffed, were it not for the indifferent nature of those at Wanshou Mountain, who still adhere to decorum. We would have long united to eliminate them. And Chen Zheng, as a member of Longmen, you ought to be mindful of our collective image. After all, they're still considered monsters. I am not yet a member of Longmen. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead and take care of them. We can reconnect upon my return. I waved to her and entered Tang Lin's car, while Huang Hui, likely acting on the orders of the matriarch, followed closely behind. Subsequently, our group made our way to Wanshou Mountain. The capital is bustling with people, and Wanshou Mountain was once a royal garden. Now, it is considered a 5-star tourist attraction. As we traveled from the Dongqing district to the Xiqing district, the journey was quite lengthy. While in the car, I deliberately closed my eyes to rest. I noticed Huang Hui occasionally stealing glances at me through the rearview mirror, her large eyes filled with curiosity. I decided to tease her. Beautiful lady, with such a dashing figure like your Lin brother beside you, why do you find yourself occasionally peeking at me? Speak up. Have you taken a liking to me? Bah, how shameless you are. Besides, if you don't look at me, how would you know I am looking at you? She retorted, resembling a proud little phoenix eager to instigate a quarrel. Tang Lin remarked thoughtfully, the 4 branches of Longmen have been preserved for many years. If we were to establish a separate branch for you, it might be difficult to gain their allegiance. Hold on, I never considered returning to Longmen. It is you all who have pressured me. My grandfather's dying wish was for me to fulfill my destiny and to live as an honest person, I replied. Rest assured, what old Shan has promised will certainly be fulfilled. The most challenging task ahead is to find a way to approach the golden body and uncover the schemes of the Easterners, Tang Lin said, his expression grave. Huang Hui solemnly remarked, we will find a way to bring you closer to the golden statue, but you must exercise caution. The Kimura family has a background in espionage, and their vigilance is exceptionally high. In her words, I detected an undercurrent of caution regarding the Kimura family. If we were truly allies, why the need for such wariness? Thus, it became evident that those elderly gentlemen secretly believed that my grandfather was not a traitor. Eager to understand more about my destiny, I inquired about the Kimura family. According to Huang Hui, the Kimura family is a prestigious lineage from the land of the rising sun, descended from a prominent figure associated with the ISC Grand Shrine. A secret offspring from generations past. As the lineage progressed, by the time of the Qing dynasty in China, the Kimura family had already become esteemed guests of the esteemed 9 chrysanthemums of the East. Chapter 50. Calamity. The origins of the 9 chrysanthemum sect can be traced back to the glorious Tang dynasty of the Huaxia civilization. During this period, nations from afar paid homage, and it was at this time that the Eastern Isles introduced the phrase into their culture. They nurtured chrysanthemums with 9 varieties of venom, allowing the flowers to bloom in winter, thus earning the name 9 chrysanthemums. These poison blossoms not only bore lethal toxins, but also served as instruments for their nefarious practices. The male disciples of the sect were renowned for their mastery of geomancy and dark sorcery, particularly excelling in the art of cloud robbery. The feng shui battles at Lujiazui were a common ploy employed by the 9 chrysanthemum sect. Meanwhile, the female members carried a red hemp rope as a talisman, skilled in summoning cats and exorcising spirits, using witchcraft to inflict harm. In their daily affairs, the 9 chrysanthemums catered exclusively to the affluent elite of the Eastern Isles, with disciples spread across various Asian nations. Additionally, they were adept in necromancy and corpse manipulation, holding an extreme reverence for the geomancy of fish, often employing them in their strategic layouts. Their history was rife with complex entanglements with the Huaxia Longmen. Many years ago, the 9 chrysanthemum sect committed a grave transgression. At that time, the Huaxia continent was unified, and the sect, with great cunning, set its sights on the island province, resulting in a catastrophic earthquake. A feng shui master from the 9 chrysanthemum sect disguised himself as a monk to propagate the teachings of Buddhism. Through his profound knowledge, he garnered the trust of the local populace, and after years of seclusion, he discovered the dragon vein near a place called Yulong Mountain. Consequently, the master buried a 70-centimeter ghostly blade at this location, marking merely the first step in his scheme to secure the dragon vein. In the heart of the city, the Huangdi Temple stands at a pivotal point in the dragon vein. They clandestinely bribed the local authorities and invested heavily in the construction of a 9-story square pagoda, precisely situated atop the dragon's nexus. Not long after, a devastating earthquake struck, resulting in catastrophic fatalities. Overnight, the pristine waters of Yulong Mountain transformed from crystal clear to a murky yellow, as yellow mud surged forth and dragon's blood manifested. These expressions, steeped in the terminology of feng shui, signify the disruption of the dragon vein, an omen of impending calamity. Fortunately, descendants of the celestial master resided nearby. Sensing the unusual circumstances, he hastily gathered numerous friends to investigate. Upon discovering the pagoda, he exclaimed in dismay. The interior was saturated with scriptures intended for pacification, prompting him to urgently initiate its dismantlement. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he dispatched individuals to excavate further. Soon, they unearthed a pitch-black demonic sword, embedded deep within the earth. This artifact was formed from the circular soil resultant from the feng shui configuration, resembling an egg, and was the very essence of feng shui energy. Surrounding this sword were 6 demon-suppressing pillars, each inscribed with incantations, human bones, and talismans. Although the feng shui arrangement had been disrupted, the damage had already been wrought. In the subsequent period, the island province experienced a surge of natural disasters. Meanwhile, the Mukamura clan had long been involved during the wartime, as leaders of the Black Dragon Society in the northern regions, exploring the territory of Huaxia. Their aim was to sever the lifeblood of Huaxia. Before the Northeast War, they even dispatched individuals to obliterate the Changbai Mountain, reportedly driven out by a pack of yellow weasels. Yet what ultimately transpired remains shrouded in mystery. The leader who has come this time is named Kimura Yoshiko, the granddaughter of Kimura Takuya. Due to the incident involving her father's demise at the Golden Dragon Vein, the people of Huaxia Longmen are skeptical of her intentions. Upon reflection, I pondered the matters that Huang Hui had previously shared with me. If the Golden Dragon Vein truly possesses such significance, it would undoubtedly be heavily guarded. As I prepare to take the lead, I must approach the situation with utmost caution. However, several questions linger. If this is indeed of such paramount importance, why would they seek the assistance of a stranger like myself, someone they have not encountered in many years? On that sunny afternoon, we arrived at Wanshou Mountain. After purchasing tickets and strolling along the lakeside, Tang Lin guided me to the tourist site's restroom. There, an elderly temporary worker was sweeping the floor. Upon spotting Tang Lin and our group from a distance, he approached us with his broom, exuding an air of indignation. As he drew nearer, he rolled up his armband and pointed at us, exclaiming, "What brings Longmen people here?" The mountain master once stated that if anyone from Longmen set foot on Wanshou Mountain, they would be thrown into the river. What do you propose we do about that? The elderly worker gripped his broom tightly, his temper flaring as he spoke, his murky eyes gradually reddening. It became evident to me that this man was not entirely human. At that moment, Huang Hui, with a glint of mischief in her eyes, interjected, "Sir, we had no intention of coming here. It was all his idea. Do as you see fit." Alas, the vengeful spirit of women is indeed formidable. Merely engaging in a few terse exchanges within the confines of a vehicle, and yet she continues to harbor intentions of ensnaring me. The elderly gentleman is remarkably obedient, truly approaching with a broom in hand. I offered an awkward smile towards him, only to observe the swirling dark energy enveloping his arms as he spoke in a somber tone. The mountain master has proclaimed that none in Longmen are virtuous. I attempted to clarify my non-affiliation with Longmen, but the old man was impervious to my words. Tang Lin interposed himself between us, asserting, "Enough, esteemed elder. Let's not escalate this further." He maintained a respectful demeanor as he continued. He is the grandson of Chen Junsheng. The mountain master had established a decree that Chen Junsheng may traverse Wanshou Mountain at will. Initially, I had no intention of bringing him here, yet he insisted upon it, and I found myself unable to deter him. I was momentarily taken aback, surprised to discover that my grandfather wielded such influence. The elderly man's expression transformed with delight, and he cast aside the broom. With several small steps, he approached me, scrutinizing closely. "You've grown so much. You are far more handsome than your grandfather." Alas, that little rascal never heeded my counsel. Otherwise, how splendid it would have been to have him as my neighbor on Wanshou Mountain. No sooner had he spoken than a tear of blood streamed down his cheek. He hastily wiped it away, his visage resembling that of one who has endured a beating. The old man quickly produced a vibrant red beverage and gulped it down heartily. As the blood ceased to flow from his eyes, he lamented, "It is not easy being one of us zombies, devoid of tears, yet in moments of agitation, blood spills forth. It's as if one were experiencing a woman's monthly tribulations." He then beckoned, "Come, let your ancestor take you for a boat ride." I gazed at Tang Lin and Huang Hui, who seemed to have anticipated this situation long ago. The elderly gentleman who escorted me onto the boat appeared to be wary of eavesdroppers. As a newcomer to Kyoto, I found myself entangled in a web of intrigue. The people from Longmen urged me to spy on the golden statue, while now I was being accused of having a traitorous grandfather, leaving me uncertain of whom to trust. The old man was a staff member of considerable experience. With his polite demeanor, he initiated our conversation, while the ticket lady discreetly guided us through a back entrance, allowing us to bypass the queue and board a pedal boat. It seemed that the old man had a distaste for the Zhengxie sword, so in order to avoid any discomfort, I tucked the sword into my trousers. As the boat gradually approached the center of the lake, he, who had initially been hunched over, began to straighten his posture. Chapter 51. Mount Wanshou. At that moment, he resembled the formidable Zhang Ziang I had previously encountered. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his presence exuded a fierce aura. With his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at Tang Lin and the other individual by the riverbank. "Has that scoundrel from Longmen been giving you trouble, bringing you to the capital?" I recounted the recent events I had experienced. Stealing a glance at the old man's visage, I was not surprised. Despite his imposing demeanor, the mark of death was evident on him, devoid of color and shrouded in a chilling aura. As a zombie unperturbed by light, I found it quite astonishing. The old man sighed. I am called Ma Dashuai. You may refer to me as Ma Dage. In the past, I was responsible for raising horses for the emperor. Over 40 years ago, Chen Junshang assisted me in slaying the Wangyue eel and secured 2 dragon pearls. Zhang Ziang and I each received one, which granted us immunity from sunlight, a tremendous blessing. Otherwise, I might still be resting in a coffin. You need not worry. I shall never bring you harm, nor will Zhang Ziang, that old eunuch. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Dashuai lowered his voice. Remember this, do not speak of it to others. If you encounter any danger in the capital, flee to Mount Wanshou. Once you ascend the mountain, the goddess will protect you. No one will dare to harm you. I have no desire to elaborate further. You are safe within the confines of Mount Wanshou, bounded by the gnarled old tree at the foot of the mountain. I owe no debts to anyone from hundreds of years ago, and I shall owe none in the centuries to come. After a brief reminiscence, Ma Dashuai me pendant un aged yellow dusk. At first glance, it resembled a wolf's fang, its sharp edges having been worn smooth, the surface polished with time. As I pondered in confusion, Master Ma reminded me that this was the corpse tooth left by the empress. Simply dipping it in water would suffice to claim a life. The antidote, on the other hand, was the dental pulp, which could be extracted with a fine needle to alleviate the poison. I verbally dismissed my grandfather's reputation as a traitor, yet inwardly, I still yearned to vindicate him. I inquired, Master Ma, are you aware of the tale surrounding the Golden Dragon vein? Master Ma reflected for a moment before recounting an incident related to the calamity of the Golden Dragon. My grandfather was then the leader of the 5 veins and also the head of Longmen. At that time, when the Japanese came for a cultural exchange, a practitioner of yin and yang named Kimura, an old acquaintance of my grandfather, secretly departed from Kyoto to the Jade Gate Pass. There, they discovered a small dragon in the Obsidian River, as reported by the local villagers. The reasons behind my grandfather's assistance to the Japanese in abducting the small dragon with human bones remain a mystery to this day. However, this incident undeniably shattered the geomantic balance of Jade Gate Pass, unleashing a deluge of yellow sand across the area. Had it not been for the descendants of the Liu family presenting the town's treasure, a millennium-old timber that reconnected the feng shui, Jade Gate Pass would have succumbed to ruin. It is likely that the losses would have been far greater, resulting in decades of barren land in that region. His narration left me in profound perplexity. My grandfather was a man of unwavering integrity and remarkable fortitude. If this were the case, why would he bestow the Golden Dragon vein upon the Japanese? This conundrum eluded my comprehension. Yet, as Sing Waya and Huang Wanrong had articulated, I indeed bore the responsibility to assist in reclaiming the golden vein. Aboard the vessel, Master Ma engaged me in light conversation once more. As we approached the shore, Tang Lin and Huang Huai stood patiently to one side. Upon our departure, I inquired of Tang Lin whether the beings at Wanshou Mountain in the capital could be deemed monsters. Huang Huai shook her head, clarifying that they could hardly be classified as such. They were merely a congregation of the deceased, interred in the earth. As long as one did not disturb them, they remained undisturbed. Despite their dwelling in the damp and shadowy depths, crawling with pests, they stubbornly clung to existence. Zombies, born from the 7 souls, lack the 3 spirits necessary for rebirth. They are inherently timid and thus not to be feared. I nodded in understanding. No wonder the adage held true. If you do not provoke me, I shall not provoke you. It became clear that Zhang Ziang's ability to cultivate such a vast medical enterprise was indicative of his astute economic acumen. At that moment, Huang Huai's phone rang, and the urgency on the other end was palpable. After hanging up, she hurriedly said, Lingu, please take me to Tianzhou Community. And Chunzheng, you must accompany us as well. My grandmother insists I keep a vigilant eye on you around the clock. You might as well come along while you sleep. As I wouldn't mind at all, I replied with resignation. Huang Hui shot me a glare, seemingly unamused by my jest. Dan Lin Yin does it? I have fulfilled my duties for today. My shift is over. I shall park the car at the subway station, and you too can take the subway from there. Huang Hui cast a forlorn glance at Tang Lin, but he remained impervious to her dismay, stating, It's of no use to look at me. Your sister-in-law awaits my return to prepare dinner. Now you go. With no other recourse, we were ushered out of the vehicle by the good-hearted Tang Lin. Turning towards the subway to reach the Tianzhou community in Dongsheng, we arrived at the building S entrance only to discover a cordon of police tape barring our way. A number of uniformed officers were present at the scene, and upon encountering Huang Hui, they greeted her warmly. It was then that I realized she was a forensic expert. A suicide had occurred here, yet the circumstances surrounding the deaths were rather perplexing. A man and a woman were found completely naked, seemingly engaged in some clandestine activity on the balcony, before tragically falling. At first glance, this appeared quite ordinary. However, the entire building lacked any balconies. I overheard them recounting the incident, suggesting that the shattering of 3 layers of glass had led to the couple's descent. As I watched Huang Hui crouch down to examine the bodies, a chill ran down my spine. The intensity of her gaze upon the cadavers bore an unsettling resemblance to the way she had looked at me earlier. "Officer Huang, we did not dare to move the bodies. Please take a look at this," one officer said, lifting the sheet to reveal a crimson handprint. This hand was notably larger than that of an average person, and furthermore, it possessed 8 fingers. Identifying the owner of such a distinctive trait should not pose much difficulty. However, a lingering mystery remained. The family's door had been locked from inside. In her capacity as a medical expert, Huang Hui transformed entirely as she delved into her work. She meticulously examined the scene and stated, "We must first investigate the 8 hands, and the body should be taken for further analysis." Wait a moment. As she examined the corpses, I sensed something amiss. Despite the couple's faces being unrecognizable due to the fall, if they had been pushed with force from the outside, there would surely be bruises surrounding them. Yet, why were the handprints on their backs as crimson as blood? "What is it?" Huang Hui glanced at me. I recounted the observations I had made. Huang Hui nodded in acknowledgement, having discerned the situation, which is why she intended to transport the body for examination. I said, "Give me some time. I can ascertain the cause of death right here." "What do you mean? You wish to perform an autopsy here?" a young man exclaimed in astonishment. I clarified, the study of anatomy encompasses both the superficial and the skeletal. The principles converge, and conducting an examination of the corpse is entirely feasible. Besides, do you not wish to understand how the fingerprints appeared? All eyes turned towards me, and observing the astonished expressions on their faces, I took a step back. Of course, if there is any disagreement, I would not press further. Chapter 52. The ghostly painting upon my arrival in Kyoto. The faded dragon visage my grandfather had spoken of stood before me. I realized that as long as I did not disturb the arcane arts, my grandfather's seal would not impose any constraints upon me. At that moment, my sole intention was to offer assistance. Most individuals were in opposition, apprehensive that my actions might disrupt the scene and hinder the pursuit of the perpetrator. However, Huang Hui, defying the majority, urged me to step forward. Amidst the collective gaze, I approached the male cadaver without gloves, scrutinizing its skeletal structure. The fall had occurred from the 5th floor, the corpse lying face down. The anterior portion of the skeleton was shattered, and the skull lay in fragments. The entire body resembled a disc, sprawled upon the ground. Notably, the deceased bore a tattoo of a blade etched between the thoracic and lumbar vertebrae. In our profession, there exists a particular doctrine regarding the interplay between bones and tattoos. The skin and flesh are believed to correspond with one's destiny on a future day. Should one happen to encounter a phase marked by bloodshed, and if a tattoo is present, it is as though that calamity is rendered null. A typical healthy individual possesses 26 vertebrae, 7 in the cervical region, 12 in the thoracic, and 5 in the lumbar. The area between the lumbar and thoracic vertebrae is known as the dragon spine, governing the course of one's existence. In truth, one may choose to get tattooed. Yet curiously, this particular design was a broken blade, the tattoo's incision penetrating the skin partially, with crimson droplets resembling blood gracing its hilt. The blade buried 7 inches deep. While tattoos themselves do not bring about death, they may diminish the fortune of the bearer during that period. Should one encounter a fateful disaster, peril may ensue. Nevertheless, tattoos possess a relative nature. Ritualistic tattoos can potentially dispel the malevolent energies one is destined to confront. After examining the bones, I continued. Based on the skeletal age, he is 37. Upon reaching 38, he will face a calamity. His sinews and bones possess a noble aura, indicating he should engage in the freight business. Furthermore, the marks on his back are not mere handprints. Observe closely. As I spoke, I gently struck his back and requested a needle from those present. I pricked it near the area of the eighth finger, and as the blood spread, it resembled the blossoming of a petal. Huang Hui, astonished, inquired, "What is this?" I chose not to address her confusion and continued. The art of bone reading posits the human potential is boundless. Consider an elderly woman of 70 who, in a moment of desperation to save her grandchild, can lift a car with her bare hands, or a mother, upon witnessing her child fall, who can sprint 100 meters in under 10 seconds. Such extraordinary feats, including escaping from a dog by leaping onto a roof, are manifestations of the latent power bestowed by the dragon spine. I lifted my gaze toward the shattered window, continuing, "Those who awaken this potential invariably suffer skeletal damage, and in some cases, even death. This individual has been provoked, stimulating his dragon spine to unleash extraordinary abilities. You may turn him over to examine. His dragon yang has yet to dissipate, and a severed dragon root causes significant swelling. The overexertion of the dragon spine leads to excessive consumption of potential, resulting in a loss of rationality, shattering glass in the process. You may check the woman. There must be bone she has crushed beneath his grip." After my examination of the deceased, a flicker of doubt rose within me as I observed the pattern on the deceased's back. It strikingly resembled a chrysanthemum. I removed my clothing and gently pressed against it. The indistinct pattern elicited gasps of astonishment from those surrounding me. You may seek out this tattoo design. It holds the key to the case's truth. However, I regret to inform you that even if you locate the individual, it will be to no avail, as this remains an accident. As I uttered these words, my gaze fell upon the tragically deceased woman, and I noticed a contusion, approximately the size of a thumb, on her back. After a moment of contemplation, I continued, "If it poses no impediment, I would like to examine the scene." The ecchymosis on the deceased woman's body was diminutive. Under ordinary circumstances, such a mark would not arouse my suspicion. However, her skin was shrunken and desiccated, indicating that her internal organs had been eviscerated by some means. This, coupled with the fact that the male victim's dragon spine had been sealed, a feat that could not be easily accomplished by an ordinary individual, led me to believe that something was amiss. Initially, they harbored doubts about my claims, but when the male corpse was lifted, it was evident that his lower region was engorged, resembling two enlarged billiard balls. This spectacle left everyone exchanging bewildered glances. Huang Hui then addressed a middle-aged man, saying, "Captain, this is a friend of mine. I will accompany him upstairs to examine the scene." The man nodded in acknowledgement, cautioning me not to tamper with the crime scene. As Huang Hui and I entered the fifth-floor crime scene, we found the interior in disarray. Various adult paraphernalia were strewn about, causing me to blush with embarrassment. Huang Hui, a meticulous professional, specifically instructed me not to touch anything and to preserve the integrity of the scene. The television in the room had been shattered, and bloodstains adorned the walls, as if the place had been ransacked. Approaching the shattered window, the glass lay in ruins, reminiscent of a misstep that led to its demise. The exposed cement blocks at the edge of the sill were inexplicable. After all, it is inconceivable for a normal individual to dismantle a window while unclothed. I meticulously examined every object within the room, my attention drawn to 7 oil paintings adorning the living room wall, particularly the central piece, which exuded an unsettling aura. In the painting stood a woman clad in red, holding a crimson umbrella as she perched upon a bridge. One half of her face appeared ghostly, while the other remained distinctly human. Beneath the bridge, a multitude of famished spirits were depicted in a pitiful state, their tattered garments and slender necks highlighted as they clawed at a naked woman. Yet, the most disquieting aspect was the gaze of the woman in the painting, which instilled an uncomfortable sensation of being watched from any angle. "You've been standing before this painting for quite some time. What have you discerned?" Huang Hui inquired. I lifted my hand and gently caressed the artwork, responding earnestly, "Such formidable sorcery resides here. There's a vengeful spirit captured within this canvas, a remarkably powerful one. I fail to comprehend. It merely appears to be a painting, Huang Hui countered, shaking her head. I elucidated. The artistry of ink and paint can indeed harness the energies of heaven and earth, altering the flow of feng shui. If certain specific substances are used as ink, along with the artist's own cultivation, it is possible for a painting to turn a residence into a cursed dwelling. Do not jest. I too am of the Longmen lineage. While the painting may seem a tad sinister, cannot wield the power to alter feng shui, Huang Hui asserted with confidence. I pose a question. Are you a virgin? What? She was momentarily taken aback. I inquired once more. Are you a virgin? Huang Hui's face flushed crimson with indignation as she retorted. What do you mean? I must inform you that we are currently engaged in work, and if you persist with your flattery, even if Grandpa Dan were to protect you, I would ensure you face the consequences. Observing her earnest demeanor, I realized that Huang Hui had misunderstood my intentions. Thus, I reluctantly clarified. Do you not wish to know about this painting? I asked if you're a virgin because if you are not, it would be perilous to proceed. At that moment, the thought of 4 malevolent spirits flickered in my mind. Huang Hui finally grasped the situation and nodded slowly. I elaborated, stand before this painting, cut your index finger, and smear your blood upon the lips of the image. If you're not a virgin, the face of the demon within the painting will transform entirely into a ghastly visage, and it shall come to claim your life. Conversely, if you are a virgin, the demon's face will metamorphose into that of an exquisite woman. Chapter 53. The tattoo parlor, such a wondrous phenomenon, is truly a first for me. Yet my curiosity compels me to inquire how you discerned it. Huang Hui, with her sharp nails, delicately sliced her index finger, forcing a droplet of blood to emerge, which she then brushed against the canvas. In an instant, the woman depicted in the painting came to life. She slowly turned, bashfully concealing half her face with an umbrella, her monstrous essence gradually transforming into that of a human. It moved. It truly moved, Huang Hui exclaimed. Had she not been a maiden, her soul would have been drawn into the painting, and the hungry spirits beneath the bridge would have devoured her essence entirely. Continuing my examination of the ancient artwork, I assured her of its safety. I elaborated, during feudal times, women who lost their chastity before marriage were often met with fatal consequences at the hands of their newlywed husbands. Upon death, their souls harbored resentment towards the notion of purity. Any woman who had lost her maidenhood would be subjected to their vengeance. The spirits beneath the bridge are malevolent ghosts, and the souls of those women who caused their demise would be consumed by these wraiths, thereby bringing fortune to the artist. How do you know this? She inquired. Knowledge comes from reading, I replied, gesturing towards the painting. The girl must have been ensnared by this very artwork. Look closely at the center among the spirits. I indicated the area where a naked woman, encircled by vengeful ghosts, writhed in agony, her face twisted in torment as she was devoured by the hungry apparitions. As time passed, the figure in the painting began to fade away. Huang Hui pondered aloud. It seems rather implausible that a man would hang a ghostly painting in his home, only for both individuals to perish within its confines. Indeed, I nodded. Huang Hui exchanged glances with me, her eyes wide with surprise. Are you implying that there are others involved? The bloodstains on the man's body bore a resemblance to chrysanthemums. The 8-petaled flower was a symbol of the 9 chrysanthemum faction. They were supposed to come for a gathering, yet at this crucial moment, an incident had occurred. Huang Hui found this reasoning plausible, and after we left the scene, her colleagues were also investigating a totem strikingly similar to a chrysanthemum. As the hour was still early, we decided to find a place to dine, but I had no money, so she footed the bill. Huang Hui remarked that I was not manly enough. Yet I had no means to remedy the situation, as I still owed Chen Huaijuan 5,000 yuan. We also sought out a venue to watch 2 films. After the screenings, I insisted on dragging her to a nearby beverage shop. Huang Hui quipped, I can't help but wonder if you're deliberately taking advantage of this opportunity to mooch a meal and drinks. Look at the time. Don't rush. We can eat on the way, I replied, calling the proprietor for 2 cups of hot milk tea. On such a sweltering day, I prefer it iced, Huang Hui insisted. Trust me, it's better hot. I trust you only to regret it. After a day of your relentless antics, I'm utterly exhausted." She sighed in resignation, adamantly requesting the owner to switch to iced tea. I did not object, and with the hot milk tea in hand, we returned once more to the base of the apartment building where the incident transpired. It was precisely 11:30 at night, and the neighborhood had grown significantly quieter. Sitting on a bench near the entrance, I cradled the milk tea without taking a sip, fixating on the door, awaiting the right moment. Huang Hui inquired whether I wanted to notify the police in advance. I did not agree. Such matters are beyond the jurisdiction of the police. Glancing at the time, precisely at midnight, the streetlights outside the residential complex flickered intermittently as if suffering from insufficient voltage. I said, "Do not speak. Keep a keen eye. She's approaching." "Where?" Huang Hui, ever vigilant, scanned her surroundings but found nothing, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Are you jesting with me?" Just as her words faded, a woman emerged slowly from the staircase, clutching a red umbrella. Her complexion was ghostly pale, her figure slender, adorned in a striking red qipao. As she walked, her movements swayed alluringly, exuding an air of enchantment. Huang Hui gasped in fright, stammering, She's like a figure from a painting?" I rose, stretching lazily, observing Huang Hui's evident shock. I remarked, "If you are afraid, you might as well return home to sleep." "Are you joking?" She retorted indignantly. "I am a member of Longmen." I advised her that since we had not purchased hot milk tea, it would be prudent for her to follow closely behind me, not to overtake me. She should obediently accompany me wherever I went. Huang Hui, taken aback by my seriousness, inquired, "What does this have to do with milk tea? Surely, you are not conspiring with the shopkeeper to swindle me?" I was almost compelled to commend her for her clever reasoning. Meanwhile, the ghostly figure from the painting had already exited the door, drifting towards the left side of the street. I urged her not to delay any further and to hasten her pursuit. The specter was drawn to another painting. Yet, it has always been the case that ghosts pursue humans. No one has ever followed a ghost. The conventional explanation is that ghosts traverse the path of the living. When one pursues a ghost, it is akin to traversing the path between the realms of yin and yang. A moment's carelessness may lead one directly into the underworld, from which there is no return. The milk tea is warm, serving as a guiding beacon. Should it suddenly turn icy, it signifies that the path taken is perilous, and to proceed further would invite calamity. Thus, one must halt. If it remains pleasantly warm until it naturally cools, then one is assured of safety. The ghostly figure within the painting exhibits an erratic pace, and both Huang Hui and I find ourselves weary from the chase. Huang Hui, though sharp-tongued, possesses an intrinsic understanding of propriety. We pursued for perhaps 3 streets, the milk tea alternating between warm and cold, until the ghostly figure slipped into an establishment named De Tattoo. The wooden doorframe, reminiscent of a traditional torii gate, stood open in the late hours of the night, revealing white curtains adorned with depictions of the iconic sake-drenched child and the wisdom of the prajna from Japanese yokai lore. The glass window of the tattoo parlor indicated business hours from 11 p.m. to 3:40 a.m., and surprisingly, the shop was bustling with patrons. After taking a sip of the excessively sweet, icy milk tea, I found it rather unpalatable. Hearing the chaotic footsteps within, Huang Hui and I exchanged a glance, positioning ourselves at either side of the entrance with a gesture for silence. When the curtain was drawn aside, a woman in her 50s emerged, her pear-shaped figure adorned with vivid red nail polish, and the overpowering scent of her perfume was jarring. At first glance, one might mistake her for a brothel madam. Upon noticing us, her gaze flickered with avoidance. She hastily covered her wrist with her left hand and fled into the distance. I pondered to myself, is it merely a tattoo? In my youth, I lacked the courage, yet now, in my later years, the idea of obtaining one clandestinely does not seem so outrageous. However, the woman's gaze evidently concealed something deeper. Huang Hui and I exchanged a glance and simultaneously ventured into the tattoo parlor. Upon entering, we found ourselves in a spacious showroom, approximately 30 square meters in size. The room boasted a lofty ceiling, filled with glass display cases showcasing an array of tattoo designs. Each design was not merely a pre-cut pattern, but rather intricately inked on a delicate lambskin. The tools and decorations within this space exuded an aura of antiquity. I cast a glance towards the black curtain hanging in the inner room, listening to the hum of the tattoo machine, which was soon accompanied by a series of soft, pained sighs from a woman, a sound that rendered my cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 54. Arrival. I remain, after all, a novice, and I have never encountered such a situation in my life. Yet, I quickly recognized a familiar tattoo design in the exhibition area of the room. It was the knife. As I approached for a closer inspection, the door curtain parted, revealing two robust men bare-chested. Without uttering a word, they brandished their daggers and charged towards me. Startled, I stumbled backward, hesitant to intervene. Had it not been for my quick reflexes, I would have surely been wounded. Meanwhile, Huang Huai displayed remarkable agility and stability in her stance. With a swift kick, she disarmed one of the attackers before maintaining a safe distance. Resembling a swift leopard fixated on the two bald men. Undaunted, she admonished them. Did you have a hand in the incident at Tianzhou community? The two bald men ignored her, continuing their advance with determination, seemingly intent on escalating the confrontation. I stepped forward, my voice icy as I inquired. What connection do you have with the Juju faction? And what of the female specter we encountered earlier? Upon hearing my words, the two men suddenly froze. A sense of relief washed over me, ensuring my safety was paramount, especially as I had intruded upon their territory. Huang Huai moved beside me, her demeanor unyielding as she remarked, "With you exposing yourself like this, how can you observe the golden body? Be cautious, or the consequences will be dire." I maintained my composure, signaling Huang Huai to remain calm. I addressed the two men gently. "Who is the boss here?" Meeting face to face. "There are certain matters I wish to inquire of you. Otherwise, should we depart from this place today, your establishment may very well shutter its doors by tomorrow." The rhythmic hum of the tattoo machine continues to resonate within the room, while the two bald individuals cease their labors. Then, a delicate voice wafts through the air. "The customer has not yet concluded. Please take a seat and wait." Huang Huai contemplated calling an elder, but I interjected. "We have come here for a personal visit. What sort of affair is it to secretly contact one's parents?" I remarked. Huang Huai, in a hushed tone, threatened. "As a member of Longmen, it is indeed peculiar to encounter such an unusual establishment in the capital. It would be remiss not to investigate." "Oh, what an odd establishment," the voice retorted. "We are merely a legitimate studio operating with proper licenses. You arrive here proclaiming strangeness. I find you to be the peculiar one. Earlier, you mentioned 9 chrysanthemums. My apologies, I'm allergic to pollen." The soft, lilting voice danced into my ears, akin to two kittens nestling within, gently pawing at one's heart. I barely managed to suppress an exclamation, for her beauty was simply breathtaking. She wore a red robe with a plunging V-neckline and a high-slit dress, revealing her alabaster skin in tantalizing glimpses. Adorned with crimson makeup, her enchanting gaze and fragrant breath were intoxicating. Her swaying hips moved with the lethal grace of a dagger, each step piercing the hearts of men. I could not help but swallow several times, while the woman regarded my reaction with an air of nonchalance. Evidently accustomed to such responses, Huang Huai, puffing out her chest, retorted defiantly, "How can it not be strange? What kind of tattoo parlor opens its doors at such an hour? Moreover, the unsettling aura in your establishment is unmistakable. It is clearly not a place of good repute." A chilling aura enveloped me as the woman in red clutched her mouth, laughing uncontrollably as if she had just heard the most amusing of tales. After a prolonged fit of laughter, she continued, "Dear girl, you deal with corpses daily and yet accuse me of harboring a dark presence." Huang Huai's face flushed crimson at her words, while I observed the peculiar expression on the woman's face. I interjected, "The red cord around your waist is entwined with numerous vengeful spirits. Let us speak candidly. I am Chen Zheng, and Chen Junsheng is my grandfather. Are you out of your mind? This is our secret," Huang Huai exclaimed in agitation. "If it is indeed a secret, how could you be allowed to attend the gathering? With over 20 individuals present, how can this be deemed a secret?" I fixed my gaze upon the enchanting woman before me and added, "Moreover, we exist in the light while they linger in the shadows. If you still believe in secrets, you are truly naive. Every experience leaves its mark upon one's visage. If there are no secrets between fortune tellers, what secrets could possibly remain under the watchful eyes of dozens of Longmen members? Upon hearing my words, the captivating woman let out a few light-hearted laughs. Suddenly, she stepped closer, nearly brushing against my nose, her fragrant breath and playful smile exuding an irresistible charm. Yet, the brutality lurking within the depths of her gaze could not be concealed from a fortune teller. Young handsome man, I have no acquaintance with the Jiuju school, nor do I know Chen Junsheng, or even you. I am merely the proprietor of a tattoo parlor. Should you desire a tattoo, I can offer you a discount, she said, deliberately casting a flirtatious glance. I continued, is that man who was provoked into a frenzy by the dragon spine the one you killed? She replied, I opened the door to conduct business. He wished to have the dragon spine tattooed and paid for it. So naturally, I was obliged to assist him. What unfolds afterward is no concern of this establishment. I raised my thumb in admiration, a master indeed. The ghostly woman in the painting can ensnare souls and summon wealth through lesser spirits. Would you truly place such a precious entity in the home of a mere customer? I gifted it to him out of my unrequited affection. Is that any of your business? She retorted. Glancing back into the room, she continued, if you do not wish to be tattooed, do not hinder my business. There are others inside. Kindly escort these guests out. Her final remark was directed at the two bald men, who threatened to resort to force. Yet, my gaze remained fixed on the interior. Just as the woman was about to re-enter, I remarked, the guest within is the ghostly woman holding an umbrella. Is she not? I observed her body stiffen in response. Confident in my deduction, I pressed on, do not feign ignorance. You belong to the 9 Chrysanthemums sect. What puzzles me is why you would assist an ordinary person in acquiring a ghost tattoo. Her expression grew rigid as I continued. She earlier sought to prevent these two puppets from harming us, likely out of fear of alerting the Dragon Gate. The moment we depart the tattoo shop, you two will leave. Are those two hulks not human? Huang Huei exclaimed in astonishment. The visages of the two individuals bore an aura of lifelessness, their eyes devoid of spirit. It was evident that their souls had been shattered. According to the methods of the 9 Chrysanthemums, one would drive a soul-binding nail into the Baihui point, sealing the canine spirit, for it is only the dog that is most obedient. Am I not correct? I had no intention of taking your life. However, you have forced my hand. The girl slowly removed her crimson robe, revealing a back as smooth and exquisite as jade. Were it not for a frigid tone, this would undoubtedly be an enticingly alluring scene. A brown-spotted wildcat stealthily emerged at the doorway. It did not utter a sound, merely arching its body, for bristling in readiness. Gradually, 7 or 8 more wildcats appeared at the entrance, their low growls betraying an unmistakable aggression. Huang Huei stood beside me. Voicing her grievances, it is all your fault. I suggested calling for help, but you refused. If something goes awry now, do not expect me to take responsibility. Chapter 55. The answer I remained remarkably composed. As the wildcat drew closer, I continued, let's strike a deal. Since you are aware that I am the grandson of Chen Junsheng, you must understand the purpose of Longman's visit. I will assist you in rescuing the female ghost within, and in return, you shall help me subdue her. I gestured towards Huang Huai, who stood beside me, momentarily taken aback and unable to respond. Before long, her fury erupted. Chen Zheng, you are utterly shameless. Suddenly, Huang Huai produced a silver needle from her waist, aiming directly at me with lethal intent. She overlooked the peculiar methods of the Jiuju sect, although the woman in red had shed half of her garments. The piece of red cord she wielded was the true talisman. In an instant, the wildcat at the forefront of the doorway let out a blood-curdling scream. Its neck was suddenly constricted, its body thrashing as if ensnared by an invisible noose. Simultaneously, a purple mark appeared on Huang Huai's neck. She froze in place, her expression one of excruciating pain, her large eyes filled with confusion. Quite a clever technique, the cat's soul-seizing tactic, I remarked. Huang Huai had been subdued, standing rigidly in place. How do we proceed? The woman inquired. Shouldn't you have invited me inside first? I pointed out. Her gaze was wary, yet I found myself taking a gamble. Before venturing to the Dragon Lock well, I needed to ascertain the true intentions of longmen. They instructed me to seek the Golden Vein, and now, the Golden Vein had presented itself at my doorstep. Was this not peculiar? Additionally, there were the words of warning from Ma Dashuai at Wanshou Mountain. Upon my arrival in the capital, I resolved to adhere strictly to the principle of trusting no one but myself. The woman donned her crimson attire and gently parted the curtain for me. She commanded, "You too, keep a close watch on her." I followed her into the inner chamber, where a woman clad in traditional Japanese garments reclined languidly upon a tattooed bed. She cast a fleeting glance at me before sinking back into her languor. I inquired, "What is your name?" "Miko," she replied, her tone now icy, devoid of the earlier allure. The elderly woman who had just exited the shop struck me as peculiar, although her visage bore the marks of age. Her features suggested she was no older than 29. Thus, I deduced that you were prolonging life to nurture a spirit. We merely engaged in a transaction, Miko conceded, nodding. She aspired to marry into wealth, yet fate denied her that fortune. I altered her destiny, trading 50 years of life for 5 years of opulent living as a wealthy wife. The tattoo was just completed. Her body is frail, but by tomorrow morning, she will once again appear as she did at 29. What a bargain. 5 years for 50, I mused. Such individuals are numerous. Miko inhaled deeply, her gaze fixed on the specter seated in the chair, and calmly stated, "You promised to help me save her." I nodded in acknowledgement. Every individual has their own fate, as do spirits. By continually supplementing her shadowy existence with your own longevity, you merely grant her a semblance of life akin to that of the living. However, eventually, she will be subject to the dictates of fate. I can assist her in confronting her lingering attachments, which is far preferable to existing in a liminal state, neither fully alive nor truly dead. Maisie's gaze upon the female specter was decidedly peculiar. Initially, I could not fathom why she would place the scroll in a man's abode. Yet clarity now dawns upon me. Their connection is anything but ordinary. Are you suggesting that she should reincarnate? The woman spoke, her tone tinged with restrained anger. In our culture, we believe in resting in peace. Her current state condemns her to eternal suffering. Am I not saving her? I replied with a calm demeanor. Sensing her imminent fury, I positioned myself perilously close to the ghostly figure and seized the opportunity to draw the exorcist's sword. This blade's primary attribute is its ability to vanquish spirits, and as it pressed against the specter's throat, a look of excruciating agony crossed her features. Maisie, incensed, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Release her, or I shall slay the woman at the door." "Do you truly believe you can intimidate me?" I responded with unwavering composure, applying gentle pressure with the exorcist's sword. The specter cried out in torment, and at that very moment, feral cats began to filter into the room. In the tense atmosphere, I continued, "I have discreetly informed Tang Lin. He should be en route as we speak. I have but one inquiry for you. Did you orchestrate the Dragon Gate summons for me to observe the aura?" I fixed my gaze intently upon the woman's eyes, noting their evasiveness, which suggested she harbored secrets. Meanwhile, my exorcist's sword remained resolute. The unique pure yang property of the Thunderstrike wood is the bane of all malevolent spirits. I pressed on. "Your time is limited. Reveal the truth, and I shall permit your departure." At last, Maisie suddenly smiled, once again regaining her beguiling demeanor. She enchantingly inquired, "What do you consider to be of greater significance than the Golden Dragon Vein?" You need only provide me with a simple answer, yes or no. As a practitioner of the mystical arts, I am aware that certain restrictions and curses are deeply intertwined with fate itself. Therefore, I require but a singular response. As for the circumstances or any unspoken difficulties they may harbor, such matters hold no importance to me. Maisie nodded affirmatively. Yes. I swiftly retracted the Jinxia sword and secured it away. The female specter I had subdued erupted in fury, her garments transforming into a vivid crimson. Maisie hastily formed a hand gesture and chanted an incantation, ensnaring the ghost within a scroll. She remarked, "Are you certain you wish to let me go? Do not dawdle. If you intend to leave, do so quickly. Once Tang Lin arrives, you will have no opportunity to depart." I observed the complexity in Maisie's gaze, and I keenly sensed her peculiar demeanor. Within her eyes, I discerned a hint of sympathy. Yet, how could a woman of such ruthlessness possibly feel compassion for me? After she secured the scroll, a resounding roar akin to a tiger's echoed outside, and the entrance was forcefully flung open, the overwhelming aura scattering the room's arrangement into disarray. Subsequently, Tang Lin stormed in with a fierce demeanor, having kicked down two bald men in his path. As he lifted the curtain, Maisie had already made her exit. I had allowed her to leave for a critically significant reason. My grandfather's seal bore a similar ghostly insignia. After much contemplation, I struggled to comprehend how my grandfather had achieved this until I encountered Maisie, and I increasingly sensed a connection to the ghostly markings of the land of the rising sun. As soon as I dared to trespass into the forbidden realm of Yigong Mountain S records, a multitude of hands would emerge, tightly constricting my innards, as if they longed to tear me asunder. "Is everything all right?" Tang Lin inquired, casting a glance in my direction. I stood there, fixated on the open window, unable to suppress a smile that crept across my face, for clarity was gradually dawning upon me. The people of the Eastern Isles and Longmen were clandestinely preparing for a certain matter under the pretext of a golden vein. This affair was undoubtedly linked to the dragon manipulation techniques contained within the Yigong Mountain records. I shook my head and continued. "That woman is indeed quite beautiful. Chen, I shall end your life." Huang Hui's voice echoed as she lunged towards me, her long leg aimed directly at my head. I slipped beneath her, narrowly avoiding a kick to my temple. This woman was indeed ruthless. Even though I evaded her strike just in time, her foot still grazed my cheek, leaving a painful reminder. Chapter 56. Tan Tuo, Temple, have you lost your mind? Did you not see that I just saved you? If it weren't for me, those two wild dogs would have devoured you. Nonsense, you traitor. Today, I shall rid the world of you. Huang Hui lifted her clothes, revealing silver needles wrapped around her waist, her demeanor more ferocious than Dongfang Bubi. Realizing the peril of the situation, I leapt out of the window and fled at great speed. Huang Hui chased after me, shouting in fury. We ran for at least 10 kilometers before she finally conceded defeat. Only after she swore a vow that if she laid hands on me again, she would gain 50 pounds did I agree to stop my escape. Later, Tang Lin arranged for us to stay at a quaint inn on the outskirts. It possessed an old-world charm reminiscent of a large truck stop from the 1980s. Upon entering the inn, however, I was taken aback by its lavish decor. It was replete with all the amenities one could desire. Yet, I could hardly fathom that this woman had secretly drugged me. The most disgraceful part was that it was an aphrodisiac. I cannot comprehend why a seemingly pure young lady would carry such substances with her. The entire night was a restless turmoil, my mind plagued with chaotic thoughts. By the time dawn broke, my eyes were bloodshot, nearly costing me my very life. According to our agreement, I was to observe the golden statue today. Huang Hui looked on with glee, clutching something in her hand. Exhausted, I remarked, "Is this how all of you from Longmen behave? A young girl administering an aphrodisiac to a strapping young man. What precisely are your intentions?" "This is something my grandmother insisted I give to you." How could that old woman, on the brink of the grave, still possess such audacity? I exclaimed in astonishment. "Get lost. You are the one lacking in shame." Huang Hui retorted, her anger palpable, before hurling an unknown substance my way. Instantly, I was seized by a series of violent sneezes, my senses of hearing, smell, touch, and taste heightened to an extraordinary degree. Startled, I inquired of Huang Hui what she was doing. She informed me that, in order to enhance the likelihood of success, the elderly matriarch Huang Wanrong had specifically concocted an aphrodisiac for me, reputedly serving as a catalyst to invigorate my body's vital energy. Huang Hui had just exploited the formula to open my sensory gates, rendering me acutely sensitive for a period akin to that of an infant. The more I pondered, the more my indignation grew. These old codgers were truly despicable. No wonder my grandfather refrained from associating with them. If I were in his position, I would shun their company as well. At that moment, Tang Lin emerged from the elevator, addressing me. "Let us depart. The vehicle has arrived." Though his voice was scarcely a whisper, it resonated in my ears like a thunderous shout. I urged him to lower his volume, prompting an immediate apology from him. However, Huang Huai seized the opportunity to retaliate against me, brandishing a metal shard typically used for collecting scrap. With a sinister grin, she declared, Come, today I am in high spirits. To send you off, I shall perform a grand dance. Dance to your uncle. I was about to snatch it from her when she began rhythmically clanging her hands together, soon causing my nose to bleed. Were it not for Tang Lin's presence, I surely would have met my demise at her hands. I raised a thumb in acknowledgement. Thus, a grudge had been established. It is often said that a noble man should not engage in disputes with women, yet it is seldom mentioned that he should also refrain from contending with formidable women. Subsequently, Tang Lin provided me with earplugs, and, as I inserted them, I felt an immediate sense of relief. However, my sense of smell is exceptionally acute, allowing me to detect scents from 100 meters away. My bodily sensations are similarly heightened. As I stepped outside, the wind caressed my skin, and I could distinctly feel the fine hairs on my body stirred by the breeze. Outside the door stood a considerable number of individuals. Upon my arrival, some offered a nod of acknowledgement, though most maintained a certain distance. It appeared that the factions of mountain, medicine, fate, and divination harbored some disagreements. Tang Lin and Huang Huai represented mountain and medicine, while the other two factions, fate and divination, were represented by a portly man and a bearded gentleman. Notably, the rotund man derisively claimed that my grandfather was a traitor, implying that my lineage was tainted. I chose to disregard his taunts. For the true strength of the Yigong Mountain record lies in its capacity to alter fate. The Fate faction focuses on the cultivation of destiny, suggesting that the realms of appearance and fate are inherently discordant. The five factions constitute vast systems, and any arcane arts inevitably revolve around these five overarching categories. Huang Wanru's vehement opposition is understandable. Should I establish a faction based on appearance, it would undoubtedly siphon away considerable power. Tang Lin instructed the two young men to escort me to a sleek black Audi. We traveled to an ancient temple, where the inscription Tan Tua greeted me at the entrance, leaving me profoundly astonished. The temple was magnificent, exuding an air of solemnity. On this day, the temple was closed to the public, resulting in a sparse number of visitors. After the car halted, I followed the two men as we walked toward the mountain gate. However, upon entering the temple, I was met with a considerable assembly of individuals. Most were clad in tailored suits, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, clearly indicative of their exceptional status and standing. Two individuals accompanied me, one standing beneath the two guardians, while the other ventured into the temple to serve as a guard. I addressed the youth opposite me, instructing him to remain there and observe closely when the golden statue arrived. I nodded, acutely aware that I had been meticulously ensnared and had ingested an aphrodisiac, all for the purpose of thorough observation. The art of observing one's aura merely required a fleeting glance, hence it was not an inappropriate endeavor. As time drew near, two Japanese monks pushed open the door, followed by a procession of individuals. My astonishment peaked when a group of Japanese men entered, bearing the golden statue of the Buddha. At that moment, the devout worshippers in the temple clasped their hands in prayer. However, upon focusing my gaze, an immense question mark erupted within my mind, accompanied by a sense of disbelief. How could it resemble my grandfather? I rubbed my eyes, repeatedly confirming that I was not mistaken. What on earth was happening? My grandfather had never mentioned the existence of a twin brother. Furthermore, our Mai sect is a branch of Taoism. Even if one achieves enlightenment, one would ascend to divinity. As the golden statue gradually passed before me, the four men responsible for its transport donned flowing cloaks, their appearances shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it was merely my imagination, but as they brushed past me, an unsettling prickliness enveloped my entire being. In a moment of daze, I missed the optimal opportunity for observation. The young man across from me, known for his formidable reputation, was named Qin Shou. He cast sidelong glances in my direction, inquiring how my observations were faring, unaware that a tempest brewed within my heart. As I watched the golden body being carried into the main hall by the monks from the land of the rising sun, The devotees present in the courtyard clasped their hands in reverence. Gradually, a number of Japanese individuals began to enter the temple. The roots of Japanese Buddhism lie within the heart of China, not in India. The Tang dynasty monk Jinjin, a master of the Vinaya school and one of the 8 sects of Buddhism, made 6 voyages to Japan to spread the teachings, leaving his golden body behind upon his passing. Consequently, Japanese monks frequently traverse between the 2 nations for exchange. My senses, heightened by the effects of the medication, allowed me to keenly perceive each individual present. Among the delegation from Japan, there were not only monks but also supernatural beings. A woman clad in plain garments was the last to enter the mountain gate. As she surveyed the surroundings, her gaze fell upon me, and with a gentle smile, she remarked, "We meet again." Chapter 57. The poisonous chrysanthemum, it is you. I widened my eyes in astonishment, for the newcomer was none other than the owner of the tattoo parlor. Standing across from me, Chen furrowed his brow and spoke in a low tone. "Chen Zhong, do not become too familiar just because there is a beautiful woman present. Have some dignity." I felt a flicker of anger rise within me. Am I not allowed to meet friends? I retorted. The owner had previously mentioned offering me a discount when I decided to get a tattoo. Just then, a staff member approached, urging, "Miss Kimura, the cultural exchange meeting has already commenced." I exclaimed, "You're the granddaughter of Takuya Kimura?" Kimura Miko lacked the enchanting allure of that night. She was composed and dignified, reminiscent of a female teacher from a film. She followed the staff member towards the conference room, but suddenly turned back with a smile, asking, by the way, "Have you considered what is more important than the Golden Dragon vein?" "What?" As I pondered her question, she had already entered the grand hall with the staff. Below the statues of the 2 guardians, I observed the throngs of people within the hall. It seemed that Kimura Miko's establishment of a tattoo parlor in the capital was not a mere fleeting endeavor. Today, she arrived at Tan Taoist Temple with a golden statue reminiscent of my grandfather's, and an unsettling feeling lingered. There was something amiss about her intentions. Though I could not ascertain whether the golden statue contained the essence of the Golden Dragon vein, Kimura Miko's assertion that something was more significant than it suggested that the Golden Dragon vein held little importance for her. Heightened by my acute senses, I could distinctly hear movements from several meters away. Chen Shou, still murmuring about reporting me, was met with my admonition, "Keep your voice down." His incredulous expression conveyed disbelief. "You can hear that too? Hush." The antique architecture imbues this place with tranquility, allowing one's heart to quieten in unison. The objective of Longmen is the Golden Dragon vein, while the esteemed East 9 chrysanthemums seek something of even greater significance. Those skilled in the arts of mountains, medicine, fate, and divination have gathered within the Grand Hall, acting as guardians, while the true protagonists are the monks of Tan Taoist Temple. At this moment, I heard Kimura Yoshiko proclaim, "For a millennium, the East and the Huaxia have been close neighbors, yet the culture of Buddhism remains somewhat distant. I come representing the lineage of the Ritsu sect to exchange cultural heritage and share the scriptures of the Buddha." This gilded figure is the manifestation of the esteemed monk Master Wuji, who attained Buddhahood in his physical form. Upon hearing this, a commotion erupted among the attendees, and even I, standing outside, couldn't help but exclaim, "How utterly shameless!" "Who are you cursing?" Chen Shou retorted angrily. "Hush, I'm not referring to you." I gestured for silence, noting the steady aura he exuded in his fury, indicative of rigorous training. Indeed, several formally attired officials began to exit the room, cursing in indignation as they reached the doorway. Chen Shou, perplexed, remarked, "What is happening? Everyone is cursing. Wasn't this supposed to be a grand assembly? Moreover, they intend to return the physical Buddha, reputedly the most famous stone relic from the Tang dynasty, known as Shiqian, with the honorific title Master Wuji. We have been deceived." I stated. "What? It's a fraud?" I nodded in affirmation. The physical Buddha consists of both the corporeal and the emanation forms. The corporeal form must remain incorruptible in a vat for 3 years post-mortem to be deemed a physical Buddha. Emanation forms can be countless, created from relics, incense, scriptures, and sealed with modern sigils of intent. To be precise, it should be considered a counterfeit. How utterly shameless! Chinsho exclaimed in indignation. Lower your voice. It's causing me great discomfort. I admonished him in a fit of anger. Such a venerable monk, who remained incorruptible for a millennium after his passing, endured natural calamities, yet succumbed to the malevolence of humankind. During the tumultuous era of the Shinhai Revolution, the audacious Japanese dentist, Yamazaki, along with his son, brazenly stole the corporeal remains of the living Buddha from the Huofo Palace in Zhangzhou. After smuggling it to Japan, they shamelessly enshrined it at the Nantai Temple. As war ensued, those brigands obstinately refused to return the relic. Despite our eventual victory and numerous diplomatic efforts, decades passed with them perpetually fabricating excuses. Master Shurtu, originally a living Buddha endowed with unparalleled divine power, was once relocated to a Japanese university in the 1990s, where it was said to have quelled the haunting, as no further terrifying incidents occurred during the 2 days of its presence. However, what ulterior motive does Kimura Yoshiko harbor? Why is there an individual who bears an uncanny resemblance to my grandfather? As the agitated crowd dispersed, signaling the conclusion of this gathering, I once again heard Kimura Yoshiko declare, "Those who ought to depart have done so. I, Yoshiko, represent not only Japan, but also my grandfather, Mr. Kimura. In his lifetime, he bestowed a precious artifact upon Chen Junshin. That very treasure now resides upon the beams of the Tan Tua Temple." The monk replied in a somber tone, "Every blade of grass and every tree in this temple is sacred and must not be disturbed, let alone the beams. It is best you take your leave." Kimura Yoshiko countered, "Abbot, do not be hasty. Although Master Wujin's corporeal remains are but a manifestation, they harbor the essence of the Chinese golden dragon. Are you truly disinclined to reclaim it? If not, I shall be compelled to incinerate the golden body's dragon vein right here at Tan Tua Temple. You are threatening us." Indeed, the relics of the Tantua Temple are the possessions of my grandfather. Now that he has passed away, Meiji must reclaim what rightfully belongs to him. Instantly, the atmosphere within the temple became charged with tension, palpable even to me. Suddenly, a layer of frost enveloped the verdant courtyard, and white snowflakes began to drift down from the heavens. "Goodness, it's snowing," Chinsho exclaimed. I stepped into the courtyard and reached out to catch one. Upon contact with my skin, it emitted a searing sensation. "This is toxic chrysanthemum," I declared. The petals of the chrysanthemum fell gently, soon blanketing the earth. Wherever the blossoms touched, the surrounding flora withered and decayed, the ground strewn with white chrysanthemums. Their beauty intertwined with an ominous aura of death. During the Tang Dynasty, the people of East Japan revered the white chrysanthemum, bringing it back to their homeland for cultivation, believing it to embody death itself. The wilting of the flower signified the very moment of demise. Kikura Miko and her companions approached with an aggressive demeanor, their intentions unknown. Yet, the sight of the white chrysanthemum foretold of an impending turmoil. Utilizing the unique aspects of my observational skills, enhanced by Huang Wanrong's earlier assistance, my senses became extraordinarily acute, allowing me to perceive the surrounding energy, even to discern the true nature of my adversaries. An overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth, as if it yearned to tear the temple's roof asunder. Nonetheless, I marveled at their audacity. As the old saying goes, first came the Tantua Temple, then the capital, an ancient temple steeped in history. If solely relying on prayers and offerings, how could it possibly withstand the ravages of brigands? In contemporary times, Mikiko Kimura, accompanied by a group, has traversed the vast expanse of Huaxia to arrive at the revered Tan Tua Temple, audaciously demanding the treasures residing within the rafters. Such insolence, if unchallenged, would surely be an affront to her dignity. As anticipated, a low growl resonated from the crowd. "Impudence! In this sacred realm of Buddhism, how dare you wreak havoc? If this golden statue is indeed a counterfeit, then it ought not to mar the sight of the Bodhisattva." In an instant, it felt as though the thunderous roar of a lion reverberated from all directions, shaking the very earth, as if it were on the brink of upheaval. Chapter 58. Beyond my Oji, what I encountered was indeed the Buddha's diamond lion's roar, a technique reputed to dispel all malevolent forces in the heavens. Yet, alas, It is I who bears the brunt of this calamity. My senses have been amplified to an unbearable degree. Even the faintest cough from Chen feels like an explosion in my ears. The violent tremors have caused me to spit blood, and I crashed against the entrance, falling heavily to the ground. Chen, bewildered, rushed over to inquire about my condition. With great effort, I weakly replied, "Could you please lower your voice?" Struggling to insert earplugs, I took a deep breath, managing to regain a semblance of composure after a while. Looking around the grand hall, I noticed that both doors and windows had been blown open, the surging waves of air stirring up dust and creating a small whirlwind at the incense burner. Remarkably, not a single speck of ash had scattered. One stick of sandalwood incense, thought extinguished, had miraculously reignited. As for Kimura Yoshiko and her companions, apart from her, only 5 remained standing. My gaze traversed the crowd until it landed on a tall, robust monk clad in a long robe, reminiscent in stature and physique of the character Liu Jishin from television dramas. Beside Kimura Yoshiko, for individuals in black cloaks, 3 men and 1 woman, revealed their youthful faces as they discarded their coverings and donned tall hats, unveiling their hunting attire. The woman, dressed in a fur coat despite the summer heat, wore heavy makeup and possessed a pair of pale yellow eyes that radiated an aura of enchantment. Additionally, there was a young monk beside Kimura, dressed in the gray and white garments of the Ritsu sect. The instant our eyes met, a wave of goose flesh cascaded over me. It wasn't that his countenance was frightening. Rather, I had never before beheld a man of such captivating allure. Imagine, a man whose beauty surpasses that of women, his gaze brimming with seductive charm. To be stared at by such a being was utterly mesmerizing. I shuddered, yet my observation technique distinctly revealed a golden effigy identical to my grandfather. The effigy was enveloped in an ethereal shroud of dark energy, an indication of a potent, externally projected enchantment. At the heart of the effigy was a swastika, its crevices inlaid with the trigrams of earth, fire, lake, and water. These runes coalesced into an arcane seal, rendering the effigy akin to an unexploded ordnance. I surmised that if this power were unleashed, it would engender immense devastation. Suddenly, an imperious aura erupted from within the effigy, catching me off guard. The effigy's domineering presence struck me with the force of a juggernaut, sending me sprawling. Hastening to my side, Chen assisted me to my feet, inquiring what happened. "What did you discern?" I replied, "The effigy is sealed. I cannot yet ascertain whether it is a golden vein." "That suffices. Allow me to make a call." Chen led me to the vicinity of the Hung and Ha Guardians. Though lacking in chrysanthemum petals, the peculiar floral fragrance possessed potent hallucinogenic properties. I leaned against a wall, intently eavesdropping on the conversation within. The enigmatic young monk spoke. "Master, please refrain from anger. It is well known in the land of the rising sun that the Tan Tua temple is guarded by 4 formidable protectors. Let us engage in a wager. Should we lose, we shall leave this golden statue to you. However, if fortune favors us, we shall take 1 item from the treasures above." "Alas, Amitabha, the precepts of the Buddhist faith are stringent. It would be best for you to depart. For if this golden statue does not belong to a true master of the Dharma, it ought not to remain in Tan Tua Temple. The abbot has already issued a decree of expulsion." Yet, the enigmatic young monk remained confident, presenting a tome to the abbot. The book, entitled Kintong Chi, comprised fragments of the late Master Wuji's manuscripts. "If you agree to the contest, regardless of the outcome, this book shall be yours. However, if we are fortunate enough to win, we shall claim 1 item from the treasures above." What treasures might lie above? Legends speak of the stone fish, a precious offering to the Dragon Palace, as well as a grand stone cauldron and various other treasures. What could these individuals desire so fervently from the rafters? Kintong Chi exists in numerous versions, yet the one penned by Master Shurtu remains unparalleled throughout the ages. This text is a classic of Zen Buddhism, encapsulating the master's profound insights. Among its teachings lies the crucial essence of attaining Buddhahood, regrettably lost to time, surviving only in literature, akin to the record of Egong Mountain, both being objects of the earthly realm that are not to be trifled with. Indeed, upon the emergence of this tome, the abbot began to waver. How shall we wager? The enigmatic young monk gently waved his sleeves and earnestly remarked, all four of them belong to the Saimai Shrine. I have heard that they are quite interested in the Mahayana Buddhism of China, which is why they have followed us here. I kindly request that you esteemed masters offer your guidance. The peculiar young monk slightly bowed. I discerned that they had come to challenge us. Chen Shou clicked his tongue in astonishment and exclaimed, "Hey, my friend, take a look at that monk. Is he male or female? And what are four chefs doing here? Are they here to compete in cooking? Chefs?" I paused for 3 seconds, noticing their tall hats and voluminous robes, which indeed gave off the aura of pastry chefs. The faces of the 4 individuals were ashen, and they exuded a heavy malevolence, clearly having spent considerable time dealing with spirits. Particularly, that otherworldly woman, her oversized robe likely concealing a monstrous tail. The people from the East are evidently well prepared, I thought with concern. Not to worry. Who doesn't know that the Tantua Temple is rich in treasures, with a legacy spanning over a century? Without some exceptional skills, how could they possibly subdue a monster? Chen Shou asserted with confidence. Moreover, once Lin and the others have completed their tasks, they will join us. With just these few individuals, they cannot stir up much trouble. However, monks do not speak falsehoods. The abbot has already pledged that the Longmen sect shall not intervene, yet I still harbored an uneasy premonition. My apprehension lingered as I fixated on the great hall, keenly observing the unfolding events. The robust monk stepped forward and declared, "Let us not fight within the temple. We shall proceed to the courtyard." The 4 Onmyoji conversed in their native tongue, coordinating among themselves as they dispatched one of their own. Though I did not know his name, it was my first encounter witnessing an Onmyoji take action. The figure stepped outside with a single stride, yet made no sound, resembling a drifting specter. Upon halting abruptly, the surrounding chrysanthemum petals were set adrift in the air. The Onmyoji raised his hand, and the white petals danced gracefully around him. In the palm of his hand, a flower began to materialize, his gaze fixed upon the monk of Tantua Temple. Remarkably, the flower withered gradually, as ghostly hands emerged from beneath the monk's feet. Following this, a hexagram pattern appeared beneath him. Such potent resentment. These Onmyoji possess an unsettling aura, I remarked. Chen Shou pulled me down onto the steps, offering me a cigarette. Relax, our mission has been accomplished. Just watch closely. The senior brother of Tantua Temple ranks first among the 13 guardians, and even Lin Guo is no match for him. What is there to fear? Chapter 60. Chapter 59. The duel. Upon hearing the name of the 13 guardians once more, I found myself curious and inquired of Chen Shou about the true nature of the 13 guardians. Chen Shou succinctly explained that they are the outstanding youth of the 13 prominent families in the capital. However, following the calamity of the Golden Dragon, 7 members of the 13 guardians have departed from the capital. Among them, the one most universally acknowledged as the most formidable is the Mad Monk, originally named Ning Wuk. He was the eldest disciple of the 8 Extremes sect and is regarded as a martial prodigy of a lifetime. Despite his remarkable talents, his character is humble and honest. He abhors conflict. The legacy established by the previous generation has afforded him a life of comfort, and he married at the tender age of 23 to his high school sweetheart, with whom he welcomed twins in their first year of marriage. His dedication to martial arts is not fervent. Rather, it is a simple continuation of his family's legacy. The kind-hearted Ning Wuk, blessed with a harmonious family, was on a path that promised a lifetime of happiness. Yet, fate conspired against him. He had a younger brother named Ning Hao, whom their father had adopted from outside. Raised as if he were a biological son, Ning Hao was bestowed the mantle of the 8 Extremes sect upon reaching adulthood. On the day of the ceremony, however, Ning Hao conspired with the family's adversaries to poison all 18 members of the family. He killed their father, declaring that he had always known that his biological father had been slain by Ning Wuk, leading their mother to a tragic end. Now grown, he sought vengeance for his parents. Yet in the years gone by, any martial challenge between them had been sealed with a death contract. Should one party tragically perish in the arena, leaving behind orphans and widows, it was the victor's duty to care for the bereaved. Old Ning achieved his goal. Yet Ning Hao enacted the tale of the farmer and the snake, slaughtering the entire Ning family. On that fateful day, Ning Wuk was working late and returned home to find the house strewn with corpses and the lifeless body of his beloved wife. His heart shattered. Ambushed by Ning Hao and his accomplices, they underestimated Ning Wuk, believing him to be an unskilled soft target. Unbeknownst to them, he was a prodigious martial artist, surpassing even the founder of the 8 Extreme School. With sheer determination, Ning Wuk avenged his family by eliminating all his enemies and forced Ning Hao to reveal a list of names. He unleashed a torrent of bloodshed in the capital, retaliating against all adversaries, sparing neither the young nor the old, leaving no survivors. In a single night, he became a harbinger of vengeance, annihilating the direct descendants of the 3 major families among the 13 guardians, thereby compelling a reconfiguration of power in the capital. After his quest for revenge concluded, Ning Wuk contemplated ending his own life, only to be rescued by the abbot of the Tan Tua Temple. Following a period of enlightenment, he resolved to become a monk. However, he soon descended into madness, his demeanor becoming increasingly erratic. After the old abbot's passing, he had Ning Wuk's feet shackled to a stone pedestal, informing his disciples of the peculiar condition that the shackles would only be removed when Ning Wuk agreed to wash his hair. Upon hearing Chen Shou's account, I was left bewildered. What kind of directive had the old abbot left behind? Washing hair. Could it be that this enigmatic mad monk had not washed his hair for many years? As he finished speaking, a cold sweat trickled down my spine. After all, as the saying goes, a fierce dragon does not cross the river lightly. How could the likes of Kimura Yoshiko and others, who traveled from afar, possibly lack skill? The opponent had long since engaged, and Chen Shou stated that the great monk was called Lu Jinyuan, hailing from the Tan Tua Temple, where thunder, wind, and fire belonged to the realm of the Thunder King Kong. The diminutive figure of the Onmyoji from the east seemed almost fragile, exuding an aura of vulnerability. The two were at an impasse, unable to comprehend each other's languages. The Onmyoji from the east and the Taoist practitioners of Huaxia, despite their divergent paths, ultimately sought the same truth. My grandfather once recounted to me that during the spring and autumn period, the yin-yang master Zhou Yin had established the early theories of yin-yang and the 5 elements. Later, Su Fu embarked on a long journey to Fuzhou, disseminating these esoteric arts. The Onmyoji are categorized into 4 principal series: Shikigami, incantations, illusions, and formations. The Onmyoji who faced Lu Jinyuan excelled in Shikigami techniques, with countless vengeful spirits concealed within a carpet of chrysanthemum petals, while the Buddhist thunder's resonance subdued all celestial demons. As the poisonous chrysanthemum petals erupted like a whirlwind, Lu Jinyuan found himself encircled. A golden glow emanated from his form, with scriptures shimmering in and out of sight upon his body. Suddenly, Lu Jinyuan's eyes widened. His golden irises, resembling a divine warrior, descended from the heavens. He unleashed a powerful punch towards the myriad ghostly hands, causing the earth to tremble and the stones to shatter, obliterating all malevolent appendages. Evil spirits, you dare to wreak havoc before the Buddha. I shall ensure your transcendence here. Lu Jinyuan's fist struck heavily into his palm, and with a forceful stomp, he unleashed a formidable aura that dispersed the poisonous chrysanthemums manipulated by the Onmyoji, shattering the hexagram formation. Yet, at that moment, the ghostly hands under the Onmyoji's control surged forth, overwhelming Lu Jinyuan in a tidal wave. As he fought valiantly, the white petals of chrysanthemums behind him shattered, coalescing into a belt intended to ensnare his waist. The overwhelming aura of malevolence clashed with the solemnity of the ancient temple, and as the crowd held their breath for Lu Jinyuan, he raised his hand and bellowed, "Great, mighty, heavenly dragon." With his palms pressed together, he unleashed a forceful strike, dispelling the ghastly hands that reached for him. This move, imbued with tremendous power, resonated like thunder across the sky, causing the petals scattered across the open grounds of the Tan Tua Temple to disintegrate under the reverberations. The spectacle was awe-inspiring. Even Mikiko Kimura and others were left astonished by Lu Jinyuan's prowess. At that moment, Lu Jinyuan struck the ground with his fist, yanking forth a female demon. She donned a crimson garb of the east, her hair, cascading freely and adorned with a white mask. The sheer might of Lu Xinyan shattered the demon's mask in an instant, revealing a face devoid of features, save for a multitude of eyes densely packed. As the Onmyoji raised a hand, the demon disintegrated into dust, coalescing into a white chrysanthemum in his palm. He delicately inhaled its fragrance, which struck an eerie note. With a sudden clap, the white chrysanthemum vanished, drawn into his nostrils. He cast a glance at Lu Xinyan, muttering incomprehensibly. Abruptly, he opened his mouth, and to our astonishment, a hand emerged from his throat. Chen Shou and I were taken aback, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What on earth is this? This is utterly revolting. It nearly frightened me to death." The Eastern Shikigami are indeed malevolent spirits, originating from another dimensional realm. While the individual strength of an Onmyoji may not rival ours, their strange and cunning techniques are boundless. Should you engage in combat in the future, exercise caution. Chen Shou, undeterred, remarked that they have yet to encounter someone of his caliber and remain unaware of the reputation he holds in the capital. My first impression is that he is undoubtedly boasting. Analyzing his features, his thick and protruding upper lip, misaligned teeth, and notably large incisors suggest a lack of discretion in speech. Those with prominent buck teeth or larger teeth, shallow nasolabial folds, and a lean jawline typically possess a loquacious disposition. Such facial traits, particularly when coupled with a broad forehead, indicate that 9 out of 10 individuals are prone to exaggeration. The Eastern Shikigami enter into contracts with Onmyoji, enabling them to manipulate malevolent spirits through the arcane arts of the supernatural. Chapter 60. The Enchantress Lu Xinyan's formidable and unyielding techniques are indeed the nemesis of the Onmyoji. They are merely courting humiliation, not to mention the Enchantress's bizarre maneuvers. Even a collective of 10 would be no match. The most significant distinction between the practitioners of Huaxia and those of the East is that we rely solely on ourselves, grounded upon the earth with our heads held high beneath the vast skies. While we hold a belief in the existence of deities in the heavens, we do not succumb to the superstitions of divine fate. However, they have overlooked a crucial aspect. I have never observed any hint of panic from Kimura Yoshiko. A profound question swells within me. What is the source of the Onmyoji's confidence? As I observed, the hand emerging from the Onmyoji's throat continued to stretch outward, saliva and mucus splattering everywhere. Lu Xinyan furrowed his brow and stepped forward, palms together. Amitba, the worlds of the 10 directions are all lands of Buddha. May this humble monk assist you in ascending to paradise swiftly. The moment Lu Xinyan raised his palm, it radiated with a resplendent golden light. Chen Shou confidently declared, "The battle is over. That chef is no match for Lu Xinyan." Previously, he used the Enchantress to bewilder Lu Xinyan and maintained his distance. But now that the Enchantress has been vanquished, that chef stands before Lu Xinyan as nothing more than a delicate flower. I focused intently on the unfolding battle. My keen senses could not be mistaken. The Onmyoji was deliberate. Just as Lu Xinyan was about to strike, the peculiar hand extending from the Onmyoji's throat suddenly opened, revealing a blood-red eye within. At that very moment, a low, muffled sound reached my ears. Remarkably, Lu Xinyan's body became motionless. The scene instantly descended into chaos. As everyone exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of what had transpired. Meanwhile, the eye in the palm of the Onmyoji blinked. At that moment, the tightly shut door was pushed open, and Tang Lin strode in with determination. The 100-eyed demon consumes one soul to seal another, ruthlessly sacrificing innocent spirits as offerings. The peculiar monk slowly applauded, remarking, "Indeed, Tang Lin of Longmen is well-versed and knowledgeable. I admire your insight." In this round, we find ourselves at a stalemate. A stalemate? The surrounding monks were taken aback. The monks of Tantawa Temple were perplexed. How could Lu Xinyan, who seemed to have the upper hand, suddenly cease his actions? They evidently were unwilling to accept this outcome. However, the strange monk continued. Lei Jinggang Lu Xinyan possesses profound martial skills and formidable magical powers. We find ourselves at a loss and must resort to this desperate measure. If we do not agree to a draw, We shall have no choice but to sacrifice countless infant souls in a fight for survival. His tone was calm, as if recounting an event entirely unrelated to him. With a casual wave of his hand, dozens of soul-calling dolls simultaneously materialized, encircling Ru Yuan. The dolls transformed into infant-like forms, emitting a chorus of wails that echoed incessantly within and outside Tan Tua Temple. The limbs of these infant souls were impaled by wooden stakes, and a hexagram was drawn upon their foreheads. I had no doubt that if Tan Tua Temple refused, the Onmyoji would indeed dare to carry out such an act. Tang Lin hastily approached the crowd, whispering a few words into the abbot's ear. I intended to sharpen my senses and listen closely, yet he employed a method to muffle the sound while speaking. As soon as they finished speaking, Lu Jinyuan sighed, "Amit Ba, may the Buddha's compassion prevail, sparing the innocent souls. I, a humble monk, am willing to accept a stalemate." The young monk approached the Onmyoji and whispered incantations, delicately pressing 2 fingers to the Onmyoji's forehead. In an instant, a spectral hand crushed the eyeball and swiftly retracted within. The infant spirits surrounding the wooden stake were swept up by a chilling breeze, kneeling before the great Buddha in the Mahavira Hall, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Lu Jinyuan chanted the Buddha's name and gradually retreated into the crowd. These despicable Onmyoji had the audacity to exploit Lu Jinyuan's compassion. Enraged, Chinsho rolled up his sleeves, muttering that once this matter concluded, he would confront these Onmyoji at the hotel to settle the score. At that moment, Tang Lin declared, "Allow me to take the second round." The enigmatic young monk clasped his hands together and smiled. This exchange association is for the sharing of Buddhist teachings, not a dialogue with longmen. Moreover, I have already established 3 rules with Tan Tua Temple, forbidding outsiders from interfering. What a joke! When did the master of Eastern fantasy, Kei Kai, renounce the world? What if I insist on fighting today? Tang Lin's resolve was unwavering. I apologized, Master Tang. Last month, I took refuge at Nantai Temple and have now entered the monastic life, he replied coldly, fixing his gaze on Tang Lin without yielding. Of course, should Longman's Tang Lin insist on a confrontation, I cannot intervene. However, in our illustrious China, once a promise is made, it cannot be rescinded. I am powerless in that regard. The atmosphere was tense as both sides braced for confrontation, with Tang Lin standing tall, arms crossed, resembling a formidable mountain. At that moment, Kei Kai produced a bowl from within his monk's robe. Unbeknownst to what incantation had been uttered, an unexpected snowfall blanketed the entire Tan Tua Temple, with snowflakes gently descending amidst the verdant greenery surrounding it. Such an extraordinary illusion deceived the eyes of all present, a feat unattainable by mere practitioners of the arcane. Yet, Tang Lin responded not with ire, but with laughter, acknowledging that Master Konghai's cultivation had indeed advanced significantly since the past. Master Konghai remained humble, aware of Mr. Tang's unparalleled prowess. He carried with him an enchanted bowl bestowed by his master, which would aid him in evading calamity. He resolved to make a significant commotion in Kyoto, even at the cost of his life. Maintaining his composure, Konghai showcased a remarkable illusionary technique, asserting his strength. His eagerness to provoke Tan Tua Temple to act raised suspicions. "Feel free to test it," Tang Lin retorted, his tone tinged with irritation. After much contemplation, I decided to approach. Despite my ignorance of what was deemed more significant than the dragon vein by Kimura Yoshiko. However, the enigmatic presence of the young monk Konghai had invoked memories of my grandfather's name. Therefore, I stepped forward and declared, "Wait a moment." "Oh." Konghai glanced my way. As all eyes turned toward me, I clasped my hands in a gesture of respect and announced, "Esteemed guests, my name is Chun Zheng, and Chen Junsheng is my grandfather." Observing the murmurs among the crowd, I continued, "Just now, Master Konghai mentioned that the item above was given to my grandfather by Kimura Yoshiko, and my grandfather placed it there, which means it rightfully belongs to me. This logic is sound, is it not?" The abbot of Tan Tua Temple nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was Chen Junsheng who presented this temple with a valuable item. "Then it is settled," I concluded. I inquired once more, Master Kai. "Master, what is your perspective? How can one casually reclaim what has been gifted? This matter lacks propriety." Keikai, neither displeased nor pleased, responded calmly. Your reasoning is sound. Yet I possess a promissory note, penned by Chen Junxing on behalf of Mr. Kimura. According to the passage of time, it is now due for return. With that, he produced a document and handed it to me. Upon scrutinizing it, I indeed recognized my grandfather's signature, although the specifics were not inscribed. It pertained to a treasure situated on the rafters of the Tan Taku Temple. The essence of the note indicated that a precious item had been borrowed from Kimura Takuya to be placed upon the rafters of the main hall of Tan Taku Temple, with a stipulation for its return in a designated year. Keikai further elucidated. The item in question is not explicitly described. Thus, I am compelled to resort to this course of action and have Ms. Kimura come to inspect it. If it indeed belongs to our eastern land, it ought to be returned to its rightful owner. Chapter 61. The IOU, the relics of the Buddha reside within the realm of Huaxia. Why, then, do you not return them to their rightful owner? I retorted. Master Shurtu is a matter of national concern, while this issue at hand is of a personal nature. A humble monk, represent only myself. At present, the 4 eminent masters of Saimai Shrine have also accepted my invitation. Keikai stepped into the midst of the crowd, slowly turning to gaze upon each individual. With an imposing demeanor, he proclaimed, in a venerable temple that has stood for a millennium, do you truly wish to default on your debts? If that is indeed the case, how can you face the bodhisattvas in the halls above? In our brief exchange, I discerned the treacherous nature of Keikai. Beneath his enchanting exterior lay a mind as shrewd as it was cunning. Yet, the IOU was penned by my grandfather, the esteemed leader of the Mai sect. Not only was he a seer of extraordinary foresight, but his mastery of the elusive Igong mountain records rendered him nearly omniscient. The document bore no indication of what was borrowed. 50 years hence, the other party would present the IOU to claim their due. How could my grandfather possibly be unaware of today as contention? Faced with Keikai's provocative words, even a monk's temper could be stirred. At that moment, a second monk slowly emerged from the throng. I am the monk, Hao Dian, here to confront you sorcerers. This individual, slender and seemingly unremarkable, was distinguished solely by the headscarf he wore. Keikai withdrew from the fray, and the nearby enchantress gracefully stepped forward, clad in a leather coat. Her makeup bold and striking, her movements exuding a captivating allure. She cast a flirtatious glance at the monk, then, with a single stride, transformed her form into a fleeting shadow. Before any confrontation could ensue, the monk untied his headscarf. Suddenly, he revealed one eye. Even I was taken aback by the scene before me. This monk possessed 3 eyes. The female demon bent her body, her features becoming adorned with fine fur. As she learned to mimic a cat's meow, a large tail sprouted from behind her. A cat demon, yet the 3-eyed monk remained remarkably composed, swiftly forming hand seals. A brilliant blue light materialized between his hands and struck the cat demon, sending her hurtling away. To my astonishment, the cat demon performed a somersault in mid-air and leapt onto the roof of the Tan Tua Temple, her sharp claws shredding her garments. The sight of her snow-white body compelled all the monks, including Hao Din, to instinctively shut their eyes. However, the cat demon did not attack. Instead, she knelt on her front limbs, stretching her body. Meow. Tang Lin exclaimed, Fierce cat, curse the sun. Kong Hai, what on earth do you intend to do? In that moment, the cat demon continued to wail at the sun, her cries increasingly piercing and sorrowful. Kong Hai, brimming with confidence, declared, the cat demon curses the sun. Within this Tan Tua temple, there are still innocent and ordinary devotees. Since our Buddha is compassionate, might I ask if the master wishes to continue this battle? Hao Duan covered his 3rd eye, bringing his palms together and stepping back. Ba, this round is a stalemate. Why we cease to fight? Qin Shou glanced around, a look of skepticism crossing his face as he queried. Master, that is the eye of the Horse King. It cannot be trifled with. I tugged at him, saying, Do not make a fuss. Cats belong to the realm of the 9 with their eyes, ears, noses, bones, marrow, blood, hearts, tails, and throats. They require 9 types of blood sacrifices. Each howl is a curse, and should an ordinary person hear it, calamity would ensue. This temple is home to common laborers, and the master does not wish to gamble with the lives of others. Chen exclaimed in indignation. Kong Hai joined his hands in prayer indeed. Master Hao is truly compassionate. I finally understood. These individuals were intent on maintaining a stalemate. Yet even so, if the outcome remained tied, they could not seize anything. I gently tightened my grip on the Tian Shu talisman, pondering, grandfather, what predicament have you left behind? However, when my gaze fell upon Kimura Miko, I noticed she was also watching me. Suddenly, her whispers reached my ears. Patterns danced like clouds and rainbows, the body clad in water buffalo hide. The store is a sudden, fleeting moment, one yin and one yang. To see you is to read a book. We were at least 7 or 8 meters apart, yet she conveyed her message to me through a secret technique. I was perplexed. Why couldn't she speak directly? What was with the poetry? Confusion swirled within me. Yet, as Kong Hai continued to challenge, I silently recited Miko's words. At that moment, the Onmyoji engaged in battle once more with the monks of Tan Tua Temple. As expected, the match resulted in yet another stalemate. This tie was particularly bizarre. The Onmyoji had set up a formation, positioning himself as the focal point, intending to self-destruct and perish alongside the monks of Tan Tua Temple. Despite the evident superiority of Tan Tua Temple over the Eastern Onmyoji, their overwhelming kindness compelled them into a deadlock. As everyone stood perplexed by Kong Hai's actions, a serene sound of footsteps resonated from the depths of the Tan Tua Temple, accompanied by the clanking of iron chains. The expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Even Tang Lin was astonished, exclaiming, "How has he emerged again?" The once cacophonous Tan Tua Temple fell into profound silence. Kong Hai and his companions gathered, their gazes directed towards the inner sanctum of the temple. A disheveled man staggered forward, dragging behind him a lengthy chain, his unkempt hair obscuring his features. Flanking him were 2 young monks, their forms becoming clearer as they approached. I was struck by the imposing presence of 2 colossal stone lions. Chen reacted with palpable intensity, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, exclaiming, "Good heavens! It's really Ning Wuqiu. How has he resurfaced?" Perplexed, I inquired if his reaction was warranted. Chen swallowed hard, asserting, "You simply do not comprehend. You have not witnessed the ferocity of Ning Wuqiu in his prime. He did not only eliminate those involved that day. Entire families harboring grievances against the Ning clan faced calamity. He further recounted that his father had once quarreled with the elder Ning, and had Ning Wuqiu sought retribution that day, survival would have been a tenuous prospect. This man resembled a beast bound by chains, with every movement seemingly tugging at the hearts of those around him. Yet, within Kong Hai's eyes, I discerned a flicker of exhilaration. 3 conflicts, 3 stalemates. The so-called foremost of the 13 protectors, Ning Wuqiu of the Baji sect, approached slowly, dragging the 2 stone lions behind him. Keikai slowly clapped his hands and remarked, "The young monk, far away in the eastern lands, has indeed heard of the legendary figure Ning Wuqiu, the 13 protectors of the realm. Today, upon meeting him, I find his presence truly remarkable." Just then, one of the young acolytes hurried to the abbot's side. Pressed for an explanation, the acolyte replied that he was unaware of the circumstances, but Ning Wuqiu had suddenly flung open the door, declaring his desire to bask in the sunlight. Consequently, he dragged along 2 stone lions and made his way to the main hall. Faced with the impending final battle, Tan Tua Temple would be content with a draw in 4 matches. Another monk was dispatched from Tan Tua Temple, yet Kai urged patience, stating that the final contender would soon arrive. "What?" Gasps echoed around. Ning Wuqiu stood beside the crowd, exuding an aura akin to that of a ferocious beast. However, this formidable creature was bound. Once unleashed, the consequences would be dire. Kai cast his gaze upon Ning Wuqiu, and then produced a golden hairpin. To everyone's astonishment, upon seeing the golden pin, Ning Wuqiu seemed to lose all composure, as if driven to madness. Chapter 62. Ning Wuqiu with a powerful tug. The 2 stone lions behind him were lifted, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed towards Kong Hai. His hand gripped Kong Hai's throat, causing the surrounding Onmyoji to contemplate intervening. The force of Ning Wuqiu's stone lions crashing together produced a resounding boom, shattering the Onmyoji's talisman array and leaving him spitting blood on the spot. Kong Hai hastily communicated something to the others. Subsequently, he addressed Ning Wuqiu, stating, "This is a transaction. I desire something in return." Ning Wuqiu pondered for several seconds, and amidst the cacophony of accusations from those around him, he released his grip and calmly replied, "Unchain me." Kong Hai was well prepared. Another Onmyoji, who had refrained from action, proved proficient in unlocking chains. Chanting an incantation, he smeared a layer of blood over the two iron chains. With a flash of runes, the chains binding Ning Wuqiu's feet snapped with a crisp sound. Unfettered, the disheveled man revealed his true appearance. Despite his unkempt state, he possessed striking features and eyes that burned like torches. Lu Yuan exclaimed in anger, "Ning Wuqiu, can you truly justify your actions to the deceased elder abbot?" "Indeed, Brother Ning, do not be swayed by the temptations of the Easterners." "Brother Ning." Ning Wuqiu lifted his head, arms outstretched to bask in the sunlight. After a brief moment, he inquired, "Who among you will come forth?" "Dan Lin Indi Dan Zito, Gong Hai." "You previously stated that this matter concerns you and the Tan Tua Temple. Ning Wuqiu is not one of your Eastern compatriots." Kong Hai responded, "Since this is a personal matter of mine, what is improper about asking Brother Ning for assistance? If Mr. Tang is dissatisfied, he may join the Tan Tua Temple and engage in battle with Brother Ning." Qin Shou lamented among his companions that the situation was indeed dire. It was true that he was at a disadvantage. A martial arts prodigy who had previously stained Kyoto with blood, even Tang Lin was no match for him. However, just as Tang Lin was about to request to battle from the abbot of the Tan Tua Temple, the abbot clasped his hands together and sighed. "May the Buddha be merciful. We do not wish to create needless slaughter. For this wager, we concede our defeat." Ning Wuk did not intervene, or perhaps his intervention was unnecessary. The mere presence of a formidable figure like him was already a significant deterrent. According to their prior agreement, the abbot ordered his disciples to remove the items from the beams above. Kong Hai's eyes widened, barely concealing the jubilation within him. "I noticed 3 treasures upon the beam: an ancient, intricately carved wooden bow, a silver-feathered arrow, and a set of rusted keys." Just as the esteemed masters of Huaxia were about to face a bitter loss, I began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. This little monk was exceedingly cunning. From the moment we entered, every event had been meticulously orchestrated by him. He had managed to draw Ning Wuk into the fray by pressuring the Tan Tua Temple, and that golden hairpin seemed of utmost importance to him, prompting Ning Wuk to betray his allies at a crucial moment. "But wait, I have another question." I spoke once more. "Oh, are you attempting to play tricks?" "Gong Hai in Guit." "Nonsense. We, the illustrious Huaxia, a nation of propriety, do not engage in deceit. How can we possibly resort to such underhanded tactics?" I retorted passionately. As the others prepared to retrieve the items once more, I interjected, "Hold on a moment. What is it now?" "The promissory note you showed me does not bear a date. While it is indeed today, according to the calendar, it has not yet reached midnight, indicating that today has not concluded. Therefore, we must adhere strictly to the terms of the agreement. How about we wait until exactly midnight to return it?" The abbot nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of my suggestion. However, a hint of greed flickered in the eyes of Kong Hai, who was unable to restrain his desire. Yet, before he could act, the seemingly docile abbot's countenance darkened. He stated, "The Bodhisattva gazes down with compassion upon the 6 realms, while the Vajra fiercely subdues external demons. Should anyone dare to disregard the principles of fairness and insult the compassion of this temple, the guardian Vajra shall not stand idly by." His grave words resonated within the Veda hall, causing the golden whip held aloft by the statue to clatter to the ground. Kong Hai's expression shifted, and he clasped his hands together, responding with respect, "Your words hold great truth, Master. I shall wait." As we awaited the appointed hour, my attention turned to the 3 treasures. Seizing the moment, I inquired of Mikiko Kimura about the nature of the item my grandfather had borrowed from the land of the rising sun, observing the curious gazes of those around me. I sensed their shared intrigue regarding the treasures of Tan Tua Temple. Mikiko Kimura replied, "The keys bear the insignia of the Kimura family, so it must indeed be them." I waved my hand dismissively. Earlier, the abbot ordered the 3 treasures to be retrieved, and Kong Hai was the first to express his eagerness to claim them. However, he had previously admitted ignorance regarding what Mr. Kimura had entrusted to my grandfather. Indeed, Kong Hai's assertion was accurate. Tang Lin exchanged knowing glances with me, his delight evident. Everyone here is astute, quick to grasp the essence of matters. After Master Kei Kai's performance, it is now my turn to take the stage. Seizing the momentum, I continued, before the master removed the 3 treasures from the beam. Miss Kimura and Master Kai were unaware of what my grandfather had placed there all those years ago. Hearing your sudden mention of it left me momentarily bewildered, until the master retrieved the treasures, at which point a spark of clarity illuminated my mind, and I recalled that my grandfather had once spoken to me about the treasures of Tan Tua Temple. "Is this truly the case?" inquired Tang Lin. I nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. If you doubt it, Mr. Tang, you may examine the beam once more. I am currently wagering on the notion that my grandfather must have had a contingency plan and would never permit the Japanese to abscond with the treasures." There is also a line of poetry that Kimura Michiko discreetly shared with me, even if I have yet to fully comprehend its true intent. Given the series of events that have transpired, I am convinced that there is something more hidden within the beam. Master Kei Kai furrowed his brow. If there are indeed treasures concealed within the beam, I, as a humble monk, would like to inspect them together. This young monk exhibits a commendable caution. Tang Lin glanced at the abbot of Tan Tua Temple. After receiving permission, I too expressed my desire to take a look. Subsequently, Tang Lin and Master Kei Kai conducted another examination of the beam. We stood gathered below, awaiting their findings. After a short while, both Tang Lin and Kei Kai proclaimed that there was nothing to be found. Yet, bolstered by my grandfather's unwavering confidence, I resolutely insisted that as long as it had not yet struck midnight, we should remain patient. Time passed, second by second. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the bright moon ascended into the night sky. As the silvery moonlight poured into the grand hall, a single drop of water suddenly fell from the beam above. How could there be a droplet in a hall that was once parched? Curious, I approached to investigate. Tang Lin's expression brightened with delight, and as he leaped forward, Kong Hai followed suit. Then Tang Lin exclaimed, "There are inscriptions above." Kong Hai and Tang Lin had engaged in a fierce exchange. Yet it was evident that in close combat, Kong Hai was no match for Tang Lin. Tang Lin continued. It reads, "The key to the celestial well shall return to its rightful owner. Takuya Kimura shall be returned to the leader of the Mai sect." What? Everyone gasped in astonishment. The leader of the Mai sect? Is that not referring to me? This revelation was both anticipated and unexpected. Everyone present was aware that I am the grandson of Chen Junsheng and the sole heir of the Mai sect. Chapter 63. The Celestial Key. Kong Hai exclaimed furiously. "This is a deception. It must be the work of Chen Junsheng. Moreover, why would Team Mr. Kimura use Japanese characters? Are you foolish enough to think that Chen Zheng could comprehend it? It is not meant for you." Chinsho retorted. Miko Kimura gazed intently at the gleaming beam above, appearing somewhat entranced. Suddenly, she raised her hand and called out, "Yuehua Mouse, is it you?" As her words echoed through the air, a rustling sound emanated from the beam, and in a flash of light, a small blue mouse, scarcely larger than a palm, tumbled into Miko Kimura's hands. "This is my grandfather's Shikigami, the Mount Fuji Yuehua drilling mouse," she stated. Kong Hai's expression turned icy, the demeanor of cultured elegance evaporating as he seethed. "Miko, you must take responsibility for your words." "Indeed, it is the Yuehua mouse," Miko insisted, disregarding Kong Hai's inquiry, her urgency palpable. "Do you know where my grandfather is?" "Yuehua, where is he now?" "Damn it!" Kong Hai flung his sleeve, unleashing a formidable illusion. Suddenly, a grotesque hand emerged beside Miko Kimura, moving with lightning speed to crush the blue mouse in an instant. "What are you doing?" Miko Kimura screamed in fury. "Kong Hai, you promised to help me find my grandfather." Kong Hai clasped his hands together, his eerie illusion causing Miko's pupils to dilate, her limbs stiffening, her visage contorted with terror and anguish. just when no one expected it. Ningwuk seized the opportunity to strike. As he suddenly charged towards the crowd, 3 precious treasures were being guarded by the 3 Vajra monks of Tan Tua Temple. They reacted swiftly, exclaiming, "Brother Ning!" Instinctively, they attempted to respond, but it was all too late. Ningwuk's deep, resonant voice echoed within the temple. 8. Extreme collapse. The one tasked with guarding the secret key to the Dragon Well was Din, who was adept in the art of incantations. However, he fell short against Ningwuk's overwhelming might. In a mere instant, Hao Yuan's body was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. The celestial key was snatched away by Ningwuk. "Seize him!" the abbot bellowed in fury. The temple bells chimed in unison. Concurrently, the guardian stone fish of Tan Tua Temple was activated by the attending monks. Suddenly, there were 8 resounding knocks, and the treasure destined for the Dragon Palace emitted a beastly roar. The sound crescendoed, and in an instant, a beam of white light surged into the fray. The 4 Onmyoji struggled to intercept it, as the white light transformed into 8 celestial dragons, attacking with an invincible momentum, instantly piercing one of them to death. The stalemate of battle was shattered, and there was no need for anyone to adhere to any rules. The illusionary arts of the young monk Kong Hai transformed our surroundings into a frozen wasteland the moment he cast his spell. Simultaneously, the remaining Onmyoji vanished into the illusion. The temperature continued to plummet, and Tang Lin, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, loosened his collar. He took a swift step forward, and the snow produced by the illusion beneath his feet crunched audibly with each step. Tang Lin raised his fist, which suddenly transformed into the formidable claws of Qilin, exclaiming with righteous fury, "Ning Wuqiu, you have betrayed Huaxia. Long men will ensure your demise." With a thunderous impact, the ground trembled and cracked, and, as the illusion shattered, the surroundings were left in utter disarray. Meanwhile, the practitioners of Onmi Di from the east had already vanished without a trace. In that instant, the abbot promptly commanded the monks of Tan Tua Temple to pursue them. They disappeared like the wind, leaving no sign behind, while the golden statue that remained in the hall now appeared exceedingly peculiar. Tang Lin and the others were already acquainted with my grandfather, and they could not possibly be oblivious to the fact that this golden figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. The Longmen had issued orders to track down Kei Kai and his companions throughout the city. However, Kei Kai, renowned as the foremost illusionist of the East, would prove to be exceptionally elusive. We gathered around the golden statue, and I inquired of Tang Lin why my grandfather's body was in the East. After all, I had witnessed him enter the refiner's furnace upon his passing. How could he have transformed into a small golden figure in such a short time? Tang Lin Zipli? You should ask Kimura Yoshiko about that. By the way, are you certain there is something inside the golden statue? I nodded, affirming that there was indeed something within. Naturally, I could not believe that my grandfather had 2 doppelgangers. This skeleton might not have been obtained through legitimate means. It was entirely possible that the Easterners had deliberately crafted a figure resembling my grandfather, then employed disguise techniques to alter its appearance in order to create the golden statue. Just as Tang Lin touched the statue, an overwhelming force hurled it into the air. This spectacle left everyone in a state of astonishment. Tang Lin, having finally stabilized his body, urgently inquired, "What is happening?" A sudden realization struck me regarding the seal on the golden body, prompting me to once again employ my observational technique. I beheld a vast, suppressed energy. Instantly, I exclaimed, "Everyone, be cautious and retreat from this place." Chen, what has transpired? Tang Lin pressed further. A mere touch had rendered Tang Lin's complexion pale, evidently suffering a hidden wound. This is dire. Within the golden body's dragon vein lies a seal, originally arranged according to the 4 hexagrams: Kuan, Li, Zhe, and Kansas. This arrangement could produce 12 patterns, resonating with the 12 hours of the day and the 12 months of the year, giving rise to over 1,000 variations to constrain the energy within the golden body. However, one character, Kuan, has mysteriously disappeared, causing the seal to become as rootless as the earth and gradually disintegrate. Drawing a deep breath, I solemnly stated, "It is indeed the sealed golden dragon vein within." Yet, Without a master or soul, the dragon vein cannot merge with the earth. If it breaks free, it will unleash unimaginable calamities, potentially costing many lives. Their arduous efforts culminated in the locking the Flood Dragon Well's secret key, acquired for the Tan Tua Temple. The Golden Dragon Vein resembles a ticking time bomb. 12 hours in a day, 12 months in a year. In taking away one Kuan, the entire hexagram configuration has shattered. Meanwhile, the swastika-like symbol continues to spin, leaving us uncertain if the Golden Dragon Vein will collapse in the next moment. At that point, it would not only be the Dragon Vein damaged, but also the innocent lives at stake. Such a scheme is indeed insidious. Listen to me, Chen exclaimed. This is utterly shameless. Lin Gu, count me in for capturing them. They must recognize the formidable reputation of the old Qin family of Huaxia. I turned my gaze towards the abbot of Tan Tua Temple and earnestly remarked, if the sole intention is to detonate the Golden Dragon Vein, it would be far more effective to do so within a forest of wood attributes to exploit the relationship of metal overcoming wood, potentially resulting in vast expanses of sand swallowing the verdant forests. Yet they have chosen the temple. I wish to understand the rationale behind this. Perhaps the Japanese themselves are unaware of their reasoning. Chen interjected. I shook my head. No, such a simplistic matter would not escape their consideration. At this point, I glanced into the depths of the temple. Upon locking eyes with the abbot of Tan Tua Temple, he sighed, appearing as though he had much to express, yet hesitated. Chapter 64. The serpent suppression. A profound silence enveloped the temple as all eyes turned towards the abbot, eagerly awaiting his elucidation. With hands clasped in prayer, he intoned Amit Ba. Within this temple lies a stone cauldron capable of subduing all malevolent forces that roam the earth. This bow and arrow are relics bequeathed by Liu Bowen, intended to quell the dragon's essence. Should we fail to reseal the Golden Dragon Vein within 12 hours, we shall have no choice but to employ the temple's treasures for suppression. At that juncture, his voice faltered as he cast a glance towards the Forbidden City, lamenting, at that juncture, the malevolent dragon of the locked well shall emerge to wreak havoc, and the people of the EC have sought the heavenly key solely for that dragon. His words sent a shiver down my spine, leaving me rooted to the spot in stunned silence. Memories of my grandfather's final words surged in my mind, revealing that neither he nor Longmen had deceived me. It was indeed true. Dragons existed in this world. As the abbot spoke, an eerie hush fell over the assembly. This was a legend, one that recounted the tale of a fierce dragon dwelling in the Tianjin region many years ago. This dragon, with a mere flick of its tail, could unleash catastrophic floods upon the Yongding River, and a single breath of fire would bring drought to Beijing for 3 long years, resulting in alternating calamities that left the populace in despair. Thus emerged the tale of Liu Bowen's design to capture the dragon, ultimately imprisoning it at the sea eye of Beijing Bridge. Though the old dragon was deceived by the ruse of the new and old bridges, one must ponder, for centuries, could a dragon be so naive as to honor such a promise? Within this narrative, there must exist a formidable deterrent, which subsequently gave rise to the Tan Tua Temple. An arrow was fashioned to serve as the beam of the house, its tip poised to pierce the throat of the malevolent dragon. Should the dragon dare to escape, this arrow would assuredly strike the old beast down. Furthermore, during the construction of the Forbidden City in the Yongle period, its height was mandated to be 1 inch lower than that of the Tan Tua Temple's beam, a precaution to ensure that the palace would not obstruct the arrow's trajectory towards the Bay Xiao. Upon examining an electronic map, one would perceive a direct line leading straight to Bay Xiao. The ancient dragon remains bound by chains. In days of yore, soldiers from the East Nippon tugged at the locking dragon well for 3 days and nights without respite. It was only when a series of roars erupted from the depths of the well that torrents of black water surged forth, swiftly engulfing all the soldiers present at that time. The events surrounding Bei Xiao are well known. Even Tang Lin inquired of the abbot why the likes of Kukai did not seize the divine bow, while the magical arrow inexplicably took a key instead. The abbot, with a furrowed brow, lamented, Bei Xiao has always been there, do you know why the world remains oblivious to the locking dragon well? As confusion enveloped the gathering. The abbot's expression darkened further as he continued. The locking dragon well has always existed beneath the Ming dynasty's Tongtian Palace. Only those possessing the Tongtian secret key may enter the underground palace, and this key is essential for unlocking the gate. Should the Tan Tua temple be set ablaze and Kyoto submerged, that malevolent dragon shall emerge, heralding a time of great suffering for all. Throughout the Ming dynasty, emperors were commendable in many respects, yet their obsession with immortality proved to be a flaw. They consumed heavy metals like lead and mercury as if they were mere confections, in pursuit of transcendence. It remains unclear which emperor clandestinely constructed the underground palace, and the abbot's discourse undoubtedly cast a shadow of foreboding over the hearts of all present. Ning Wuqing's defection and Kong Hai's disappearance with the Onmyoji left behind a hidden peril in the form of the Golden Dragon Vein. If the Golden Dragon Vein cannot be resealed, the bow and arrow shall remain ensnared, and the prospect of subduing the dragon becomes even more daunting. Tang Lin made several calls before patting my shoulder and reassuring me, "You've done well. Once this matter concludes, Old Master Shan wishes for your return to Longmen." With many present, I felt reluctant to undermine his authority and thus graciously accepted. The abbot then remarked, "Director Tang, you may inform Longmen to intercept anyone attempting to access the Hall of Heaven in advance. Otherwise, should the underworld open, numerous troubles will ensue. Rest assured, as a member of Longmen, I shall prioritize the safety of the people." Tang Lin clasped his hands in salute, and thereafter he called for me, Qin Shou, and others to depart from Tan Tua Temple. Once in the vehicle, I inquired of Tang Lin whether the dragon form my grandfather spoke of was the one beneath the locking dragon well. Moreover, I wondered if the key that Kimura Takuya intended to present to me was related to the dragon form. Tang Lin replied, "That is classified information. You need not concern yourself with the details. Just comply." Classified? I chuckled, yet for some reason, my thoughts drifted to the formidable Ma Dashui beneath Wanshou Mountain. I countered, "Do you think me foolish?" Tang Lin shook his head. "Not at all, which is precisely why I brought you along." I gave a thumbs up, acknowledging his clever stratagem. Qin Shou glanced between me and Tang Lin, utterly bewildered. He then asked Tang Lin what was truly transpiring, especially now that the heavenly key had vanished. "How are we to retrieve it?" Tang Lin remarked, "In a while, we shall head to the hotel. You must closely follow Chun Zheng. Even if he goes to relieve himself, you should stand by his side. Are you certain you haven't misspoken? Following him to the restroom? What if it becomes unpleasant?" "Obey the command," Tang Lin replied calmly. At this moment, Qin Shou wore an expression of reluctance. I did not resist. Unless the secret of Yigong Mountain is unraveled, he could easily overpower me. However, this did not imply that I accepted the current predicament. I stated, "In truth, before Kong Hai arrives at Tan Tua Temple, you are unaware of the whereabouts of the heavenly key. Moreover, that key once belonged to my grandfather. Only I am in Tan Tua Temple, and when the Japanese come to retrieve the key, we shall have legitimate grounds to reclaim it." Tang Lin remained silent, steadily driving the vehicle. I continued, "Yet, that old monk who strikes the bell at Tan Tua Temple is formidable. Without proper justification, even Longmen cannot seize the key. Thus, you intend to leverage the Japanese to extract the key from Tan Tua Temple. A clever ploy indeed, akin to a mantis stalking a cicada, with the yellow bird lurking behind. This morning, I noticed numerous individuals awaiting at the entrance, but upon entering the temple, those people vanished. If I am not mistaken, Kong Hai and his companions have likely fallen into an ambush." Gazing out at the scenery, Kong Hai mused about his superior intellect, managing even to manipulate Ning Wuk, the most difficult among the 13 bodyguards. Yet, the Longmen had already laid a web of traps, anticipating their arrival. Long Xiang. Huh. It is no wonder I was summoned to read fortunes. Once they secure the heavenly key, it shall be my turn to take the stage. By that time, I would inevitably be at the mercy of others, a mere fish in the hands of a butcher. The balance of life and death lay entirely in the grasp of the Dragon Gate. I recalled Mount Wanshou. It was the retreat my grandfather had bequeathed to me. In the event of that fateful moment, only Mount Wanshou could offer me salvation. The car gradually transported me to the hotel. What utterly distressed me was the fact that the two of us, grown men, were sharing a room with a king-sized bed. Even the bathroom was transparent. I could only wonder about the fate of Kong Hai and the others. However, regardless of who emerged victorious in the end, I knew they would seek me out. After all, in this vast world, I alone possessed the knowledge of the dragon's art. Chen Shou stretched lazily. He appeared to be of a similar age to me. During our brief acquaintance, I discovered that he was quite talkative, yet there were several instances when he seemed on the verge of saying something, but refrained. During a moment of respite, I took the hotel's paper and pen to transcribe the poem that Kimura Miko had given me. Chapter 65. The yellow sparrow lurks behind. She took the initiative to engage me in conversation, clearly anticipating the unfolding of subsequent events. While I pondered this repeatedly, Chen Shou could no longer contain himself and approached me, scrutinizing me from head to toe. "Hey, do you know how to read fortunes?" he inquired. "What do you want?" I responded. "Just a fortune reading about my romantic prospects," Chen Shou replied with an ingratiating grin. I feigned surprise, saying, "With your good looks, why would you worry about finding a partner?" To my astonishment, Chen Shou answered earnestly, "Today's girls are too shy. They might not dare approach a man as extraordinarily handsome as I." I thought to myself, how shameless he is. I asked, "How many relationships have you had?" He sheepishly admitted that he had never held hands with a girl. I contemplated for a moment and said, "Well, in matters of romance, fate plays a crucial role. You need to make connections. What time were you born?" After some hesitation, Chen Shou decided to reveal it to me. I casually recounted a few anecdotes from his childhood, employing common fortune-telling jargon to impress him, and then declared, "I've calculated that today the red star of romance is in motion, bringing auspicious fortune from the west. We should go out and see where love may be found." "Wait, you're not suggesting we go to a brothel, are you? You must be trying to bribe me." Chen Shou responded with caution. "Rest assured, I'm even poorer than you. I can't afford such luxuries. We'll simply seek out potential romantic encounters." "What do you say?" "The red star of romance is in motion. Missing this opportunity would be unfortunate." "Oh, and I almost forgot. Tang Lin instructed you to follow orders, whatever he says. You must obey. Are you challenging me?" At that moment, Chen Shou was visibly agitated. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed in anger, "By virtue of our familial hierarchy, Tang Lin ought to address me as uncle. If not for the division of the clan records among the 13 families of Yinyan, how could the eldest scion of the Qin family possibly fear him? Hurry, get dressed, let us go." At that instant, I found him somewhat endearing. Had he been a more conventional individual, I might not have even managed to step out of the hotel door. Chen Shou led me out of the hotel, and we strolled westward. Occasionally, we would encounter some lovely young women, and he would eagerly inquire, "Is this fate?" I would earnestly encourage him to engage in conversation with those he fancied, suggesting that he should speak to them. Who knows what could blossom? To my astonishment, he took my words to heart. The most unfortunate part was when he began asking them about their family backgrounds. Over the course of our walk, he received 4 or 5 resounding slaps, and at last, Chen Shou began to doubt his own attractiveness, cursing me as a fraud. I reminded him that the moment was not yet ripe. Destiny is ultimately ordained, and one cannot force the course of events. Listening to his grievances while observing the bustling crowd on the street, I felt a pang of melancholy. They appear to be striving for a mundane existence. Yet it is precisely this struggle that serves as life's most profound training. And as for me, in what should have been the prime of my life, I bore an inordinate weight upon my shoulders. I recalled the day when the gates of Kwa Tan Tua Temple were closed, and countless dignitaries came to pay homage to the sacred relics. This was, in essence, a trampling of the common folk, much like myself, who were confined by their circumstances. Moreover, the incense was rekindled within the temple, with offerings presented daily, yet the incense of some individuals remained untouched, still and silent. When the gates of temples and shrines close, there remain those who can still enter. From the moment of birth, one is bound by social class, and every individual strives relentlessly to ascend, trapped in a world of chaos. Where can one find a sanctuary? The sky soon darkened, and as we approached a familiar street, Chen Shou paused, remarking, "We are quite close to Tianzhou community. I shall call Huang Hui shortly for some grilled snacks." I replied, let us not rush. What if your destined encounter awaits? Chen promptly gave me a thumbs up, complimenting my foresight. As we turned into a narrow alley, I spotted an elderly woman, her steps unsteady, leaning against the wall as she pounded on the door of a shuttered shop, which bore no sign, suggesting it had not been rented out for quite some time. The elderly lady coughed and cried out, "Open the door, I beg you, open it. I regret my decision. Return my belongings to me, please." Fueled by a sense of justice, Chen became agitated, rolling up his sleeves and exclaiming, "How utterly shameless! A rogue establishment, preying on the elderly." He rushed over to assist the woman, inquiring about her plight. The elderly lady, filled with sorrow, continued to strike the door, lamenting that the shop refused to accept returns. I stood behind them, recognizing her face as somewhat familiar. As Chen helped in banging on the door, I suddenly caught sight of a tattoo on her wrist. It dawned on me that this was the very woman I had encountered at the tattoo parlor, the one who had covered that specific spot with her hand. Upon closer inspection, the tattoo revealed an eye, its stark black and white iris suggesting a hint of malice. I approached and grasped the elderly woman's wrist, my voice low and steady. "What is this tattoo? Why you step away?" She stammered, attempting to push me away, yet I held her wrist firmly, rendering her unable to move. My gaze was piercing as I fixed my eyes upon her, and Chen concerned, inquired about the matter. I persisted, "What is the meaning of this eye? Speak, and perhaps I can assist you." The elderly lady hesitated, then suddenly collapsed onto the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Once her tears subsided, she continued, "It is all my fault for being so foolish. I passed by this tattoo parlor, and the owner claimed that if I inked this eye, all my wishes would come true. I had no choice when I rented a place near Sanliton. I adorned myself and shared resources with friends, all in hopes of finding a wealthy husband. Many of my sisters have succeeded, yet I, being more beautiful and refined, questioned why I was relegated to dating losers. I was unwilling to accept this, extremely unwilling. One of my friends from the group introduced me to this place, asserting that it could alter one's fate, that any desire could be fulfilled. Initially, I was skeptical, but after my long pursuit of a balding boss ended with my friend stealing him away, I was devastated. That night, I sought solace with a younger man who had been pursuing me for a while. Aware of his intentions, I escaped while he was in the restroom. It was that day, while wandering nearby, that I recalled my friend mentioning the tattoo parlor. Driven by curiosity, I decided to enter. The proprietor of the tattoo parlor invited me to select a design. I merely expressed my desire for wealth, to ascend to a higher echelon of society, and to live the life of a prosperous lady. In response, she presented me with the image of the eye of the succubus. After the tattoo was completed, I felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and returned home to slumber for 2 days and nights. On the third day, an extraordinarily handsome gentleman, worth billions, proposed to me. We married, chose exquisite diamond rings, and resided in a lavish villa, fulfilling all my aspirations. However, upon awakening 5 days later, I found myself still in that dilapidated rented room. Everything had been an illusion. It was all a fabrication. I had transformed into an elderly woman, and all that beauty had merely been a fleeting dream. Chapter 66. Illusion. As the conversation grew increasingly chaotic, the elderly lady's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, illuminating a photo of a voluptuous young woman. Her features were strikingly beautiful, yet heavily filtered, rendering her true visage indistinguishable. Chen, upon hearing her tale, was filled with indignation. He stepped back a few paces and exclaimed, "How utterly shameless! What do you take my long men for? Watch this." I was taken aback by Chen sudden display of strength, his fists resembling twin cannons as they struck the entrance with a thunderous crash, creating a gaping hole in the iron gates. Subsequently, the lock within the door was broken, and he forcefully pulled it open. The interior was cloaked in darkness, devoid of any presence. Chen illuminated the space with his phone, revealing an array of intricate tattoos. He bellowed, "I am Chen, the Prince of Longmen Honchuan. You vile pretenders beneath the Emperor's feet, dare to flaunt your bravado? Show yourselves." The room was already small, and the eerie tattoo designs cast a sinister aura, leading me to suspect that the display cases contained human skin. Chen strode towards the inner chamber, and with a loud clang, the iron door behind us slammed shut. Simultaneously, dim candles flickered to life within the room. I hurried to catch up with Chen, my gaze fixed on the empty space, where the ancient painting on the wall still depicted the woman holding a red umbrella. There was nothing else. Chen glanced around, standing at the tattoo workstation, and turned back to the elderly lady, saying, "Grandmother, no. My dear, when that wicked person arrives, I shall help you reclaim your justice." As the elderly lady expressed her gratitude, a pair of hands slowly emerged from the ancient painting, enveloping Chen in an instant. This startling scene caused him to exclaim, "What the hell, it's a ghost!" Being a martial artist, he attempted to break free, yet the female specter from the painting seemed to linger just behind him. When the crimson rain umbrella gradually floated above his head, it instantaneously obscured his vital energy. At that moment, capturing his soul would be a mere blink of an eye. Witnessing the spectacle, I spoke in a low voice, "Do not harm him. You may reveal yourselves." Chen, bewildered, inquired, "Who are you talking to?" I continued, "As the esteemed disciple of the foremost illusionist from the land of the rising sun. What is there to fear in showing your true selves?" During my stay at the hotel, I had inscribed the verses spoken by Kimura Miko. The patterns dance like clouds and rainbows, the body akin to water buffalo hide. The inn's lodging brings forth unease, one yin, one yang. Encountering you is like encountering a book. The initial characters of each line, pattern, body, in one, encounter, formed a cohesive message. After much contemplation, I resolved to come here. If they were all present, it indicated that the secret key to the dragon's well was in their possession. Conversely, these individuals would perish under the siege of the Dragon Gate. My conjecture proved accurate. With a resounding crash, a large chunk of plaster fell from the corner of the wall, and soon after, Kimura Miko, Keikai, and Ning Wuxia appeared, all bearing significant injuries. The emergence of the trio saw the red-clad specter pressing her soft form against Chen, one hand raised high with the crimson umbrella, exuding an enchanting allure, while the elderly lady, thoroughly frightened, screamed and turned to flee. Suddenly, the female demon depicted in the painting opened her mouth, her tongue darting out like that of a lizard. It adhered to the elderly woman's head, the soft, slimy appendage coated in saliva, enveloping her cranium entirely. The tongue began to suck vigorously, causing the old woman's skin to wither in an instant, her entire body gradually transforming into brittle bones. The people of the East are undeniably sinister. The grand civilization of China reveres the righteous path of heaven and earth, while the islanders take pride in their demons and monsters. Engaging with them requires the utmost caution. As the crimson-clad demon retracted her tongue and licked her lips, she gazed alluringly at Chen, especially after having smeared him with her saliva, provoking an intense aversion within him. Chen indignantly exclaimed, "A warrior may be slain, but must not be humiliated. Chen Zheng, considering our acquaintance, do not allow this tongue-wielding wench to lick me." "You shall not perish," I interjected, taking a step forward, the distance between the three of them and myself less than a meter in the confined space. Having resolved to trust no one, an unexpected calm washed over me as I stated, "Release him." Kong Hai retorted, "Do you truly believe I would let go of someone intent on my demise? Moreover, you are hardly in a position to negotiate." I chuckled. "We are all intelligent individuals. There is no sense in beating around the bush. I alone possess the knowledge of dragon-seeking arts. Even if I had not sought you out, you would have come to me. If you wish to resort to some underhanded tactics, so be it. I am untroubled, and at worst, we shall perish together." "Perish together?" Kong Hai seemed to mock. "The essential condition for equal negotiation is strength. Let us dispense with the trivialities." I clenched my fists, feeling the forbidden tattoo left by my grandfather. As the tattoo gradually emerged, I was immediately struck by the sensation of ghostly hands tugging at my very insides. The trio of Kong Hai, Ningwuk, and Kimura Miko were taken aback by this sight. Displaying one's prowess is merely a means to establish an equal footing. Once the taboo dissipated and normalcy was restored, I continued, "This tattoo must have been left by the elder Kimura. A few days ago, I faced a life-and-death ordeal back in my hometown. Prior to that, my grandfather made a special trip to Shunshang, and, at the time, I assumed he was merely visiting that scoundrel Chenjuni. In retrospect, I believe it was actually the elder Kimura he sought. "Where's my grandfather?" Kimura Miko exclaimed with fervor. I replied, "Release him." Kimura Miko performed a hand gesture and chanted an incantation, causing the female specter to withdraw, her form lifting into the air, returning to the painting once more. Qin Shou remained composed, considering there was still the unkempt Ning Wuk nearby. Kong Hai, with hands clasped together, intoned, "Umit Ba, young brother. The Huangquan ghost tattoo is a secret art not passed down in our eastern lands. It seems the elder Kimura shares a profound connection with Master Chen. Indeed, the key to the heavens is now in the hands of this humble monk. However, with the Dragon Gate's 4 lineages emerging en masse and the 13 protectors of Yinyun gathering in the capital, approaching the heavenly palace is likely as arduous as ascending to the heavens. Thus, I have a humble request. While it may not be overtly apparent, the ramifications of the key to the heavens are immensely significant, and the very winds of the capital will shift accordingly." I said, "Master Kong Hai, please speak freely." In the western mountains of the capital lies a tower known as the Demon Suppression Tower, which confines the 10 malevolent spirits of the West Mountain. Should the young benefactor Chen be willing to lend me a hand in releasing these 10 demons, drawing forth myriad fiends to pay homage, chaos would undoubtedly ensue in the capital, providing us with the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the heavenly palace and seize what we desire. Kong Hai's gaze flickered uncertainly. Although he was a master of illusion, adept at beguiling others, even his visage was but a facade. Yet, the eyes of a person cannot be easily deceived. When one harbors malevolent intent, a sinister glimmer often manifests in the lower portion of their pupils, though this may last only a fleeting moment. If one happens to lock eyes with a malevolent individual at that precise time, an ordinary person's instinctive reaction would be one of discomfort. His demands left me in a contemplative silence. Qin Shou clenched his fists angrily, exclaiming, "Chanzheng, if it comes to that, we shall confront him head-on. The people of Longmen are sworn to protect the common folk from the calamities of demons. We, the 13 families of Yinyun, exist solely to eradicate these nefarious beings." Chapter 67. The 10 Wraths of Shishan. His anger intensified as he fixed his gaze upon Ning Wuqiu, exclaiming, "The Ning family has stood tall for generations. Yet your foolishness has led to its ruin. You are the sinner, unworthy of your deceased parents, and the venerable abbot of Tantua Temple. Enough!" Ning Wuqiu belovet, suddenly lunging towards Qin Shou. At that moment, Qin Shou had already readied himself for action, responding with a fist that flew forth like an arrow, unyielding and relentless. Yet, when faced with the formidable Ning Wuqiu, his efforts appeared futile. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Ning Wuqiu unleashed a resonant and powerful voice, "Stick, mountain lean." His movements were ethereal, resembling a wraith as he evaded Qin Shou's strike, colliding with him instead. The immense force propelled Qin Shou backwards, and despite having restrained his internal energy, he crashed heavily against the wall, leaving deep indentations in his wake. Gradually, he slid to the ground, half kneeling and gasping for breath. The normally carefree youth remained defiant despite his weakness, uttering, "The 13 guardians of Yinyun once united to capture the 10 Wraths of Shishan. My grandfather perished. Each time, damn you, Ning Wuqiu. I will surely slay you." Ning Wuqiu's disheveled hair obscured his features, rendering his thoughts a mystery. Yet, I heard him declare, "When I seek death, I shall find you." For now, descendants of the Chen family, accompany me in confronting the 10 Wraths of Shishan. In that moment, I endeavored to align my thoughts with those of my grandfather. He has always been meticulous, capable of deciphering the celestial secrets. If I have traversed the correct path, then the events concerning the West Mountain will undoubtedly fall within his foresight. Particularly, in light of the incident involving the Moonlight Rat at the Tantua Temple, I have begun to sense the grand design my grandfather once laid out. Should I fail to discover the key to the heavens on my own, I shall face a perilous fate. However, The esteemed Marshal Ma from Wanshou Mountain has provided me with the most enlightening answers. Should it come to that, perhaps I shall become a living dead. I declared. Very well. I accept your terms. Chen Shou knelt partially on the ground, gritting his teeth, his face a portrait of disappointment. I found it impossible to articulate to him that I was acutely aware of my own actions. According to legend, there are 10 ancient spirits residing in the west mountain of the capital, each having cultivated for a millennium. The badger, bear, eagle, pig, donkey, wolf, fox, python, monkey, and toad. They gather the essence of the sun and moon, attaining human-like qualities, and reincarnate. They became 10 pivotal figures throughout the Qing dynasty. Hong, Chengqiu, Dorgan, Wu Sanke, Nian Gingyao, Heilansha, Hushin, Empress Dowager Cixi, Zheng Wufan, Zhang Jidong, and Yuan Shikai. These 10 creatures retain varying degrees of their monstrous traits. For instance, Cixi has a penchant for consuming flower petals and drinking dew. Yuan Shikai, with a belly as round as a drum, emits a gurgling sound before rain, reminiscent of a croaking toad. Nian Gingyao is said to be a wild boar, insatiable in his feasting, and Zheng Guofan's skin resembles that of a python, shedding copiously each spring. Some protect the nation and its people, while others prey upon the populace, wreaking havoc across the land. These captivating tales have perpetually been recounted by the common folk. However, as Chen Shou implies, the Yinyan 13 families once endeavored to capture the 10 great evils. I inquired of Kong Hai, expressing my own insignificance and lack of prowess, questioning the utility of my involvement, fearing that I might inadvertently hinder Ning Wuqing's efforts and complicate matters further. Yet, Kong Hai shook his head and continued. The demon-locking tower of Shishan, intertwined with the celestial constellations, was once enchanted by your grandfather, Chen Junshin. Therefore, the resolution of the demon-locking tower's mysteries rests solely upon you. With such words spoken, I found no alternative but to acquiesce to Kong Hai's request. After departing the tattoo parlor with Ning Wuqing, tumultuous thoughts surged within me. I recalled my grandfather establishing the Qinglong Temple in our hometown as a means to borrow life. Subsequently, I remained at the Yuewei Hall in Shuncheng, where I encountered the enigmatic Huang Daxian and the woman who bestowed upon me a sword. Now, upon arriving in the capital, I discovered the intricate connections between the Longmen 4 clans and my grandfather, including the General Ma Dashuai of Wanshou Mountain, who was entrusted with my grandfather's legacy. The secret key to the Tantawa Temple was left to me by Takuya Kimura. My grandfather had mysteriously vanished for a time, claiming he had gone to meet someone. Now, the 10 calamities of Shishan seemed to correlate with my grandfather as well. I felt as though I had grasped a thread of opportunity, yet at critical junctures, it always eluded me. Perhaps the truth could only be unveiled upon entering the Tantian Palace. The night had deepened, and we strode briskly along the street. The moonlight was resplendent, illuminating the thoroughfare with brilliance. Beside me, Ning Wuqing, with his disheveled hair, resembled a beast poised to unleash its fury. Being with him indeed instilled a sense of tension within me. Suddenly, Ning Wuk took the initiative to speak. At first, I sensed your aura was quite chaotic, and since we left the tattoo parlor, your thoughts have become increasingly disordered. I replied helplessly, if you were in my position, venturing into a place you are entirely unfamiliar with, accompanied by someone who claims to be a master of demonic arts, would you not feel anxious? Ning Wuk shook his head and remarked, your heart is unsettled, akin to a monkey confronted with both food and traps, hesitating and indecisive, unable to choose which to pursue. Or perhaps insatiably greedy, yearning for too much. I refrained from responding directly to his observations. To be candid, aside from the emotional stirrings Ning Wuk exhibited when Chen Shou mentioned family, he usually appeared as steadfast as a mountain. He continued, I understand your fear of me. Many harbor such trepidation. While meditating in the mountains, my heart has been engulfed by demonic thoughts, akin to raging heavenly fire. Perhaps only by truly embracing my darker nature can I subdue these inner demons. Whether I would become a demon or not remains uncertain. But the journey to Shishan is not far. Do you intend to walk indefinitely? I responded with resignation. At that moment, a taxi pulled over at the roadside. This disheveled man, who had been in seclusion for many years, surprisingly entered the vehicle. The driver was taken aback, and to my astonishment, Ning Wuk placed a stack of cash on the passenger seat. Stunned, I exclaimed, "What are you doing? You don't need so much money for a taxi." Ning Wuk responded, "I have no use for money. Driver, take us to the Demon Tower in Shishan. Once we leave the city, regardless of your speed, you must not stop. Ensure a safe arrival, and the money is yours." The driver protested, "But that amount is excessive." I thought to myself, what a spendthrift he is. He is not lacking in wealth, but I am. To this day, he still owes Chen Huaijuan 5,000 yuan, which remains unsettled. I arrived in the capital with empty pockets, and since yesterday, I have not even had a proper meal. The driver had already snatched the fare back in advance, turning to me and saying, "What do you need it for? Don't you realize that time is priceless?" I was about to finish my shift and head home, but seeing the sincerity of this gentleman, whose hairstyle resembles that of a rock musician, I agreed to drive you. After all, I used to dabble in music during my youth, and upon meeting, I felt an instant connection, which is why I decided to work overtime to earn you that triple fare. The driver's words left me speechless, and I could only give him a thumbs up, saying, "All right, mate, it's not my money anyway." Chapter 68. The mountain which, although a wave of helplessness washed over me, I chanced upon the savory pancakes beside the driver and, seizing the moment while he was distracted, swiftly devoured a few bites. The driver, to his credit, said nothing, as his driving skills were commendable, smoothly steering us out of the city limits. On our way to the West Mountain, we traversed a seldom frequented stretch of wilderness. The road lay shrouded in darkness. Yet for some inexplicable reason, there were numerous individuals attempting to hail a taxi by the roadside. The driver murmured, "How peculiar." In the past, this route was devoid of even a ghostly figure. What day could it possibly be? In just a short span, I've spotted 6 people waving for a ride. Goodness, there are more ahead. Had I known, I would have borrowed a truck today. Filling it with passengers in this desolate expanse would not only be profitable, but also serve the public. "Master, if you collect fares, you must adhere to your words and not stop," I cautioned. The bright moonlight illuminated the wilderness, dispelling some of the darkness. In the open areas, one could even discern houses a kilometer away. The individuals beckoning for rides by the roadside appeared suspicious, sharing a common trait. They all stood near the roots of trees. As the old adage goes, in the dead of night amidst desolation, do not linger. Great trees beckon wandering spirits to board. This is due to the belief that large trees attract shadows. The souls of those who met untimely ends in the wild instinctively seek refuge in the nearest tree. However, today, seated in the vehicle was Ning Wuxia. In the brief span of our acquaintance, I had gleaned a fair understanding of the enigmatic Yun 13 protectors. How could there still be heedless spirits attempting to flag down a vehicle at night? Most concerning was the continuous increase in the number of wandering spirits. Recalling the moments as we embarked on our journey, it seemed that Ning Wuk had an inkling of the events that would unfold. The driver, both astonished and bewildered, proceeded at a sluggish pace. We had already disbursed a considerable sum beforehand, and he was quite diligent in adhering to the rules. Shortly thereafter, 2 diverging paths suddenly appeared ahead of us. What the hell? I've been driving this road for over a decade. When did they construct this fork? The driver muttered in confusion, uncertain and gradually applying the brakes. Ning Wuk asserted, "Do not stop. Take the middle route." "What? There's south no road in the middle. That's a large tree, my friend," the driver retorted discontentedly. Ning Wuk insisted once more, "Both paths to the left and right lead to dead ends. Proceed through the middle." The driver queried, "What exactly is your profession?" "Do not brake. Keep driving, collide with it." His resolute voice momentarily stunned the driver. Although our speed was slow, we did not halt. The driver swallowed hard, anxiety evident in his tone. I've heard tales of others encountering ghosts while driving at night. And here I am, truly facing one. Damn it, my grandmother was right. Ghosts lead to walls, and this fork is a path to death. If I must perish, listen well, my friends. It was he who urged me to crash. If the car gets damaged, I shall be liable. The driver, determined, gritted his teeth and pressed the accelerator to the floor. With a roar, the aging Jetta surged forward, crashing into the tree in an instant. only for the tree to vanish. Upon closer inspection, there were no diverging paths. Instead, there lay a treacherous cliff, where traversing any route would surely lead to destruction. Overwhelmed by fear, the driver began to shout in an attempt to quell his inner turmoil. After a string of expletives, he exclaimed, "What a thrill! It's exhilarating." He turned to his companion and questioned, "What on earth are you doing out here at this hour? Are you courting death?" Ning Wuqian replied calmly, "Drive steadily. Don't look around. I attract spirits. If you stop, you shall not escape." Both the driver and I were taken aback. It turned out that the restless souls wandering the roads were summoned by Ning Wuqian himself. As we entered the winding mountain road, bats began to collide with the windshield. The driver remained composed, operating the wipers to clear the glass. However, what unfolded before our eyes was utterly shocking. The taxi's windshield, along with the side and rear windows, had inexplicably become smeared with bloody handprints. This sight sent chills down my spine. I swallowed hard and inquired, "What is this?" Ning Wuqian responded gravely. "These are the spirits of the mountain witch. As a descendant of the Ning family, my bloodline is destined to clash with the realm of spirits. They are aware of my presence and will stop at nothing to eliminate me. Yet if I do not come, you cannot access the demon suppression tower." What astonished me further was the driver's reaction. He was brimming with excitement, even more so than I. Perhaps the heightened emotions drove him to babble incoherently. As he pounded the steering wheel and shouted, "I've finally seen a ghost in my lifetime. It's all been worth it." Ning Wuqian cautioned, "Focus on driving. As long as you keep moving, you will remain safe." Just then, amidst the driver's exhilaration, a loud bang resonated, as if something had been violently hurled away. Ning Wuqian continued, "Do not stop." The driver exclaimed in panic, "Oh no, I've hit someone. I have comprehensive insurance worth $2 million, and I'm not driving under the influence. So why should I flee? I must stop. I must apologize." However, everything transpired too quickly for me to discern whether it was indeed a person I'd struck. I only knew that something had been hit. Just as the driver was about to exit the vehicle, Ningwuk pulled him back, advising, "Remember, do not venture anywhere. Remain in the car until dawn, and then you'll be safe." "Crazy," the driver muttered in frustration. After he exited the vehicle, Ningwuk urged me to follow suit. Standing in the desolate outskirts, I turned to see what the driver had just collided with, a vividly colored paper figure. The driver, cradling the paper figure, rushed back. His voice laced with urgency, "Miss, please hold on. I didn't mean to hit you." The two passengers in the car saw everything clearly. "I will take you to the hospital right away. Just hang in there." As he spoke, he cautiously placed the paper figure onto the back seat of the taxi. The bizarre scene before me was unmistakable. The driver appeared to be entranced by a ghost. When he called for Ningwuk and me to assist, Ningwuk waved his hand dismissively. The driver muttered a few curses under his breath before settling back into the car, fiddling with the steering wheel. His every movement suggested he was driving, yet the taxi remained stationary. I reached instinctively for the talisman meant to repel evil, but Ningwuk interjected, "Do not interfere. I have already removed the car keys. He will not come a harm." My concern persisted, "But what if he exits the vehicle?" Ningwuk replied, "Then that will be his own misfortune. It is not my concern." Having spoken, he strode purposefully towards the direction of the Demon Tower in West Mountain. As I passed by a taxi, I caught sight of a paper figure in the back seat that bizarrely winked at me, sending a chill down my spine. Despite years of training, this was the first time I had encountered such a strange occurrence, and I felt a shiver of unease. Just as I was about to draw my demon-suppressing sword, Ningwuk seized my hand and cautioned, "Do not intervene. The paper ghost is entangled with the driver's soul. A single stroke of your blade would render this man lifeless. Let us proceed. What your eyes perceive may not necessarily be the truth." I took a deep breath, nearly turning a well-intentioned act into a grave mistake. Guided by the moonlight, the two of us made our way to the foot of West Mountain. The lush, verdant path wound its way up, leading to the dark, looming tower perched atop the mountain. Chapter 69. The Demon-Suppressing Tower on the Eve of the Ascent. A palanquin emerged slowly from the depths of the forest. Surrounding it was an impressive entourage, reminiscent of a grand procession, rivaling that of the notorious celestial beings. At the forefront stood two hunchbacked elders, one bearing a living person, while the other held a shield for evasion. Behind them, 8 muscular bearers hoisted the palanquin, flanked by maidservants carrying lanterns. The dim flickering light illuminated the scene, revealing 2 figures seated within the translucent red silken drapery of the palanquin. The attendants advanced one by one, pointing at me and Ning Wuxia, shouting commands. How audacious! Do you not kneel before the matriarch? Such boldness! If you do not kneel, I shall shatter your skull. I will feast upon your flesh, drink your blood, extract your heart and liver. Their appearances were peculiar, 7 parts demonic and 3 parts human. I inquired, is the mountain which matriarch within the palanquin? Ning Wuxia nodded, saying, indeed, over a century ago, she bred fox spirits to harm others. Many a traveler fell victim to her malicious spirits, their essence drained until they perished. The essence collected was used to nourish the roots of the tree demon, until my grandfather from the Ning family shattered her demonic form. Little did we know, she possessed such resilience, surviving by inhabiting the body of a millennium-old tree. A voice emanated from within the palanquin. Oh, is that not the young scion of the Ning family? I heard your entire family has perished, and alas. The matriarch did not attend the funeral. How regrettable. Before this utterance, I had always believed the mountain which matriarch to be a woman. However, the voice that followed was a croaky imitation of a woman's tone. Startled, I took several steps back and exclaimed, what on earth? A hermaphrodite! Such audacity! Impudent! Cried the 2 hunchbacked attendants, their eyes blazing with indignation. I swallowed hard and remarked, since he has regained his demonic form, why have you not dispatched him again? Ning Wuk disregarded the mountain which within the sedan chair and replied, it is impossible to slay him. The ancient tree he left behind was once the sacred ground where a high monk achieved enlightenment. I inquired, what shall we do about the demon suppression tower? I cannot unravel the seal alone. Perhaps you could reminisce for a while, and I shall wait nearby. Ning Wuk explained, after that high monk attained Buddhahood, he sealed the 10 calamities of the western mountain with a Bodhi tree. The mountain which claimed the Bodhi tree, and for all these years, as long as she does not harm anyone, she remains unbothered. I will confront the mountain, witch, and her ghostly kin here. You must ascend the mountain and sever her roots, then await my return. No sooner had Ning Wuk finished speaking than the mountain, which lifted the crimson veil of her sedan. Beneath her graceful form lay the visage of an aged man, his hands on his hips as he scolded furiously. How dare you, you little brat, attempt to disturb my true form? Come forth, my minions! A swarm of ghostly attendants surged forward, and the various specters and phantoms morphed into fearsome apparitions, bearing their fangs and claws. It was my first encounter witnessing Ning Wuk, renowned as the foremost among the 13 protectors, in action. The term 8 extremes derives from the Huainanzi, which speaks of the vastness between heaven and earth, encompassing the 9 provinces and 8 extremes. The martial art refers to the capacity of one's fists to reach far and wide in all directions. Ning Wuk struck his right fist against his left palm, gathering himself, and with a fierce declaration, he bellowed, shatter the hand. With a powerful stamp of his foot, a force akin to a tidal wave surged forth, toppling the malevolent spirits. The ghostly matriarch, filled with wrath, forcefully slammed down the palanquin. The 8 bearers, startled, cast aside the floral sedan, and as the distance closed, I beheld the ominous black coffin. Ning Wuxia, undeterred, advanced with a poised stance, channeling energy in an instant, his nostrils emitting a thunderous roar. With a strike of his elbow, akin to a sledgehammer, he shattered the coffin into splinters, fragments of wood scattered through the air, when suddenly, ancient roots ensnared his legs tightly. Seizing the opportunity, the spectral minions of the ghostly matriarch screeched as they raced toward me. The 8 bearers split into 2 factions. One pursued me, while the other engaged Ning Wuxia. As an ordinary individual, I found myself unable to outrun these phantoms. In a moment of desperation, I grasped the Jinxia sword, prepared to confront them. Yet their razor-sharp claws tore through my garments, inflicting a searing pain akin to being sliced by a knife. Ning Wuxia, as if endowed with the strength of multiple beings, shattered the roots constraining him. The ghostly matriarch gasped in disbelief. How can this be? Suddenly, he unleashed his might, charging forth like a tiger, descending the mountain, scattering the spectral entities in his wake. He positioned himself at the foot of the mountain, confronting the matriarch's minions, and proclaimed with a grave tone, "You go to the demon suppression tower. Leave the matters below the mountain to me. No one shall ascend while I stand here." From my vantage point on the slope, I gazed in shock at the grotesque fiends before me. Ning Wuqing exuded an imposing aura, akin to a warrior brandishing his sword. Yet his disheveled hair obscured the features of his face. Standing at the foot of the mountain, he resembled an insurmountable peak, a figure of heroism. How could such a valiant character meet with a tragic fate? Countless specters dared not take a single step forward. Soon, a group hurriedly arrived, their noisy footsteps coming to a halt. At the forefront stood a man clad in the garments of a martial artist. He was gaunt, with sunken eyes and a sallow complexion, resembling a consumptive wretch. Yet, he spoke coldly. "Ning Wuqing, if you dare to disturb the 10 maledictions of Shishan, you shall be deemed a criminal of Huaxia. Regardless of Longmen or the 13 guardians of Yinyun, they will spare no effort to slay you." "There are many who wish to kill me," Ning Wuqing retorted without the slightest intention of retreating. He sighed deeply, responding with calm resolve. "I have my own plans. You may leave. After all these years, I no longer wish to take lives." Arrogant. The consumptive's expression stiffened as he shouted towards the slope. "Chen, as one of the 5 veins, you ought to prioritize the welfare of the common people. The 10 maledictions of Shishan were sealed at a great cost by the 13 guardians of Yinyun. If you unseal them recklessly, you will be a criminal of Longmen. And I, Chen Tai, shall surely kill you." His inner strength transmitted his words, each syllable resonating clearly in my ears. I did not recognize the name Chen Tai, but his ability to stand firm against Ning Wuqing suggested that his status was not insignificant. Nevertheless, I could not afford to dwell on this. I hastened up the steps, soon breathless. Glancing back down the mountain, I observed the tumultuous winds of fists sending trees flying in disarray. Ning Wuq and Chen Tai appear to be evenly matched. In their duel, outsiders are utterly powerless to intervene. It seems I have unwittingly offended a formidable individual. My grandfather is a master of divination, practicing the ancient arts of the 5 veins of Huaxia, while the Yinyun 13 protectors represent the martial lineage, existing solely to eradicate the hidden malevolence among mortals. Should a conflict arise, I would undoubtedly be outmatched. Hastily, I ascended the western mountain and arrived at the foot of an ancient pagoda. Gazing upwards, I beheld a structure approximately 15 meters tall, a 7-tiered octagonal building with intricately sloping eaves. The base of the pagoda is adorned with a Sumeru pedestal, upon which a lotus Buddha is intricately carved. On the opposite side of the tower, a plaque provides an account of its origins. Chapter 70. Chen Tai. Since this is the seal my grandfather once participated in, he must have left me a way out. I discovered the Bodhi tree, encircled by a fence and under strict surveillance, now withered. The northern climate is ill-suited for cultivating such a tree. As I circled the Bodhi tree, I recalled that the Buddha attained enlightenment beneath its branches. Thus, it is also referred to as the tree of wisdom, symbolizing the rebirth of nirvana. How could such a divine tree be so easily claimed by the mountain witch? As I wandered around, I found a stone slab beneath the tree, approximately half a meter in diameter, its surface smooth as jade, resembling a place for practitioners to meditate. Rather than rashly digging, I chose to sit in the position where the monks once found enlightenment, hoping to discern my grandfather's intentions. This spot directly faced the demon-suppressing tower of West Mountain, which, at sunset, would obstruct the sun's rays. I sat cross-legged, placing the demon-subduing sword across my lap. Initially, I closed my eyes, but my mind was tumultuous, making it difficult to attain tranquility. This reminded me of the words Ning Wuqiu once imparted to me. Your heart is unsettled, akin to a monkey caught between food and a trap, vacillating and indecisive, unable to choose one, or perhaps insatiable, yearning for too much. I smiled wryly. Indeed, beneath the Bodhi tree, the heart of the monkey finds no peace. I longed to secure the secret key to the serpent well, but feared it might be a snare. I wished to read the dragon's fortune, yet worried about the schemes of Longmen and the Four Veins. I aimed to uncover my grandfather's thoughts, yet I was apprehensive about the repercussions of unleashing the 10 calamities of West Mountain. Every individual's thoughts resemble wild weeds. When suppressed, they merely sprout anew in another direction. Amidst the hustle and bustle of life, these distractions manifest as trifles. Yet, in moments of stillness and introspection, when one seeks truth, the rampant thoughts transform into a simian creature, striving to sever its ties with your true essence. I sat cross-legged, eyes closed, meticulously untangling my myriad concerns. Suddenly, a haunting wail pierced the air, echoing, "Let me out. Please let me out." I inquired within, "Who are you?" The sorrowful voice reverberated. "I am Hu Yunyang, a spirit fox of 1,000 years, my corporeal form imprisoned within the demon suppression tower, my soul residing in the Bodhi tree, subjected to the tyranny of the mountain witch. I beseech you, rescue me." I gasped. "You are one of the 10 Li of Shishan, the fox demon?" "Indeed, I am a fox, yet I have never sought to harm anyone," she lamented. Meditating beneath the Bodhi tree, I found my consciousness invaded by a demon. Contemplating this, I asked, "Do you know Chen Junshen? Are you referring to my benefactor?" "Benefactor?" I instinctively questioned, regretting my words, for the fox demon was cunning. Who could discern truth from deceit? "Indeed, it is my benefactor." He proclaimed that only his descendants could save me, Hu Yunyang implored. Did my grandfather truly utter such words? In the days of yore, as one of the 10 immortals of Shishan, we were in seclusion when the 13 protectors of Yin Yun found us. They declared us demons that must be eradicated. My fellow immortals and I fought valiantly, yet we were still no match for them. After being captured, my corporeal form was crushed beneath the demon suppression tower, with even my peepa bones nailed to the soul-settling stake, condemned to eternal immobility. Fortunately, a benefactor employed the soul transference technique to rescue me, entrusting me beneath the Bodhi tree, where he foretold that his descendants would come to liberate me and assist in my rebirth as a human. I struggled to maintain my composure, for the fox spirit was adept at ensnaring others with charm. I wondered whether his words bore truth. I pressed on, inquiring, "Why will my grandfather save you?" The fox spirit replied, "Old Mr. Chen once remarked that after the calamity of the Golden Dragon, his descendants would be ensnared in unending entanglements. The 10 grievances of the Western Mountain all originate from the Heavenly Passage Palace. Should misfortune befall them, I hope you can save his lineage." My grandfather had anticipated that the Heavenly Key would incite yet another conflict. But why must we wait until 50 years hence? Time for contemplation was scant, as the palpable aura of impending danger unsettled my mind. Resolute in my decision, I resolved that even if the fox spirit deceived me, I would accept it. I asked, "How can I save you?" The fox spirit rejoiced. "The Bodhi tree possesses a singular eye, which was once left by Mr. Chen for my sake, but has since been firmly occupied by the mountain ghost. If you were to blind it, I might find my freedom." No sooner had she spoken than I was suddenly enveloped by a wave of murderous intent. It sent a chill down my spine, destabilizing my 3 souls. I bit my tongue fiercely, the sharp pain jolting me from my meditative state. A withered hand descended upon my crown, evidently aimed at my life. I leaned back, narrowly evading the lethal strike. The specter of tuberculosis slowly moved its palm, coldly declaring, "Submit willingly, or I shall shatter every bone in your body, leaving only your eyes to witness your fate." Where is Ning Wuqian? With so many people below, what can even the 13 protectors do? Chen Tai scoffed. "Where are Kong Hai and the others? If you refuse to speak, the Taiji Jinyun hand will render you a cripple for life." I swallowed hard, recalling the old adage, "Taiji, for 10 years, remains within, but Jiquan, in 1 year, can claim lives." The former operates from within to without, while the latter from without to within. Taiji falters when working internally. By the time one perfects their internal strength, their sinews and skin have already aged. Essence, qi, spirit, strength, and sinews cannot harmonize. But Jiquan, however, is fierce and versatile, with 6 primary techniques to vanquish foes, its energy radiating in all directions, thus proving more practical. Yet, To attain Ning Wuqian's level, one must possess exceptional talent. The specter of tuberculosis advanced step by step, and as I retreated, I exclaimed, "Don't come any closer, or I shall call for help." Chen Tai replied, "Call away. There are no ghosts here to heed your cries." "Ning Wuqian, save me," I shouted desperately. Chen Tai's expression shifted slightly, and as he suddenly turned, I seized the moment to dash towards the Bodhi tree. "He is playing me." Chen Tai lunged at me, a forceful thrust sending me crashing violently against the Bodhi tree trunk. I saw the withered bark slowly peeling away, revealing a line of scripture shimmering with golden light. Beneath the text, an eye gradually opened on the bare trunk, radiating an aura of malevolence. A surge of joy filled my heart as I mustered my last breath, and, with all my might, plunged the exorcising sword deep into its target. With a sharp thud, blood was drawn from the Bodhi tree. Chen Tai exclaimed in outrage, "You audacious fool! You dare to destroy the seal of Shishan? I shall slay you, you wretched brat!" Suddenly, the Taiji shockwave descended upon me, a force akin to an erratically shifting mountain bearing down, leaving no avenue for escape. Fortunately, the valiant Ning Wuqia appeared at a crucial moment. Like a fierce tiger, he executed the mountain embrace technique, crashing into Chen Tai. Chen Tai, leveraging the force against him, found their energies intertwined. Ning Wuqia, with his vigorous might, stomped the ground to gather strength, and with a swift step, delivered a powerful elbow strike aimed directly at Chen Tai's heart. Forced to defend himself with the wild horse splitting mane technique, Chen Tai barely blocked the fatal blow, yet the overwhelming power still propelled him several meters away. I sat weakly on the ground, my body now chilled to the bone, having narrowly escaped death at the hands of the Thaisic Spectre. Chapter 71. Heavy rain. Many individuals began to surge up the mountain, each one exuding an extraordinary aura. After repelling Chen Tai, Ning Wuqian did not rush into action. He stood there, radiating an air of invincibility. His disheveled hair stirred without wind, and he gravely stated, "I have vowed to Master Shinkong to uphold my pledge against killing. Do not force my hand. Ning Wuqian, you have betrayed Huaxia and become a lackey of the East Sea, bringing shame upon your ancestors. The Yinyan 13 guardians do not harbor such ungrateful souls. Surrender willingly, lest you tarnish the reputation of the Ning family," Chen Tai retorted, casting a scornful glance my way. As the saying goes, a crooked beam leads to a crooked plank. Chen Junshen was a traitor, and his descendants have followed suit. His harsh words ignited my anger, and I defiantly raised my middle finger, exclaiming, "Take that, you scoundrel!" Chen Tai's gaze met mine, revealing a chilling intent to kill. Ning Wuqian stepped in front of me and asked, "Has your heart's monkey been subdued?" I was taken aback. Could he possibly know of the escape route my grandfather had left behind? The Bodhi tree I had pierced oozed crimson blood, its foul odor permeating the air. Suddenly, the mountain which rushed over, exclaiming in distress, "Oh my goodness, it's all leaking out. After so many years, it's all gone. You little rascal. I shall fight you to the end." Like a distressed woman throwing a tantrum, she dashed through the crowd of the Yinyan 13 guardians without hindrance. In that moment, Ning Wuqian delivered a powerful punch to the Bodhi tree before all present. The furious force caused the bark of the Bodhi tree to fall in cascades. The mountain spirit, the old woman, coughed up fresh blood as she prostrated herself on the ground, pleading, "Ning hero, Ning elder, Ning ancestor, let us not resort to violence. Let us converse amicably." Chen Tai bellowed, "Disciples of Long Men, heed my command. Ning Wuqian has betrayed Huaxia, and his crimes warrant execution. Join me in capturing Ning Wuqian." As the crowd closed in, Ning Wuqian swung his arm and delivered another punch. After 2 strikes, the Bodhi tree suddenly cracked with a resounding snap, revealing a 2-meter-long Vajra pestle ensconced within. Upon its emergence, the demon suppression tower reverberated with a cacophony of anguished roars. Simultaneously, 8 creatures, badger, bear, eagle, boar, donkey, wolf, monkey, and toad, sprang forth from the 8 directions of the tower, while a massive azure python coiled around its apex. These formidable beasts, towering over 3 meters, included toads, giant bears reaching 7 or 8 meters, and wolves with fangs as sharp as swords, all constituted some of the most powerful monsters in existence. At that moment, the winds surged and the heavens transformed. The Western Mountain Ten Li had once concealed these monsters' true forms, allowing their souls to reincarnate and cultivate their powers. Some had accumulated immense fortune through their past virtues, while others had served as esteemed ministers of Huaxia, revered by thousands. During their earthly sojourn, they had also been amassing their strength. Yet, upon reincarnation, they remained oblivious to their former identities, seduced by worldly temptations and straying onto a treacherous path. Now, having been imprisoned for far too long, their ferocity was unleashed as they charged towards the crowd, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. The power of the great demon is far beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals to withstand. Many were left in disarray without ever having made direct contact. Just as the situation threatened to spiral out of control, those 8 monsters were suddenly ensnared by invisible iron chains. Under the luminous moonlight of the Western Mountain, they roared incessantly, their eyes ablaze with fury. Ning Wuxie dragged me as we sprinted down the mountain. The demon-suppressing tower blocked any pursuit from the others. Having narrowly escaped with Ning Wuxie to the foot of the mountain, the echoes of wild beast roars still resonated in the air. This night, the Western Mountain was destined to be anything but tranquil. I was deeply concerned about whether the little fox named Hu Yaonyang had followed us. After such a long time, there had been no sign of her. Recalling the final 2 punches Ning Wuxie had struck against the Bodhi tree, I pondered aloud. Would the emergence of that demon-subduing pestle from its resting place allow Li to escape from the demon-suppressing tower? Ning Wuxie did not refute my thought. Instead, he stated, "Let us proceed. Given the consequences Li caused in the past, the Yin 13 protectors and the Dragon Gate will surely intervene, especially since those old fellows have yet to make their move." Suddenly, I halted, fixating on Ning Wuxie's silhouette, a strong premonition rising from the depths of my being. I asked, "Hey, do you know about the contingency plan left by my grandfather? I must go to Tong Tiangong for something of great importance, which does not concern your grandfather, but that fox may be able to assist." The resolute gaze of Ning Wuxie conveyed the answer. I closed my eyes, sensing the presence of something following closely beside me. It had to be Hu Yaonyang, for she was merely a wisp of a soul. If there were no place to rely upon, perhaps a mere breeze could scatter her soul into oblivion. "Where next?" I inquired. Ning Wuxie glanced at the sky and remarked, "It seems rain is imminent. The capital is likely to face turmoil again." What? His cryptic statement left me bewildered. On this night of bright moonlight and sparse stars, there were no signs of impending rain. When I pressed him for clarification, he offered no response, appearing mysterious and lost in contemplation. As we returned and passed by the taxi once more, the driver remained inside, assuming a driving posture. Ning Wuxie opened the door and unceremoniously tossed both the driver and the paper effigy together, then motioned for me to take the front seat. He took the wheel, steering us directly toward the city. I glanced back at the eerie paper figure, exquisitely crafted, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary artisan. I inquired of Ning Wuxie, "Whose is this paper figure?" He explained that there were many who wished him dead. The moment he departed from Tan Tua Temple, former enemies would swarm upon him. As for their identities, he was indifferent and had no desire to concern himself with them. Perhaps this was the confidence bestowed upon him by his formidable strength. Upon returning to the tattoo parlor, dawn was approaching. Qin Shou lay in a small room, entranced by Kong Hai's illusions, fast asleep and lost in a world of sweet dreams. We did not immediately seek the celestial palace, instead allowing Kong Hai to cast an illusion. Opting for a temporary retreat, Kong Hai was still healing. According to him, the 4-on Myoji from the Saimai Shrine had already been captured. The tattoo parlor serves as the clandestine stronghold of Kimura Yoshiko, known only to her. After a single night, the capital was inexplicably enveloped in torrential rain, despite the weather forecast declaring otherwise. Outside, the relentless downpour cascaded like the Milky Way spilling from the heavens. From dawn until dusk, the rain fell without cessation. Each of the 3 harbored ulterior motives, none daring to broach the subject of the Tongtian Temple. While it was apparent that Kimura Yoshiko was constrained by the influence of Kukai, bound by the tempest for a full day and night, Yoshiko could not restrain herself from inquiring about her grandfather's whereabouts. She lamented that she had been searching for Kimura Takuya for nearly 5 years, yet had received not a whisper of news. The painting of the female demon was a treasured keepsake left to her by her grandfather before his departure, which had sustained damage for years prior during a confrontation with adversaries. Kimura Yoshiko had been tirelessly seeking ways to restore the artwork. Chapter 72. The Underground Palace. I had indeed speculated about Takuya Kimura's whereabouts. Before his passing, my grandfather returned to the provincial capital and met with 2 individuals. One was Chun Junyi, and the other was the original owner of the Chowdang. I suspected that the identity of that owner was far from simple. I did not share these suspicions with Miko Kimura. Seizing the opportunity, I inquired earlier. Kukai mentioned that the mark upon me is the Yellow Springs ghost tattoo. What exactly is it? This question left Miko Kimura somewhat troubled. I sighed, sister. This mark is inscribed upon my very skin. It may even have been inked by your grandfather. Is there truly anything that cannot be disclosed? Miko fixed her large eyes upon me, and for a full half-minute, she remained silent, unable to utter a word. I waved my hand dismissively. What are you pondering? Miko replied earnestly. The technique of the ghost tattoo totem upon you is indeed the work of my grandfather. This tattoo is reputed to be the most challenging totem within the Kimura family. Her words filled my heart with joy. I asked, whenever I encounter certain taboos, I immediately feel as though countless ghostly hands are tugging at me. What could be the reason for this? Miko explained. Some individuals are fated to lead a life of mediocrity, unable to enjoy wealth and nobility. Thus, the Yellow Springs tattoo can utilize the souls of others as a dye to aid in prolonging life. When inscribed upon the body, it does not manifest visibly, yet at critical moments, it can be employed to avert disaster. Typically, an ordinary person would not bear more than 9 such marks, but the number upon you appears to be rather excessive. How many exactly do I possess? I inquired. She shook her head, expressing her inability to discern the truth. All she knew was that the ghost patterns served another purpose: sealing. It required an immense expenditure of mental energy. She pondered why her grandfather would assist me, or what exactly was sealed within her. She did not feel any sense of help from him. Yet, the ghost patterns gave her the impression of invisible hands firmly restraining her. Her grandfather was an unorthodox master from the Celestial Master S estate. When she was very young, he merely instructed her not to use the methods of the Celestial Master S estate or to employ the records of Egong Mountain for divination. Before his passing, he urged her to embrace a life of normalcy. However, the desire for tranquility was thwarted by an unseen force that pulled her into a perilous vortex. She lamented, "Once we meet your grandfather, we shall inquire together." She then asked, "When shall we visit the Tongtian Temple?" Konghai interjected, "The rain is too light. Let's wait a while longer." She gazed out the window, where dark clouds obscured the sky, making it impossible to discern the time. The torrential downpour had turned many streets into a vast expanse of water. Perplexed, she remarked, "What is with this rain? It came so suddenly. Once you enter the Lock Dragon Well, you will understand. Rest well and conserve your energy," Konghai replied. His words ignited a surge of frustration within her. Collaborating with them was exceedingly difficult. Not only did she bear the stigma of being labeled a traitor, but now she was also compelled to live by riddles each day. The relentless downpour continued, and even she sensed that something was amiss. Floodwaters ensued, causing chaos everywhere. On the 3rd night, darkness enveloped the surroundings, leaving only the sound of rain cascading down. Keikai declared, "The moment has arrived. Let us proceed." Mikiko Kimura produced the tools she had meticulously prepared in advance. The 4 of them donned their raincoats and boots, shouldered their packs, and set off. Keikai led the way, and they arrived at the intersection of Dongzaiman Street and Yongdagong Street in the dead of night. This site marked the former location of Beijing Bridge, which, ironically, had no bridge. Years ago, there had been a dry bridge, but it was dismantled for road construction. According to some elders, there used to be a tea house at the northeast corner of the Beijing Bridge intersection, and the ancient well, known as Haiyan, was located within that establishment. In an effort to dispel superstition, some individuals attempted to lift the large iron chain covering the well, but remained immovable. Eventually, A dozen strong men exerted their strength to shift the chain. However, a chilling sound of wind echoed from the depths of the well, creating an eerie atmosphere. They continued to pull, but to no avail, ultimately resigning to defeat. Subsequently, Japanese soldiers also attempted to pull the chain, resulting in numerous fatalities. After the tea house was demolished, a department store was erected above it, burying the ancient well beneath. The proprietor even constructed a small room to seal the Dragon Lock well, which remained locked throughout the year. It was not until the subway construction led to the demolition of the mall that the Dragon Lock well vanished without a trace. During this season of relentless rain, Kai guided us to the old site, turning towards the subway entrance to descend. Due to the torrential downpour, the subway had suspended operations. Kai employed his illusions to bewilder the staff, allowing us to stealthily slip inside. In theory, the members of Longmen and the 13 protectors would surely have set up an ambush, yet the vast emptiness of the subway was devoid of any shadows. I couldn't help but harbor doubts. Could this perhaps be an alternative route? Konghai leaped on the subway tracks, wielding a flashlight as he led the way. Following closely behind were I, Kimuramiko, and Ningwuchia. As we traversed the pitch-black tunnel, it was evident that despite our proficiency, none of us had ever ventured towards the Tongtian Palace before. The subway was traversed countless times daily. How could no one else have discovered this? During our journey, Konghai held a luo gong in his hands, seemingly preparing for something. After approximately 2 hours of walking, we halted at an unremarkable spot. Konghai exclaimed with excitement, "We've arrived." Miko replied, "There's nothing here." Konghai insisted, "There's a residual aura from the Tianshi Mansion." Prior to our arrival, I gathered extensive information to seal the Tongtian Palace. The Tianshi Mansion had previously dispatched individuals to perform the sealing. After stating this, he brandished a sharp tool and began to excavate the earth. Before long, he unearthed a small coffin, roughly the size of a palm. His eyes sparkled with delight. "This is it. There must be more." Gazing at the tiny coffin, I couldn't suppress a gasp. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the one my grandfather had employed to borrow life. Why had that individual from the Tianshi Mansion buried a coffin here? Nonetheless, we could not afford to be careless. The Tongtian Palace had been buried for so many years. A single misstep could lead to our obliteration. In total, Konghai discovered 5 small coffins. He opened each one, revealing keys of 5 different colors. Miko inquired, "We have the keys, but where is the door?" Since it is a key, it must be intended to unlock a hidden passage. The lock of the Jiaojing well has been buried for so many years. Could it be that the ground was elevated to allow the track to pass over the well? In this case, breaching the secret passage would require substantial equipment. Konghai glanced around, pondering for a while. As a master of illusions, his expertise lay in the realms of trickery and deception. Soon, he concluded, no, the passage to the Celestial Palace was designed for the purpose of ascension. It would not be a grand undertaking, but rather a matter of utmost caution and care. He found his reasoning sound in the pursuit of immortality. One would surely seek a secluded spot, much like the seemingly immortal figure atop Mount Wanshou. Yet fate played a cruel hand when the emperor was struck down by lightning before transforming into a zombie. Therefore, regardless of one's status, the insatiable greed within could never be satisfied. Chapter 73. The killing trap. Much like the common folk of this world, who yearn for wealth yet find themselves perpetually unsatisfied. Once they acquire riches, they aspire to wield power. Upon grasping authority, thoughts of rebellion arise, and ultimately, when they ascend to the throne, they dream of achieving immortality. Immortality, being the ultimate aspiration, compels emperors and high officials to exhaust all resources in pursuit of convenience. I pondered, could one truly attain immortality? Konghai replied, indeed. I once obtained a document from an antique dealer which detailed the methods of immortality imparted by an ancient sorcerer. Ning Wuqian scoffed at the notion of immortality, dismissing it with derision. Konghai continued, this technique ensnares the soul within illusions, allowing one to remain perpetually immersed in dreams, where they become divine beings, capable of controlling all, except for the feng shui of the locked dragon well, which is uniquely attainable. His Luo Gong provided the coordinates right here, corroborated by the 5 small coffins. Yet, before us lay an endless tunnel, devoid of any peculiarities save for the iron tracks. Mukamura Yoshiko remarked, despite the torrential rain outside, we remain unscathed here. Could it be possible that the lock dragon well resides within the drainage system? Her assertion resonated with undeniable logic, prompting the group to abandon their fixation on the tunnel's center and instead search the peripheries for drainage outlets. Eventually, we uncovered a passage large enough for a person to enter. Ning Wuqian's strength came into play as he pried open the cover, facilitating our descent into the abyss below. We crawled forward, the space widening as we descended deeper. In the intricate depths of the drainage system, we encountered an ancient well sealed by stone, upon which rested a statue of the vigilant Guangong, eyes wide open. The statue, meticulously sculpted from stone, though devoid of color, exudes a lifelike presence. Upon my first glance, I faintly perceived the eyes of Guangong seemingly in motion. A sense of caution surged within me, preventing any hasty advance. However, Kong Hai, overwhelmed by excitement, took a step further. Within the hidden passage, an ominous aura of lethal intent suddenly enveloped us. Even I felt the encroaching threat of death. Kong Hai's countenance shifted dramatically. He reacted with remarkable swiftness. Leaning back, his vessel of offerings simultaneously emitted a sharp crack, shattering before our eyes. After his fall, a wound appeared upon his forehead, crimson blood trickling slowly from it. With terror evident in his gaze, Kong Hai swallowed hard, muttering such potent murderous intent. I nearly lost my head. The statue of Guan Di is positioned atop the locking dragon well, its base crafted from a massive rectangular stone slab, intricately adorned with carvings of runes. The convoluted network of drainage pipes circumvents the holy image, creating an isolated space. The statue's piercing gaze fixates upon our direction, echoing the folk adage, when Guangong opens his eyes, blood shall flow. When Guanyin closes hers, peace eludes. I was fortunate that Kong Hai's quick reflexes had spared us. Otherwise, he might have had his head severed in an instant. Thus, we no longer dared to act recklessly. I contemplated the configuration before me, realizing that Guan Yu was positioned here. Historical records reveal him as one of the 4 celestial protectors of Taoism, revered as the Saint Emperor Guan and the embodiment of loyalty and martial prowess, known as the Great Emperor Guan. The connection between Guan Di and Buddhism can be traced back to the Sui dynasty, when a revered monk performed rites for the deceased on Mount Yuchuan, bestowing Buddhist precepts upon the spirit of Guan Yu. During the reign of Wu Zetian, as Zen Buddhism flourished, the northern master Shinshio established a Zen temple on Mount Yuchuan, utilizing the collective faith of the people to elevate Guan Di to the status of Kei Itagarba Bodhisattva. Furthermore, Guangong's loyalty and righteousness are ideals revered by Confucianism, which led to the phenomenon of the 3 teachings vying for his veneration as a deity. However, to speak candidly, Guan Leoi is indeed a formidable god of war. No statue depicts him without his fierce expression and sword in hand. Just the mere presence of his effigy compels even martial arts masters like Ning Wuk to refrain from advancing a single step. As I gazed pensively at the stone tablet and the statue, scrutinizing the surrounding arrangements, a sense of dread enveloped me. Ning mukue inquiret. Did you perceive something when you retreated earlier? I nodded. This is the dragon, subduing formation of the martial emperor. Keikai's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Please enlighten us. After a moment of contemplation, I share my insights with them. The text from 3 Destinies and the Unified Principle states, the heavens are vast and expansive, with the 6 energies swirling to create the 4 seasons. The earth is profound and deep, with the 5 elements generating myriad things, elucidating the profound interrelationships of the 5 elements. Among them, earth is central, nurturing all things. The statue of Guangong is associated with earth. Below, water holds its significance, while the intent to kill is concealed within fire. The vitality of wood emerges, and the azure dragon blade is distinguished by metal. All elements, metal, wood, water, and fire, are reliant on earth for their existence, thus elevating earth to a position of reverence. The azure dragon blade, empowered by the sharpness of metal, is incredibly domineering. Earth is associated with the positive, while metal embodies the negative. Metal arises from earth, which conceals its sharpness, harmonizing the dualities of yin and yang. Once one steps into the domain of the Qinglong blade, one is destined to lose their head to a single stroke. I crouched down, caressing the soil beneath my feet, a rare patch untainted by concrete and steel. While Guanqing Emperor sought to suppress the dragon, the Qinglong blade was forged for protection. After all, we are but flesh and blood. How could we withstand the malevolent aura of the Qinglong blade? Kong Hai remarked, "Truly, you are the direct descendant of Chen Xinxiang. If the statue is not moved, the heavenly palace shall remain sealed." At this juncture, we are akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Let us ponder how to unravel this, and I hope the young master will not withhold his wisdom. In truth, my desire to glimpse the dragon's visage and liberate myself from these shackles surpassed theirs. I declared, "Hand me the 6 keys." Kong Hai hesitated momentarily, yet ultimately retrieved the keys from the coffin and presented them to me, including the secret key to the heavens, which seemed rather ordinary to my senses. Every formation has its means of dissolution. Among the 6 keys, the secret key was crafted from bronze, while the remaining 5 were made of brass. Guangong's descent of the dragon was predicated on the principle that earth gives rise to metal. However, metal can merely serve as a sharp blade. Thus it must be invigorated by water to unleash its harmful essence. I could only dull its edge and release its spirit to break the formation. I pondered deeply. Observe closely the stone pedestal beneath the statue of Guangong. One corner is missing. Borrowing Luo Gong from Kong Hai, I established a directional mark. As anticipated, the missing corner pointed precisely to the northwest. The heavens are deficient in the northwest, while the earth sinks in the southeast. Here, we find the formation of the dragon subduing by Guangong ensnared within a grand celestial cycle. Illuminate the surroundings with your flashlight, so I may examine the runes beneath the stone platform. Kong Hai, not daring to be negligent, directed the powerful beam of light to the side of the stone platform, where the ancient seal script inscribed the characters for Wu Man. Upon witnessing this arrangement, I involuntarily gasped in astonishment. Guangong is revered among the Taoist deities as an emperor, positioned within the constellation of Ziwei. The dragon well is suppressed by the presence of the god of war, while a sage has intricately carved the feng shui layout of the forbidden city upon a stone slab. Before me lies the Wu Man, from which emanates the formidable energy of the azure dragon blade, capable of obliterating all in its path. To the north stands the god of war, to the east the eastern Hua, and to the west the western Hua, with the 4 city gates representing the 4 symbols of feng shui. The stone platform is adorned with the 7 stars of the northern dipper, thus embodying the celestial movements, with the Ziwei star symbolizing the position of the sovereign. The holy monarch Guandi is seated here, perfectly corresponding to the 5 yellow earth, which conquers the watery dragon, preventing it from rising. This feng shui configuration is an exceedingly rare lethal formation in the world. A moment's carelessness could lead to the annihilation of both spirit and form. Chapter 74. Breaking the array, it has become evident that the geomancer of your meticulously arranged the layout of this place, positioning the 7 stars of the Big Dipper along the central axis of the Forbidden City. This method is particularly formidable, allowing for both offensive and defensive maneuvers, transcending mere shifts of yin and yang or the 5 elements. The southern dipper governs life, while the northern dipper presides over death. To dismantle the dragon-subduing formation of Emperor Wu, a pathway to life must be opened through the southern dipper. From an external perspective, the Forbidden City represents the pinnacle of Chinese geomancy. However, the true beneficiary is, in fact, the dragon-securing well. I conveyed the scene I witnessed to the 3 companions. All these various techniques stem from the celestial divination found within the records of Yigong Mountain. The text contains a phrase that states, "In heaven, it forms a symbol. On earth, it takes shape." Regardless of any geomantic arrangement, formation, or the cycles of life and death, celestial phenomena will invariably provide a premonition. The geomancer possesses the ability to command the cosmos, etching celestial symbols on his stone tablets and encapsulating the vast universe beneath his feet. It is no wonder that Takuya Kimura would return the celestial key to its rightful owner, for apart from myself, very few in this world could dismantle such formations. Yet, should I truly take action to break the array, it would necessitate invoking the records of Egong Mountain. And the ghostly markings of the yellow springs upon my body would inflict excruciating pain. Having painstakingly approached the dragon-securing well, I now faced a fateful decision of life and death. As I hesitated, Keikai sneered and inquired, "Do you know the reason behind the torrential rains in the capital?" His words startled me. I had sensed something amiss when I first heard Ning Wuk mention the impending rain. Keikai recounted matters he was privy to, revealing that besides the 10 li within the demon-subduing pagoda of Shishan, there also resides the snow maiden from the land of the rising sun. Over a century ago, she failed to transcend her tribulation and lost consciousness, eventually arriving in Huaxiao by boat. During the late Qing dynasty, demons and monsters surged forth, and bandits and tyrants plagued the land. The Snow Maiden, stripped of her memories and powers, fell victim to brigands, only for their den to be ravaged by another monster. A demon hunter surnamed Yin happened upon her and rescued her, taking her under his wing. Unexpectedly, as time passed, the two found themselves deeply in love. The Snow Maiden bore him a son, and in his quest to provide her with a stable life, the demon hunter ventured to the capital to resolve malevolent affairs. However, the 10 demons of Shishan wreaked havoc, leaving the common folk in despair. Resolute, the demon hunter set out to capture these 10 fiends. Shortly after his departure, his home faced retaliation as a group of officials sought to seize his wife and child. Amidst the chaos, the Snow Maiden's child was tragically slain, igniting her fury and awakening her true identity, leading her to unleash a tempest of ice and snow upon the city, resulting in the demise of many innocents. By then, half of the 10 demons of Shishan had already been captured, and upon returning home to witness the horrific scene, the demon hunter's heart shattered. Yet, for the sake of the innocent, he resolved to apprehend the Snow Maiden as well, sealing her and the 10 demons of Shishan within the demon suppression tower, leaving behind the Bodhi tree as a remnant of his actions. Breaking the Bodhi tree would equate to shattering a seal. When the flood submerges the demon suppression tower, it will signal the escape of the 10 demons of Shishan alongside the Snow Maiden. Today, one must unlock the dragon well to disperse the waters, but prior to that, entry into the palace of heaven and earth is essential to unravel the conundrum. My grandfather, a divine seer, never once faltered in his readings. Since it was he who led me step by step to this very predicament, I trust he would not wish me harm. Moreover, the streets outside the capital have long been submerged in a vast expanse of water. I too yearn to resolve this calamity swiftly. Taking a deep breath, I mutter to myself, whatever will be, will be. If I must perish, so be it. Resolute, I began to contemplate the arrangement of the Southern Dipper's 6 stars. Although the Southern and Northern Dippers are distantly separated, my first step should correspond to the Tianfu Palace, dedicated to the Star Lord of Destiny. As I took that step, my heart raced, fearful that a misstep would lead to my demise at the hands of the Azure Dragon Blade. Fortunately, nothing untoward occurred. Glancing up at the statue of Guan Yu, I bowed and said, "Lord Guan, may you grant me your protection. Once I emerge from this ordeal, I shall surely offer you many incense sticks." For my second step, I invoked the Southern Dipper's Star of Wealth, relying on the positions etched into my mind. As I stepped forward, the ground felt solid beneath me. Upon glancing back, I noticed that the path I had just traversed was adorned with brass orbs, each intricately engraved with the names of their corresponding stars. By the time I completed my 6th step, the 6 stars of the Southern Dipper had manifested upon the ground. Yet, remarkably, only these 6 steps seemed to provoke the malevolent spirits of the Yellow Springs, which began to coalesce into ghastly visages, clawing and gnashing, intent on draining me of my very essence. My heart ached painfully as I knelt before the statue of Guan Yu, gasping for breath. Those ghastly faces, baring their teeth, seemed intent on devouring me whole. Gritting my teeth, I steadied myself against the stone slab and gradually rose. This may well be my final opportunity. I refuse to be used as a mere pawn any longer. I am determined to make those who toy with me, as if I were a mere jester, pay a grievous price. The spectral entity bound by the netherworld's markings has freed itself, transcending the barriers of my skin. Beneath the feet of the statue of the god of war, I discovered 5 keyholes. Should the seal left by my grandfather be broken, I shudder to contemplate the consequences that may ensue. One by one, I inserted the keys, and in an instant, the stone statue of the deity relinquished its grip on the azure dragon blade. With a resounding crash, the blade shattered upon impact with the ground. Simultaneously, a fissure gaped open at the location representing the divine martial gate, and the stone slab crumbled like tofu. A dark, ancient well emerged, revealing a moss-covered iron chain at its mouth. The activation of the netherworld's markings rendered me exceedingly weak. I couldn't help but bitterly chuckle in my earlier bravado, feigning to touch the markings to instill fear. Little did I know the peril they truly posed. The 3 of them hurriedly gathered around the locked well, peering down. While Kong Hai urged, "Hurry, pull the chain," they all joined forces, lifting the iron chain, which was as thick as a fist. The moss on the chain was slick, yet upon wiping it away, it bore no distinction from an ordinary iron chain. As they tugged for the first time, a series of eerie cries echoed from the depths of the well. "Quick, pull harder, it's almost out." Kong Hai could no longer contain his excitement. I leaned against the side, utterly drained of energy. Their synchronized efforts to pull the chain suggested something was being drawn from below. My eyelids grew heavier, and I could no longer resist the encroaching fatigue, slowly surrendering to slumber. "Benefactor, benefactor, awaken. Benefactor," a voice lingered ethereally in my ears. Upon opening my eyes, I was astonished to find a white fox standing beside me. It stood upright on its hind legs, gently whispering around me. The fox hastily interjected, "My spirit is indeed feeble. Only in the throes of death can one behold me." "You mean to say I am dead?" A wave of terror washed over me. After enduring countless hardships to arrive here, must I perish before even presenting myself to the dragon? Sensing my despondency, the fox earnestly reassured, "Do not be troubled, noble one. You have not yet fully departed this realm." Not fully departed? A tinge of bitterness filled my heart. That was akin to being nearly dead. No wonder my grandfather forbade me from recklessly invoking the records of Ego Mountain. Chapter 76. The ceiling as despair enveloped me. The white fox brought forth a piece of good news. She revealed that my benefactor had long been prepared. The locked dragon well was a mystical cave within the well. Once, an emperor, in pursuit of immortality, suspended his coffin at the well's mouth, beneath which lay a great serpent. This serpent, now having grown formidable, sought to transform into a dragon through the mouth of another. My benefactor had stated that only by obtaining auspicious tokens could the dragon's essence permeate my destiny, thus breaking the constraints that bound me. I was taken aback, for in the realm of geomancy, a dragon is never a true dragon. Instead, mountains, rivers, and the graves of ancestors who produced illustrious rulers are likened to dragon energy. The fox's words clearly indicated that the locked dragon well existed prior to the true dragon itself. Originally a feng shui nexus, the well became a prison for a serpent that had cultivated for many years, confined to its depths by the emperor who lay in his coffin, suspended at the well's mouth, neither ascending to heaven nor entering the cycle of reincarnation. When the serpent transformed into a dragon, it would carry the coffin aloft, allowing the emperor to ascend to the heavens as a deity. The fox further stated, "Now, bereft of my demonic form and aura, I am but an ordinary spirit. Should you, my benefactor, manage to liberate yourself from fate through the true dragon's essence of the locked dragon well, I earnestly hope you will honor your promise and assist me in reincarnation." After uttering these words, the fox knelt on her hind legs, bowing deeply. Suddenly, my vision restored once more. The fox had vanished, and I beheld the 3 of them straining to pull at the threshold. The sound of mechanical whirring echoed in my ears. Surely, there were mechanisms hidden beneath the locked dragon well. After the passage of a fragrant stick of incense, a deluge of yellow mud began to surge forth from the well's mouth. The yellow mud exuded a pungent odor, Yet the three of them persevered. At long last, a coffin as dark as ink emerged from the mire. Once the coffin was dragged to the surface, its material was indiscernible, and it thudded heavily onto the ground. Keikai's anticipation, Kimura Michiko's anxiety, and Ning Wuqing's gaze were palpable. Each harbored their own thoughts. Inscribed on the side of the coffin were the characters Tong Tian, evoking the notion of the heavenly key. Keikai approached and seized the key from my hand, seemingly treating me as though I were invisible. The three of them joined forces to pry open the coffin, revealing a corpse of man with a rosy complexion and fair skin, untouched by decay. Strangely, he was not adorned in a dragon robe, but donned Taoist garments. At that moment, Keikai declared, as per our agreement, "The dragon pearl within the corpse's throat belongs to you, while it is mine." To my astonishment, Keikai lifted the corpse from the coffin and extracted a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg, gleaming brilliantly from its throat. Just as he was about to hand it to Ning Wuqing, Keikai flashed a mysterious smile and remarked, "It is well known that Ning Wuqing is impervious to poison. I am curious to see if even the colorless and odorless beauty fragrance can evade his immunity." What? Ning Wuqing's expression shifted dramatically. In an unexpected turn, Keikai tucked the pearl into his bosom, inciting Ning Wuqing's fury. Yet, as he prepared to strike, his body inexplicably lagged, allowing Keikai to deliver a decisive blow that felled him. Kong Hai remarked, "The fragrance of a beauty, as the name suggests, can corrode the very bones and consume vitality, killing silently and imperceptibly. The stronger you become, the more potent the poison. The more fiercely you fight, the more intense the toxin will surge. Observing your continuous struggles, it seems the time for the poison to strike has arrived. You scoundrel, I shall slay you." Ning Wuqia was filled with rage. Nevertheless, Kong Hai appeared unfazed, bearing the corpse upon his back, stating, "When the great serpent stirs, it inevitably invites storms. The snow woman is on the verge of escape. I advise you to seek your own fortune." At that moment, a colossal python slowly emerged from the locking floodwell. Its scales were as dark as ink, and its crimson eyes resembled two great lanterns. Its presence rendered the atmosphere around us utterly still. Even Kong Hai, who had intended to depart, halted his steps. However, the great serpent slithered toward me, its neck rising slowly, nearly filling the entire cavern. A voice echoed softly in my ear. "Do you see how I resemble a dragon? Which direction shall I take now?" With the aid of the fox spirit, I experienced a moment of revival, my strength returning. At that moment, I could distinctly sense the loosening of the ghostly pattern. Yet, I did not rush to respond. The great serpent, growing impatient, reiterated its earlier words. "The serpent is a great python, the python a greater flood dragon, and the flood dragon a true dragon. However, the flood dragon cannot soar. It must first harness the tempest's fury and the river's surging tide to descend downstream. Thus, the saying that the great serpent's emergence will undoubtedly stir up storms. The tremendous force generated during the serpent's movement can create towering waves and whirlpools. Should a vessel happen to encounter the serpent's path, it often results in destruction and loss of life. In the capital, incessant rain obscures the sky, while water inundates the western mountains, awakening myriad demons. The locked dragon well opens, allowing serpents to traverse, while the true dragon is sealed, destined to enter the vast sea. The path of the serpent is exceedingly arduous. The elder generations from the mountainous regions are well aware that during the summer floods, great serpents glide along the waters, devastating farmlands and bridges in their wake. The dragon cannot pass beneath human feet. Thus, when individuals occupy a bridge, the great serpent is unable to cross. Yet, the river's flow remains unimpeded by the serpent's presence. In such moments, the dragon will resort to every conceivable means to stir the winds and wreak havoc upon all it encounters. However, if at that juncture someone carelessly remarks on the size of the serpent, then all those millennia of diligent cultivation would be rendered futile. Although the great serpent has not transformed into a dragon, its cultivation remains intact. The consequences for the indiscreet speaker are all too predictable. I now find myself presented with an exceptional opportunity. If I merely convey to the serpent that it resembles a dragon ruling the seas, braving the waves across the realms. It would be halfway to its transformation. As I reap the rewards, the pure essence of the serpent's cultivation will fortify my fate, liberating me from the burdens of ancestral karma that have plagued me for a lifetime. Yet, should the great serpent depart to traverse the waters, the journey from the capital to the Bohai Sea may well claim numerous lives. Contemplating this, I fell into silence. All things in the universe possess spirit, and humanity reigns as the sovereign of creation. As the old adage goes, the sun, moon, mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, and birds all harbor souls. Even brooms and lutes may achieve enlightenment. When these spirits reach the final moment of breaking free from their shackles, they require human assistance. Those chosen for such tasks are invariably virtuous or descended from ancestors of great merit. The malevolent markings of the underworld enveloped me, manifesting numerous sinister spirits that solidified my soul. It was only then that I had the opportunity to entice the great serpent into submission. In essence, both the serpent and I possess the power to alter our fates. The great serpent is already restless. If I delay any longer, it may be too late. After a tumultuous struggle within my mind, I gritted my teeth and declared, "You resemble a dragon." To my astonishment, the serpent expressed exuberance, a bony protrusion gradually emerging from its crown, while four fleshy buds slowly materialized beneath its form, resembling undeveloped limbs at first glance. Before I could complete my thought, which would lead to the notion of the dragon's descent, I continued, "I perceive you as a dragon, unable to ascend to the heavens or plunge into the seas." Immediately, a furious roar echoed in my ears. "You shall ruin my cultivation, and I vow to reduce you to ashes, leaving you in eternal unrest." Chapter 76. The Dragon Coffin. As the sealing process commenced, an invisible bond had already formed between us. At this moment, every utterance bore a divine essence. I spoke calmly. "The earth cannot conceal, nor can water submerge, transform into the 5 Emperors Dragon King, shaking the northern realm. Accompanied by vibrant clouds descending upon the mortal world, to propagate the celestial laws, alleviate suffering, regulate floods, guide sentient beings, and bestow gentle rains." The great serpent seemed bewildered by my words, akin to a dragon traversing the seas, yet I countered its path, sealing it as the 5 Emperors Dragon King, to preside over the north. The 5 Emperors Dragon Kings, originally deities of Taoism, were consecrated by Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty, embodying the collective faith of the realm, later absorbed into the folk belief system by Taoist culture. As an ordinary mortal, I was engaging in the divine act of consecration, lacking the requisite power. The serpent, too, fell short of such virtue. It stood stunned, yet I gritted my teeth and continued. "The path of transformation into a dragon is arduous, with no passage in heaven and no entrance in the earth, receiving offerings from the faithful, dispelling disasters and malevolence, accumulating blessings through 3 lifetimes." The serpent's scales began to shed, emanating waves of dark energy, suffused with a palpable aura of menace. It had intended to undergo transformation through the natural order. Yet with my proclamation, it began its metamorphosis by this shadowy, forsaken well. Had the divine arrows of the Tan Tua temple still been present, they would have reduced it to ashes. Kong Hai, Ning Wuk, and Miko were all caught off guard by my declaration. I hastily cried out, "Miko, toss me your painting, quickly." Miko Kimura hesitated, and I urged, "Stop dawdling. I am bestowing upon it the title of 5 Emperors Dragon King. Is that a task mere mortals can undertake? He could not possibly succeed. Once he falters, chaos will ensue, and we shall all perish." Upon hearing my words, Kukai was struck with terror, preparing to flee when he was suddenly targeted by the great serpent. The corpse he bore had suppressed the serpent for centuries, but as the moment of transformation approached, the serpent's resentment would surely erupt. It was as if a speeding freight train collided with Kukai. The sorcerer's illusions were futile against the serpent. With a resounding thud, Kukai spat blood, and the body fell beside Kimura Yoshiko. Witnessing the serpent's advance, her expression shifted dramatically. With no time to ponder, she hurled the scroll towards me. I caught it and rolled on the ground. Unfurling the scroll, I cried out to the serpent, "Ascend to the heavens, 5 dragons of creation. Receive the offerings, swiftly transform." Before my eyes, the serpent's form shriveled, and within the blink of an eye, it transformed into a diminutive snake mere inches long. At that moment, it leaped towards the scroll in my hands, as if the artist had splashed ink, instantly materializing into a vividly lifelike divine dragon. The malevolent spirits depicted in the painting vanished upon the dragon's emergence, including the one who had escaped the scroll, now hiding beside Yoshiko, as if she had narrowly evaded death. A warm current surged through my body, and the markings of the underworld slowly fell away. I realized that no seal could restrain me any longer. The lost essence of my fate was restored as I sealed the dragon, causing those lingering spirits to dissipate. Kukai, once more burdened with the corpse, attempted to flee. Noticing my pursuit, he hastily performed a spell, transforming the surrounding pipes into grotesque venomous snakes. The high sorcerers possess the extraordinary ability to bewilder your senses and even hypnotize your very soul, capable of extinguishing life within the realm of dreams. Clutching my exorcising sword, I fixated upon the multitude of venomous serpents. With the celestial bodies in harmonious alignment, the primordial essence meandering, the brilliance of the ethereal gathering, and the quintessence of the elements dissolving into the void, I invoked the urgent decree. The ordinary art of observing one's essence merely reveals the aura of another. A simplified version derived from the records of Ego Mountain. The true practice should be referred to as the art of divine observation. As my gaze sharpened, within the chaotic tapestry of illusions, I discerned Kong Hai. To me, he appeared almost transparent, his every movement seemingly slowed. Kong Hai's breath was tumultuous, his body marred by concealed injuries. The prior assault of the great serpent having inflicted significant damage upon him. My exorcising sword pierced through the illusion, striking at Kong Hai's neck. As he collapsed to the ground, all illusion shattered. He still attempted to rise, and I cautioned, "This sword, forged from the wood struck by lightning, possesses formidable lightning energy. Should you make any sudden movements, this blade could sever your fate, rendering your existence a living torment." The mention of the records of Egong Mountain ignited a spark in Kong Hai's eyes. I refrained from contradiction, for the true marvel of the records lies in its manipulation of destiny. It unveils the cosmic energies birthed from celestial movements. Mortals cannot contend with the heavens. They can only acquiesce to the decree of destiny. Likewise, the trivial fates of mortals are, in the grand scheme of the cosmos, no more significant than a speck of dust. This truth mirrors the teachings found within Buddhist and Taoist scriptures. Yet with this understanding, his illusions had already lost their potency against me. In an effort to ensure my safety, I clenched my fists and exclaimed with anger, "Indeed, you dared to threaten me before. Today, I shall deliver a beating you will not forget." As my agitation grew, I unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Kong Hai. His illusions proved futile against me, for every strike landed on his vital points. After administering a thorough thrashing, I paused to catch my breath and demanded antidote. Kong Hai, covering his face, replied, "What antidote?" I retorted, "Stop your nonsense. I am inquiring about the antidote for the beauty fragrance." Only then did Kong Hai reveal the disheartening truth. There is no antidote for the beauty fragrance. Infuriated, I readied myself for another assault, but Kong Hai informed me that it is a deadly poison from the east, and unless one can find an antidote with a similar toxicity to counteract it, no remedy would suffice. Ningwuk's face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat, and Maisie nodded in acknowledgement of this grim reality. Ningwuk gestured for my assistance in retrieving the Dragon Balls. Though Kong Hai was reluctant, I managed to seize them from him. He was no longer my adversary, likely due to the shattered bowl that had once empowered him. Without it, Kong Hai resembled a magician stripped of his props. I inquired, "What is the story behind the corpse on your back?" Kong Hai seemed unwilling to divulge this information. So I turned to Kimura Maisie, using her grandfather's legacy as leverage. After considerable deliberation, she decided to reveal the reason for Kong Hai's obsession with the corpse. Enraged, Kong Hai threatened to eliminate Kimura Maisie if she uttered a word. Clearly, He underestimated her determination to seek her grandfather. She stated, "The immortal corpse is not dead at all. Impossible." I shook my head in disbelief. "Have you heard of the dragon's coffin?" Kimura Miko cast a glance at me. I nodded, and she continued to recount the tale of coffins. She spoke of the people in the Yangtze and Yellow River basins of China, who, during the rainy season, were plagued by numerous natural disasters. At that time, the common folk believed these misfortunes were the result of the Dragon King's wrath or the passage of a water dragon. In their attempts to appease the Dragon King, they would place living individuals into coffins and cast them into the river, a practice they referred to as the dragon's coffin. There was a tragic incident involving a young girl who was sacrificed. Many witnessed the coffin being dragged underwater by a school of fish. Little did they know, merely 6 months later, that very coffin would mysteriously return to the shore, accompanied by an astonishing occurrence. Chapter 77. Old Chen. Many witnesses perceived the oddity, and those with audacity, pride, opened the coffin, discovering that the sacrificed girl was not only alive but also with child. The village deemed her a harbinger of misfortune, ultimately leading to her untimely demise, along with her unborn child. At that time, the Yellow River flooded, claiming numerous lives. However, when the waters receded, some beheld a dark coffin being dragged by 9 great serpents, moving against the current. The emperor dispatched emissaries to investigate, subsequently locating the coffin upstream, and, at the cost of countless lives, exterminated the 9 pythons. Upon the coffin's opening, a Taoist was found lying within. Remarkably, his body had not decayed, and his blood continued to circulate. This tale reached Long Hushan, where celestial masters were sent to examine the body. They extracted a dragon pearl from his mouth, and the coffin was identified as the rare ascendant dragon coffin, which signifies that a person lying within can transcend to immortality, leaving only the corporeal form behind. Yet this realm of immortality is not the true celestial domain, but rather a figment of dreams. Upon death, the individual enters a world conceived within their own mind, becoming an unparalleled sovereign and deity. The uncorrupted flesh ensures that the dream remains intact. The primary function of the dragon pearl is to confine the spirit within the body, preventing decay for a millennium. I suddenly realized the ruined Kum mountain harbors the dream of Nank, while the pillow recalls the dream of Huangliang. If all originates from the dragon coffin, then it is the true treasure. What purpose does the corpse serve? The pursuit of immortality. For the master of Konghai desires not to dwell in dreams, but to attain genuine immortality, and the being within the coffin beneath the locked dragon well embodies his hope. Mikiko Kimura then expressed her concerns. It is quite troublesome now. The dragon has not carried away the rainwater. If the snow woman escapes, it is inevitable that ordinary people will be harmed. Mikiko spoke from the depths of her heart, genuinely worried for the safety of others. Perhaps the use of the Egong Mountain record is not invincible. Observing Ning Wuk's particularly distressed demeanor, I approached him and whispered, "Old Ning, is there still hope?" Ning Wuk shook his head. "Do me a favor." "What is it?" "I possess a gold hairpin, a cherished belonging of my wife, who is yet to be laid to rest. I wish to offer her the dragon coffin and the dragon pearl." No wonder Ning Wuk disregarded everything to come here. It is often said that the distinction between man and demon lies in a single thought. Yet, the boundary between Ning Wuk and the demon is solely defined by his unwavering attachment to letting go. How could one possibly claim to let go when the most beloved person lies before them, lifeless? At that moment, I took out the corpse tooth and said, "This is the corpse poison from Wanshou Mountain, the most sinister and malevolent substance in existence. I will use it to poison you. You shall have a 50% chance of survival. If you fail, you will be reduced to ashes." I had contemplated using poison to combat poison ever since Konghai mentioned it. Ning Wuk nodded, informing me that he had nothing left to fear. He expressed his gratitude, stating that if he were to survive, he would owe me a favor. The matter of human sentiment is trivial. What truly matters is that since our acquaintance, I have discovered that Ning Wuk is not as incomprehensible as others perceive him to be. I plunged the corpse tooth into his carotid artery, and Ning Wuk gritted his teeth, saying, "How can one slay a demon without succumbing to it? And how can one become a Buddha if one cannot vanquish the demon?" Ning Wuqian was afflicted by the poison of the deceased, his visage alternating between shades of green and white. Just as Kong Hai sought to seize the opportunity to escape, he was unexpectedly ambushed by Maisie. Her blade swiftly sliced through Kong Hai's throat, plunging him into the locking serpent well. I raised my thumb in approval. Such ruthlessness. If he were to survive, it would be my demise instead. Maisie took a moment to compose herself before inquiring. How do you feel? We should leave quickly. It is best to vacate this place. I replied, could you do me a favor? Please watch over old Ning until I return. After this matter is resolved, I shall take you to find your grandfather. Maisie nodded in agreement, saying, be cautious. Until you help me locate my grandfather, you must not perish. Rest assured. I assured her. Upon departing from the locking serpent well and returning to the streets of the capital, the torrential rain still showed no signs of abating. Countless souls were suffering, all of which stemmed from the seal of the Bodhi tree. Whether it was Long Min or the 13 guardians of Yan'an, they would all exert their utmost efforts to thwart this calamity. I, too, could not remain a passive observer, freed from constraints. The vital energy I had learned from my grandfather since childhood surged back within me. Though not as formidable as the 13 guardians, I was certainly stronger than the average person. With no transportation to West Mountain, I was left to traverse on foot. As the deluge descended, no one could remain unscathed. This rain was inevitable, born from the harmonious interplay of the yin and yang of heaven and earth. Should the yang energy prevail, drought would ensue, while a dominance of yin would result in torrential rains. Once this tribulation passed, prosperity would undoubtedly follow. Yet, the demons were determined not to let this opportunity slip away. In the latter part of the night, I arrived at Shishan, drenched by the rain. Thanks to the influence of Long Tu, my skin remained remarkably dry. At this moment, a throng of people had gathered at the foot of the mountain, encircling me in layers. My arrival drew their attention. Shenzhong, you traitor, how dare you return? Someone recognized me. Huang Huai rushed over and shoved me hard, her voice filled with fury. Is it true that you and Ning Wuqia betrayed Huaxia and unleashed the Tenli? Let me through. It will be too late if I don't hurry, I implored. Kill him, someone shouted, instantly inciting public outrage. Just then, a short, sturdy old man emerged from the crowd, exclaiming, where's my unworthy son? What son? I inquired. Stop feigning ignorance. I am Lao Qinshe, the 13th protector of the demon suppression. What say you? The old man raised his chin defiantly. Aside from their tone and demeanor, the two of us bore no resemblance whatsoever. So, you're old Qinshe, father of Qinshe? I ventured. Your assertion holds truth, old Qinshe admitted, albeit somewhat embarrassed. I proceeded to inform him about Qinshe's situation, but he abruptly interrupted with a question. What level have you reached in the four great energies? Ming, and Hua, and Gang? I explained that I was not a martial artist, to which old Qinshe scoffed, feigning again. Are we? Few can remain dry in the rain. According to martial arts theory, only those who have mastered Gang energy can achieve such a feat. Upon hearing his words, I suddenly realized that I had been misunderstood. The portable Dragon King Tome is transformed from a flood dragon, which can evade water, allowing it to remain untouched by rain. I then said, esteemed elder, trust me, I would never betray Huaxia. Should the demons find a way to escape today, Chen Zheng would rather shatter into pieces than not exert every effort to vanquish them. Lao Qinshe slapped his thigh and exclaimed, that's the spirit. Let's go, let's go. I, Lao Qin, truly admire such passionate youth. He had someone bestow upon me a conical hat, and as we reached the summit of Shishan once more, the demon suppression tower had gathered a vast multitude. Each individual appeared as if facing a formidable foe, while the 8 great demons struggled desperately against the invisible chains binding them. Among the crowd stood an elderly man clad in martial attire, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a subtle yet potent aura that repelled the torrential rain. Just an arm's length in front of him were the 8 formidable demons, roaring in their attempts to break free. Chapter 78. The old master, the frail figure of the old man, exuded an aura of formidable strength, reminiscent of a lone warrior standing against an army. In comparison, Ning Wuqia resembled a child who had yet to grow. I inhaled deeply, astonished, and exclaimed, "Who is he? He appears so formidable." Old Chen replied, "That is the old master's son, a man who appears and disappears mysteriously. He seldom shows himself unless it is of utmost importance. Today, with the disturbances from the western mountains, he happened to be in the capital. The old master stood against the 8 great monsters with an imposing presence that was unparalleled by ordinary beings. I heard him address the 8 monsters. The time has come. What have you decided? In times of peace, demons will undoubtedly face retribution. And let it be known that there are those in Huaxia who can subdue you." Beneath the silent night sky, lightning frequently illuminated the heavens. The wind howled, rain poured, and thunder roared. The demon suppression tower displayed numerous fissures. The 8 monsters seemed to exhibit signs of potential escape. The old master sighed, alas, stubborn as ever. "If that is the case, I shall take action to subdue you." As soon as his words fell, he became a blur of motion. His fists struck like crashing waves, with power akin to rocks piercing the air. He delivered the first blow to the head of the enormous toad, sending it flying with a force greater than that of a calf. The old master did not retreat. Instead, he charged into the fray like a fierce tiger among the 8 monsters, his movements as fluid as flowing water. Each strike landed with precision, while the 8 monsters could not even graze him. I swallowed hard, marveling at his strength. Is he even human? I share the same sentiment. By the way, you just mentioned how to seal the demons? Old Chen inquired. I almost forgot the matter at hand. Aside from the 10 laments of Shishan, there exists the Snow Woman of the East, and the 10 laments serve merely as a catalyst. Their presence may loosen the seal, allowing the demons to escape amidst the torrential rain. Gazing at the demon-subduing pestle not far away, it stands resilient, defying time for a century, truly extraordinary. Since it was shattered by Ning Wuxia beneath the Bodhi tree, the pestle has returned to the realm of mortals. Suddenly, a series of lightning strikes descended upon the pestle. As everyone exchanged glances, a chilling aura began to permeate the air, radiating outward from the pestle. The water beneath our feet gradually froze in a frost, and this coldness continued to intensify and spread. Old Chen's expression shifted slightly. Is there a solution? I nodded. Allow me to approach the pestle. I have a method. Old Chen hurriedly led the way, but at that moment, a faint sound of a woman weeping echoed around us. Those who trod upon the pooled water suddenly found their eyes transforming to a striking blue. All fell to their knees, screaming in a frenzy, their emotions spiraling into madness. As if on the brink of losing control, the individuals near the demon-subduing tower grew increasingly agitated, pursuing us in a frenzied rush. Though Old Chen's stature is diminutive, his martial prowess is remarkably fierce. He guided me through the chaos, drawing near the pestle, only to discover that the area beneath the Bodhi tree had transformed into a pool of water. The water was dark as ink, and the coldness emanated from it, spreading outward. The demon-suppressing staff stood upon the water's surface, shimmering with golden light, yet the inscriptions upon the weapon were gradually eroded. Lao Chen stood behind me, aiding in repelling those who had descended into madness. I unfurled the scroll depicting the Dragon King, where a small dragon glared at me with vengeful eyes. I spoke. Do not regard me with such a gaze. Let us speak candidly. Elevating you to the status of the Northern Emperor Dragon King is an act of salvation. Consider this. The Tantua Temple possesses divine bows and arrows intended solely to guard the locking serpent well. If you attempt to transform from serpent to dragon, you may not even reach the seashore before being extinguished. Though you currently exist as a mere dragon within a painting, the days ahead are long. As I cultivate my practice and accumulate merit, you shall receive the incense of the faithful. I shall assist you once more in attaining your rightful form, transforming you into the true Northern Emperor Dragon King. I implored it with sincerity and reason. Fortunately, this dragon was somewhat reasonable. I could see the malice in its eyes diminish considerably. I continued, assist me in subduing the demons, and when the time is ripe, I shall have you reshaped into a golden form, revered by thousands, becoming the authentic Northern Emperor Dragon King. My words were spoken with utmost sincerity. The great serpent had toiled to become a serpent dragon. Now, It had the opportunity to transform into a true dragon, yet a dragon must return to the four seas. Ultimately, it remained entangled in the mortal realm, unable to transcend the three realms. The title of Northern Emperor Dragon King, infused with the essence of an emperor, could not be compared to a mere sea serpent. At last it relented. I heard its deep voice resonating in my ears. Should you deceive me, in the future I shall ensure that your male descendants become slaves, and your female descendants become courtesans. Continuing, I hung that painting upon the demon-subduing staff. In a moment of reverie, a divine dragon descended into the shadowy depths, dissipating the lingering chill, while the manipulated crowd stood in bewilderment. I beheld Shan Wui, Huang Wanrong, and two other elders arriving. The 8 great fiends, entangled with Old Sun, were equally astonished. Consequently, the individuals from Long Men began to weave incantations, manifesting a Bagua Tai Chi diagram near the demon suppression tower. Shan Wui promptly gestured, conjuring a colossal yellow talisman that struck the tower with great force. The elements of mountain, medicine, fate, and divination had long since lain in ambush. Together, they established a grand formation, igniting heavenly thunder to stir the earthly fire, causing the essence of the 8 fiends to wither in an instant. Old Sun, empowered as if by a tiger's might, forced them back towards the tower once more. Strangely, the serpent coiled atop the tower remained utterly still, impervious to the onslaught of thunderbolts. The great serpent, its body entwined, hung precariously on the tower, remaining motionless even amidst the battle between the 8 fiends and Old Sunday. The more I observed, the more I sensed something amiss. The serpent had coiled itself into the shape of a king. I recalled a tale of yore, where a scholar traveling by night was suddenly beset by thunder. Fearing rain, he sought refuge in an ancient temple, only to find that it thundered without a drop of rain. After a considerable time, the scholar too sensed something was awry. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a centipede over a meter long coiled into the shape of a king atop the Buddha's head. Finding it peculiar, he prodded it with a nearby stick. The centipede's royal form was shattered, and a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, reducing it to ashes. The serpent demon before us bore an uncanny resemblance. He hastily proclaimed, "It is attempting to transcend within the Bodhisattva Tower. We must not allow it to succeed." The towering demon-suppressing pagoda, rising 15 meters high, was ascended with remarkable agility by the old monkey. The great serpent, paralyzed by fear, could not move, and was seized by its tail. In that pivotal moment, as he pulled down, 5 bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, and the serpent demon could not escape its impending doom, its spirit shattered. It was then that everyone realized the truth. The 8 great demons had united to safeguard the serpent demon during its tribulation, for if it succeeded, they too would gain the opportunity for their own breakthroughs. The meticulously crafted scheme was shattered by the old monkey. Meanwhile, the scene within the painting transformed into a dragon clutching a woman in its maw. The old monkey, with formidable strength, boldly confronted the 8 demons, while his comrades, including the likes of Shan Wuyo, combined their efforts to unseal the demon-suppressing pagoda, once again subduing the 8 great demons from the 10 Li of the Western Mountains. Chapter 79. Crisis following the suppression of Shishan Shirley and the Snow Woman. The torrential rains in the capital city finally began to subside. Matters concerning the repair of the Vajra pestle were beyond my purview. Shan Wuyo summoned me to depart from Shishan, entrusting the affairs here to his subordinates. I had not rested for a full day and night, and together with them, I returned to the old building from the 1970s where we had first met. Having changed into a clean outfit that day, I was escorted to the conference room, where I immediately noticed a significant increase in activity compared to our last gathering. In addition to the members of the 4 clans, representatives from the Yin 13 families were also present. In such a grand assembly, even formidable figures like Tang Lin and Chen Tai found themselves without seats. The venerable individuals seated here were all titans of influence, each capable of wielding immense power. I maintained a relaxed demeanor, responding candidly to any inquiries posed to me. The sole source of my joy was the successful completion of my destiny after the sealing by the dragon. The karmic retribution recorded in the Egong Mountain allowed me to bear the weight of this responsibility. With this alone, the major factions were eager to win me over, making any hostile actions improbable. When Shan Wuyo inquired about the dragon map, I divulged every detail I knew, including the machinations of the Easter barbarian and the truth that the Tong Tiangong was, in fact, a coffin. The remarkable aspect of this coffin was its ability to enable individuals to slumber in their dreams, achieving a state of immortality. Shan Wuyo instructed Tang Lin to gather a team to locate Ning Wuqiu and Mutsuan Meizi. Observing their aggressive demeanor, an unsettling premonition stirred within me. Shortly after Tang Lin's departure, Shan Wuyo expressed his sentiments, stating, "Chen Zheng, not only has the golden dragon vein returned to Huaxia, but your personal achievements in vanquishing demons merit your reinstatement in Longmen, as per our agreement, granting you the title of Lord of Xiaomen." Although Huang Wanrong's expression revealed her displeasure, she refrained from further comment. The venerable old man's son held considerable sway within Longmen. Previously, my grandfather's status as a traitor had been a topic of contention. However, old son suddenly proclaimed, "I am acquainted with Chen Junsheng and have faith that his character is not that of a traitor. Henceforth, should any troubles arise, you may invoke my name, Sun Beidang." All present responded affirmatively, pledging never to transgress again. A surge of joy welled within me. His endorsement felt akin to acquiring an amulet of protection. "Thank you, senior son," I expressed gratefully. The elder from Mingzi Men inquired, "What are your thoughts on this?" I replied, as I initially stated, I have no desire to join Longmen, nor am I interested in leading Xiaomen to glory. Thus, let's set aside the matter of my return for now. Are you truly inclined to refuse? Huang Wanrong slammed her palm on the table, exclaiming, "Chen Zheng, do not underestimate your worth. Longmen is not a marketplace where anyone can enter." Having grown accustomed to a leisurely existence outside, I recognized my own limitations and felt unworthy of joining Longmen. "Thank you for your kind offers, but if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. It has been quite some time, and I find myself longing for home." Rising from my seat, I did not allow others the opportunity to interject. I pushed back my chair and exited the so-called conference room without a backward glance. I held a strong aversion to such a constrained lifestyle. Should the Xiaomen lineage be established, indeed countless individuals would flock to seek allegiance. Yet what would that truly signify? The Longmen they bestowed, as well as the Xiaomen, were merely opportunities granted by others. Ultimately, one remains ensnared within another's dominion. Upon my departure, I became convinced that the words uttered by Old Sun in the conference room were deliberate, reflecting on the peculiar gazes of those present. I am increasingly certain that it was indeed his remarks that rendered the 13 Protector's family mute. After leaving Longmen, a sense of unease enveloped me. My right eyelid twitched incessantly, foreboding some impending misfortune. Observing the taxis by the roadside, I initially intended to visit a tattoo parlor, but opting for caution, I instructed, "Master, let's head to Wanshou Mountain." "So early for a climb? It seems they aren't open yet," replied the driver. "Thank you, master, but please hurry. I have pressing matters," I urged. The streets were deserted in the early morning, and the driver, not wishing to dispute, sped towards Wanshou Mountain. Initially, the journey through the city was smooth. However, upon passing a narrow lane, the driver abruptly halted the vehicle. "What is it, master?" I inquired. "Oh dear, this is quite bizarre. Look there. What are those weasels up to?" the driver exclaimed, startled, while fumbling for change. Drivers accustomed to the road often harbor beliefs in such odd occurrences. It is said that when confronted by beasts obstructing the path, one must pay a toll. This old adage refers to such money as road fees or life fees. I too found it peculiar that weasels would block the road at such an hour. Upon peering into the back seat, I beheld a perfectly aligned assembly of more than a dozen weasels blocking the road. They knelt upon the ground, rising upright, and incessantly bowed in our direction. I tossed a few coins their way, yet the weasels remained steadfastly in place. The driver, beginning to panic, expressed his bewilderment, questioning why this peculiar encounter persisted in broad daylight. He honked the horn a few times, but upon witnessing the weasel's refusal to budge, he turned to me and suggested, "Brother, perhaps we should turn back?" I shook my head, replying, Master, let us wait a moment longer. Those familiar with weasels know their eyes to be purely black. However, the ones obstructing our path possessed a striking contrast of black and white, their gaze eerily reminiscent of human eyes. Moreover, such roadblocks typically signify a plea for salvation, while leading one astray is often a harbinger of danger. After a patient wait of approximately 6 or 7 minutes, the weasels finally dispersed. The driver exhaled deeply, remarking, Brother, today feels rather ominous. I hail from the northeast, and we often speak of the malevolent nature of the Huang Daxian. Should it manifest, even the most mundane situations can spiral into chaos. I engaged in idle conversation with the driver as we continued our journey for another 6 or 7 minutes, only to encounter a tragic accident at a bend in the road. A sedan had collided with the roadside barrier, resulting in the immediate demise of both the driver and the front passenger. After assisting with the emergency call, the taxi driver resumed our route. Had it not been for the weasels obstructing our path, it was likely that we would have been at the scene of the accident at that very moment. Confounded, I pondered who might wish to harm me, especially so soon after departing from Longman. Once the road was cleared, I returned to the taxi, urging the driver to continue onward. In less than a kilometer, an elderly man suddenly appeared and collapsed by the roadside. The driver, startled, exclaimed, Is this a scam? Brother, you must testify that I did not hit him. After saying this, he honked the horn a few times. Rolling down the window, he called out, Old man, if you're going to stage an accident, couldn't you pick a car of greater value? I've been working all day and don't earn as much as you do. The old man lay on the ground, silent. Growing impatient, the driver continued, Sir, this behavior is quite unbecoming. I have witnesses in the car. Acting unscrupulously in our society governed by law is futile. You need to reconsider your actions and not remain stubborn. The elderly man remained unresponsive, yet he blocked the road, rendering it impossible for us to proceed. As the driver contemplated calling the police, the old man slowly rose to his feet. The moment he turned around, the driver suddenly shouted, Goodness, a ghost. Chapter 80. The blood-clad, ghostly evil at a critical moment, the car refused to start, and the driver, gripped by fear, abandoned the vehicle. I flung open the door and fled. Upon glancing back, I was taken aback. The driver was in fact a lifelike paper effigy dressed in a burial shroud, and astonishingly, it even winked at me. The voice of Uyoniang echoed once more in my ears, urging me, Be cautious, benefactor. This is the blood-clad, ghostly evil. If it pounces upon you, your doom is sealed. I inhaled deeply, realizing that, given the relentless advance of my adversary, a confrontation was inevitable. I exited the vehicle and, pointing at the elderly specter before me, exclaimed with fervor, How dare you? Do you truly think I'm a feeble cat? Who seeks my demise? Step forth. Even a clay figure possesses some spirit. Such brazen intimidation was intolerable. The paper old man floated towards me, swaying ominously, prompting me to establish a peculiar formation. The essence of the Ma-E sect's treasured tome, record of Egong Mountain, was deemed unworthy by heaven and earth due to the teachings of the Taoist ancestor Chen, whose disciple Chen compiled the myriad arts of divination, geomancy, medicine, and celestial observations into a singular profound work. This tome encompassed a vast array of knowledge, elucidating various mystical arts, and possessed the capacity to unravel enigmas. While I boasted audaciously, I remained vigilant. The so-called blood-clad, ghostly evil pertains to the burial garments stripped from those who met untimely deaths, used in conjunction with paper figures to steal souls. To be tainted by such vile entities would mean reliving the tragic demise of the departed. I set my peculiar formation, positioning myself as the axis, with 8 trigrams inscribed in each cardinal direction. The 5 elements each belong to a specific domain, with opening, rest, and birth representing the 3 auspicious aspects, while death, shock, and injury embody the 3 ominous ones. The Du and Jing correspond to a state of balance, utilizing the Bagua to record directions, and the 9 palaces to document the interplay of celestial and terrestrial phenomena. I endeavor to analyze the movements of my adversary through the lens of Chiman. Although I cannot rival Zhuge Liang in the art of ancient battlefield strategy, I find myself more than capable of confronting such a blood-clad, malevolent spirit. As it prepared to assault me, I seized the opportunity to guide it into the dead gate with my Chiman formation. Raising the Jinxia sword, I proclaimed, with the relocation of the 9 stars, let the spectral beings yield the path. With a single strike, I vanquished the demon. The sword manifested a radiant arc, piercing through its head in an instant. Upon mere contact, the bloodstained figure was engulfed in flames. The fire crackled and roared as the paper effigy collapsed to the ground, writhing. I could even hear the anguished cries of the old man. A veil of foreboding settled upon me, and a weasel blocked my path as a warning. The blood-clad specter sought to take my life, a clear indication that someone was pursuing me. Under the vast heavens and bright daylight, a series of bizarre events unfolded, leaving me utterly astonished. Lacking the ability to drive, I had no choice but to traverse on foot, with only a vague sense of direction towards Wanshou Mountain. In the midst of my hurried journey, I inexplicably began to cough. A profound itch gripped my throat, triggering an uncontrollable fit of violent coughing. After only a few steps, I unexpectedly coughed up blood, nearly stumbling as weakness overwhelmed me. At that moment, I sensed that someone had placed a hex upon me. Yet, I could not recall when this misfortune had befallen me. The art of voodoo is formless and intangible. Should one obtain another's birth date and hair, they could take a life from 1,000 miles away. I have only just unlocked the secrets of the Yigong Mountain record, and I have not wronged anyone. The agony rendered me collapsed by the roadside, my wrist skin indented, a deep purple mark emerging, followed by an intense piercing sensation. Who could it be? Show yourself, I shouted in despair. Another jolt of pain struck, as the assailant's spell pierced my right hand. If this continues, I shall surely be tortured to death. The most excruciating part is that I have no clue who the perpetrator is. Soon, a white pickup truck gradually approached, halting before me. 4 individuals donning pure white masks emerged silently from the vehicle. They lifted me into the back seat of what I realized was a modified hearse. Bound securely within the coffin, they fastened me with locks and chains. My limbs were ensnared by the voodoo, rendering me incapable of escape. Weakly, I murmured, Hu Yonyang. Hu Yonyang. Benefactor, someone has used your soul to cast a curse upon you. Hu Yonyang replied. I replied weakly. Can you transform and assist me in opening the Dragon King-S diagram? Hu Yonyang responded, Benefactor, I am but a spectral soul tethered to your side. I must await assistance to reincarnate. How could I transform? Upon hearing her words, a wave of desolation washed over me. Am I truly destined to be harmed? But who is it that seeks my life? The assailant has waited until the secrets of the Yigong Mountain record were unlocked to strike. What could they possibly fear? My mind is in utter turmoil. If only I could open the Dragon King's painting, for the dragon within might aid me in breaking the curse. As for the rest, I can only await my demise. I am uncertain where the spirit vehicle intends to take me. My hands and feet feel as though they are firmly nailed down, and a piercing pain sends chills through my heart. The space within the coffin is exceedingly confined, rendering each passing second agonizingly unbearable. Despair has begun to envelop me. Suddenly, the spirit vehicle comes to a halt. Could it be that they are bringing me to a desolate wilderness to bury me? A wave of desolation washes over me. I had painstakingly transformed into a true dragon, only to find myself thwarted just moments after my release. Soon, I hear anguished screams from outside, and the coffin is pried open. A red lantern shines through the casket, and in an instant, the curse that had afflicted me dissipates. To my astonishment, is the girl who had delivered the sword to me. She exclaims, Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, you would have been cremated. My heart swells with joy. It is indeed her. The last time I faced peril from those weasels, she was the one who intervened, and now she has come to my rescue once more. As my body gradually recovers, I manage to sit up with great effort. I take a deep breath, relishing the freshness of the air outside. The girl urges, Get in the car, I will drive. I nod in agreement and return to the passenger seat, filled with questions for her. Observing a purplish bruise on my wrist, roughly the size of a ping-pong ball, I move it cautiously, relieved that no bone is injured. I inquire, Who was it that sought to take my life just now? The girl remarked. Shouldn't you first inquire about my identity? I replied. You will naturally disclose it when you are ready. She smiled softly. My name is Luo Yi, and I serve as the personal maid to the princess. The mention of the princess sent a shiver down my spine. Could it be the one from Mount Wanshou? The girl nodded affirmatively. The princess is aware that once you unravel the secrets of Yigong Mountain, Taoists will surely come harm you. Longmen? I inquired. Luo Yi shook her head. The Taoist sect extends far beyond Longmen. Even the Celestial Master's residence is merely a branch of Taoism. I understood her words, yet I could not recall ever having offended anyone. My grandfather, on his deathbed, instructed me to lead a life of an ordinary person. Yet, the events of the past few days have unfolded against my will. Taking a deep breath, I fixed my gaze ahead as the car sped towards Mount Wanshou. Chapter 81. The old Taoist, I am increasingly struck by the realization of my limited understanding of this world. Yet, I remain perplexed as to who seeks my demise. Just as I am about to voice my doubts, Luo Yi smiles and says, Surely, you do not naively believe that the 5 meridians of Longmen are elected by popular vote? I shake my head, for my knowledge of those in the capital Longmen is exceedingly scant. Luo Yi begins to recount the history of Longmen. In the past, in a bid to unite the nation's strength against the Eastern Islands, the Taoist sect fractured. Figures such as Dan Wui, Huang Wanrong, Jin Tongshan, Wu Datong, Liao Yicheng, and Chen Junsheng abolished the myriad sections. They established Longmen upon the bones of others. And how could the descendants of those they wronged ever forgive? Particularly Chen Junsheng, having offended a formidable Taoist while recording the teachings at Yigong Mountain. Yet, I still cannot fathom when the curse was cast upon me. Luo Yi continues. Those individuals formed an organization known as Tiandu, built upon the foundation of dark sorcery, concealed among the common folk. For years, Longmen has failed to eradicate them. Once they learn that Chen Junxing's grandson has returned, they will seek to eliminate you without hesitation. My heart sinks in alarm. No wonder Marshal Ma advised me to proceed with caution. Despite my meticulous calculations, I had not anticipated this day. As we approach Wanshou Mountain, a seemingly deranged old Taoist suddenly blocks our path. Luo Yi's expression shifts dramatically. Hold on tight. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, I grasp the handrail firmly. The old Taoist stands unwavering in the middle of the road, and just as our vehicle is about to collide with him, a deafening crash reverberates. To my astonishment, the vehicle inexplicably veers off course and crashes violently into the roadside. The disheveled old Taoist abruptly yanked the car door open. Upon entering, I observed 2 individuals restraining the elderly man with white eyebrows, whom I had previously encountered near the Yellow Weasel's grave. I was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that the esteemed Huang Daxian appeared as a mere child in the eyes of the Taoist. The Taoist sneered, stating, If you had not meddled with the Yigong Mountain record, I would have had no desire to engage with you. This predicament is of your own making. Will you transcribe it from memory shortly? Or shall I extract your soul and inquire myself? What are you doing? He belongs to the goddess. Luo Yi exclaimed in anger. The old Taoist waved his hand, casting a talisman that struck Luo Yi's forehead. Strangely, she remained motionless, akin to the scenes in films where Uncle Ing seals a zombie. The Taoist remarked, That woman from Wanshou Mountain cannot even protect herself, let alone others. Initially, Chen Junxing assured me that he would not pass on the Yigong Mountain record, yet he has broken his promise. Who on earth are you? I inquired. The restrained elderly man with white eyebrows knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. The Taoist snorted coldly, gesturing with a hand that formed a sword-like motion. With a pop, the white-browed elder's body was severed in 2. The corpse collapsed, swiftly transforming into a large yellow weasel. The Taoist continued, Damn it, a bunch of useless fools, and I must handle the killing of a mere little rabbit myself. As the adversary produced a jade pendant, I instantly recognized it as Death Jade, a gem specifically employed to seal the souls of others. Should he take my life, my soul would undoubtedly be drawn into him. Grant me but a minute. No, a minute is far too long. 3 seconds will suffice. Will you speak or remain silent? The old Taoist's eyes glinted with malice. Very well. I shall extract your soul and inquire in your dreams. He raised his hand, poised to strike me down. The surge of his energy radiated outward, surpassing even that of Sun Beidang. In a moment of desperation, I unfurled the Dragon King's map. With a thunderous crash, the adversary was repelled by the Dragon King, sneering, "Not bad. Killing you would yield me a treasure. You twisted old fiend. We bear no grievances. Why would you slay me?" I yelled while fleeing. The old man leisurely pursued me, continuing, "Chen Junsheng has broken his word. Thus I must eliminate you. Is there anything amiss with that?" I scrambled backwards in a panic. He toyed with me as a cat would with a mouse. Especially after he effortlessly dismantled my Chi Men formation, my heart sank into despair. The majestic Mount Wanshou loomed ever closer, yet I found myself utterly helpless. Suddenly, Da Shui, wielding a broom, charged towards me in a fury, exclaiming, "Old Taoist, you shall not lay a hand on him. I shall fight you." As a fierce nightshade revenant, Ma Da Shui possessed remarkable strength, yet even he could not withstand the old Taoist's single hand. With his brief assistance providing a momentary reprieve, I began to sprint madly up the mountainside. As I ran, ominous clouds enveloped the sky. I suddenly noticed a multitude of paper horses and oxen pursuing me, followed by an uncountable horde of spectral soldiers and generals. I was taken aback, bewildered by the origins of this old man. In that instant, I felt a prickling sensation along my spine. Extreme collapse. Suddenly, Ning Wuqian appeared, delivering a powerful punch towards the paper horse and ox cart. The force of his blow howled through the air, momentarily halting a portion of the spectral soldiers and generals. "Run quickly. Don't worry about me. I can't die," he urged. Ning Wuqian's 8 Extremes fist clashed against the overwhelming tide of the shadowy army. I continued to sprint towards the towering mountains. As I raced along the desolate road, upon reaching the foot of Mount Wanshou, the old Taoist unexpectedly pursued me. I intended to confront him, but suddenly I was obstructed by the red-clad female ghost, expelled from a scroll by the Dragon King. Mikiko Kimura arrived just in time to assist, exclaiming, "You must leave at once. Do not stop." The distance to the old locust tree was less than 50 meters, yet for me, those 50 meters felt interminable. Ning Wuqian was surrounded by the spectral soldiers, where dark sands obscured the sun and war horses neighed in distress. Gritting my teeth, I ran uphill, yet I was